In this world, just surviving is already very difficult. We live in abandoned mining tunnels from before the war, using the most rudimentary tools, even bare hands, to extract minerals, and we trade them for leftover scraps from other survivor camps. We have never harmed anyone, we just want to survive. Yet even so, there are people who cast their greedy gazes upon us. The gaunt and dark man kneeling in front of Gu Hang, recounting his hardships, was named Patel. He was neither tall nor strong, and beneath his dirty and thin clothing was rough skin. From his appearance, he was indeed as he described, someone who scraped a living in abandoned mines. Patel continued, 8 days ago, a group of wasteland bandits who called themselves prisoners of the void killed 17 of our people and kidnapped 42. Divine Emperor above, the youngest of them was only 4 years old. They demanded a ransom, we paid it, but they grew bolder. Not only did they not release our people, but they also demanded more. I went to Revival City, found the officials of the Alliance, and begged them to help us. They sent a warning to the prisoners of the void, chiding them not to cause trouble. Ha! A warning. The day before yesterday, those bandits cut the throats of 2 children right on our doorstep, tore the paper of the warning into shreds with blood on it. They declared we had to come up with double the ransom in 3 days, or else they would attack our mining tunnels, kill everyone, and take everything. We were cornered. Some said to flee, others argued that even with hoes and fists, we should fight those bandits armed with guns and cannons. But I knew we weren't without options. The world now has a new governor. I had to come to you for help, Your Excellency the Governor, I implore your aid to save us. Patel lowered his head, his manner sincere. From his perspective, all he could see were Gu Hang's boots. They were soft leather boots, with satin ribbons connected to golden clasps, elegant and elaborate. Those boots, who knows how long over 900 people from the abandoned cave society, would have to toil without food and drink to afford them. The boots moved before his eyes, as Gu Hang crossed his legs into a more comfortable position, and asked, "Before seeking the alliance, why didn't you come to me first?" Patel was momentarily stunned, only managing to muster an excuse. He stammered, "We are members of the Alliance, and the Alliance should govern this matter." Gu Hang shook his head and said, "You think you are a member of the Alliance, that they will protect you, and I am just an appointed governor who might not sit here for 2 years, like the previous governors who were executed because they couldn't pay the empire its taxes. In your heart, you think I am not important, until the Alliance also turned a blind eye to your affairs, and you ran out of options, then you came to me." "I never had such thoughts." Patel denied in panic, gritting his teeth, making a major resolution, "If you can save us, then we are willing to give everything. We will pay the imperial tax at a higher rate 2 years from now." Gu Hang became even more disappointed. "Let me put it this way, Patel. You know full well that I arrived on this planet a month ago, and my camp is close by, not far from you. Yet, you never visited me until trouble arose, and now you kneel before me saying, 'Your Excellency the Governor, please save us,' but deep down, you never regarded me as a real governor. You even refused to believe my declaration on the first day I arrived. I said I wanted to rebuild the entire wasteland world, to ensure every person submitting to me would live a good life. But you didn't believe it, many of you never did, just treating me as an annoying tax collector. You offer to pay taxes in exchange for me to save your people. How do you plan to pay the taxes? By the standards of the imperial tax, all of the people in abandoned cave society could work themselves to death in the mines and still not afford to pay." Patel's face, dark and lean, showed extreme tension. "Your Excellency the Governor, I believe in your words, please save us." As he spoke, he was about to forcefully knock his head on the ground. But Gu Hang stopped him. A pair of hands grasped his shoulders, lifting him to his feet without allowing resistance. Gu Hang wrapped an arm around Patel's shoulders, not minding the grease and dust on his clothes. "No need to kowtow, no need to kneel. You diligent and hard-working folks, I am certainly going to help. Those predators who do not engage in productive work are our common enemy. But they are a minor issue, rebuilding the world is the big task at hand. This is not empty talk. Since you have implored me, I will save you completely, not just by eliminating some prisoners of death, but by helping you build up your territory and ensure you have plenty of food and clothing. Now, I ask you, do you believe in me? Tears fell from Patel's eyes, and it was unclear how much was moved by emotion, how much was relieved at being saved, and how much was acting. I believe. I fully believe. From now on, the abandoned cave society will strive for your ideals. This should be our common ideal. Guhang patted Patel on the shoulder. Go rest for a bit. Before long, I will personally lead my troops and rescue your compatriots. By the divine emperor above, my compatriots and I are deeply grateful for your assistance. After watching Patel leave the barracks, profusely thanking the guard as he went, Guhang turned his gaze to the military-clad man standing stiffly to his rear. Captain Yan, your expression tells me you have some doubts. Yan Fangshu saluted him and then began hesitantly, are we really going to help the abandoned cave society? On this wasteland planet, similar incidents occur almost every day, we can't manage them all. With a tone of regret, Guhang said, it seems, Captain Yan, that you also do not believe my declaration. I wouldn't dare. While Yan Fangshu said this, his heart was indeed full of doubt, but, forgive my frankness, Governor, you only have 2 years. In those 2 years, we need to submit at least the minimum standard imperial tax for the entire Rage Owl Star, otherwise. Guhang picked up his thread, otherwise I'll be removed from my post and executed. Of course, I know. But Captain Yan, we've been on this planet for a month now, and you've seen what it's like. This is a place that has undergone an apocalyptic catastrophe, most of the land is unfit for living, low-energy storms continue to rage, and there are mutated monsters and desperate looters turned bandits everywhere. The remaining survivors are hiding at various settlements, struggling to stay alive. It's already very difficult for them to survive, they can't afford such high taxes, taxing them would be tantamount to taking their lives. The contradiction between imperial taxation and planetary development is the main contradiction of Rage Owl Star. Previous governors have all focused on taxation. The biannual imperial tax collection acts like a death warrant, ultimately taking their lives. But I am different, I am thinking differently. Development is the true key. If Rage Owl Star becomes more prosperous, taxes will be a minor burden, and we will have succeeded. Yan Fangshu sighed, you're right, development is the correct path. But development takes time, and that is exactly what we lack. You only have 2 years in your first term, and we need to deliver at least 1/4 of the imperial standard in taxes. However, Rage Owl Star has always only managed to contribute 1/8, and there's a half gulf to overcome. In 2 years, trying to double the planet's output is. Then it's time to see what I can do, said Guhang with a smile. Happily, I am somewhat confident in this area. As he was speaking, a ghostly message popped up before him, visible only to him. 1st Automaton Light Infantry Battalion, 300 soldiers, training complete, unit level upgraded to T5. Limited by equipment level and personnel quality, the unit cannot continue to train for improvement. Guhang's smile broadened, and he patted still worried Yan Fangshu on the shoulder, saying, assemble our troops, it's time we sought justice for our neighbor. Actually, this was Guhang's first month since he had transmigrated. He now found himself in a cosmic era, within a vast human empire that ruled over endless star domains. 10,000 years ago, a divine emperor ascended and established the Spirit Network, bringing spiritual energy to humanity. The current empire was governed by the Supreme Council seated on the human ancestral star, Terra. About 120 years prior, the planet on which Guhang was currently situated had been an ordinary world. A war devastated the entire planet's surface environment, turning Rage Owl Star into a wasteland planet. 29 years ago, the Empire government assessed that there was still hope for saving Rage Owl Star and dispatched a Planetary Governor for the first time to oversee reconstruction efforts. Within the Empire's system, a Planetary Governor could rule their planet in any manner, provided that, above all, the governor remained loyal to the Empire. What constituted loyalty? Paying taxes was loyalty. Not paying taxes, or not paying enough, meant execution, followed by the replacement with someone loyal. To this day, over 29 years, Rage Owl Star had gone through 5 governors. Even the 3 who preceded Gu Hang each lasted only 2 years. The imperial tax on Rage Owl Star was due every 2 years, and all 3 of these unfortunate souls didn't survive past the first taxation period. And now, Gu Hang had arrived. A month ago, he had just transmigrated, still adapting to the memories of his new body, when he found himself on a starship headed for Rage Owl Star. He needed to ensure that in 2 years, Rage Owl Star would pay a quarter of the standard tax, with the Star Sector government footing the bill for the insufficient 3/4. This was a favorable condition procured by his political family, the Gu clan. By the second tax payment 4 years later, full taxes must be paid. A cruiser belonging to the Star Sector Navy was stationed in orbit above the planet to offer him support. The forces he brought to the surface numbered only 3,000 slaves, 300 mech soldiers servants who had their frontal lobes removed and underwent mechanical enhancements, and 30 Navy Marine Corps soldiers, led by Captain Yan Fangshu. The main political power on Rage Owl Star, known as the Alliance, was established by the first generation of governors 29 years ago. In theory, upon arriving on Rage Owl Star, Gu Hang should have landed in the Alliance capital, Revival City, to take on the identity of the Alliance leader, and begin exercising the powers of the Planetary Governor based on the Alliance government. But he didn't do that. Instead, he set up a camp not far from Revival City with his people, and immediately began doing things that baffled others. For example, Captain Yan couldn't understand why Gu Hang would train those 300 mech soldiers. These slaves, stripped of their self-thinking, were ill-equipped to operate armored vehicles or artillery and could only be fitted with basic gear to serve as cannon fodder, having seemingly little value in training. Yet, he had to feel ashamed of his shallow insights. He watched in disbelief as the mech servants actually underwent a dramatic transformation in a very short period. Under Gu Hang's command, he saw these mech soldier servants quickly complete a series of pre-departure tasks such as forming ranks and checking gear. During previous training, they also demonstrated tactical skills far surpassing their former abilities. Shooting, physical fitness, tactics. All of these were greatly improved, and combined with their innate fearlessness of sacrifice and absolute adherence to discipline, they became high-level soldiers. This was already the standard of the Imperial Guard Star Realm regular troops. Although he still didn't think these mech soldier servants could match his elite Marine Corps in one-on-one combat, that was beside the point. He had only 30 elite Marines, while there were 300 mech soldiers. More importantly, Captain Yan had no clue how Gu Hang managed it. It completely surpassed his understanding. Weren't mech soldier servants supposed to depend only on their level of enhancement at the time of their modification? Weren't subsequent trainings meaningless? While he was lost in thought, he heard Gu Hang's resonant voice, "Captain Yan, make your squad move faster. How can the elite Marines be slower in pre-battle preparations than the mech servants?" Coming back to his senses, Captain Yan, slightly abashed, saluted Gu Hang and then turned, bellowing at his subordinates who were equally stupefied by the transformation of the mech servant battalion. "What are you loafing around for, you lousy bunch? Move it. The 5 slowest will sleep with the mech soldiers starting tomorrow." Watching Captain Yan go and kick his squad's butts into gear, Gu Hang chuckled softly, withdrawing his gaze and refocusing on the panel of information that appeared before him. The ethereal, floating text before his eyes formed multiple options. Current favor points, 2. Total territorial income, 5/Terra month. Hero. Troop tags. There were 4 items in total, and Gu Hang clicked on the second item, total territorial income. Here, he saw more detailed information. Governor's temporary camp, 5/Terra month. There was only this one. According to Gu Hang's understanding, this monthly total income depended on the sum of incomes provided by territories recognized by the system as belonging to him. And right now, his territory was only this temporary camp. Upon seeing the system and learning that he had become the governor, he was initially eager to find out, with a planet as his territory, How much favor would it provide him each month? However, after disembarking from the starship onto Revival City, this number had remained 0. He guessed at the time that a territory in name only would not be recognized by the system, it had to be under his actual control. For him, a governor parachuted in, to take control of a loose wasteland alliance government and to integrate the entire alliance was no easy feat. If it were easy, his predecessors would not have all failed. Therefore, he decisively abandoned the paths taken by the previous governors, turned his head, requested servant slaves and some armed forces from the starship, left Revival City, found an open space, and planned to start from scratch, making use of the golden finger that had accompanied him through his travels. After he led people and established a temporary camp completely under his control, the number finally changed from 0 to 4. The initial 4, Gu Hang guessed, was from the population. The additional point that came later was likely because the camp had been built larger and more complete. In the 2 items that followed in the system, Hero displayed his own panel, and in troop tags, there were 2 items. Navy Marine Corps First Squad, comprehensive T4 level, upgradable. Number, 30, equipment, T4, training, T4, experience, T4. This was the status of the 30 men led by Yan Fangshu. The other was the just upgraded Mechanized Infantry Battalion. 1st Mechanized Infantry Battalion, comprehensive T5 level, not upgradable. Number, 300, equipment, T5, training, T5, experience. The T level likely corresponded to the overall strength of the unit, the smaller the number, the more elite. The Mechanized Infantry Battalion started off as a low-tier unit, equipped with rifles, hand grenades, machine guns for the squad, mortars and grenade launchers for the platoon, but lacked heavy weapons, only qualifying as a light infantry battalion. He spent 3 favor points to enhance this light infantry battalion. Over 4 days, this brainless troop, which only followed orders and was considered of very low training value, cannon fodder, underwent a complete transformation. Reaching a T5 level of training, it could almost be considered to have reached the standard of strength of the Imperial Regular Army. While the T4 level of the Marine Corps counted as a regular elite unit. It was precisely because the originally cannon fodder mechanized infantry had been upgraded that Gu Hang had the confidence, after hearing about the situation with the abandoned cave society, to forcefully get involved. This was an opportunity, and he now had the ability to seize it. He hoped to use this event to bring the abandoned cave society under his actual rule, rather than merely being a governor in name. And in the future, he would expand his sphere of direct control, step by step, until it encompassed the entire planet. From the temporary camp to the abandoned cave society, there was a total journey of 4.5 hours. The elite troops of the Marine Corps spread out in squads of 5 as vanguards and scouts. Gu Hang, along with the victim Patel and the majority of his mech servant battalion, advanced steadily. Midway, Gu Hang received a report from the Marine Corps scouting team. They had come across a small transport convoy that likely belonged to the prisoners of the Void tribe. Gu Hang authorized Yan Fangshu to lead the Marine Corps and a part of the mech servant soldiers to annihilate them and to capture as many prisoners as possible. Captain Yan, a naval elite, easily handled the small task without any surprises. However, Gu Hang's mood didn't brighten after he heard the prisoners' testimonies. Gu Hang had Patel brought over to him and said, "It seems that these bandits never intended to let you go." Patel had also seen the condition of the transport convoy, his expression filled with fury. Yes, they transported a large amount of high explosives. They could not only blow open the gates of the abandoned cave society but even collapse the mines and bury us all alive. Gu Hang shook his head and added, "That's not all. According to the intelligence Captain Yan obtained through interrogation, they had long ago negotiated with the greenskins dwelling in the ruined high walls. Your entire population of over 900 from the abandoned cave society was to be traded as quality provisions to those green-skinned beasts." What? Patel was aware of the prisoners of the Void Gang's absolute malice towards them, but was still shocked by their brutality. The term green-skinned beasts aptly described those mutants. They didn't merely exist on Rage Owl Star but were widespread across the universe, also referred to as the cancer of the cosmos. They lacked gender differentiation, reproducing by shedding symbiotic spores in their bodies, which then grew from the ground, as did their food. Technically, they didn't need to buy any provisions, but these green-skinned beasts had two favorite activities: fighting was one, and eating the brains of sentient beings was the other. The former was their instinct, while the latter was their means of technological advancement. These beasts that sprouted from the land were indeed primitive and savage at first, fighting with stone axes and clubs. But as they consumed enough and sufficiently intelligent brains, their technology would rapidly evolve, advancing to iron weapons, firearms, and even interstellar travel. Their belligerent nature, destructive to everything, meant the stronger they became, the more they turned into a scourge ravaging all existence. Logically, such a race should be an enemy of all humankind. The Empire did have an extermination decree against the green Skin Orcs: kill on sight and then purify the land to destroy the spores, ensuring they would not resurface. But policy is policy, and enforcement is another matter altogether. On Rage Owl Star, where taxes could not be collected and even basic food and shelter could not be guaranteed, conflicts among various powers were rife, and the entire planet was in chaos. Even the governor was driven to farming himself. In such conditions, it was unrealistic to expect gangs like the Prisoners of the Void to consider the fate of all mankind. Not only were they not opposing, but doing business with these man-eating beasts was intolerable. Clearing out the green-skinned beasts was something Gu Hang was determined to do. Of course, not right now. According to the testimonies, the so-called green-skinned tribe in the High Wall ruins numbered in the thousands, and had at least evolved to possess automatic weapons, making their equipment not significantly different from that of the humans on the planet. To thoroughly eradicate those brutes was beyond the power that Gu Hang currently had at his disposal. Fortunately, the High Wall ruins were quite far from their current location, so there was no need to worry too much, for the time being. What they needed to focus on was the gang of wasteland plunderers threatening the abandoned cave society. Now, Gu Hang had their exact intelligence. 4 kilometers outside the mining area where the abandoned cave society was located, the Prisoners of the Void had set up a temporary camp. These scoundrels had never considered the possibility of the abandoned cave society daring to come out for a field battle, so they made no preparations for defensive fortifications. Good opportunity, we can launch a surprise attack. Our mortars can cause considerable impact. Yan Fangshu appeared excited. All right, let's do it. After a brief rest, what would have been a 2-hour journey, they completed in just over an hour. They hastened their pace, worried that the lack of arrival of the transport convoy for a long time might alert the bandits to unusual activities. After the rapid forced march, they still needed some time to rest before launching the attack. The 30 elite Marine Corps soldiers were fine, but it was the mech servants who needed to rest. They wouldn't complain of fatigue, but they did indeed get tired, and fatigue could lower their combat effectiveness. Following Yan Fangshu's recommendation, the soldiers would set out again after 45 minutes of rest, and an hour later, the mortar positions would commence bombardment. From their position, already within sight of the Prisoners of the Void camp, Gu Hang patiently led his troops in resting, consuming nutrient paste, and sitting to replenish their strength while setting up the mortar positions. He knew that patience now was for the decisive battle that would follow shortly. Kaya was feeling inexplicably restless at the moment. These days, even being a plunderer was not easy. They hadn't opened for business in a while, and all their supplies were running low. Food was the least of their worries, as they would have plenty once they breached the abandoned cave society. Even if the miners didn't have much in the way of food reserves, slaughtering several hundred people to make jerky would last them a long while. But damaged weapons and depleted ammunition were more difficult to replenish. The major powers were quite unwilling to do business with these plunderers, only the green-skinned tribes were willing. Although green-skin technology left much to be desired, with a high failure rate for weapons and ammunition tending to misfire, and when it reached their hands, it was far less powerful than in those of the green-skins themselves. But it was better than nothing. To be honest, Kaya had little interest in the most plentiful mineral produced by the abandoned cave society. It was heavy and of little value, making it hard to fence. But the 900 people in the mine were valuable commodities. They could serve as nourishment for them or could be herded to the high wall ruins to exchange for green skin munitions, which was a delightful prospect. Herding people was indeed easier than herding sheep. For this reason, the prisoners of the void had almost mobilized everyone. Apart from a few old, young, women, and those left to guard their lair, the main force was led out by Kaya, totaling over 100 people. Abandoned cave society had many people but few guns, nothing to fear. Their prolonged survival in the wastelands mainly relied on the favorable geography of their location. Kaya had personally scouted that mine, and it truly was easy to defend but difficult to attack. The entrance was securely sealed with ores and metal, and a heavy gate barred it from the inside, impenetrable by human strength. Yesterday they had already tried blowing up the gate, but to no avail. The explosive payload was insufficient. Frustrated, he had no choice but to send his confidants back to the base to fetch explosives, including some reserved concentrated explosives. His patience had worn thin. If he couldn't fool those miners into opening the gate, well, when the explosives arrived, he'd just blow it open. It was supposed to be resolved today, there was no need to rush, but Kaya still felt irritable. By his calculations, his transport team should have been back by now. So, why was there no sign of them? He had been hurrying his subordinates earlier, trying to establish contact with the transport team through the radio but to no avail. This made him even more uneasy. Half an hour ago, he sent out a squad to search the return route, but until now, there had been no response, not even radio contact. He became fully alert. Such bizarre circumstances could not but instill fear and hesitation in him. People who weren't cautious enough were long buried in the wastelands, their bones turned to dust. He made up his mind to dispatch 4 or 5 squads to scout the area. At the same time, he ordered his entire troop to prepare to move out and check on the situation themselves. Suddenly, a subordinate came to report, "We've made contact with the transport team. They're on their way back and should arrive soon." Kaya's brows instantly furrowed. Why haven't we been able to contact them until now? They said the radio had some issues, they just fixed it. They sent the message immediately, fearing that we might be worried. After pondering for a moment, Kaya ordered, "Reply with, 'Damn you, have you motherfuckers been fucking zombie dogs on the way? That's why you're so slow? Hurry up. Any more delays and your spoils will be halved.'" Finishing his instruction, he strode outside, shouting to his brothers who were getting ready, "Move, move, move. We're leaving right now. Stop stuffing those damn bullets and bring as much as you can, leave the rest. Let's go. Prepare to break out. We've been marked." The subordinate who received the order was a bit confused. He caught up in 2 steps, asking, "Boss, this. What about you? Get the fuck going with the message, and grab your gun and follow the team after." "Why?" Kaya smacked his head. "We're definitely being watched. The message is meant to deceive the enemy, better if it works, or else you're dead meat if you're slow." After saying this, he paid no more attention to the bewildered youth, grabbed his own gun, and called out to his brothers to prepare to leave camp. Just as he reached the entrance, he heard a whistling sound from the sky. His face instantly turned pale. That was the sound of artillery shells. "Get down." He quickly threw himself to the ground, cursing non-stop. "Fuck. They're actually shelling us. Spit spit. Let me catch them. Spit." The roaring explosion nearly drowned out his own voice. He could only vent his fear through swearing and bravado. He guessed that someone was targeting them, and even feared the worst, that he was surrounded. What he hadn't expected was that those watching him also had artillery in their hands. Luckily, he wasn't too unlucky, that aside from his ears ringing and his head feeling a bit dazed, he was mostly unharmed. He crouched and looked around. The caliber of the artillery firing at them couldn't be too large, seemingly only mortars of some sort. If it were heavy artillery, the 10 or so concentrated rounds would have left no one unturned in the camp. Still, even so, the mortars had caused significant casualties in their fragile camp without sturdy fortifications. In a glance, at least 20 of his brothers were dead or missing limbs. The rest were shell-shocked. Now was clearly not the time to be dazed. Staying here meant certain death. He bellowed, "Run! Move! Get out!" But just then, gunfire erupted from outside. They were really surrounded. Following the artillery, came the infantry. The only piece of good news was that the gunfire sounded distant, suggesting that the small squads he had sent out earlier were engaging the enemy. This was their only lifeline. He screamed, "Support them! It's do or die time. If you don't want to meet your maker, then fight like hell." It was then that the second round of shelling hit. What a pity! Gu Hang, who was holding the binoculars, uttered these 2 words. He lamented that the enemy reacted quickly, having moved before the bombardment began, otherwise the artillery could have been even more devastating. He also regretted that their firepower was still insufficient. If the 60mm mortars had been replaced with larger caliber howitzers, the infantry could have just cleaned up the battlefield afterward, as the main problems could have been resolved by the artillery directly. But under these circumstances, there was nothing to be done. In any case, after 2 rounds of shelling, the enemy had lost a third of its fighting strength. Though it seemed there was a chance for 2 or 3 more rounds, the results were unlikely to be as good. The remaining enemies would still have to be dealt with by the infantry. Patel, on the other hand, was very pleased with what he saw. From the information provided by the captives, he knew that most of his people, aside from those who had died, had already been transferred and imprisoned in the lair of the captors, so there were no concerns about friendly fire when shelling the temporary camp. Thus, watching these bandits who endangered his hometown get bombed, with every round crumbling their ranks and causing incalculable death and injury, brought him genuine joy. "Oh great governor, may all these bandits be killed. I, Patel, am willing to serve you for a lifetime." As he thought this, he saw the governor roll up his binoculars and signal the soldiers standing by to move forward. He hurriedly followed. Locate the target accurately, fire, and kill. Feeling the slight warmth on his cheek from the HS-3 Type Eagle electromagnetic rifle in his hands, Yan Fangshu felt much relieved. The situation on the battlefield is always changing. He had thought that taking advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness with multiple rounds of mortar fire would deal a devastating blow to these native bandits. Most of the remaining ones would have been dazed by the explosions, allowing his infantry to just clean up the battlefield and deal with a few surviving enemies. But the enemy was more alert than expected. Even as mere wasteland plunderers, they should not be underestimated. The enemy dispersed several squads in advance, forcing him to launch an attack immediately, lest they be discovered by the enemy. The artillery strike was initiated a few minutes ahead of schedule, and the infantry he led had to eliminate those enemy squads hundreds of meters from the enemy's camp first. Eliminating these bandit squads wasn't difficult. But the upcoming battle, he found a bit troublesome. The damage caused by the mortars was less than expected. It was up to him and his infantry to tackle the tough fight. Winning was not in question, but what about the losses? If they were to suffer substantial losses while having the upper hand against a bunch of wasteland bandits, that would be quite embarrassing. Additionally, excessive losses could affect the plans of His Excellency the Governor. He had full confidence in the 30 Marines he personally brought down from the starship, but not so much in the mech servant soldiers. They were cannon fodder by design, equipped with garbage, and more importantly, the battle instincts implanted in the brains of the mech servant soldiers were also oriented toward being cannon fodder, emphasizing recklessness without fear of death. Being cannon fodder might be an advantage, but not when acting as the regular army. He was genuinely worried that these mech servants would be too impulsive and suffer too many casualties. However, once the battle began, he immediately felt a great deal more at ease. During the elimination of the peripheral plunderer squads, these mech servant soldiers didn't show too many special attributes, as the main targets were dealt with by the Marines. Special operations were what the Marine Corps excelled in, especially since they were equipped with targeting aids, rapid enemy location, precision shooting modules, a variety of accessories. They had an overwhelming advantage over the plunderers both in terms of training and equipment level, so it was very normal for them to achieve victory without injuries. The mech servant soldiers, who missed their opportunity to shine, showed remarkably good training in the process of attacking the camp. Instead of charging forward like cannon fodder, each squad maintained open formation, advancing in groups of 3. There were assault troops, fire support, and squad machine guns provided suppression from the rear as they advanced. Though the mortars a kilometer away could no longer inflict significant damage, they could still continuously lob shells to accompany the soldiers' advance and suppress enemy fire. The tactical moves of these mech servant soldiers, in the eyes of someone as elite as him, seemed somewhat rigid, but they were standard and effective enough. Those raiders who wanted to break out were pinned down inside the camp, unable to come out. They could only occasionally fire some bullets from within, but without any accuracy. They didn't dare to show their heads, let alone take aimed shots. Soon, several assault teams had already entered the camp. The mech servant soldiers' professionalism was still online, advancing in turn, covering each other, cutting in from multiple angles, minding the blind spots in their vision. All the necessary technical maneuvers were being employed. Those bandits, who had thought that at close range they could finally mount a substantial counterattack, were still met with the ruthless slaughter by the mech servant soldiers. Of course, the mech servant soldiers were certainly not invincible. Close quarters combat inevitably led to casualties, but the numbers were much better than what Yan Fangshu had previously estimated. Was the training organized by the governor really effective? It wasn't just for show, there was a real enhancement in combat effectiveness when it came to fighting. 300 cannon fodder turned into 300 regular soldiers, and the transformation took place in such a short time that he found it truly unbelievable. But this was a good thing. With the mech servant battalion at this level, he finally didn't have to worry about suffering too many losses in the storming battle. Those robbers simply couldn't withstand the onslaught of the mech servant soldiers. This battle was secure. Yan Fangshu found it unbelievable, but for Kaya, it was utter despair. His reaction was not slow, but still, he couldn't reverse fate. His brothers, trapped in the camp, had already dwindled to less than half their number. The howling mortars had stopped bombarding. He had thought this would give them a breather, even a chance to counterattack, but it didn't happen. Those attacking soldiers with mechanical eyes were the most despairing thing for him. He had heard of mech servants, and some big powers also had them, but they were just like slave labor. They wouldn't think independently, could only follow orders to do some low-end repetitive manual labor, not suited to being trained as soldiers. If one insisted on doing so, they could only get a bunch of cannon fodder. If there were any advantages, it was that they would not leak secrets, absolute loyalty, absolute obedience. And these now, were mech servant soldiers? Was there such an outrageous type of mech servant? In their cold eyes, not a hint of stupidity could be seen, only ruthlessness. They were well trained, their movements brisk and orderly as they slaughtered his subordinates. A counterattack? Quite a few of his fierce bandits indeed tried to fight back, but scattered counterattacks were useless. If any mech servant soldier was wounded, it didn't affect their emotions in the slightest. Even hiding in the temporary houses made of building debris and rubble was futile. Those mech servant soldiers would throw 2 to 3 grenades in succession, then enter without hesitation, guns in hand, fearless of casualties, and often without incurring any. They could kill the bandits who stubbornly resisted. Now, he knew, everything was over. His temporary camp was bombed to ruins, everywhere there were debris and craters. His brothers lay dead or wounded across the field, killed by the bombs, scraped to death by shrapnel, their bodies shredded by the well-equipped soldiers with Eagle electromagnetic rifles at long range, executed at close quarters by mech servant soldiers. The prisoners had perished. But Kaya still had one last card to play. His tribe was beyond saving, but perhaps he still had a chance to save himself. Pulling out a green, dirty glass bottle the size of his palm from his chest, he looked hesitant. He had seen what became of those who drank this stuff, and it wasn't much better than death. But if he didn't drink it, he would die right now. Eventually, he gritted his teeth, pulled out the cork, and gulped down the potion. How tough is the green-skinned beast known as the cancer of the cosmos? Gu Hang saw it with his own eyes today. The battle was drawing to a close, and as he personally led the remaining troops into the fray, planning to finish off the fight and, incidentally, get a close-up whiff of the smoky scent of war, he heard a huge beastly roar, much like that of a bear. Then, a genetically modified giant at least 2 meters 20 in height, muscular and hefty, with dark green skin, appeared before him. This creature was almost naked, with only a few strips of cloth hanging from his body, clearly a result of his suddenly enlarged form bursting through his original clothes. His skin was dark green and appeared very coarse. The weapons in his hands were wildly styled, with most components looking quite haphazard. In the hands of an ordinary person, they would seem like a handheld cannon or rocket launcher, but in the hands of this giant, they were as normal as a shotgun, and he could even use them one-handed. After making his presence known, he immediately drew the attention of the surrounding soldiers. The mechanized infantry battalion soldiers, with their G7 type striker rifles, aimed at him, pulled their triggers, and the automatic rifles' rapid fire fiercely enveloped him. However, a shocking scene unfolded. The dark green mutant giant was hit by so many bullets, yet nothing happened to him. In that instant, at least a dozen rifles were fired at him. He didn't fall, and of course, the soldiers didn't release their triggers, fully unleashing their rounds. With the beast's large frame and lack of evasive movement, most bullets hit their mark. Logically speaking, unless it was made of iron, any flesh would be torn to shreds. But it wasn't. The creature was still standing there, unharmed. Some bullets were deflected, some lost all their kinetic energy and fell, and others lodged into the skin and muscles but failed to penetrate further. A bit of blood was shed, but it was nowhere close to a severe injury. Kaya, having just completed his transformation, recovered from his initial confusion. He retained some self-awareness, knowing that even though he had transformed and grown stronger, his primary goal was still to escape as quickly as possible. Thus, he started running towards the outskirts of the camp. His increased stature and stronger muscles didn't make him clumsy, instead, they made him faster and more agile. Once he was in motion, the chances of the mechanized infantry battalion soldiers hitting him plummeted. If he hadn't been reckless and just kept his head down and ran, he might have really had a chance to get away. But during the process, his attention was constantly drawn to the nearby mechanized infantry battalion soldiers, and he couldn't resist the urge to attack them. On the one hand, being shot irritated him. The striker rifle bullets weren't fatal, but they were still painful. On the other hand, the drug's effect swiftly invaded his brain, urging him to unleash a bloodthirsty massacre. Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer. He was still running, only at a slightly reduced speed. He turned his head and aimed his ugly, bulky gun at a mechanized infantry battalion soldier and pulled the trigger. Thick black smoke belched from the muzzle, and the burst of buckshot disintegrated the entire upper body of that mechanized infantry battalion soldier, splattering flesh and blood everywhere, with plenty splashing onto Kaya himself. The green-skinned beast, bathed in blood, became even more ferocious. He worked the bolt action, fired another shot, and another mechanized infantry battalion soldier met a gruesome death. Another go, but the bullet didn't fire. His shotgun only had 2 rounds. Kaya instinctively reached into his chest pocket, as if to reload, but came up empty. His clothes had been torn apart, let alone any ammo he might have been carrying. He simply tossed aside the wild shotgun and lunged directly at a third victim. The targeted mechanized infantry soldier raised his gun to fire while retreating in combat, but before he could get off more than a few shots, the extremely fast green-skinned beast was already upon him. A large hand scooped up the soldier, who was then brutally torn in two. Holding the corpse above his head and letting the blood pour down from above, Kaya felt complete satisfaction, even believing that his already invincible physique was reaching new heights. The little rationality that remained made him understand that the drugs he had taken were further enhancing his body's potential, which might not be a good thing. But those slight worries and struggles were quickly overwhelmed by a flood of combat desire. All he wanted was to keep killing. A hand grenade was tossed at his feet and exploded, but Kaya had already rolled away to avoid it before it went off. A machine gunner had set up a firing position 100 meters away, and a succession of bullets came screaming towards him. But, thanks to the combat instinct that had been implanted by the drug and was now coursing through his blood, Kaya weaved through the gunfire with serpentine agility, not only dodging most of the bullets but also maintaining his forward charge. At this moment, his eyes were blood red, intent only on tearing the machine gunner to shreds. But just then, he suddenly stumbled and, due to inertia, fell heavily to the ground. He couldn't feel his left leg, as if it had been severed by something. Looking down, his left leg was still perfectly attached to his body, hardly injured at all. Yet no matter what he did, he couldn't move it, as if the leg attached to his body wasn't his own. Using his hands and his remaining leg, he barely propped his body up and raised his head to see a man in luxurious clothes, protected by several Navy Marines, approaching from behind the machine gunner. He opened his mouth wide to roar, but a burst of machine gun fire hit him full on, stifling the roar back into his throat. Even the squad machine gun, which was much more powerful than the striker rifle, couldn't kill him quickly. However, the Eagle electromagnetic rifles in the Marines' hands were on another level. The metal spikes accelerated by electromagnetic fire could penetrate his epidermis and muscle defenses. After the 4 Marines emptied their magazines, Kaya was riddled like a hornet's nest. But he was not dead yet, still gasping for breath, even as the gaping wounds on his body were slowly self-healing. Gu Hang stepped forward in stride. "This is Kaya? The leader of the captives? The one who can fully transform humans. Those green skins have some outrageous technology." He actually didn't care about Kaya the individual, but the condition displayed by this mutant was worrying. Kaya could no longer speak, only emitting meaningless roars from his throat. Gu Hang didn't bother to say more. With a wave of his hand, the soldiers behind him took over the cleanup. The electromagnetic rifles fired a series of metal spikes, turning the green beast's head into minced meat. Dealing with a green skin is a troublesome matter. Killing it is just the beginning. The area where its blood flowed, where its corpse lay, must all be burned with high-temperature flames. Otherwise, it wouldn't take long for a bunch of mushrooms to grow here, and then it would turn into a spawning ground for little green monsters. First would come the goblins, then orcs, and later on orclings. Although this green-skinned beast was supposedly the leader of the captives who had mutated for some reason, who knew if there would be similar cases? Anyway, the fight was over, and there was plenty of time to clean up the battlefield. Gu Hang also needed to tally his gains. Resounding victory, earned 19 points of grace. Losses 9, kills 146, prisoners 11. 1st Automaton Light Infantry Battalion, losses 9, kills 105. Navy Marine Corps, losses 0, kills 41. After the battle had completely ended, a new interface popped up in front of Gu Hang. Looking at the words "Glorious Victory," there was a strange look on his face. Would there also be epic triumphs? Slight advantage? Bloody close victory, and the like? He could not only see the overall spoils and losses but also the detailed situations of each branch of the troops. And more importantly, the 19 ennoblement points he received after winning the battle. The earnings from this battle were almost 4 times his regular monthly income. Wow, so this is a warmonger system, huh? Is fighting the most profitable thing, and farming just a service for warfare? He opened the system interface and saw that the hero option was flashing slightly. He clicked on it again, and it was his own name that was flashing. Hero, Gu Hang, Faction Leader, LV1, enough experience for an upgrade, 10 ennoblement points. Physique, 7, Spiritual, 14. Traits. Psychic Caster, you possess the power of spiritual energy and can consume spiritual talent to release psychic spells. Governor of Rage Owl Star, you are the legitimate ruler of Rage Owl Star, with a higher chance to legally unite the forces native to Rage Owl Star. This was his personal information. Of the two traits, Governor of Rage Owl Star was due to his status. Needless to say, the other trait, Psychic Caster, was his personal ability. Gu Hang was a legal psychic. The Gu family he belonged to would, of course, train their core offspring. Education, politics, business, providing social resources, these are a given. Someone like Gu Hang who showed spiritual talent at a young age certainly wouldn't be overlooked either. His talent in spiritual energy wasn't bad, and as could be seen from the system, the 14 points in that attribute showed that. Gu Hang also had a pretty clear understanding of what attributes were about. Strength, agility, neural response, resistance to damage. All abilities based on the body were categorized under physique. A strong body was essential for growing into an outstanding warrior. In this era of supernatural strength, even with technological advancement, individual valor still had its place in warfare. The most elite warriors, with the most advanced equipment, slashing starships would be an exaggeration, but storming the front, capturing trenches, conquering strongholds. These were easy feats. The green-skinned beast from before was a proof of that. If Gu Hang hadn't been there, even though the creature wouldn't have survived, who knew how many additional machinists and perhaps even marine troops' lives would have been lost to kill it. Spiritual energy was even more mysterious, and in many ignorant worlds, it was known as witchcraft or magic. This was a supernatural force from the dark side of the world. The ultralight speed travel of the starships, many high-specification powerful equipment and weapons, all used this supernatural source. The Empire had special energy worlds, where they collected spiritual energy and condensed it into crystals. At the same time, the higher the spiritual technology content of cutting-edge devices, the more they required high-level psychics to operate them. Powerful psychics themselves, without any equipment, could also demonstrate a strong combat capability with their psychic spells. Earlier, when Gu Hang dealt with the green-skinned creature, he used a psychic spell. A soul/temporarily severed one of its legs, making it a live target. This was also the only psychic spell that Gu Hang had mastered, which was hard to learn. Spending decades poring over psychic spells wasn't something Gu Hang wanted to do. However, the upgradable option in the hero interface offered him a new path. Why wouldn't he relish the prospect of direct upgrades? Before this, the option to upgrade was non-existent. He noticed the words enough experience. He speculated that it came from winning a war. It seemed that the upgrade option would only appear when there was enough experience. As for the 10 points of grace needed to upgrade, he gritted his teeth and paid directly. After receiving 19 points of grace this time, plus the previous 2 points, he had a total of 21 points, which was enough. Suddenly, a new prompt appeared before him. Please choose one among the following attributes to generate a new talent: Constitution, Spirituality, Command, Leadership, Unique. What's this now? Constitution and Spirituality need no further explanation, obviously related to personal strength. The next two, Command and Leadership, seemed similar yet certainly had their differences. Gu Hang speculated that the former meant military command, enhancing the ability to lead troops in war. The latter referred to the leadership abilities of a ruler or governing official. As for the last option, Unique, a special talent given based on each individual? As to what it specifically entailed, that was anyone's guess. Gu Hang tried choosing Unique, but then received a new prompt: Unique sequence upgrade path not unlocked, upgrade failed. No idea what the conditions for unlocking are. With no other option, he could only choose from the first 4. He chose spiritual talent. He did not choose Constitution because it was clear that he had more talent on the path of a psychic caster than that of a warrior. Although bonuses to command or leadership were great, they were likely not very effective in the early stages when army size was limited and the realm small. In contrast, individual strength played a more significant role in small-scale conflicts. What's more, if he were to become a powerful psychic master who could move mountains and fill seas, Having tremendous personal strength might well surpass the effects of enhancements for the whole army or entire power. After making his choice, Gu Hang immediately felt a warm surge from his chest flow through every part of his body, all the way to his extremities. His complexion even turned rosy due to this, and fortunately, only the mechanical soldier servants saw him. These modified beings that do not actively think wouldn't ask any questions. Phew! Exhaling a warm breath, Gu Hang felt filled with strength. He could sense his muscles becoming more defined, his joints more flexible, his senses sharper, and his thoughts quicker. A holistic enhancement. But didn't I choose spiritual talent? Why does it feel like my constitution has improved? Summoning the system again, he saw the datafied effects of the upgrade. Hero, Gu Hang, Faction Leader, LV2, insufficient experience to level up. Constitution, 8, Spirituality, 15. Traits, Psychic Caster, Rage Owl Star Governor. Talent. Spiritual Energy Shield, when receiving damage, spiritual energy can be expended to offset the damage. Spirituality +1. Constitution did indeed increase, which seemed to be a natural result of the level up enhancing basic attributes. His constitution was somewhat low, so the increase was noticeable, whereas the rise in spirituality was less obvious. Yet, spirituality was still able to grow by 1 point, thanks to the new talent Spiritual Energy Shield. An increase in constitution was good, as being healthier and stronger was always beneficial. The boost to spirituality allowed him to release more psychic spells and increased his spell power. However, the most crucial part of the Spiritual Energy Shield talent was its actual effect. With just a thought, he could feel a miraculous energy saturating his body, immersing every cell. If an external blow struck, the corresponding damage would be nullified by the spiritual energy, lasting until he chose to turn off this ability or ran out of spiritual energy. The functionality of the Spiritual Energy Shield was also excellent. It was a switchable passive effect, incurring no cost when active until damage was received, eradicating the worry of being unable to activate skills in time for ambushes. And in critical moments, temporarily turning it off to save some spiritual energy for a counterattack, even at the risk of injury, was an option. Overall, the operation was very flexible. This practical skill of exchanging mana for health was something Gu Hang was quite satisfied with. While the outside was buzzing with activity, there wasn't a peep inside the abandoned cave society. They had many people, but only a few guns, so they didn't even dare to step outside to see what was happening at their door. It wasn't until Patel made contact with Ne Li through their secret channel and confirmed that he wasn't an imposter or a traitor that they opened the door and let him in. They only let in one person, him. At first, he was worried that Governor would be displeased, but that wasn't the case. Gu Hang generously allowed him to enter first to explain the situation. The Governor's troops would stay outside the abandoned cave society for 2 days, waiting for his message. As for what message they were waiting for, Gu Hang didn't specify, but Patel had a rough idea. The Governor had fulfilled his promise of rescue, and now it was time for the abandoned cave society to show their sincerity. To this, Patel didn't feel uncomfortable. What was so bad about the abandoned cave society being completely obedient to Governor? As he entered through the door, he returned home. Familiar faces appeared before his eyes, one after another. Their complexions were both pale and blackened. Pale because they lived underground all year round, away from sunlight, blackened because the sweat from labor mixed with the coal dust, and they had no conditions to wash regularly. He was the leader of the abandoned cave society. In the cave, he knew every one of the more than 900 faces. People rushed to ask him, "Patel, are we saved? Were those damn bandits all killed? Who saved us?" Face to face with these many questions, Patel at first replied while walking, answering them one by one. But later, it became impossible to address everyone's questions individually, so he could only shout out a unified response while trying hard to make his way through the crowd. "Yes, we are saved. All those bandits have been killed. The Governor saved us." Hearing the answers, The people wept with joy. Having finally made his way through the crowd, he looked back at his compatriots' malnourished and by no means pretty faces, feeling both proud and anxious. Proud, because he had brought help and saved everyone. Anxious, because he didn't know what the future held. Heaving a light sigh, he turned his head and saw his uncle, Butch. Butch's hand had been crushed by an overturned cart full of ore, got infected afterwards, and had to be amputated, nearly costing him his life. During that time, Patel was elected. After Butch recovered, he didn't attempt to seize power, there was nothing to seize. In the environment of the abandoned cave society, there was no room for exploitation or oppression. Leaders were elected, and the settlement was so poor that even as leader, there was little difference in terms of labor and living conditions compared to the others. Due to the disability, Butch couldn't do heavy labor anymore. But he was still contributing his remaining strength, assisting Patel, his junior, with all his heart. Butch patted his shoulder with his remaining hand. "You've worked hard." "It's what I should do," Patel replied. The two of them entered a small room where Patel recounted the entire ordeal of seeking aid to Butch. Butch let out a long sigh. "It's a disaster, not a blessing." The old comrade's attitude seemed somewhat pessimistic. Patel disagreed with his view. "What do you mean disaster, not a blessing? I don't see any disaster here. This is definitely our opportunity. The Governor General has said that he will not only save our lives but also provide salvation to the end. He has come to build the entire world, and our abandoned cave society is just the first stop." With a sigh, Butch said, "How can you just believe what those big shots say? In their eyes, we are no different from rats or bugs in the gutter. When have they ever considered us as humans? They say a few nice words when they need you, acting as if they really care about you, but once you're no longer useful, you're ruthlessly discarded." Patel said, "I don't think the Governor General is that kind of person." Butch sneered, "What do you know, you young fool? How many days have you known him? What else can we do?" Patel sidestepped the issue of trust and countered, "Could our situation possibly get any worse? Over 900 people working themselves to death beneath these mines, no one dares to slack off, those who do get starved to death. Even so, we still can't get enough to eat or wear, accidents happen frequently, and every winter, some freeze to death. We don't have extra property to buy guns and arm ourselves. When danger comes, we can only lock ourselves in the cave and pray it passes by. We haven't perished previously because we were too poor, even thieves didn't want to expend too much effort cracking a turtle shell for just a nibble of meat. Now, faced with the greediest lot, hell-bent on breaking in and selling the living for provisions, all we can do is sit and wait for death. I absolutely do not want my people to continue living like this. Besides, what else do we have to lose?" This speech silenced Butch. After a while, he finally spoke, "We would lose our freedom." "Ha ha ha. Freedom," Patel laughed loudly, his laughter nearly reaching beyond the door, and anyone unaware might think he was truly happy. "Can freedom be eaten? This time I also visited the capital city revival town of the Alliance, and I've seen the slaves. Slaves live much better than us, we don't even have a life as good as cattle and horses. If giving up freedom means no more starvation, freezing, or being eaten by others, then I am willing to give up freedom." Butch was left without any further argument. He could only sigh again. "I don't oppose any of your decisions, I just hope we won't regret it." "We will never regret it. I believe you won't regret it." That very day, Gu Hang saw Patel return with several influential members of the abandoned cave society, all of whom expressed their complete submission to him. This was all within Gu Hang's expectations. The people of the abandoned cave society had no choice. In a humble tone, Patel said, "Governor General, there are a total of 907 people in the abandoned cave society, awaiting your first command. Let's take a look inside the cave." "What? You want to go inside the cave? Not welcome?" "No. But our conditions there are very poor, you." He truly did not want Gu Hang to enter the mine, not for any other reason but because the conditions inside were abysmal. Over 900 people living together in cramped caves, even with ventilation, The smell inside was unbearable. The living conditions were primitive, with filth and excrement everywhere. Patel was afraid the conditions in the mine would soil the governor's exquisite clothes, even more afraid they would dirty his heart. Gu Hang waved his hand and said, "I need to see what your situation is really like before deciding what to do next." Although Gu Hang's arrival was unexpected and no grand welcoming ceremony could be hastily put together, the people of the abandoned cave society still went to great lengths to make some display, trying to let the governor feel their respect. As Gu Hang entered through the somewhat cleaned-up entrance of the mining cave, he saw that all the lights inside the cave had been lit. The citizens of the abandoned cave society stood in 2 rows, lining both sides of the mine's tunnel, greeting the arrival of the man who would determine their future fate. Gu Hang was not the first to come in. His military supervisor, Captain Yan Fangshu, had already led over 100 people inside ahead of him. Along the way, robot soldiers had formed a human wall, separating the pathway from the residents of the abandoned cave society. The soldiers stood erect with their guns, while the surrounding civilians all knelt down as Gu Hang passed by. Wherever Gu Hang went, the people there would kneel to greet him. Aside from people, the abandoned cave society had nothing else to put on a display with. Within the crowd, Gu Hang walked, observing the conditions throughout the abandoned cave society. The people had pallid complexions, all looking rather unhealthy. In the cave lay some mining tools, like hoes and carts, purely manual work, nothing to speak of in terms of equipment. As he walked, Gu Hang arrived at a cavity within the mine that the people of the abandoned cave society used as a square and for major living areas. Numerous crude wooden structures were haphazardly built. This must be many people's homes. Even more residents of the abandoned cave society gathered here. As Gu Hang stepped into their midst, hundreds of people, led by their leader Patel, all knelt down in unison. Respect was shown in ample measure. Here, a temporary platform had also been erected. Gu Hang stepped onto it, and a microphone was already in place. Not only could his voice be heard by the people in the small square of the mine, but it could also be transmitted to those not in the square through speakers placed throughout the mine. After all, the mine square was not large enough to accommodate 900 people. Standing on the platform, Gu Hang gazed at the faces under the dim yellow light. He could see the relief of survival from a disaster on their faces and the gratitude they felt toward him as their savior. But at the same time, their expressions did not lack the perplexity about the future, the doubts about him, the man who would decide everyone's fate from now on, and the numbness left from a hopeless life in the wastelands. The responsibility was great and the journey long. But he still slowly began, "Residents of the abandoned cave society, I am your governor, Gu Hang. Today, I saw everyone bowing to me, showing their submission. This is good, it proves that you have made the right choice. Your leader Patel pleaded with me for salvation, and I granted him that. I led my troops to the abandoned cave society and annihilated the bandits who threatened your lives. 146 corpses are neatly laid out outside, and 11 prisoners will soon be judged in the presence of you all. The salvation you desired has been provided, but the salvation I want to give has just begun. On the harsh, merciless wasteland, whether it's natural disasters or man-made calamities, our survival is always under threat. Today the prisoners of death came, tomorrow something else might come. You need the ability to protect yourselves, and I will arm you. This is the first salvation I will bestow upon you. You toil day and night in the mines, only to live a life without sunlight, never full, never warm, with people dying every winter. You have the right to a better life, and I will ensure that everyone willing to strive for it will have a better life. This is the second salvation I will bestow upon you. A safe environment, plenty of food, and warmth may be your greatest desires now. But once you have had your fill, you will have more desires, better living conditions, finer spiritual comforts, and even self-actualization, honor, and faith, and I will provide you with the platform to pursue these higher aspirations. This is the third salvation I will bestow. In my plan, only after I have granted you these 3 salvations, only after I have made your lives safe and prosperous, can we talk about truly saving you. Gu Hang finished his speech, and at this moment, whether fortunate enough to see Gu Hang's face in the plaza or crowded elsewhere, only able to hear his voice through the loudspeakers, all the residents of the abandoned cave society were in an uproar. When Gu Hang mentioned that the bandits outside had all been killed, people were already exuberant. Those bandits had killed and captured their brethren, trapping them in the cave for many days with their food supplies depleted. They lived in constant dread until now they were finally rescued, and their gratitude could not be more genuine. And when Gu Hang mentioned arming them, some residents, especially the young and hot-blooded, were even more stirred. The people of the abandoned cave society always knew the importance of having guns and ammunition in the wasteland. In this survival of the fittest world, without the ability to protect oneself, one is just meat waiting to be bitten into, for everyone is starving after all. But guns don't come for free. Military trade is the most valuable on the wasteland. And the people of the abandoned cave society, barely able to feed and clothe themselves, simply cannot afford them. Only with weapons will they feel secure. Faced with situations like the present one, whether they could fight back or not, they would at least have a fighting chance, and not be left to sit and wait for death, depending solely on others for rescue. The second point, the promise of food and warmth, sparked even greater passion. Gu Hang's words struck deep in their hearts. We work so hard, we suffer so much, why can't we have a full meal? They don't understand the exploitation of the external market, the value disparity between raw and processed products, but the Governor General has promised them food and warmth. That alone was enough to make them fully support whatever the Governor General planned to do. The third point, the so-called higher pursuits, people didn't feel as strongly about that. In fact, some were perplexed. Just staying alive was tough enough. They rarely allowed themselves to think about anything more, not understanding what self-actualization or sense of honor meant. Cheering along, it was because of the momentum built by the previous points, that whatever the Governor General said must be right. But there were always a few who, despite the torment of a painful life, managed to keep thinking. Their eyes lit up when they heard the Governor General mention this. The vast majority in the abandoned cave society were inspired by Gu Hang's speech. They could see a path of light and hope unfolding before their very eyes. Butch's mood was complicated. As people age and undergo more hardships, and with the safety of the entire abandoned cave society resting on his shoulders, it was inevitable that he would overthink and become overly suspicious. In his view, the hundreds of people in the abandoned cave society huddled together for warmth on the dangerous wasteland, seeking survival. No matter the situation, thinking more and being more cautious, even if it meant missing many opportunities, was much better than making one misstep that could lead to utter catastrophe. When the Governor General came with troops to the rescue, he was undoubtedly grateful. Without outside help, all of them would have died. But to be honest, what he most hoped for was that the Governor General would come with his troops, annihilate the bandits, and then leave. Even if it meant they had to pay a higher cost, that would be acceptable. He had considered the worst-case scenario, where taxes would double in 2 years, possibly leading to half of the abandoned cave society starving to death, but it was still better than everyone dying. Now, however, the Governor General not only did not require them to give anything but was also willing to offer more, which made Butch very anxious. If there was no cost at all, it might mean the greatest cost of all. After listening to Gu Hang's speech, he too was unavoidably impassioned for a moment and cheered jubilantly along with the crowd. Everything the Governor General spoke of course, was what he hoped for, what he dreamed of having. But was it really possible? The people of the abandoned cave society, besides their strength, had nothing. No technology, no equipment, even the mines, relics from before the war, had limited reserves and were difficult to exploit. If the veins were of good quality, how could they have possibly ended up in their hands? How could such people pursue a better life? Butch could not imagine. He didn't want to think this way, but he couldn't help fearing the worst, feeling that Gu Hang's words were all deception, and perhaps they would end up being sold off as slaves or something of the sort in the future. But he was no longer the leader of the abandoned cave society. The current leader, Patel, seemed brainwashed, fervently trusting the Governor-General's words. After the Governor-General's speech, the young man was beside himself with excitement, and at the slightest beckoning, he scurried off to discuss the grand plans for the development of the abandoned cave society. Sold out and still counting the money for the buyer. Butch could only retreat to his cramped and musty little space, brooding in private. His brooding didn't last long before his door was knocked on. Opening the door, Patel walked in. The room was pitch black, and Patel asked, "Why don't you light a lamp?" "To save a bit. According to the Governor-General, a happy life can't be saved into existence." "Hey, now you're spouting nothing but the Governor-General's words. He saved us. I've never denied that. He also wants to bring us a bright future." Butch replied noncommittally, having given up on persuading Patel. What else could be done at this point? Truth be told, the abandoned cave society had no strength. Even if Patel listened to him, what could they do? Could they revolt against the Governor-General? Thinking this, he grew even more disheartened. He listlessly asked, "Aren't you supposed to be discussing important matters with the Governor-General? What do you want with an old wreck like me?" "The discussions are already done, I came to ask for your help." "That was quick?" "The Governor values efficiency highly," Guhang said. "What do you want me to do?" Butch asked. "Lead our people to the surface and establish a settlement. We can't continue to live in the mines for much longer. The poor living conditions will lead to disease," Patel explained. "But..." Butch hesitated. "Of course, it would be great to live on the surface. Who would choose the mines if they had a choice?" In fact, the abandoned cave society had plans to expand to the surface and had a camp there. Then, the prisoners of oblivion beat them up. The dozens of people they captured were taken from that surface camp. The surface was too dangerous. With the abandoned cave society's capabilities, they simply couldn't defend it. "I know what you're worried about," Patel said, "but we have the power to protect ourselves. The Governor will leave behind 100 robotic soldiers to be responsible for defense here. At the same time, 100 sets of soldier equipment will be transported here. We'll select people from the abandoned cave society and arm a platoon." Now it was Butch's turn to be surprised. He thought the Governor was bluffing, but he hadn't expected the promise to be carried out so quickly. No, it should be said, 2 promises. Arming the abandoned cave society's own soldiers so they could protect themselves was one thing, building houses on the surface to improve living conditions was another. Change was immediate. On this matter, Butch couldn't refuse. But he was curious about something else. "You want my help to construct the surface camp. What will you be doing yourself?" "It certainly wouldn't be training the military. That kind of thing would surely be managed by someone from the Governor's side. Not to mention military authority, even if the abandoned cave society handled it themselves, they lack the capability." "Me?" Patel said with a mysterious smile, not keeping the suspense any longer. "I'm going to build our own production line. There will be new mining machines delivered, as well as alloy smelting furnaces. The Governor doesn't just want to help us improve the efficiency of mineral extraction, but also to directly establish a production line for producing alloy steel." Hearing this, Butch was genuinely astonished and found himself at a loss for words. Establishing a military force, returning to the surface to live, these things were certainly good, but plainly speaking, they were all illusory. How could the abandoned cave society, on its own, afford a decent military force? Wouldn't they still rely on the Governor for support? This was at the core of Butch's pessimism. For the abandoned cave society to lead a good life, they had to possess enough value themselves. He never expected others to provide unlimited, gratuitous support to the abandoned cave society. It was impossible. Even if it was just a temporary measure to win hearts, it was for a greater benefit. Whether it was to build a good reputation or for a darker scheme, it was never a good thing. But now, he knew he was wrong, egregiously so. Indeed, Guhang wouldn't provide unlimited, gratuitous support to the abandoned cave society. He did want something from them. However, what he needed was something that the abandoned cave society currently couldn't offer. But that didn't matter. as Gu Hang could enable the abandoned cave society to develop. Once their productivity increased and their inherent value rose, then they would be able to pay the price that Gu Hang was asking for. Of course, by that time, the debt the abandoned cave society owed Gu Hang would likely be much more than just a life-saving favor. But Butch was content. This opportunity was what he had been dreaming of. He was completely invigorated now, having thrown his previous worries to the winds. When do we start? Patel asked teasingly, didn't you say before that it was a disaster, not a blessing? And something about losing freedom? Butch's face turned red, but he stubbornly retorted, you little brat, what do you know? Is our freedom worth more than the equipment the governor is bringing in? Ha 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 ha. Seeing his uncle change his attitude by 180 degrees, Patel laughed out loud. This wasn't mocking his uncle, this was joy for the future of all of them. You have successfully allied with the Covenant Empire faction, abandoned cave society. After finishing his speech, Gu Hang reopened the system interface and saw this new message. The Covenant can do this? In the system's judgment, even a small place like the abandoned cave society was recognized as a faction? He looked further. Current grace points, 11. Total revenue of territories, 6/ter a month. Governor's temporary camp, 5/ter a month. Abandoned cave society, 1/ter a month. The total revenue had risen slightly each month. Gu Hang pursed his lips, not particularly satisfied. The population of the abandoned cave society wasn't large enough, and their productivity wasn't strong enough. By contrast, his temporary camp, although built from scratch, had more than 3,000 people. Of course, there was still considerable room for development on both sides. He believed that once productivity and prosperity increased, the monthly grace income would also see a substantial rise. But as far as Gu Hang's current knowledge was concerned, relying on monthly fixed income would at best ensure a basic guarantee. To become wealthy, one must rely on warfare. What grace system? This is a war frenzy system. After wiping out the main force of the prisoners of war, he had gained 19 grace points. The windfall gave him a taste for more. Once the work at the abandoned cave society was done, he dispatched Yan Fangshu, instructing the captain to take half of the elite Marine Corps and a mechanized servant infantry company to launch an attack on the prisoners of war bandit stronghold based on the confessions of the captives. It should be an easy battle. The main force of the prisoners of war had already been annihilated outside the abandoned cave society, and most of those left in the camp were the old, weak, sick, and disabled. After all, bandits have families too. The handful of bandits left behind weren't much of a concern, they added up to barely 50 people, and it was unclear how many guns they could muster. The forces that Yan Fangshu took were more than enough to annihilate them completely. Gu Hang hoped that Yan Fangshu would save as many of the still living abandoned cave society prisoners as possible, but if not, he couldn't force it. Besides, what Gu Hang was looking forward to more was the harvest of grace points. Although he knew the enemy was weak and the grace earnings wouldn't be high, it should be better than simply waiting for the fixed income each month, right? Thinking this, he continued to look down. Then, a bigger surprise came. He saw that the system had silently added a new function. Beneath the heroes and soldier cards options, a new choice quietly sat there. Technology. Gu Hang was far from calm. He had previously felt that the system was a war frenzy system, not only because it awarded many points for winning battles but also in terms of the system's functionalities. Whether it was individual leveling or the training and leveling of troops, it was all in preparation for war. It seemed to be a cycle system where the more you fought, the stronger you became, and the stronger you became, the more you could fight, with farming being a secondary element. But unexpectedly, the system's functionalities had not been fully disclosed to him. Could there be other new functionalities in the future? And what conditions would be needed to unlock them? It was unknown. There would be plenty of time to delve deeper later. Right now, what Gu Hang was most eager to see was exactly what this technology function entailed. Upon opening it, the system interface displayed a sky full of stars, except that each star was dim, waiting for him to light them up. Upon closer inspection, these dark stars seemed interconnected in a rather intricate manner, varying in size. Each star seemed to represent a specific technology. You may invest favor points to initiate a random technology unlock. The success rate and the level of technology unlocked will increase with more points invested. The minimum tier requires 10 points for one unlock, the second tier requires 100 points, and the third tier requires 1000 points for one unlock. A gacha, lottery mechanism? Could it be a scam? Gu Hang had some psychological shadows regarding these gacha things. But there were no other options. He currently had only 11 points of favor. After one draw at the lowest standard, they'd be gone. Judging from his understanding of similar mechanisms, drawing once at the lowest level often didn't yield any good results. But the problem was, if he didn't spend them here, he had nowhere else to use the 10 points of favor. In terms of heroes, he was now at level 2, capped by experience. Even with favor points, he couldn't level up. As for troop training, from non-elite to T5, it cost 1 point of favor for every 100 people, from T5 to T4, 1 point for every 10 people, and from T4 to T3, 1 point per person. Now, his mech servant battalion was T5 and couldn't be upgraded due to hardware limitations. The elite troopers of the Marine Corps could be upgraded, but elevating just 11 of them to T3 wasn't very meaningful, especially since their equipment wouldn't improve, thus, their comprehensive combat ability wouldn't reach the mark. With that in mind, if he didn't want his favor points to mold away, drawing technology was indeed his only choice. So, he might as well draw. Hopefully, he wouldn't be unlucky. As his thoughts commanded, 10 points of favor quietly vanished, and in their place, a star in the dimly lit sky lit up. Basic technology, alloy plastic steel. A research product of the Empire Mechanical Doctrine, it is a qualified multifunctional material, based on steel, blended with various minerals to forge. It has different properties depending on the specific formula used. It can be used for soldiers' bulletproof inserts, construction materials, vehicle armor, spaceship components. As expected, it was just the most basic technology, and it was in the domain of raw materials. But upon further understanding, Gu Hang's mouth dropped open. I've struck gold. Alloy plastic steel was not an exceptionally rare material, and the performance gap between different ratios and manufacturing processes could be drastic. The best quality plastic steel could be used to make core material components for precision instruments, while the poor quality ones could only serve as construction materials. If it were just the process, the formula, and the blueprints, their usefulness wouldn't be that great. Given Gu Hang's current poor state, he didn't have the means to implement the process or blueprints. But what the system provided was akin to spoon-feeding. The illumination of one technology provided three things. Firstly, there were theories, processes, and design blueprints. With these, as long as there were sufficient technological talents and an industrial base, one could apply this technology on a large scale directly and build factories. That wasn't peculiar, but what came next were two items: black box manufacturing machines. Black box is an adjective, implying that no one can know how the equipment operates internally. Just by inputting the rawest materials, it can directly produce finished products. And such black box manufacturing machines numbered two, each distinct. The first one is a finished product black box, which required only iron ore and any ratio of materials to directly produce the highest level of alloy plastic steel material. The second one is a master black box, similarly requiring only the most basic materials to produce the smelting furnaces capable of manufacturing qualified alloy plastic steel. This was amazing, Gu Hang thought, looking at the two machines that he could materialize at any time, along with the knowledge in his mind, and realizing how powerful the technology system was. The food was literally being fed to his mouth. Indeed, Gu Hang lacked any significant technological or technical talents under his command, but with these devices, He figured that even a group of baboons could manage to put together an alloy plastic steel production line. 10 points of favor, a massive profit. What battle frenzy system? I declare, this is the ultimate farming system. Helping the abandoned cave society establish production capacity was already part of Gu Hang's plan. Gu Hang looked down on the meager mineral output of the abandoned cave society. These people struggled just to feed themselves, so what surplus value could they have? Only by developing them could he achieve his goals. And Gu Hang's goals were not merely to have these people pay their taxes. He wanted to make the entire planet more prosperous. He needed more armies, more weaponry, more material foundations. The abandoned cave society was a starting point, but it was also an important showpiece. If he succeeded, he intended to continuously replicate similar models. But first, he had to make the showpiece work. Originally, his plan relied on the quintet starship floating in the sky. When Gu Hang set out from the star sector capital to take up his post as the planetary governor of the Rage Owl Star, he certainly did not go alone. He was one of the current core members of the Gu family, an old political household in the Tianma star sector. The quintet, a watch-class strike cruiser belonging to the Imperial Navy of the Tianma star sector, carried him all the way from the star sector capital. After completing the task of escorting the governor, the quintet did not leave. It would orbit the Rage Owl Star for a 2-year mission. It was to obey the governor's orders and be the strongest support for the governor to revive the entire planet. It was only Gu Hang who received this treatment. The previous governors had to make do with an escort ship. In theory, with the quintet looming in orbit, Gu Hang could walk sideways on the Rage Owl Star. Above the wasteland, there was nothing that could threaten the quintet. On the contrary, the quintet could carry out terrifying orbital bombardments on any location on the planet's surface. At the same time, the quintet could also bring great help to Gu Hang in other aspects. This 11-kilometer-long giant of the star sea was equipped with a crew of over 100,000. There were androids, slaves, combat personnel, technicians, elite marines, mechanics, spiritual energy masters. All kinds of people, performing different functions. In a sense, such a giant ship was like a city drifting in the sky. Primarily, the crew relied on conscription and replenishment from various planets, but due to the lengthy space travels, chances to depart were rare. Many of the crew were simply the offspring of the starship's personnel, born and likely to die on the starship, never having left it in their lifetime. This huge sky city could provide Gu Hang with many things. The initial 3,000 slaves, 300 android soldiers, and 30 marines he started with were brought down from the starship. He originally planned to meet the construction needs of the abandoned cave society from above as well. The quintet could provide manpower, weapons, and equipment. When Gu Hang said he wanted to select 100 soldiers from the abandoned cave society and arm them, it wasn't just talk. He planned to get the ammunition from the starship. However, some of the production equipment in his plan was not so easy to obtain. He originally intended to get it from Revival City. After all, he was the planetary governor, the head of the Rage Owl Star Alliance. Even if his control over the alliance was insufficient, skimming a little off the top was still feasible. But now, it seemed unnecessary. The technology function offered by the system provided much more than skimming could. Without a second thought, he called Patel over, informed him about the production line endeavors, and managed to excite the leader of the abandoned cave society immensely. After sending Patel away, Gu Hang left the abandoned cave society and went to the outskirts. His soldiers were also stationed outside. The people of the abandoned cave society had gradually come out, and under the leadership of a person named Butch, they started to build their ground camp. Patel began to select the 100 abandoned cave society soldiers who were to be trained, and soon settled on the candidates. To be honest, Gu Hang was not very satisfied with these people from the abandoned cave society as the source for soldiers. They were all from laborious backgrounds, but also malnourished, making it difficult to nurture robust physical conditions. Not only did they appear somewhat small and thin, but their bodies also had many hidden injuries due to prolonged hard labor. Although they had the mental resolve to endure hardship, they were still not considered a very excellent source of soldiers. But he had no other options for the time being. The 3,000 slaves brought down from the starship who were in the temporary camp weren't much better. Next, Gu Hang left 100 android soldiers behind and, with the rest of the people and the 100 newly recruited youths from the abandoned cave society, headed to the temporary camp. He did not plan to wait for Yan Fangshu, who was off to clear the remnants of the forsaken prisoners, to return. That man wouldn't run into any trouble. After completing his mission, he would leave behind a small squad of elite Marines to take charge of commanding the android soldiers remaining in the abandoned cave society. Those brainless servant soldiers have hardly any ability to fight independently. After several hours, Gu Hang returned to the temporary camp. The entire camp was still a bustling construction site. After initially leveling the ground, sourcing materials locally to build a rudimentary fence and temporary buildings, most of the servants were busy with one thing: constructing the landing field. The landing field was for starships, not for the entire starship to land, but to facilitate transport ships flying down from the starships to dock with the ground. This was not a particularly efficient mode of transport. On some planets with better conditions, space elevators and orbital starports were the mainstay of interstellar transportation. However, again, it was a matter of conditions. Where could Gu Hang afford to construct space elevators and starports right now? He could only rely on the ships carried by the starships to transport materials between space and the ground. This required a landing field, or rather, an airport, to improve efficiency. The work to complete the project thoroughly wasn't small, but there was no need to do everything at once. Getting something operational was the priority. After briefly checking on the progress of the project, Gu Hang found a deserted place outside the camp and materialized 2 black box manufacturing machines. Those 2 manufacturing machines really were black boxes. Made of unknown materials and pitch black, these 2 machines were shaped like large, square black boxes. They were 2 different sizes, resembling 2 buildings. Each of them had 2 doors, one for inputting materials and the other for outputting products. Gu Hang scratched his head, feeling somewhat dumbfounded. The system never mentioned these black boxes would be so big. How was he supposed to move them? He could only resort to using engineering machinery, as relying purely on manpower was too exaggerated. But on second thought, Gu Hang felt there was no need to transport these 2 devices to the abandoned cave society. The finished black boxes could be put to use by importing or from the abandoned cave society, although doing so somewhat went against his promise to Patel to establish a production line for the abandoned cave society. But in fact, there was no conflict. The finished black boxes were certainly for producing top-tier alloy steel materials and wouldn't have a high output. As for the production line of the abandoned cave society, it could rely on the various parts produced by the mother machine black boxes. These parts would be transported to the abandoned cave society, where they would be assembled on-site to construct an alloy smelting plant. One could imagine that, as both camps continued to develop, the transport exchanges between them would become very frequent. Building roads was certainly necessary, but so was transportation equipment. He didn't want his subordinates to have to push hand carts, taking 8 hours to make a round trip. Vehicles and construction equipment were very much needed. He looked up at the sky. It seems he still needed to fleece the quintet for resources, including the 100 sets of weapons and equipment promised to the abandoned cave society. However, the thought of having to deal with that woman made Gu Hang feel a bit annoyed. The mere thought of having to deal with Gu Hang was a bit annoying to Yelisia. As a bona fide colonel of the Imperial Navy and captain of a strike cruiser, she was an undeniable big shot in the Tianma star sector. Between the identity of a Navy colonel and a planetary governor, which one carried more weight? In the entire Tianma star sector, there were only 7 cruisers permanently stationed by the Imperial Navy. By comparison, there are 9 planets in the Tianma star sector, almost an equal number. The 2 roles were not part of the same system. The status of a planetary governor was special, but it generally belonged to the Empire's administrative system. A starship captain, on the other hand, was part of the military system of the Imperial Navy. Theoretically, the head of a star sector had no direct authority over the Imperial Navy. Of course, reality was not so. The Tianma fleet was established by the Tianma star sector, its officers and soldiers mostly recruited and selected from the various planets of the star sector. The starships were also financed by the star sector's government. Logistical support was provided by the star sector as well. In terms of their mission, the Tianma fleet was responsible for the defense of the Tianma star sector, cooperating with the star sector government, which indeed didn't allow for much independence. All in all, it wasn't easy to compare the status of the 7 cruiser captains of the Tianma star sector with that of the 9 planetary governors. It was about even, one could say. But when it came down to Gu Hang and Yelisia personally, it was a different matter. Of the 9 planetary worlds in the Tianma star sector, the other 8, though varied in level, were at least rulers of their domains. Only the Rage Owl star was a long-standing thorny issue. According to past practice, Gu Hang taking on the role of governor was almost like being handed a suspended death sentence for 2 years. How could that compare to Yelisia? Yelisia also came from a prominent family. The Fufana family she belonged to was an ally of the Gu clan and a supporter of the current star sector leader. And she herself was a rising star in the military, the most dazzling newcomer among the Tianma star sector's navy, the only woman among the 7 captains and the youngest of them all. To have reached her position, her family background was certainly important, but one couldn't overlook her own abilities either. Gu Hang and Yelisia were worlds apart. However, the female colonel had her own troubles. Since she had become captain of the quintet, almost 2 years had gone by, and yet the voices of doubt continued unabated. Age, experience, gender. These all became targets for criticism. As for ability? Merely talking about one's ability was too idealistic and would not appease hunger. It needed to be translated into achievements that were beyond question. She was indeed gearing up to fight a splendid battle. Punch the green-skinned warlord, kick the chaos traitor, exterminate the void insect species. Anything would do, just a spirited, exhilarating victory that would see her triumphantly return and shut up anyone who dared to criticize her henceforth. But instead of finding a battle, she ended up on Rage Owl Star, providing support for the young governor, a political ally of the family. A 2-year stint. She was very irritated, yet she had no way to resist and could only set off for her assignment in a huff. Already quite annoyed, that guy kept causing her trouble too. She now was also unclear about how the Gu clan really viewed Gu Hang, whether they took him seriously or not. If they valued him, why dispatch him to such a place? It wouldn't be too bad to entrust him with the big task of developing the problematic Rage Owl Star, but the Gu family hadn't even invested much in the way of resources, had they? But to say they didn't value him, why then would the star sector government assign one of the Tianma fleet's only 7 cruisers, the very one she captained, the quintet, to stay on standby for 2 years? She couldn't figure it out. And she didn't need to think too hard about it either. She considered herself a soldier, so she would just stick to her orders strictly. The orders she received were to ensure that the Rage Owl Star remained loyal to the Empire, to assist the planetary governor, and to provide military support. In this regard, she had never thought about making things difficult for Gu Hang. As long as the governor made a request, she would fulfill the duty of the Imperial Navy. She thought that her tasks would involve simply providing deterrence from orbit and executing strikes when necessary. There was no pressure, just carrying out her duties methodically would be enough. But Gu Hang didn't need her help with the bombardment. Instead, he had taken away a group of servants and soldiers. She hadn't expected this. At first, she didn't want to comply, but after Gu Hang nagged and cajoled her, she was finally swayed into letting him take the manpower. Once she came to her senses, she still felt regretful. I can help you fight, but you can't just take away my people. This was not within the scope of her duties. Moreover, this was the Imperial Navy troops she was dealing with. True, there seemed to be 100,000 people on board the ship, which might seem like a lot, but a giant starship, 11 kilometers long, required that many hands to operate. If Guhang took away too many people, it would directly affect the starship's combat capabilities. What's more, the Navy's strength was all aboard the starships. Detached from the starships, 100,000 people thrown onto the planetary surface would not even make a splash on the scale of a star. Compared to the Imperial Guard with its corps of millions, specializing in ground combat, they were not even in the same league in terms of numbers. Guhang had taken more than 3,000 people, which did not yet affect the starship's operation, but such an action could not be allowed to happen again. This time, she received another communication request from Guhang. Colonel Yelisia was determined, unless there was some combat mission, she had no intention of satisfying any requests. Adjusting her mood, she sat up straight and instructed the technician to patch through Guhang's communication signal. Guhang's head then appeared on the screen in the center of the command platform. Colonel Yelisia, hello, it's been half a month, and you've become even more beautiful. The female colonel retorted with a stern face, Your Excellency the Governor, please don't sweet-talk me. Just get to the point. Don't be so serious. I actually have some good news to share with you. What news? Our troops wiped out a rebel force on Rage Owl Star today, nearly 200 enemies of the Empire were eliminated. Bandits and wasteland robbers were turned into rebels and enemies of the Empire in Guhang's narrative. Strictly speaking, there was nothing incorrect with what he said. Yelisia wasn't fully aware of the specific situation on Rage Owl Star, but even so, she knew that there was some embellishment in Guhang's words. But what mattered most was 200 enemies? She displayed disdain. You're proud of such a minor victory, to boast about it in front of me? I know you don't care about these 200 people, Colonel, but what if in the future, this number could be 2,000, 20,000, or even 200,000? Or what if it's about annihilating a green-skinned warlord? Eradicating a heretic cult that does not worship the divine emperor? Or even eliminating an indigenous evil god? Yelisia's expression turned serious. Hearing Guhang speak this way, she subconsciously started to ponder, if what he said was true, and they had indeed eliminated tens of thousands of imperial traitors, wiped out a green-skinned warlord, or killed an evil god, what would the merit of such achievements be? Wasn't she after merits? Hadn't the thing that dissatisfied her the most about coming to Rage Owl Star been that squatting here for 2 years was simply a waste of time? But she wasn't so easily misled. You talk as if Rage Owl Star is about to be turned upside down. Are there such enemies there? She expressed her skepticism. There could be. Guhang's smile carried an inexplicable flavor. It can be done. This unexpected answer allowed Yelisia to vaguely grasp the implication behind Guhang's words. Still, she deliberately asked, if there are such enemies, Your Excellency, please give me a precise coordinate, and orbital bombardment will follow. Whether they be greenskins or the heretic cult, I will bring down the Emperor's most terrifying wrath upon these foes. How could the Empire's enemies dare to expose themselves in broad daylight? They won't act openly and above board. I need some time to dig these enemies out. And that will require your help, Guhang said. Yelisia fell silent. She now fully understood the meaning behind Guhang's words. These enemies, if they already existed on Rage Owl Star, that would be best. If they did not exist, then they could be made to exist, but that would require the assistance of the governor's authority, something Yelisia could hardly manage on her own. Guhang's voice rose again. I don't need much, nor do I need additional manpower from you. 200 sets of servo-soldier armaments, some armored vehicles usable on land. These things are of no use sitting idle on starships. However, they could trade for opportunities. It's true that this is helping me, but it is equally helping yourself. The Savior of Rage Owl Star, how do you like that title? The heads of countless enemies of the Empire will forge your medals of merit. And what you need to pay is but a trifle, some mere land force equipment. I will find the enemies for you, I can even help you take their heads. I don't want to be executed by the Ministry of Internal Affairs Tax Bureau in 2 years' time, and you don't want to waste 2 years in orbit around Rage Owl Star. So why shouldn't we help each other? This is not a trade, this is our mission here, and it's our future prospects, he concluded. Ahem. Yelizha tried to speak but found her throat a bit dry. The truth was, she was somewhat tempted. She had thought she would be stuck in orbit for 2 years, and upon returning, continue to face all kinds of rumors and not know when she would find a real chance to fight. But now, Gu Hang's words had opened a new door for her. She began to seriously consider the feasibility of this affair, weighing what she would have to give and what she would gain in return. And the conclusion didn't seem hard to reach. At worst, she would just have provided manpower and armaments, only for Gu Hang to still accomplish nothing, her time wasted here for naught. But what of it? Her 2 years stationed here was a certainty, it was an order from the Naval Department, immutable. The loss of manpower and equipment supplied to support the ground operations wasn't her concern, as supporting the governor was part of her duties. Any missing equipment could simply be requisitioned and replenished later. And crucially, it wouldn't cost her a dime, the Empire's treasury would foot the bill. Beyond that, there were no other costs. Could it be that she had to worry about someone threatening the starship? She found the very idea laughable. And if Gu Hang succeeded, she would earn the merit of purging the planet of all enemies, their heads serving as a soldier's medals. Those who had kept Rage Owl Star from providing sufficient resources and taxes to the star sector, once eradicated by her, would see the planet return to its rightful course. Was this not the honor she sought? Of course, this action wouldn't be as heroic as showing one's prowess in a decisive naval battle, destroying the enemy's main warships, but at the very least it would count as merit, proving that her 2 years were not spent in vain. Upon returning, it wouldn't just silence the naysayers but would add color to her resume, which otherwise would only show practice and training achievements, mere subjects of mockery in the eyes of veterans. Biting the bullet, Yelizha said, "If that's the case, I agree." "That's great." The crew of the quintet was very efficient. It didn't take long for 2 transport ships to take off from the starship. Watching the ships descend to the desolate gray planet below, Yelizha gradually began to reconsider. The scale of my starship's marine core is not large, actually, the stockpile of equipment isn't that much. No, that's not right. Hadn't I made up my mind not to give even a hair this time, no matter what Gu Hang said? That Gu Hang, he painted such a grand vision, and I just bought into it like that? The thing is, he hasn't offered any benefits yet, not even a concrete promise, so how did I end up giving away 200 sets of personal military equipment, plus 4 armored vehicles? I've been swindled by that man again. But what he said made so much sense. It hit right at what she was thinking. Sigh. With a sigh, Yelizha forced herself not to fret over it anymore. What's done is done, what else can be done? She could only hope that Gu Hang would do as he said. After getting what he wanted, Gu Hang was in a great mood. Soon, he saw 2 transport ships coming from Quintet land at his still unfinished airport. A large number of servants had already prepared. Once the ship's hatch opened, they unloaded everything. After a complete inventory check, nothing was missing. The 200 sets of personal military gear were primarily built around the G7 assaulter rifle, complemented with some squad machine guns, mortars, and combat suits. These combat suits came with bulletproof inserts made of alloy plastic steel. Their performance was acceptable, after all, they were a piece of protective gear. Gu Hang directly allocated 100 sets to the newly conscripted Abandoned Cave Society Company. Next, he used the soldier tag feature in the system to spend the last bit of his grace on them. Abandoned Cave Company, overall, not upgradable. Type, light infantry, quantity, 100 people. Equipment, T5, training, experience. This was the current attribute level of the Abandoned Cave Company, and based on Gu Hang's previous experience, in about 3 days, the result of the training bonus would fully manifest. By that time, this new force's overall level would also have reached T5. This was the lowest standard for the Imperial Regular Army. If there were equal numbers, they could completely defeat the bandits and minor warlords on Rage Owl Star, keeping casualties to a minimum. At the same time, the transport ships also brought down 4 Strider V-type light armored vehicles. These armored vehicles, with 3 pairs of wheels and rapid-firing autocannons mounted on their weapons platforms, were quite formidable combat vehicles. Unfortunately, the mechanized soldiers couldn't operate these vehicles, nor could anyone from the abandoned Cave Society Company, so they had to arrange for the 30 elite Marines to be deployed in the 4 vehicles as mobile forces. With this, Gu Hang had under his command a force of more than 400, equipped with 4 high-level armored vehicles. This was already a military force that could not be ignored. His gaze turned in the direction of the Alliance capital Rejuvenation City. Don't get me wrong, Gu Hang certainly didn't lose his mind to think that, with just over 400 people and 4 armored vehicles, he could take down Revival City by force. That's unrealistic. Revival City is the capital of the Alliance, a place with a permanent population of 130,000 residents and more than 10 times that number in refugees who rely on the city for sustenance. It directly or indirectly controls countless small and large survivor settlements in the surrounding areas, numbering in the hundreds. The conventional military force comprises tens of thousands of fully armed soldiers, a significant number of cannons, locally produced tanks, and propeller aircraft. If needed, they could even conscript a number of mercenaries far exceeding their regular armed forces at any time. The difference in military strength is too great. However, Gu Hang's intention to take over Revival City didn't necessarily rely on military means. At least not on the army. The 400 men at his command would indeed be like eggs striking a stone if they sought to trouble Revival City. But in orbit, the quintet floated there, with its Starship colossal cannon aimed at Revival City, and the power of orbital bombardment was enough to erase the city from the surface of the planet within a day. This was the greatest military deterrent. Another point was the use of political means starting with legitimacy. Moreover, Gu Hang was the Planetary Governor, and the Alliance government was theoretically the only legitimate authority on Rage Owl Star, so he naturally was the highest leader of the Alliance. Before him, every planetary governor who came to this planet was based in Revival City, inheriting the Alliance authority, and thus exercising the power of the governor. Actually, that's precisely what Gu Hang did initially. When he first obtained the system and wanted to secure a piece of territory for himself, he thought he had the perfect start. After landing, the entire planet was his territory. Wouldn't the fixed income from the system be maxed out? And with the help of the system, no matter what trouble he encountered on the planet, it would all be easy to deal with. After farming for a couple of years, would he be unable to pay the taxes? Reality quickly slapped him in the face. After landing, he was warmly welcomed, but the system didn't make any movement at all. It didn't acknowledge his nominal leadership over Revival City, let alone the whole planet. As a result, Gu Hang, the esteemed governor, went off to do his own thing. He had actually given this some thought. Firstly, if the system didn't recognize his territory, then without any territory, he wouldn't be able to activate the system's abilities or receive any income. If the system wasn't useful, then of course he had to find a way to make it useful, otherwise what's the point of having a golden finger? Secondly, the system not recognizing the territory indicated that there were huge problems in Revival City. It would be very difficult for him to obtain real power through political maneuvers. Gu Hang didn't think that he, a transmigrator who had never learned any techniques of power struggle, had the capability to outsmart those local power brokers. Even with the quintet in space it was useless, as orbital bombardment was a last resort. Could he really flatten Revival City to the ground? That would be mutual destruction. Unless it was the end, or he needed a scapegoat, he wouldn't resort to it. It was at best a deterrent. Thirdly, based on the first 2 points, he basically understood the core issues the former governors couldn't solve on Rage Owl Star. Apart from the planet inherently having a harsh environment, dangerous conditions, and insufficient productive forces, there was likely another reason they couldn't fully and completely grasp power. The objective conditions were already poor, and internal strife just made it impossible to develop and submit the imperial taxes normally. Gu Hang couldn't walk down the same old path, otherwise, there was little hope. It was because of these multifaceted considerations that he decided to set out and start anew. But this didn't mean that he didn't want Revival City. It was the largest gathering place nearby, with abundant manpower, a developed light industry system, and a commercial trade exchange hub. Gu Hang still needed to take it, and he couldn't drag it out for too long, or relying solely on his own slow development, he would indeed not be able to pay the taxes in 2 years and face execution. He had roughly sketched out a plan. "Get me connected to Revival City," Gu Hang called out. "Yes." Zhang Zhao responded loudly and set about operating the radio. He was the only person who followed Gu Hang from his family, a clever young man who served as Gu Hang's attendant. Before long, the communication was established, and an exhausted-sounding, aged voice came through the radio's loudspeaker. "Greetings, Governor, this is Revival City, I am Milian Hodgson." The elderly man claiming to be Milian Hodgson had met Gu Hang once when he had just landed on the planet. This dignified old man was the chairman of the Alliance Council and served as the de facto ruler of Revival City during the absence of the planet's governor. After the new governor took office, he was supposed to step back into an advisory role. However, it was clear that Gu Hang, the unorthodox governor, had completely caught Hodgson off guard. Tired at heart. In front of Hodgson, Gu Hang was far less courteous than he had been when speaking to Yelesia. He was not interested in persuading him with emotion or reason but made his demands in the tone of a command. "I need 100 tons of food, 10,000 sets of textiles and clothing, and various types of industrial consumer goods. I will send you a list, and you are to deliver it to my camp within a week." As his words ended, there was no response from the other end for quite a while. Gu Hang's brow furrowed. "Respond." He was clearly dissatisfied. A hesitant young voice responded from the other side. "Go. Governor. The chairman, he. What happened to him?" "The chairman has fainted." "Ah." Gu Hang's first reaction was disbelief. "It's not so easy to faint, and I've only asked for a tiny bit of stuff." However, judging by the chaos coming through the radio, it seemed to hold some truth. His second reaction was a twinge of guilt. Is it not great to be so provocative? Then the third reaction was, to hell with guilt, he deserves it. He did it on purpose. To provoke Hodgson into fainting was unintended, but it was no big deal. Gu Hang cleared his throat and continued, "Anyway, you've heard my demands. This is an order from the governor. The supplies must not fall short, and they must not be late. That's all." About 40 minutes later, Revival City, Inner City Council Hall. The silver-haired old man was gasping for air with an oxygen mask strapped to his face. After regaining consciousness, Hodgson had convened the Alliance Council and publicly informed all the councilmen of the governor's demands. The council was in an uproar, with the members arguing loudly amongst themselves. The headache worsened for Hodgson, still wearing the oxygen mask, as his vision periodically darkened. He sadly thought that if this continued, he really wouldn't live much longer. He had to forcefully pound on the table for several minutes before the room slowly quieted down. He took a deep breath of oxygen, then slowly removed his mask, and continuing to argue will not produce any results. "Let's vote." "Aye." Hodgson called for a show of hands, but there was still silence below. The council members looked at each other, none willing to be the first to express their stance. Hodgson grew impatient. He pointed to a middle-aged man. "You have a big stake in the food trade, you speak first." The one pointed out by the chairman of the council was the council member Wo Han. Throwing caution to the wind, he stood up. "We cannot accept the governor's demands, it's too much. He has never done anything for us, yet repeatedly asks for our supplies. Last time, it was for supplies for the slaves he brought along, and the burden of those 3,000 people was already heavy enough. This time is even worse. 100 tons of food. 10,000 textile articles. Does our governor even understand the concept of these amounts?" "But we must obey the governor's orders," said another person helplessly, "otherwise, we'll be seen as rebels. The colossal cannon doesn't reason, we We can't do without the Empire's aid in supplies, nor can we do without interstellar trade, and it all has to be signed off by the governor. Wohan sneered, you, prospering as Blackbird Heavy Industries broker in interstellar trade, care about trade shares, you naturally rush to lick the governor's ass, not caring whether Revival City's economy can withstand it or not. The named man retorted immediately, you've hoarded 2 months' worth of food, just waiting for the winter to raise the prices. The food you send to the governor will come from your stockpile, delaying your chance to make a profit, right? You are the one exposing Revival City to the colossal cannon by your disregard of the governor's commands. Seeing the council members below about to start arguing again, Hodgson had to bang on the table once more. Enough, stop arguing. Hodgson's withered voice rose, I asked you to vote, not to repeat your reasons, I just want an answer. When you vote, think for yourself, if you give the supplies, where to allocate them from, if not, how to deal with interstellar trade quotas, Empire aid quotas, and orbital strike deterrent. Now, vote, those in favor of abiding by the governor's orders, raise your hand. Those who don't raise their hand are against it, there are no abstentions. After finishing, he raised his hand helplessly. Once he took the lead, the other council members, hesitant, reluctant, but eventually one after another, raised their hands. In the end, even Wohan, who had earlier ranted about whether the governor understands the concept of 100 tons of food, 10,000 textile articles, also raised his hand helplessly. This elicited a sneer from the bystanders. Unable to retort, he could only mutter quietly, what can I do? Are we really going to give up our quotas? Damn. This governor is really outrageous, why doesn't he just stay put in Revival City? At least then we'd have 19 ways to make him behave. Watch your words, growled Hodgson hoarsely. The man obediently closed his mouth, though his gaze still held a trace of defiance. After the meeting, Hodgson sat in his wheelchair, pushed back to his room by a young man. The young man did not leave, but reported an issue, grandfather. After the meeting ended, Wohan convened his supervisors and reached out to several mercenary brokers. He wouldn't dare harm the governor, he couldn't bear that price. But he might target the goods soon to be shipped from Revival City. Hearing this, Hodgson said expressionlessly, let him be, whatever the consequences, he'll bear them himself. Just keep an eye on him and his people, see what exactly they do. I'm worried he will enrage the governor and bring disaster upon Revival City. Ah, Hodgson sighed, what can be done about that? I may be the chairman of the council, but that is all I am. Even if I knew about this, how could I stop Wohan? His voice held a tinge of desolation. It was his grandson, standing behind him, who offered words of comfort. On the first day the governor arrived, he publicly declared his manifesto, saying he wanted to rebuild the wasteland world and improve everyone's life. He likely won't easily let anger towards the whole of Revival City lead to irrational actions. Ha, Hodgson chuckled dryly. You don't trust this new governor? No, I always trust the governor. Hodgson waved his hand, only the governor can save Rage Owl Star. But what he didn't say to his grandson was the other half of his thought. I just don't know if it will be this governor. Gu Hang received a message from Revival City, saying that they had agreed to his request, but it would take 8 days to transport the designated supplies to the specified location. He was a little surprised, these people had agreed too readily, and he had thought there would be more haggling. But it didn't matter. Although the outcome wasn't what he had hoped for, the supplies were real. In the end, it wasn't a loss. It was still early, and he didn't dwell on this matter any longer. Yan Fangshu should be back soon, because Gu Hang had already seen the battle settlement interface pop up on the system. A complete victory, awarded 1 favor. Losses, 0, enemies killed, 45, prisoners taken, 13. 1st Automachinery Battalion, 1st Company, losses, 0, enemies killed, 38. Navy Marine Corps, losses, 0, enemies killed, 7. Earlier, he had sent Yan Fangshu to lead a team to eliminate the remaining prisoners of death, where there were only a small number of defenders, and the infirm, women, and children. As expected, his people suffered no losses while completely annihilating the enemy. According to Gu Hang's orders, all the remaining prisoners of death should have been executed. He had no intention of sparing these cannibals, these plunderers who trafficked in human lives. Their bodies were hung in their destroyed camp, using their blood to write a warning. The fate of cannibals. As for receiving one favor after the battle, it was within expectations. The enemy was too weak to offer much of a reward. He didn't care much about it. Once Yan Fangshu returned, he had new tasks to assign to the captain from the Navy Marine Corps. Afterward, he checked on the 2 black box manufacturing machines. These 2 machines were located not far from the camp, guarded by dedicated soldiers in the mech servant battalion, who had constructed a makeshift factory around them. Other than the authorized workers, no one else was allowed inside. When Gu Hang arrived, both machines were in operation. Earlier, a batch of ore had been transported from the abandoned cave society and was now in place. The ore was fed into the machines by the workers, and the black box manufacturing machines began to operate. Noises of grinding, vibrating, and high temperature treatment emanated from them, but they were not too loud. The materials fed into the black box manufacturing machines underwent a series of mysterious and unknowable changes and eventually transformed into high-quality alloy steel, which was then ejected from the output. The gleaming alloy ingots, perfectly demonstrating their strength and toughness, were made of top-quality material directly outputted by the black box manufacturing machines. The workers, who had been waiting nearby, then carried this produced alloy steel to the input of another manufacturing machine. Then, the parent black box also began its work, and soon after, an important component for constructing a smelting furnace was ejected from the output and pulled to another side of the warehouse by the workers. There, a considerable number of parts had already been stacked, including large, one-piece castings and smaller, yet precise parts. They were sorted and stored, waiting to be transported back to the abandoned cave society, where they could be assembled on-site into a smelting furnace capable of producing alloy steel. Gu Hang was very satisfied. Alloy plastic steel, within the entire Empire civilization, is the most basic and widely applied multifunctional material. It can be used in construction, the manufacture of machinery and weapons, and also for repairing and reinforcing facilities and vehicles. Its high strength and corrosion resistance allow it to be used in extremely harsh environments, capable of handling work needs in a variety of distinctly different settings. And this was especially important on the harsh environment of Rage Owl Star. As far as Gu Hang knew, Rage Owl Star did not possess the technological capability for mass production of alloy plastic steel. The entire planet was still using relatively basic and primitive ordinary steel. In comparison, alloy plastic steel was far superior in performance. Obviously, if they could master the ability to produce alloy plastic steel in large quantities, the abandoned cave society stood to make a substantial profit. The scarcity and widespread demand for alloy plastic steel made its price high. With the black box, Gu Hang was able to keep production costs very low, even more so than other planets' manufacturers specializing in this industry. Moreover, the benefits that came from alloy plastic steel were not just limited to profits. However, if they were to produce on a large scale, Gu Hang was worried that the abandoned cave societies or output might not be sufficient. The abandoned cave society was short on labor, and Gu Hang had not acquired the equipment to mine ore. Moreover, the quality of the abandoned caves or veins was average at best. For now, it was still sufficient, but as more and more smelting furnaces were being created by the black box, there was bound to be a shortfall in the future. But by that time, there should be a stable output. Finding a market wouldn't be a concern, since they wouldn't have to worry about sales. Large-scale raw material imports were also an option, and the abandoned cave society's pillar industry would definitely shift from resource extraction to metal smelting. These parts that have already been produced should be enough to assemble a smelting furnace. Send them over to the abandoned cave society, production can already begin. Patel never doubted that the governor would keep his promise. If he said he would build a production line, then it would certainly be built. But he never dreamed that it would come this quickly. He saw a group of slaves, or rather, workers, from Governor's camp, escorted by mechanized soldiers, pushing carts and delivering all the production parts. Having already received the news in advance, Patel, along with the able-bodied members of the abandoned cave society, helped unload the cargo. The instruction manual was already prepared, and a technical worker from Governor's camp would instruct them on how to assemble the smelting furnace. At first, Patel was worried that he and his illiterate men would not understand the process. But when they actually began the work, they found it to be much simpler than they had imagined. The instruction manual contained text, but more importantly, there were various diagrams that were not difficult to understand. First, they installed the furnace body vertically, then carefully aligned each connection point. Next, they used fasteners to securely fix each part of the body together, to ensure the robustness and stability of the furnace. Then came the furnace lid, observation window, exhaust pipe. Last, he personally installed the furnace door. The entire assembly process was very simple yet extremely precise. Just follow the steps one by one, the only requirement being meticulous care to ensure that every detail was repeatedly checked and confirmed. The installation took them half a day. They placed the energy crystals that arrived with the transport team into the smelting furnace's energy module and started the heating system. The entire body of the furnace gradually heated up, with the temperature rising steadily. A batch of ore, already prepared, was fed into it. The workers of the abandoned cave society quickly became soaked with sweat in the heat wave, yet they still stood by their posts until the alloy plastic steel smelting furnace finally began operating, emitting a roaring sound. Several hours later, night fell. The alloy metal liquid produced has cooled into ingots within the molds, neatly stacked. Patel didn't realize that the batch of alloy plastic steel he produced was far inferior in quality compared to the top-grade plastic steel coming out of the Governor's camp's black box. But even if he knew, it didn't matter. As long as it was qualified plastic steel, that would do. On Rage Owl Star, this was already a very superior industrial product. Butch, who had originally overseen the construction of the abandoned cave society's ground camp, couldn't help but come over to see the finished products. The current and former leaders of the abandoned cave society looked at the batch of alloy plastic steel ingots and laughed foolishly together. A tremendous sense of satisfaction filled their hearts. No one could feel the power of industry more intimately than they did. From today on, the abandoned cave society would no longer be the place that could only rely on manpower to mine low-grade ore and sell it at cheap prices for meager food supplies. They had industrial capacity now. They could directly produce alloy plastic steel and sell it at a higher price. They would no longer have to endure hunger and cold. They would live the good life as the governor had said, as long as they were diligent and hard-working. Butch exclaimed, "Even if the governor demanded our lives, I would accept it." Patel laughed and patted his uncle's shoulder. "The governor won't take our lives, he wants us to live better and better." Soon, the second smelting furnace was also delivered to the abandoned cave society. The production capacity of alloy plastic steel was further strengthened. But the problem that Gu Hang had previously worried about did indeed arise. Just 2 smelting furnaces nearly devoured all the ore produced by the abandoned cave society. To continue expanding production capacity, more raw materials were inevitably needed. Energy was also a problem. The smelting furnace used energy crystals, which was also a sort of black technology under the Empire's system. According to Gu Hang's understanding, this was essentially a battery, albeit much more powerful than any he remembered. High-density energy was bound and concentrated within a solid crystal, safely releasable when needed. These energy crystals could be directly mined in certain worlds. In many others, energy industrial planets generated power through various methods and compressed it into energy crystals through special processes. Without a doubt, Rage Owl Star itself lacked such production capabilities. The energy crystals Gu Hang was using now were pilfered from the quintet. But he couldn't always keep pilfering. There was also good news, however. First, Gu Hang still had enough energy crystals on hand. Second, apart from using energy crystals, the smelting furnace could also be powered by electricity. Gu Hang still had time to set up an electricity supply for his territory. This too was a headache. High-end solutions were not worth considering for now. The primitive approach to power generation was just boiling water, but he needed fuel to burn. Fuel. Raw materials. Rubbish town? Gu Hang muttered to himself. The rubbish town he referred to was a survivor settlement located 100 kilometers north of the abandoned cave society, where Gu Hang could find the output he needed. About 100 kilometers north of the abandoned cave society, in fact, was almost within the realm of the High Wall ruins. It was a core city before the era of disaster, which by now had become ruins. Low-energy storms, mutant creatures, green skin orcs. Whether it was the environment or the things that lived there, all posed a great threat to humanity. However, the massive urban ruins also concealed the wealth of the pre-war period. Rubbish Town was right next to the High Wall ruins. Initially, scavengers established this gathering point as a supply station and trading spot for expeditions to the High Wall ruins and excavation missions. Later on, it developed continuously and eventually turned into a fairly large town. There was no central government or ruler in Rubbish Town, but rather merchants known as agents controlled the situation, creating a social structure of agents, mercenary caravans, adventurers, and mercenary scavengers. The armed adventurers took and guarded various resource points, scavengers entered to excavate resources, caravans bought and sold resources, and agents operated behind the scenes, monopolizing the business. The garbage scavengers brought back would be initially processed into various types of materials, mainly metal, which also constituted the main output of Rubbish Town. Another main output was energy. This brings us to mention Low Energy Storm, the most terrifying disaster on Rage Owl Star. The so-called Low Energy Storm was a huge trauma left over from the war. Inside the sweeping winds would rise high-density low energy, an energy residue left after an outbreak of spiritual energy. This type of energy normally couldn't be harnessed, and instead, it caused fatal damage to human bodies, machinery, and electronic equipment. Humans could not survive in such an environment, and even the mutant creatures birthed by low energy dared not move in the core of the storm when the low energy storm was at its fiercest. The High Wall ruins were one of the areas where low energy storms occurred most frequently and violently. But after the storm, there would always be some legacies left behind. The violent low energy combined with some minerals occasionally produced something called hot ash stone. This thing wasn't the same as a high-density energy crystal, but it could generate sustained high temperatures once ignited. That could be used to generate electricity. Raw materials, hot ash stone, these were the two major outputs of Rubbish Town. Gu Hang still remembered how the abandoned cave society used to produce ores, which were mostly sold to Rubbish Town. They actually wanted to sell to the closer Revival City, but Revival City didn't want the raw ores. And the nearest place that had the capability to perform initial processing of raw materials was only Rubbish Town. The prices they offered were low, which was one of the important reasons why the abandoned cave society used to struggle to make ends meet. Let bygones be bygones. Gu Hang was interested in the fact that there were connections between the abandoned cave society and Rubbish Town. Gu Hang made up his mind that as soon as he returned, he would have Patel contact Rubbish Town. His direct territory needed to continue developing, which required plenty of raw materials and energy support. As for the trading goods, he had already thought it through. Food. Rubbish Town didn't produce food, they usually imported it from Revival City. What Gu Hang intended to create was an economy where the abandoned cave society produced an alloy steel, as well as other industrial products in the future, to be sold in Revival City, buying food from Revival City to sell in Rubbish Town, and procuring raw materials from Rubbish Town to expand production. A very good cycle. The 100 tons of food he had requested from Revival City could now play a part. Aside from supplying the governor's domain, he planned to sell the rest to Rubbish Town. This batch of supplies would arrive in 8 days, and Gu Hang patiently waited. During these 8 days, 2 pieces of news arrived, one good and one bad. The good news was that the monthly fixed income from the grace of the large-scale alloy steel production initiated by the abandoned cave society was rising rapidly. Current grace points, 1. Monthly fixed income, 12. Governor's camp, 8/ter a month. Abandoned cave society, 4/ter a month. It had doubled. Neither of the 2 territories had increased in population. The main change during this period was the significant boost in the production of alloy plastic steel. The increase from 1 to 4 for the abandoned cave society must be a reflection of the production boost. The increase at the governor's camp should be a reflection of productivity as well. The difference lies in the fact that the abandoned cave society used 2 newly erected smelting furnaces, while the governor's camp relied on 2 black box manufacturing machines. Although the output of alloy plastic steel wasn't as high as that of the abandoned cave society, the quality was much better, and they had also produced 2 smelting furnaces. All in all, expanding production was definitely a good thing. Not to mention the products themselves, the wealth represented by the increase in the monthly fixed income within the system was also substantial. Gu Hang hoped to maximize the monthly fixed income before the grace points were distributed this month. He could try to boost the population, open up trade routes, expand production. In the past few days, aside from inspecting the soldiers' training, he had been considering these plans. But on the 7th day, he received some bad news. The goods were robbed? Gu Hang's face darkened as he pressed the man before him for answers. The man lamented, "Yes, we were transporting 30 carts of goods from Revival City when we decided to take a rest before continuing. While we were sitting on the ground singing, hundreds of raiders jumped out and robbed us. Why didn't they just go for a hot pot meal while they were at it?" Gu Hang sneered, "Not a single item left, but no casualties? Are the wasteland raiders this compassionate now? It's not that there were no injuries. Look at my nose, Governor. A gun butt came crashing down and broke my nasal bone." He kept talking, noticing the governor's face growing ever darker, and his voice got quieter and quieter. He began to feel an imposing pressure filling his heart, as if a mountain was about to bear down on him. Struggling, he spoke again, "We surrendered. The robbers seemed more than just simple bandits, not the usual wasteland raiders. I recognized 2 of them. They seemed to be mercenaries lurking around the outskirts of Revival City. At first, we were very afraid, but after we surrendered, they indeed didn't kill any of us. They just took the ox carts away." He paused, then continued, "I suspect that when we set off, someone noticed the goods we were transporting. Those mercenaries, blinded by greed, didn't dare to act near Revival City, so they followed us all the way." Gu Hang cut him off, "You're saying you were robbed just 15 kilometers from my camp?" "Yes. Your group was small, not carrying enough guns, and after they surrounded you, you surrendered immediately. Then the raiders didn't kill you but just took the goods?" "Yes." "Fine." Gu Hang had lost interest in talking with this man any further. He left the temporary housing for the bedraggled transport team members and called over Yan Fangshu, ordering him to take the 20-odd Marine troopers in the camp, along with the trained abandoned cave company, to the scene of the incident to investigate and attempt to track down the raiders. As for himself, he returned to his room and instructed his attendant, Zhang Zhao, to establish communication with Hodgson, the chairman of the Revival City Council. "My goods were robbed. I need an explanation from you." The governor's assertiveness had rendered Hodgson silent. He knew that silence at this time was quite disrespectful, but he indeed felt very embarrassed. What could he report to the governor? But he knew he couldn't keep silent forever. "I will try my best to find out who did this." "No," Gu Hang interrupted him, "if you simply bring out a group of mercenaries or some looter to take the blame, then there's no need. What I want is simple. The 8-day deadline was set, and by tomorrow, I want to see everything I was promised, not a thing less. Otherwise, have Revival City send a new batch right now. It's still possible to make it on time, or I could go get it myself." Hodgson felt his throat was very dry. Asking Revival City for a new batch of supplies was nonsensical. 100 tons of grain and 10,000 pieces of textiles couldn't just be conjured up. Even in Revival City, not everyone could have their fill. The core of the governor's speech lay in the latter part: he could go and get it himself. Where would he go to get it? It seemed to depend on his response. If he could provide a satisfactory answer, perhaps the governor could go after the thieves, and he would only need to provide a name. If he couldn't provide an answer, then the governor would likely come to Revival City to retrieve it. Wherever he went to fetch it, the process would probably not be gentle. So who would have to endure this harshness? By this point, Hodgson knew he had no other choice. He gave Guhang a name, then added, "Give me 2 or 3 more hours, and I will send you the exact address as well, Governor." "Fine, I'll give you one final 3 hours." After the communication had been cut off, Hodgson pressed another button, summoning an attendant. He wanted to say something, but, before he could speak, an unbearable itching sensation caused him to cough loudly. The cough was fierce and intense. On the other end, the attendant's voice was also filled with panic. "Councilman? Councilman? What's happened to you?" Hodgson couldn't speak. "I'm on my way. Hold on." A few minutes later, 2 people burst into Hodgson's office. One was the attendant, and the other, brought by the attendant, was Lambert Hodgson, Hodgson's grandson. By that time, Hodgson had stopped coughing. He was slumped in his chair, gasping for breath. Seeing that his grandfather was not in serious trouble, Lambert finally relaxed a bit. "You don't talk about that now." Hodgson raised his hand to stop his grandson's questions. "Go immediately to the Wuhan company, and make sure to find out where those mercenaries they hired took the goods intended for the governor." Lambert was stunned. Did he really make a move? Yes. But. No more buts, we only have 3 hours. Has the governor lost his temper? Lambert guessed. Yes, Hodgson sighed, our governor is much more decisive and ruthless than I imagined. Guhang did not consider himself to be ruthless. He just knew, and insisted on one approach: he could not afford to engage in squabbles or resort to political tactics with these people. It wasn't about whether he could outsmart them with schemes and deceptions. The main issue was, even if he could, what would that accomplish? It would be inefficient and time-consuming, and Guhang did not have that time to spare. He preferred a straightforward, decisive approach. He called his men, took the radio, and with 100 men, leaving another 100 behind, they set off. Guhang planned to catch up with the team led by Yan Fangshu, which had set out earlier, to see if they could find any leads at the scene of the incident and attempt to track the enemy. If there were gains, all the better; if not, he would wait and see what news Hodgson would bring him in 3 hours. The worst-case scenario was simply that he would have to take more than 200 men to Revival City to demand the supplies he needed. His own men were definitely not enough. When the time came, he might even need to ask Colonel Yelizha for some modest help. He believed Yelizha wouldn't refuse. By then she should be able to achieve quite a bit of merit. Guhang hoped that scenario would not happen, but if it came to that, it would be unavoidable. And he would definitely take the most thunderous, resolute measures. How could a swordsman not command a deterrent presence? If anyone thought the governor's deterrence was insufficient, he did not mind setting an example through concrete actions. Let's see if Revival City would be willing to be that example. 2 hours later, Guhang and his troops arrived at the site of the incident and met up with Yan Fangshu. The Navy captain had made some discoveries here. "We've found some clues. The raiders tried to cover their tracks when they left, but their methods were rather amateurish. I've dispatched a squad to follow them and we should be able to obtain further information soon," Yan Fangshu reported. After hearing Yan Fangshu's report, Guhang nodded. Finally some good news, then let's wait. Let's see whether Revival City's response will be quicker, or if your squad finds those raiders first. Revival City? Yan Fangshu sounded puzzled. I thought we were talking about raiders. Are you suspecting people from the so-called alliance in Revival City? Is that hard to guess? Yan Fangshu scratched his head. Yes, it's quite easy to guess. Even though I didn't guess it, I won't admit it. Gu Hang looked at Yan Fangshu with a bit of helplessness. Good at warfare, but so obtuse with things like this. Gu Hang said no more. His gaze swept around the vicinity. The traces of the raid weren't that obvious. There had been almost no fighting, no deaths, hence no bodies, and not even much blood. All the transport vehicles had been taken, and almost nothing was left behind at the site. From this perspective, being able to track the raiders hours after the crime, especially since they attempted counter-surveillance, indicated Yan Fangshu was not incompetent. Thinking this, Gu Hang felt somewhat satisfied. It was fine as long as their military skills were solid. He didn't expect them to be all-rounders. What followed was a period of patient waiting. News from both sides arrived almost simultaneously shortly after. The elite Marines dispatched had returned a telegraph. They had found traces to continue the pursuit, deducing several possible escape routes and destinations for the raiders. On the other side, the chairman of the Revival City Council had contacted Gu Hang through telegraph, providing 3 specific locations and ranking them according to the likelihood of accuracy. Both sets of intelligence, examined against each other, shared some overlap. Finally, Gu Hang roughly identified the target, Manton River Valley Manor. It was a private domain belonging to an alliance councilman named Wo Han. Manton River Valley Manor was his property, the foundation of his wealth, and one of the few pieces of quality land around Revival City suitable for agriculture. After Wo Han made his basic wealth accumulation, he didn't just produce grain, he also engaged in the grain trade and made quite a profit, which led him to become an alliance councilman. Now, Wo Han's main business was in the grain trade, with Manton River Valley Manor's grain production being only a small fraction for him, but he still valued it highly, treating it as a holiday spot, his stronghold. It sounds like a beautiful place, a shame to reduce it to ashes. Valley Manor, indeed a rare place of beauty in this wasteland world. At least, that's how it was from a scenic viewpoint. A narrow river meandered gently by, its untainted water source nourishing the surrounding land and fostering a patch of green. A fence built of broken stones enclosed the large area of shade. Scattered buildings adorned the area, and crops in the fields grew robustly, swaying with the wind as if to boast of the forthcoming bountiful harvest to the world. The time was approaching dusk, and the river's water reflected the sunset's glow, twinkling with gold, like a mirror that made the surrounding scenery even more beautiful. The sky slowly turned a soft orange, the afterglow of the setting sun gradually disappearing, replaced by the brilliant starry sky. Rage Owl Star had no natural satellites, no moon, so the farmland around the small river bay was half bathed in the sunset's afterglow, half illuminated by starlight, presenting a beautiful and peaceful scene. So beautiful, Yan Fangshu remarked with emotion, I haven't seen such a sight in a long time. Since I've been either on a starship or, after landing on Rage Owl Star, all I've seen is devastation. The last time I witnessed a scene like this was many years ago. I can't bear to ruin it either, Gu Hang responded casually, but I'm even less willing to let the goods I want stay here, then be harvested by that man named Wo Han as a means to jack up grain prices after he's hoisted them. Such a beautiful manor and farmland, if fate has brought us here, we will make it even better. An hour ago, the troops led by Gu Hang had already arrived at this place and dealt with the sentries on the perimeter. Next, they began to regroup nearby. The manor became tense due to the sentinels' loss of contact, but Gu Hang didn't care. His men had already surrounded the area. They could ignore anyone trying to flee, but it was impossible for anyone to leave dragging a large amount of supplies with them. While the soldiers regrouped, Gu Hang admired the scenery, and the people inside the manor trembled. When the sun had just set, the designated time for the attack had arrived. He said to Yan Fangshu beside him, "Let's begin." Scattered soldiers started their assault outward, and 4 black armored vehicles emerged from the sparse woodland, their engines roaring and echoing through the valley. The leading mechanized servant infantry, wielding strikers, charged towards the defensive line of Valley Manor, their bullets cutting through the air with piercing screeches. At the same time, mortars began pounding Valley Manor, with explosions raging like thunder from hell, smoke filling and enveloping the manor. Where the artillery reached, vegetation was engulfed in flames, the ground became utterly shattered, and sparks and debris harshly struck the stone walls and rooftops of the manor, emitting bursts of thumping sounds. The raiders also immediately mounted a resistance, taking advantage of the buildings and stone walls to return fire. The sound of gunfire was so intermingled that it was impossible to tell who was shooting. One could only see bullets flying through the air, kicking up dust and stone chips. The raiders' resistance was exceptionally fierce, with perhaps a couple of hundred people inside. Facing mortar bombardment, a hailstorm of bullets, and casualties, they still dared to stand firm and fiercely return fire. Both in terms of equipment and combat will, these foes were far more formidable than the prisoner bandits they had encountered before. The prisoner bandits had been using handcrafted iron pipe rifles. Not only were they horribly inaccurate, but their power was also weak, hardly making a dent in the mechanized servant infantry's plastisteel plate vests. At that time, the main casualties in battle were caused by mutated green-skinned beasts. The mercenary troops active around Revival City, however, weren't equipped so poorly. They at least had automatic rifles to use, with much more intense firepower, bullets that were stronger, and a high degree of accuracy. They were even equipped with machine guns. Taking cover, they had the advantage against the attacking mechanized servant infantry, and from time to time, a soldier would be shot down. A fallen soldier wasn't necessarily dead. Their bulletproof vests and helmets, though lightweight, were still made of alloy plastisteel with excellent performance and could save their lives. Those who fell were generally shot in the legs, and a considerable proportion could return to the ranks after their wounds healed. But overall, the struggle in the attack was visibly growing. And as the soldiers got closer to the manor, the more difficult things became. The closer the distance, the more precise and fierce the enemy's fire became, and the soldiers would suffer particularly heavy casualties. At a distance, the enemy's bullets hardly pierced the body armor, but up close, they didn't have to pierce through to be lethal, as the unprotected face, neck, and limbs were much more likely to be shot. Under normal circumstances, if Gu Hang wanted to quickly take down the manor, there would have to be casualties. If they were to assault by force, he feared that it might cost them half a company in casualties. To avoid heavy losses, they would need to be prepared for a long siege. Digging trenches on the outer perimeter, extending inward, a prolonged standoff and exchange of fire, and non-stop bombardment from mortars until the enemy's manpower and ammunition were reduced to a relatively low level. Then they could launch a final assault, which would keep casualties within control. However, Gu Hang was not willing to suffer high casualties, nor did he intend to drag out a protracted fight with these mercenaries. He had weapons that could settle the situation decisively. And he had two of them. The first were the 4 Strider V-type armored vehicles. Once they closed the distance, their mounted machine guns roared in rapid fire. The 45mm twin-barreled cannons fired rapidly, spewing out projectiles, hard to say whether they should be called bullets or shells, sweeping across a section of broken stone walls. Each large-caliber bullet carried immense destructive power, shattering stone and splintering debris, leaving the walls unrecognizable. The mercenaries relied on the walls for cover, but they were utterly incapable of withstanding such a ferocious attack. The 4 Striders advanced while mercilessly sweeping their fire. Shells ripped through the walls and tore apart the bodies of many mercenaries, the grisly scenes terrorizing those nearby. After the Strider versus open fire, the mercenaries' intensity of resistance was firmly suppressed. With the mechanized servant infantry company held back, the wasteland infantry company moved up with the 4 Striders, forming a second wave of attack. Even the mortars' positions began to advance with the Striders' forward push, and as the distance closed, the precision and destructiveness of the mortars continued to increase. At that moment, a mercenary suddenly emerged from the side, carrying a tube-shaped weapon in his hands. It looked rough in construction, but it was undoubtedly a rocket launcher. Whether by a stroke of luck or truly exceptional skill of a seasoned veteran, he nailed it with a single shot. Aiming, firing, the rocket propelled by a long tail flame, solidly hit one of the armored vehicles that was firing. The mercenary smiled, promptly discarding the launcher and preparing to find new cover. However, just as he ducked behind the wall, he felt the wall next to him crumble, was violently flipped over, and landed on the ground, his vision filled with a mist of blood. He saw his own hand flying away, saw his lower body not far to the side. He was desperately aware of his situation. He had been hit by a high-caliber machine gun, his waist blown apart. The cover he relied upon did not provide any protection. The stone wall was blasted into flimsy fragments. But what seemed impossible to him was that the very vehicle he had hit with the rocket launcher had killed him. The last scene in his eyes was the armored vehicle emerging from the gunsmoke, without a scratch on it. Why was this? He died in pain and confusion. 4 walkers were the first weapon Gu Hang could deploy to shatter the defenses of Valley Manor. And the second weapon was he himself. He had joined the battle in person. Gu Hang sat in an armored vehicle, his eyes fixed on a bunker. There was a hole dug there and overlaid with heavy stone to construct the upper structure, leaving space for firing ports. Inside were mounted heavy machine guns, posing a significant threat to infantry. Even the autocannons on the walkers struggled to shake the sturdy bunker. The bunkers built by the mercenaries were 3 in number, forming their second line of defense. Realizing that the simple stone walls couldn't hold any longer, a large number of mercenaries had already retreated. They planned to rely on these bunkers to continue their resistance. Gu Hang closed his eyes. He could feel the vibrations of souls and the taste of blood. Within his psychic perception, the resisting mercenaries formed blurry shadows, detected through his psychic vision. He locked onto the nearest bunker, and an unseen blade in his real field of vision slashed across the heads of 2 mercenaries inside, decapitating them. In reality, the 2 mercenaries' bodies showed no outward signs of anomaly, but they fell backward rigidly, as if beheaded, their bodies twitching from nerve spasms. Then, Gu Hang dealt with the machine gunners in the other 2 bunkers in the same manner. He felt his spiritual consumption was manageable, at least it was less than what it took to deal with that mutant green-skinned prisoner. The reason might be twofold. Firstly, after being modified with drugs, the green skin's extremely robust body also resulted in an enhanced spirit strength. The energy used to sever one of its legs had been much greater than that needed to kill several mercenaries. On the other hand, after his last upgrade, his spiritual attributes had increased slightly. This slight improvement meant that he could control 150% more spiritual energy than before the upgrade. The value of 1 attribute point was enormous. Killing these mercenaries, whose will was slightly stronger than that of ordinary people, was not too strenuous. The simultaneous silence of the 3 bunkers' firepower caused a significant gap in the mercenaries' defensive line. Under the cover of mortar fire and advancing armored vehicles' autocannons, the infantry seized this opportunity to charge forward at a fast pace. Some mercenaries tried to re-enter the bunkers to restart the heavy machine guns, but those that tried were either torn apart by the armored vehicles' autocannons or accurately picked off by the elite Marine Corps. Those who actually made it inside were clearly visible to Gu Hang's spiritual vision, and with a soul severance, decapitating the enemy was effortlessly done. By this point, the morale of the mercenaries had completely collapsed. They knew they couldn't escape. Leaving cover on flat terrain, they couldn't possibly outrun the pursuit of the armored vehicles on foot. Not to mention the fearsome psychic. A considerable number of mercenaries were laying down their arms and raising their hands to indicate surrender. This marked the destruction of the second defensive line of Manton River Valley Manor. The main forces of the mercenaries within the manor were almost completely annihilated. Exactly how many people had surrendered, and how many had been eliminated, was not something they had time to tally up yet. However, based on simple inquiries and confessions, the remaining enemies shouldn't have exceeded 20, and they were all concentrated inside the central building. This location wasn't far from the small river bay, it was the residence of the master's family. Not all of the 20 men were mercenaries, mostly they were Wo Han's personal bodyguards. Moreover, they had learned about the storage location for the supplies that had previously been looted, a few warehouses not too far from the main building. They had just returned not long ago, and the goods had not been completely unloaded. Livestock still tied up, and wooden carts loaded with wares were all nearby. Gu Hang had already dispatched abandoned cave companies' troops to sweep the warehouses. On one hand, to guard against any people that might still be inside, and on the other to inventory whether the goods were complete and exactly how many there were. The remaining personnel then surrounded the last building that had not been conquered. That building was built rather elegantly. The 4-story Western-style building had a substantial footprint. Whenever Wohan wasn't in Revival City, he would generally live here. Inside that house were his servants, housekeepers, and a series of others who served him. As for the tillers of the entire manor's land, the serfs, they weren't allowed near this place. The serfs lived in a more out-of-the-way location, where there were some simple plank houses, holding roughly 200 people in communal living. That area had already been seized by the soldiers, and the unarmed serfs obediently stayed inside the houses, not daring to move. At least 20 or so armed individuals were inside the main building. The soldiers of abandoned cave company had already tried to persuade them to surrender, but the soldier sent to negotiate was met only with bullets. Thankfully, the distance was somewhat far, so only 2 bullets hit his chest, which were stopped by the bulletproof inserts. The young soldier, with pain in his chest, scurried back, cursing up a storm after his narrow escape. The company commander Purbov went up and kicked the young lad a couple of times. "What's there to panic about? Could those 2 bullets have taken your life?" The young soldier shrank his neck. He had dared to charge fiercely during the fight, and he wasn't afraid to go alone to negotiate up close, but he was scared of this company commander. Logically, he really shouldn't have been. Commander Purbov was an old acquaintance, originally a local from abandoned cave society, the head of an ore extraction team. When everyone was conscripted from their hometown, the leader had Purbov lead the team. After they were reorganized into the military, Purbov was also promoted to acting company commander, in charge of training. A head of an ore extraction team, what did he know about military training or command? Yet, during the days of training that followed, the commander miraculously acquired the skills and ability to lead and command troops. Even he found it incredibly strange, as if during those days of training, his memory, comprehension ability, and even including muscle memory were all enhanced dramatically. He quickly became a competent officer. He knew how to train the soldiers, he knew that at times he couldn't be as lenient with everyone as before, and that the discipline and rigor essential to the military could not be lacking. But at the same time, he retained his understanding and care for everyone, because they all came from the same hometown, his kinsmen and brothers, whom he regarded as family from the bottom of his heart. Under his training, the soldiers also, as if touching a superhuman trigger, acquired a range of skills befitting a qualified soldier. They went from initially not even knowing how to shoot to becoming proficient marksmen who could execute accurate tactical maneuvers, understand combat terms, know how to form teams, how to attack, how to retreat. Throughout the whole process, Purbov felt it was magical but also natural. He could feel all those changes happening within himself, the process was just too fast. Perhaps every one of these 100 or so people was naturally soldier material, all of them geniuses? Of course, from the perspective of Yan Fangshu, an old soldier and experienced officer, this speed was downright horrifying. Purbov, when sharing these experiences with Yan Fangshu, had also heard such comments from him. Worried there might be an issue, he approached the governor, but only received this response. "Don't overthink it, under normal circumstances, you're all geniuses." The governor said there was no need to worry, then there truly was no need to worry. No matter how great the heavens or earth may be, the governor holds the greatest sway. The exceptional training results and performances triggered a significant shift in the mentality of all 100 men in the abandoned cave company. Upon learning they were going to war, they mustered their strength, eager to achieve a resounding victory and proclaim their loyalty and bravery to the governor. Indeed, they went to do battle, but it didn't quite play out as Purbov initially thought. After completing the encirclement of the manor, He requested the honor of leading the first assault to the esteemed governor but was denied. He could only follow behind the armored vehicles as part of the second wave of the attack. Of course, this was easier than leading the first wave, with fewer casualties, but he and his warriors felt it lacked honor. Now, as his youngsters were shouting before the governor, Purbov felt it was quite embarrassing. After chastising the young warriors, he turned to Gu Hang, saluted him militarily, and asked, "The enemy has rejected our offer of surrender, may we proceed with the attack?" Company Commander Purbov appeared eager, just waiting for the governor to nod, and then he would lead his brothers into the fray. He had the attack planned out. Mortarmen were to bombard the first and second floor's windows while the squad machine guns strafed the main entrance. After this routine, the most skilled infantry squad from training would charge through the battered main entrance and windows to secure the lobby. An attack is to be launched, but you don't need to move. "What? I'll take care of this myself," said Gu Hang before calling out, "Yan Fangshu. You two, bring 2 assault teams." "Yes, sir." The captain saluted, then turned to select his men. "Governor." Purbov was starting to feel anxious. But Gu Hang raised his hand to prevent him from continuing. "I know you're eager, but hold off on that for now." The governor's gaze returned to the building in front of him, his eyes changing to a blue-white in this moment. He saw a swirl of wind, gathered inside the house. "There's a formidable enemy inside. We, the people of Abandoned Cave Company, fear nothing." Purbov's chest puffed out boldly. "You gave us new life, Governor, and we are willing to prove our loyalty with our lives." "That's commendable," Gu Hang said with a smile, "but loyal warriors shouldn't sacrifice needlessly. Your lives have greater value to fulfill." Watching Purbov about to speak again, Gu Hang waved his hand, "Carry out the order." "Yes, sir." The commander, though reluctant, returned to his troops. Seeing several warriors crowding around him, eagerly inquiring if they could charge in, he relayed the governor's order once more. Like him, the warriors were reluctant and tried to encourage him to ask for permission again, but he scowled and sternly sent them back. Gu Hang didn't concern himself with what the commander was doing. He continued to observe the situation inside the building with his spiritual vision and calculated how much spiritual energy he had left. He had used some previously, but it wasn't severe, and it should suffice for the upcoming conflict. By this time, Yan Fangshu had readied his elite marine squads, and he too would join the battle. All told, this team that had descended from the quintet lived up to their elite reputation. Their equipment was exceptionally good, and their tactics and skills were high level, making them reliable allies. Even so, they wouldn't simply break through the doors or windows head on. It's a sign of idiocy to forsake available advantages in favor of brute force. The Abandoned Cave Company still had a role to play in this battle. The company's mortars, as well as those from the Servo Company and the squad machine guns, had been individually deployed. The machine guns strafed the windows and the main entrance for a sustained suppressive fire. Mortar shells were lobbed through the windows. With the distance being short, well-trained warriors could accurately hit their mark. Even the occasional misfire that hit the exterior wall wasn't an issue, just reload and keep bombarding. Although the territory now under Gu Hang's control still lacked the capability to produce and replenish ammunition, the current stockpile, which was essentially pilfered from the starship, was sufficiently ample and not yet to the point of needing to be conservatively managed. After 2 bombardments, Gu Hang and Yan Fangshu, leading the marine troops, made a sudden intrusion. They were not attacked the moment they entered. The areas they attacked had all been subjected to a barrage of fire, and no mercenary dared to stay in rooms covered by machine guns and artillery. Next, the Marines began to rapidly sweep outward. They were well trained and split into multiple small groups, kicking down doors one by one after ensuring no one was outside or in the corridors. They strictly followed the tactical requirements for breaching: use a battering ram to open doors, toss in tactical grenades, engage with crossfire to seal the room, then enter. Whether the rooms were empty or not, they followed the same fixed procedure each time. If no one was there, it just meant spending a bit more time and wasting a grenade, If there were people, they often didn't stand a chance to resist before being swiftly taken down by the Marines' efficient and deadly action. That's how they cleared each room inside the villa. Gu Hang walked up the stairs, hearing the sporadic sound of gunfire from various parts of the house that quickly subsided. The situation had been settled. He could see that swirl of wind, always concentrated in one particular room, remaining motionless. Not even daring to resist? What a waste of my caution. After the Marines had cleared each room, one by one, Yan Fangshu came to Gu Hang's side and reported softly, "All the rooms in the villa have been cleared. Only this one ahead remains." "Good," Gu Hang ordered, "proceed with the breach as usual." "Yes, sir." The prepared Marines began their operation. However, this time it wasn't as easy and calm as before. The very instant the wooden door of the room was smashed open, a dense, visibly white spiral of storm bullet blasted from inside out. The Marine who had just broken down the door was caught off guard and was about to be hit without any means of defense. But in that instant, the storm bullet suddenly dissipated. At the critical moment, Gu Hang intervened. The collision of spiritual energy shattered the spiral storm bullet. The residual force still amounted to a strong wind that blew the breaching soldier backward, quite in disarray. The wind swept through the corridor outside, causing everyone to stagger. Disheveled but unharmed, at least no one was injured. A man's voice came from inside. "Don't come any closer. Stay back, all of you." His voice was filled with panic. Clearly, the person inside was not a strong warrior. But the Marines outside wouldn't weaken because of this. Although they realized the enemy possessed extraordinary energy, they continued their operation without the slightest hesitation. Amidst the wind, Yan Fangshu was the first to react. He personally leaned in and immediately saw a middle-aged man with a pale face, surrounded by two bodyguards. The black-clad bodyguards attempted to shoot at him, but Yan Fangshu's actions were much faster than the bodyguards. As their guns were just being raised, the captain's electromagnetic rifle had already fired first. The metal spikes accelerated by electromagnetism instantly killed the two men. Immediately after, he turned the rifle towards the middle-aged man. When he saw the other party raise his hands to attempt something again, he did not hesitate to fire once more. A mini-storm flickered around the man, the power of spiritual energy flashing, blocking the metal spike bullets. But following Yan Fangshu, several soldiers entered and fired together. The storm shield's defenses became precarious in an instant. Finally, Gu Hang entered. Several Marines' electromagnetic guns were firing fiercely. The middle-aged man, under the ferocious shooting, had no strength left to launch a counterattack like before. He could only barely maintain a storm shield to avoid being shot to death. But he was not going to hold on much longer. Superhuman strength was indeed powerful, but it couldn't withstand the full force shooting from several electromagnetic rifles. The fact that he could hold on for a few seconds was actually quite surprising. Seeing that the storm shield was about to fail, and the frail human body behind it certainly wouldn't withstand a single metal spike before being killed. But just at that moment, the Marines stopped firing. At this point, there was of course only one person who could make them stop: Gu Hang. "Capture one alive." Yan Fangshu raised his fist, signaling a ceasefire. At this moment, the storm shield around the man was already very weak. The rotating white cyclone had become very faint, almost about to dissipate. The guy himself was pale, half from being frightened by the desperate situation at hand and the other half from the discomfort of excessive consumption of spiritual energy. Gu Hang stepped forward with just a wave of his hand. An invisible soul blade found the exposed weakness of the storm shield and cut it straight open. The backlash of spiritual energy immediately made the middle-aged man spit out a mouthful of blood. Gu Hang looked into his face and then said, "Wo Han, isn't it? We've met once, when I had just arrived at this planet." Hearing Gu Hang's words, Wo Han's somewhat vacant eyes became slightly more animated, as if he had come to his senses. Without time to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, he began to speak. "Governor. Lord Governor. I can explain. At this point, he sort of choked up. Why not continue? Even don't know what to say for your defense? Wohan indeed didn't know what to say. Lying through his teeth was pointless. He had just stolen some goods, and they had just been delivered back, not even having time to be put into the warehouse, when the governor's troops had already arrived, utterly defeating the mercenaries he had cooperated with for many years. Captured in the act, with both the person and the goods seized, how could he possibly defend himself? I lost, Lord Governor. I accept all charges against me. I completely surrender to you, begging you to spare my life. I am willing to pay any price. As he spoke, he struggled to move a bit and knelt on the ground, bowing deeply to Gu Hang. He had put his attitude as sincerely as possible. Gu Hang smiled happily. When faced with a dead end, you finally think of turning back. It's a bit too late. Wohan, I regret to say that you were once an alliance councilman. You should have been a member of the planetary government led by the governor, potentially becoming an officially recognized imperial official. But you have committed serious crimes, plundering goods, attacking the governor, deceptive compliance, and colluding with a cult. I fully admit. What? Colluding with a heretic cult? No. When Wohan heard the last 4 words, his eyes widened. He was no oblivious commoner, he understood the truth perfectly well. If it were only the first 3 charges, he might still have a glimmer of hope. After all, his greatest offense was merely opposing the governor. Now, he had lost, but not completely. He still had assets in Revival City, still had influence, and he controlled a very important part of the food trade. These would surely be of value to the governor, and if he surrendered completely, willing to hand over everything and serve as a loyal and reliable dog to the governor henceforth, perhaps he really could have a way out. Or perhaps, if he could just get through this tight spot, in a couple of years when this governor was finished, he might still be a significant figure in Revival City. However, if he got involved with a cult, that would be the end of him. Throughout the entire empire, so-called heretics and cults are considered the most significant internal traitors, a crime of extreme severity, unforgivable offenders. Within the empire's borders, there was only one belief, the great divine emperor. On Rage Owl Star, the situation for cults was relatively slightly better, but only just. This was because there were too many factors threatening human survival on Rage Owl Star, leaving little room to carry out widespread purges of heretic cultists. But that didn't mean there would be any leniency shown to those confirmed as heretical members. The heretics on Rage Owl Star were essentially equivalent to the primal owlbeast sect. The name of Rage Owl Star originated from a kind of large predatory terrestrial creature that lived on the planet before the apocalyptic war, bearing a body like a bear clad in feathers, a head similar to an owl, and antlers like a deer's. According to the existing records, this creature looked somewhat silly and cute, with a gentle and docile temperament, but extremely fierce when enraged. The sect believed that on the once beautiful Rage Owl Star, the owl beasts represented a positive image. The first owl beast was born with the planet and became a deity, protecting the entire planet. The war that destroyed the world enraged the primordial owl beast, and its wrath transformed into a low-energy storm that raged eternally on the planet's surface, never ceasing until the sins of humanity were redeemed. The primal owlbeast sect was dedicated to atonement. Aside from their own religious rituals, their most significant act of atonement was to sacrifice sinners who did not embrace their faith to the deity, in hope of forgiveness. They indeed caused quite a bit of destruction. The horrific blood sacrifices were one thing, as human life on Rage Owl Star was cheap, being eaten by mutated monsters, starving to death, or dying of illness seemed not much different from being sacrificed in a cult blood ritual. But the key was they didn't target just a few individuals. The goal of this band of cultists was to have the entire planet atone for the deity. They created several events that destroyed entire settlements. They strove to expand the area polluted by the low-energy storm, which resulted in less land for farming, made mining veins inapplicable, and ruined factories built with investments. This made them public enemies. Regardless of whether it was from the perspective of imperial law or the local situation on Rage Owl Star, Wohan knew, If he were pinned down on colluding with the cult, he would be undoubtedly doomed. Now, he deeply regretted why he had used the storm shield sorcery when the opposition burst through the door. And he didn't even manage to escape. He could only try to defend himself in this regard. Please believe me, Governor. I have not colluded with any cult. I don't even know them. I just. One day I found out that I could use. Gu Hang nodded. I have heard your testimony, and I will verify it. Next, you will be interrogated, reveal everything you know. And finally, I will hold your trial in Revival City and make the final judgment. Don't worry, it won't take long, you will soon receive your due end. The battle by the river bend had ended. The serfs, who had been shivering in the crude shacks and communal bunks next door, were driven out. A low-ranking officer from the abandoned cave company announced to them that they had been liberated by the Planetary Governor and had gained their freedom. Upon hearing these words, the serfs showed no reaction. These people had never considered freedom to be anything of value, they didn't even understand what freedom meant. Did freedom refer to the precarious life of wandering the wastelands in the past? Did it mean the biting cold and hunger when trying to eke out a living at the foot of Revival City? They were quite free back then, free to do as they pleased, but there was no food or clothes, and every day they would see dead people, starved, sick, or killed by robbers. All sorts. Especially in winter, it was most difficult to endure. Compared to those times, they were quite satisfied with their current life. Although the food was poor and the work was hard, they were laborers in the fields, and their masters would not let them starve to death. At least not until they lost the ability to work. Now, a group claiming to be subordinates of the Planetary Governor had arrived, and after a flurry of fighting, it seemed their masters were finished, and they had been liberated, regained their freedom. But they were at a loss. Ah? I'm free? They were nearly moved to tears. However, the next announcement put their minds at ease somewhat. They didn't know what was good about freedom, but at least they knew bread was a good thing. A large supply of food was distributed. The serfs, who, were now free people, devoured the food ravenously, having been accustomed to going half-fed every day. While they were eating, someone announced the next set of arrangements to them. They were no longer serfs but free citizens under the Planetary Governor's jurisdiction. The governor himself would personally take charge of the entire Manton River Valley Manor, which required a large number of agricultural workers. They would be provided with room and board, and in addition, a modest bonus that would grow with production. They were free to come and go as they pleased, and those who wished to stay were welcome to take up employment. Only a fool would not stay. Instantly, the panic, confusion, and helplessness in the serfs' hearts all but dissipated. They didn't need to understand anything more. Knowing that they wouldn't be starving or braving the cold winds was enough for them. After they had eaten their fill, it was time for them to go out and work. Corpses had to be collected and burnt, fences destroyed during the war had to be repaired, and trampled or blasted fields had to be sorted out, to save as much of the harvest as possible. The entire manor was bustling with activity. After Yan Fangshu had more or less finished making arrangements, there wasn't much else for him to do. He gazed at the rolling hills across the river bend, lost in thought. Using the spiritual energy user he had just encountered, or rather, the cultist, as a reference, he pondered his own future. When he was assigned to the surface as a guard for the Planetary Governor, he originally thought his prospects had dimmed. He remembered the day the governor was about to leave the starship and descend to the surface, seeking armed protection from Captain Yelisia. The general lady initially planned to give the governor 300 mechanical servants, a perfunctory gesture at best. But who would have thought that on that day, he, out of boredom, would shoot the breeze with a colleague and mention the joke about an inexperienced woman being promoted to captain and general at warp speed. More importantly, the captain overheard it. Before the Divine Emperor, he actually didn't have much of an issue with the female captain in his heart, it's just that his colleagues all joked about it, and he joined in casually. But why did the captain hear it exactly when he started to speak? Damn it. And just coincidentally, the governor named Gu Hang was complaining that 300 mechanical servants was a bit too few, Thus, with a grand gesture, Yelija allowed him to take 30 Navy Marine Corps soldiers with him, joining the governor's command. Amidst the jubilant cheering and schadenfreude of his colleagues, the young Navy Marine Corps captain could only lead 30 men down to the surface. He was in despair, seeing life as bleak. Everyone knew that the governors of Rage Owl Star were consumables every 2 years. As a mere captain who had offended the captain and was cast down to the surface, it amounted to exile. Even if he protected Mr. Governor well, the latter was bound to be executed for failing to submit taxes eventually. He would also waste 2 fruitless years on Rage Owl Star, making no progress. But he still had to fulfill his duties. On one hand was the sense of responsibility as a soldier, on the other was the fact that it was one thing for the governor to be executed by the Department of Taxation, but quite another if he died under his protection, which would greatly increase his accountability. As for the Lord Governor ultimately managing the taxes and securing the position of Planetary Governor, leading the planet's revival, and later being grateful for his minor help from early on, becoming his backer and enabling his meteoric rise? He had dreamed of that, but when awake, he dared not think about it. Of course, he hoped the future would be like that, but it was too improbable, especially since His Excellency the Governor was entertaining wildly impractical hopes. He wasn't planning to start by quickly taking over the Alliance's government to find a way to get the taxes, but was thinking about developing his territory from scratch. Divine Emperor above, where would you find the time for that? On second thought, what did it matter to him? After all, it wasn't himself who would be executed when the time came. Then, as time went on, he began to feel more lively. Thoughts that only surfaced in his dreams when he first landed on the planet started to sporadically bubble up during his waking moments. Could Gu Hang really succeed? The reason for thinking this way was certainly not just because Governor Gu Hang always appeared in control. He had seen many posers, he did not know, nor did he want to confirm, whether the governor was one of them. He didn't want to judge by attitude, he only believed in facts. The fact was that the governor was a rare spiritual energy user who would join the soldiers in combat. They had won 2 battles and taken 2 camps. These results were not significant enough to save anyone's life, but the governor was indeed pushing his plans forward. Moreover, Lord Governor somehow acquired 2 black box manufacturing machines. Those magical devices, the Empire Mechanical Church would probably pay a hefty sum to purchase. These performances gave him more confidence in the Lord Governor, beyond just a sense of duty, especially regarding those 2 black boxes. It seemed, might there be some hope after all? And today, he met a spiritual energy user with the governor. At first, he thought that Wohan was just an ordinary spiritual energy user, but according to the governor's judgment, he was a member of a heretic cult. Cults, heresies. These make for very good enemies. If that so-called primal owl beast sect was firmly identified as a heretic cult, then the credit for eliminating them would not be small. But he still had doubts. Was it really a cult? Was it some fabrication by the Lord Governor, a pretext to seek more assistance, or was it real? That matter isn't so important. On the return journey, Gu Hang replied to Yan Fangshu's question. Captain Yan had sought him out and voiced the doubts in his heart, to which Gu Hang had given an answer. What difference does it make if it's a sham? The Navy needs merits, I need a target, and a cult that does not believe in the Divine Emperor is one of the long-standing causes preventing Rage Owl Star from recovering. This merit will satisfy Colonel Yelija and will also provide me with ample benefits, as well as unite the people of this world. Therefore, the cult should be real, and that Wohan should be a true cultist. After a pause, seeing hesitation still lingering on Yan Fangshu's face, Gu Hang smiled and patted the captain's shoulder. Besides, it is real. The primal owlbeast sect is a cult, and that person named Wohan is indeed connected to the primordial owl beasts. How did you determine that he is a heretic and not just an ordinary psychic? Gu Hang pointed to his head and explained, the power of a psychic comes from within, from our spirits. We have enough talent, enough spirituality, to borrow spiritual energy from the omnipresent yet imperceptible spirit realm and manifest psychic spells. The power of heretics, on the other hand, comes from the filthy evil gods they worship, not from themselves. These two types of power are completely different, and clearly distinguishable to my senses. As he spoke, Gu Hang silently added that the divine magic wielded by the priests of the imperial state religion was roughly the same idea, but he did not say this aloud. Upon hearing this, Yan Fangshu rubbed his head. I really hadn't understood all this before. But since he is indeed a true heretic cultist, then there's no problem. Don't worry, Gu Hang said, we are on the right path. Gu Hang was quite serious about reassuring Captain Yan. This man was one of the few capable subordinates under his command. He had come alone to Rage Owl Star without taking over the powers of the Alliance government and had no support base to speak of. The only person he could rely on was Captain Yan. The people of the abandoned cave society seemed to have settled down for now, but they were a bunch of illiterates, unreliable for significant matters. His little attendant Zhang Jiao was trustworthy enough, but lacked sophistication. Perhaps with enough training over time, he might become talented, but he was far from it right now. The rest was up to Yan Fangshu. He was, after all, an Imperial Navy captain, a legitimate officer of the Imperial Navy. He didn't care that Yan Fangshu was still part of the Navy and not his man, and that he was under his command only by order of Yalesia. It made no difference, as long as he was serving him for the time being, was capable, and trustworthy, that was enough. Gu Hang turned his head, looked past Yan Fangshu, and observed the entire battalion. The entire troop, nearly 300 men strong, were pulling ox carts along the road back to the governor's camp. The bounty from this mission was plentiful. He left 20 soldiers from the abandoned cave company at Manton River Valley Manor to ensure the safety of the manor while also making sure the tenant farmers worked hard. A man named Si Lamu was chosen from among the tenant farmers to manage them. The rest of the soldiers, about 200 in total, along with roughly 100 tenant farmers, set off on the return journey together. Those tenant farmers were responsible for transporting the reloaded supplies to the governor's camp. The so-called carts were ox carts, pulled by a type of livestock known as barbaric oxen. These barbaric oxen presumably were not native to Rage Owl Star, but rather a species introduced from another planet long ago. After surviving the apocalyptic wars, they not only avoided extinction but even underwent further mutations while still retaining traits that made them tameable. In today's wasteland world, barbaric oxen are a vital source of draft power. The supplies that had been transported from Revival City had come by ox carts, and now all of them had fallen into Gu Hang's hands. After inventory, the supplies matched what Gu Hang had requested from Revival City. The materials could be considered returned to their original owner. In addition, Gu Hang had seized nearly 200 sets of individual weapons and equipment, primarily rifles. The variety of rifles was quite diverse, and the overall production level couldn't compare to the striker rifle. At least the latter was the standard rifle for the Imperial Army and the Navy Marine Corps. Although it was used by cannon fodder, the minimum manufacturing standard and technical level were up to par. As for the weapons used by these mercenaries, which were locally produced on Rage Owl Star, it's hard to say. Not only was the quality inconsistent, but even the best among them wasn't as good as the striker. But at least they were more reliable than the metal pipe rifles that pirate bandits carried, which Gu Hang wouldn't even bother accepting as scrap metal. They could at least be considered military-grade products. Gu Hang planned to make use of this batch of equipment as well. With this batch included, he now had around 100 sets of strikers, along with 200 sets of locally made equipment. He could arm another 300 soldiers. Having the weapons and equipment was one thing, but sourcing soldiers wasn't too big of an issue. Abandoned Cave Society could provide some more people, and some of the 3,000 slaves he had brought down from the starship could also be allocated. Those slaves were not originally suitable soldier material, their physical condition couldn't even match that of the mechanized infantry. However, they surely wouldn't be worse than those malnourished people from Abandoned Cave Society. Under Gu Hang's system, people from the abandoned cave could undergo a metamorphosis, turning into soldiers with acceptable training standards. Not to mention the former slaves. The quality of the soldiers' source wasn't high, limiting their ability to upgrade further, but with the capabilities of the system, getting them trained up to T5 level, to achieve regular army capabilities, was not an issue. Besides the materials he was entitled to, as well as the captured weapons, equipment, and ammunition, a larger gain was the bounty awarded after the victory in battle. Complete victory, 33 points of grace received. Losses, 20, killed, 116, captured, 42. 1st Automaton Light Infantry Battalion, partial, losses, 16, killed, 43. Abandoned Cave Company, losses, 4, killed, 21. Navy Marine Corps, partial, losses, 0, killed, 52. In this battle, a total of 158 people were killed or captured, with a total loss of 20 on his side. A T5 level army with an additional 30 T4 level Marine Corps members combined was much stronger than those second-rate mercenaries. Even though the defenders had more advantages and, under Gu Hang's orders, the soldiers went on the offensive, the final exchange ratio was still an impressive 1-8. Of course, if not for the walkers operated by Marine Corps members and the participation of Gu Hang, the psychic, the exchange ratio would have been less favorable. Most of the losses on his side came from machine guns and rocket launchers. Heavy machine gun fire hit major arteries in the thighs, causing severe blood loss, or soldiers were killed directly by rocket explosions at close range. Among these 20 people lost, aside from a few who were immediately killed, many were severely injured and unable to return to the battlefield. This level of loss was still within the bounds of what Gu Hang could accept, as one could not expect to go to war without casualties. However, replenishing the forces was something that Gu Hang also had to consider. The losses to Abandoned Cave Company weren't significant, he could easily replace the 4 soldiers from Abandoned Cave Society. In contrast, there was nowhere to replenish mechanized infantry soldiers. In the future, Gu Hang could not rely on mechanized infantry as the main force of his troops. Instead, he would have to conscript soldiers from the local population. These are matters for another time. What he had to consider now was how to use the newly gained 33 points of grace. 33 points of grace, that was the largest sum Gu Hang had received so far. He planned to save 3 points to train 3 more squads. As for the remaining 30 points, he contemplated the possible directions he could allocate them. First, he opened the hero interface. His own personal information panel was still stuck on the message that he lacked enough experience to level up. The way to gain experience was through war. Beyond that, Gu Hang didn't know if there were other means, such as whether dealing with government affairs would grant experience. Gu Hang felt it should, but he hadn't verified it, so he wasn't sure. In any case, the war he had just won was not enough to allow him to reach the leveling threshold. Instead, he spotted a new name there. New hero activation available. Yan Fangshu, activation requires 10 points of grace. This caused Gu Hang a bit of a dilemma. Should he activate Yan Fangshu as a hero? After becoming a hero, he could accumulate experience, level up, and gain talents. That guy didn't seem to have any spiritual energy talents, so probably, once activated, he'd just be a warrior template. And if he truly invested effort into cultivating him, once the Elysia starship left in a couple of years, Yan Fangshu, this Navy captain, would likely leave as well, and by then, all the resources invested in him would have gone to waste. Gu Hang wouldn't distrust him just because he was in the naval hierarchy, but investing and cultivating him was another matter entirely. Let's wait on that, Gu Hang decided, and then opened the technology panel. He tried by investing 10 points of grace. Invest 10 points of grace to illuminate new basic level technology with a 70% probability, confirm investment? No. Gu Hang was taken aback. The probability could decrease? Before, 10 points of grace directly exchanged for a basic level technology. He had thought that every exchange for 10 points would get him 2 black box manufacturing machines, but now they're saying the probability will drop? A 70% chance wasn't low, but Gu Hang was concerned that it might continue to decrease. Every successful technology illumination causes the success rate of the next attempt to drop. Gu Hang guessed at the system's technology panel's function. A heavy blow. He had thought that with such a huge advantage, he would easily become invincible later on, since technology was the primary productive force. Even if the imperial taxes became oppressive, by selling black box manufacturing machines, wouldn't organizations such as the Empire Commerce Guild and the Empire Mechanical Church come eagerly handing over money? There was no need to worry about tax issues at all. The issue with the declining probability was a real setback. Looks like I have to do this the honest way, Gu Hang thought reluctantly. Lucky for him, he had never considered the sale of technology as his only lifeline. If he could resolve the tax issue normally, he would. These black boxes, including those accumulated from future technology illuminations, were the capital for him to continue growing stronger. In his position as governor, he wasn't just planning to grit his teeth and get through a few challenging years before figuring out how to be transferred elsewhere. The position of a planetary governor was very special. Governors of places like Rajowl Star, of course, weren't held in high esteem, but for planets with top-notch productivity and military capability, the governor's voice could be immensely powerful. He Desi, the leader of the Tianma star sector, was able to secure his current position primarily because his younger brother was the governor of the Flying Wing planet, the star sector capital, with a population of tens of billion and a vast, stable production capacity as his solid backing. Technology was the primary developmental force. Unless absolutely necessary, Gu Hang would certainly not sell the black box manufacturing machines. Currently, the success rate for the technology function had decreased, but no matter, the remaining 70% was still a decent probability. With over 30 points of grace in hand, he should at least be able to successfully exchange for one. Invest 10 points of grace to illuminate new basic level technology with a 70% probability, confirm investment? Taking a deep breath, this time he clicked yes. Basic level technology, G9 Rifle Clan. Developed by the Empire Mechanical Doctrine to fulfill the order requirements of the Star Realm Army's new generation of kinetic rifles. They continued to advance in lightweight and modular design while managing to lower overall costs compared to the previous generation of rifles. With different accessories and simple modifications, they could be transformed into machine guns, automatic rifles, precision rifles, and short submachine guns, further adapting to alloy bayonets. Gu Hang's mouth curled into a smile, and then he could not help but laugh more and more joyfully. What a treasure! I don't know about other places, but at least in the Tianma star sector, whether it's the main force of the Imperial Guard Star Army or the main force of the Navy's Marine Corps, the firearms in use are still predominantly the G7 type, also known as the striker rifle. Previously, Gu Hang's memory also indicated news about the gradual replacement with G8 rifles, but at least until now, the scale of the replacement has not been large, and the production capacity has not been sufficient. And now, he has directly obtained the even more advanced G9. Another great weapon. If Gu Hang could integrate the entire planet, just the production of the G9 rifles could bring in a massive amount of orders. The Star Realm Army of Tianma Star Sector, the Navy, and even the local defense forces of various planets, shouldn't bother switching to the G8, just directly upgrade to the G9 and call it a day. Taking those orders would be enough to pay the Empire's taxes. Of course, this is just wishful thinking. For one thing, ramping up production capacity that much is a difficult task, and for another, if he made such a big move, he wouldn't be able to explain the origin of the technology. Unlike the production process for foundational, widely used materials like alloy steel, the G9 gun family is still very scarce. If he made too much noise, he wasn't afraid of much, but would the greasy folks from the Mechanical Church come knocking on his door? And if he really couldn't explain the origins of this thing, even the tribunal might come calling. Possessing knowledge of an unknown origin is a sign of chaos and corruption. Of course, Gu Hang was not going to throw the baby out with the bathwater. He still had to use it. At the very least, there should be no problem equipping his forces on a small scale. He was just planning on utilizing the weapons and equipment captured from those mercenaries. Now, it seems, there is not much need for that anymore. With great enthusiasm, Gu Hang clicked on the technology interface again. Invest 10 points of grace, with a 40% chance to unlock a new basic level technology. Do you confirm the investment? As expected, it had dropped again. One successful technology unlocking leads to a 30% drop in the success rate? If this happens 2 more times, won't it plummet to 0? Outrageous. Who would want to keep investing in this? Gu Hang cursed under his breath. Then he invested another 10 points. What else to do? The technology system's offerings were too tempting. Unlocking failed. Gu Hang's face fell, and, blood rushing to his head, he invested the remaining 10 points as well. Yan Fangshu can wait a bit, pulling cards is a tad more important right now. Unlocking failed. Hang on, with a 40% chance, 2 tries in a row both failed. What's the meaning of this? Actually, Gu Hang really didn't like this kind of probability-based gambling and loathed failure. But right now, he could only play at the 10 grace points tier, as the next tier required 100 grace points for a single attempt. In this way, it seems that in the technology panel, each tier's prize pool is limited. The more you draw, the more the chances decrease, so you either have to move up to a higher tier to pull better items or pay a higher price to chase the low probabilities. Under this concept, there's probably a hidden mechanism. When the odds are high at the start, you need to get the good stuff. Otherwise, if the good stuff is left until the odds are low, it would be a terrible loss. Nothing out of the ordinary happened on the way back to camp. The governor, for some reason, kept a grim face the whole time, making him unapproachable. Gu Hang's aide, Zhang Zhao, was already waiting outside the governor's camp. He had received advance notice from Gu Hang and had arranged for the camp to receive the supplies. Since Gu Hang was desperately short of manpower, he was also intentionally training Zhang Zhao. The kid didn't seem cut out for soldiering, but he appeared to be quite capable of handling clerical and administrative work. No choice though, as there weren't many literate people under Gu Hang's command, and he had no better candidates. Moreover, Zhang Zhao was doing quite a good job. They hadn't had time to build a big enough warehouse, but they had cleared out some prefab houses for storing supplies. Items that didn't require shelter from the elements were simply piled up on open ground, covered with large tarps, enough for temporary storage. After that, Zhang Zhao busied himself with inventorying the supplies and arranging their distribution, including deciding how much to send over to the abandoned cave society. He was reliable enough, so Gu Hang felt reassured and his expression brightened slightly. As for the frustration of coming up empty in the previous 2 couplets, that had almost entirely dissipated by now. Technology lotteries always required grace points to draw from. The odds just lay there, and if you didn't hit, there was nothing to be done about it, just hope for better luck next time. Retreating to his own room, Gu Hang took out paper and pen and began to plan for the upcoming events. He didn't plan to instantly materialize the G9 gun family black box obtained from this round of the technology lottery. Based on his experience with the alloy steel black box, these 2 items would also be quite large and couldn't be put away once materialized. Zhang Zhao was already arranging for people to dig bunkers. Gu Hang intended to set up a core secret base within the camp, to serve as the future research center, requiring strict confidentiality. It was best to keep items like the black box out of public view as much as possible. The technology lottery was a minor detour. The key was what to do next. The supplies extorted from Revival City had alleviated the shortage of goods in the camp, especially the scarcity of food. He couldn't achieve self-sufficiency in food within his territory just yet. The Manton River Valley Manor could indeed produce grains, but a bountiful harvest wouldn't be possible until autumn, a few months away. For the time being, they could get by on these supplies. The prerequisite was that the population he had to feed would not expand further. But that was impossible. Gu Hang's next goal was to expand the population. The alloy plastic steel industrial line needed to grow. The G9 gun family's production line also needed workers, construction work needed workers, and in the future other technologies might be drawn to establish other production lines, all requiring more people. Where would these people come from? That was an easy question to answer. Despite being a wasteland planet with a sparse population, especially compared to nest capital worlds with populations easily topping hundreds of billions, people on Rage Owl Star were incredibly cheap. The wandering survivor tribes, the destitute living hand-to-mouth around Revival City. These were Gu Hang's sources for population intake. But he couldn't just take anyone in. With people coming in, Gu Hang also had to provide jobs and consumer goods like food. To put it plainly, he had to be able to afford them and allow them to add greater value. This required more materials, and greater production capacity. In practical terms, the first step he had to take was to sell the currently most important and future key output, alloy plastic steel. Only by making successful sales could he talk about expanding production. Thinking thus, Gu Hang's gaze once again fell upon Revival City. It wasn't that he insisted on fleecing a single sheep, primarily, it was so close and his identity was so suitable that it made fleecing exceptionally convenient. Besides, he had long regarded Revival City as something in the bag. What's yours is mine, what's the harm in borrowing it first? After all, he was definitely going to take control of that city eventually. He only had 2 years, and it was impossible for him to cultivate a white field from scratch and grow enough economic and material wealth to pay the taxes of an entire planet in 2 years. Starting anew outside was fundamentally another attempt at a different approach to gain control of the entire planet. To completely control Revival City, he could not just barge into the city and engage in a political struggle with the local big shots, that would be a dead end. But if he had his own force to rely on before taking over Revival City and even the administrative power of the whole alliance government, that would be a different situation entirely. In the near future, when he was ready to take charge, there would certainly be a time when he could be confident in purging the entire power hierarchy of the city up and down, enabling the entire city's forces to truly serve him. Such power could not rely solely on the quintet's deterrence from the sky. Mutual destruction meant ruin for himself as well, and the council members of Revival City were also aware of this fact. Nuclear deterrence alone was not effective. Gu Hang requested 100 tons of materials and they provided them. If Gu Hang wanted to conduct a major purge, if he wanted their lives, then they would brace themselves against orbital bombardment and fight to the death against Gu Hang. It was a matter of life or death for all. He needed a real usable, conventional force to support the things he wanted to do. Still have to expand the army, Gu Hang concluded. Expanding was easy. Picking 200 people from the slaves brought down from the starship. 100 would use the remaining G7 assaulters, and the other 100 could make do with local mixed brand guns for the time being. With a systematic approach and a bit of grace spent, together with the 100 people from the abandoned cave company, another light infantry battalion was formed. Gu Hang delegated the work of recruiting new soldiers from those 3,000 servants to Yan Fangshu. Captain Yan was numbed. He knew that his governor would once again demonstrate that sort of training which could produce a regular army in a few days that would normally take 1 to 2 years to train. He genuinely couldn't fathom it and eventually could only assume that it was simply the governor's capability. His lord was a military training genius. This explanation might seem far-fetched, but he could not think of any other. Of course, even though he knew that under the governor's command, even the worst sources of soldiers could become decent within a few days, he still conscientiously picked the best 200 from those 3,000 servants when selecting the soldiers. After distributing the equipment and weapons, Gu Hang casually spent 2 points of grace in the soldier token to get a package deal for the training of these soldiers, and then he didn't pay much more attention to it, only making a token appearance each day. It wasn't long before new information emerged. 2nd Infantry Battalion, Light Infantry, overall rating, non-upgradable. Number, 300 men. Equipment, T5, training, T5, experience. The commander of this troop was Purbov from the abandoned cave society, who had been promoted to battalion commander. This was a sight Dennis and Henry had never seen in the abandoned cave society. He simply could not have imagined that such earth-shattering changes could have taken place in the mere month he had been away. He was from Rubbish Town and worked as a merchant. The ores produced by the abandoned cave society were the ones he would purchase and then sell to Rubbish Town for primary processing into usable pig iron before selling them off again. He had heard that a group of plunderers had set their sights on the abandoned cave society. He thought it was the end for them and had even offered a silent prayer for these unfortunate people, while also feeling a pity at having lost a cheap resource import site. This meant he would earn less money. But to his surprise, not only had the abandoned cave society survived, but it had also received help from the Planetary Governor. What was this if not a blessing in disguise? In the abandoned cave society, Henry saw rows of factories, and the erect smelting furnaces emitting white smoke, signifying industrial power. He saw the residential areas that were being constructed nearby, and as it was mealtime, he could see the cooking smoke. The standard of food the residents of the abandoned cave society were eating was actually better than that in his hometown, Rubbish Town. He also saw the soldiers on guard, wearing combat suits, vests with bulletproof plates on the outside, and their left eyes uniformly transformed into mechanical ones, shining with a cold blue light, looking very elite. Patel saw the expression on Henry's face and took it all in. The surprised look of this old friend gave Patel immense satisfaction. He really enjoyed seeing others surprised. It affirmed from the bottom of his heart how utterly right he had been to fully embrace the governor and to become his lordship's subject. He patted Henry on the shoulder and said, "Stop gawking, let's go. There's even more great stuff to see." Returning his gaze, Henry turned to Patel, Is the governor really that generous?" Patel's expression was devout, "Yes, and this is just the beginning. I believe that under the rule of the governor, we will live better and better. Honestly, why don't you go back and talk to your bosses, too? Get them to join under the governor's command sooner rather than later." When this topic came up, Henry grew a little more composed. "We are already under the governance of the governor, we are also members of the alliance." Patel could hear the perfunctory tone in his voice. He felt a bit disappointed. He genuinely believed that Rubbish Town could join in and contribute to the governor's cause. Of course, he also knew that his old friend Henry was just an ordinary merchant from Rubbish Town, and his status was so-so. Rubbish Town had a population of over 100,000 and was a massive settlement. Those who had a say there were called agents. These agents, big and small, determined the direction of the entire Rubbish Town. Henry was just a merchant, and he was even still striving to qualify as the smallest of agents, so he didn't have much say in Rubbish Town. Patel simply hoped that Henry could go back and persuade those agents. But it seemed, indeed, he had been naive. Those agents were making money from raw materials and energy, from scrappers and adventurers, with their bellies full and their minds content. Why would they easily let go? Unless they witnessed the governor's authority with their own eyes. Putting aside those thoughts, Patel's face broke into a smile again. He took Henry along to see some more good things. These were alloy steel products created by the abandoned cave society. Seeing the neatly stacked alloy steel, Henry was once again dumbfounded. "This is alloy steel? You can actually produce something like this?" He truly hadn't anticipated this. Watching those smelting furnaces, he thought at most they could produce steel, which was already very impressive to him. He had been calculating in his heart, in the future materials would be transported from Rubbish Town, then produced by abandoned cave society, and sold to Revival City. This route would be much more economical than profiteering from mineral resources. But unexpectedly, what abandoned cave society was producing was not just any steel, but alloy plastic steel. This material's performance was far superior to steel. With different formulations, it could exhibit very strong resistance to compression and tensile strength as well as great plasticity. From a merchant's perspective, its selling price would naturally be higher than that of steel, but in reality, the increase was limited. mainly because those manufacturers, whether using alloy plastic steel for munitions, machinery manufacturing, or construction materials, most of the large demand low-end product lines are very sensitive to cost. If the cost of alloy plastic steel is too much higher than steel, then they'd rather continue to use the cheaper steel. Of course, if there is some alloy plastic steel with particularly special properties, then for some particular devices, like making better gun barrels or more robust mechanical structures, when used in high value-added production, it's definitely valuable and can fetch an especially high price. But even though ordinary alloy plastic steel materials can't be sold for a very high price, with a reasonable pricing strategy, there's no worry about their marketability. At the same time, currently, there are very few powers in the wasteland that have the capability to produce alloy plastic steel. Perhaps Blackbird Heavy Industries has this capability, but their production capacity is barely enough to meet their own consumption, and they have never been seen selling this material externally. From this perspective, the alloy plastic steel produced by abandoned cave society is practically a unique business. Beyond making money, this represents a huge power of influence. Denison Henry was bursting with impatience. "How much for these?" "Sell them to me," he said, rubbing his hands together. "Don't rush," Patel chuckled and then took Henry to another place. Here, there were some finished products made of alloy plastic steel, individual armor vests and helmets. Patel proudly introduced, "Take a look at these things. If you shoot them with an iron pipe rifle, it'll at most leave a mark." Having said that, he was worried Henry wouldn't believe him and actually took out an iron pipe rifle. The weapon looked crude but was especially common on the wasteland. A basic iron pipe was tied to a wooden handle with the most simplistic firing mechanism, capable of shooting gunpowder bullets. Because there was really no technology to speak of, its power was rather unpredictable, and its accuracy even more so. A well-made one might be passable, but a poorly made one was just a noisemaker that could or couldn't hit a target. It all depended on luck. The abandoned cave society had hundreds of these guns, confiscated from the bandits after the doomed prisoners were annihilated. The Planetary Governor thought little of this junk and gave it to them for self-defense. Patel put the armor vest on a target, pulled the rifle bolt, and at a distance of more than a dozen meters, he fired more than a dozen rounds at it. After the deed was done, Henry stepped closer to take a look. There were bullet marks, but not a single one penetrated the single soldier's vest, and the back of the target was knocked slightly askew, but indeed there was no real damage. This level of defense was sufficient. Henry even tried on the vest himself and found the weight completely within an acceptable range. Alloy plastic steel was able to maintain enough strength and toughness while ensuring light weight. This stuff, on the wasteland, was a deadly weapon. Equipped with such a set, the most common iron pipe rifles on the wasteland would indeed turn into mere fire sticks. He could already imagine how enthusiastically these individual armor vests would be sought after by scavengers and adventurers in Rubbish Town. This was all money. "Stop talking. I'm buying. Take away my wallet." Henry truly wanted to buy. The alloy plastic steel material itself, as well as the single soldier vests that had been made from it, had already shown him the huge profits to be made. In his hometown, Rubbish Town, he was indeed just a merchant, but he harbored greater aspirations. He was pursuing the status of an agent. Rubbish Town was a chaotic place, but also a holy land for business, rich in resources and with a substantial population. There, if you conducted big enough business, had enough people under you, and strong enough military force, you could gain enough influence to become an agent. And in the chaotic political ecology of Rubbish Town, it was the agents who called the shots. Each monopolized a unique line of business, competing and allying with each other, wielding enormous power. Henry didn't have enough people under him or a big enough business. But if he could really secure the alloy plastic steel business, then he would have his own unique line of business. As long as he had support from the abandoned cave society to monopolize it, he could rapidly gain a huge profit. The remaining issue was money, but that was an easy problem to resolve. The status of an agent was already beckoning him. Truth be told, If it weren't for the governor behind the abandoned cave society, he would have definitely turned around and left by now, and then tried to gather a team to wipe out the abandoned cave society completely, to firmly grasp the production capability of alloy plastic steel in his own hands. Unfortunately. But it didn't matter, as long as he could secure the exclusive agency rights for this business, that would be enough. Henry solemnly said to Patel, "I'll take all the goods you have, and I'll offer you the best price. We can also sign a long-term cooperation agreement. Trust me, I can definitely help you sell these treasures throughout the entire wasteland world. We will become the best partners, as long as you sign an exclusive agreement with me." Wait a minute. Just wait a moment. Question mark. Henry's brows deeply furrowed. Do you have any other conditions? Just speak up. Patel quickly waved his hand. I don't have any conditions, but I can't make this decision. Without waiting for Henry to speak, he continued, everything here belongs to the great Mr. Gu, the governor. I wouldn't dare to promise you anything rashly. Without Mr. Gu's nod, not a single piece of alloy plastic steel can be sold. Mr. Gu. Henry calmed down and began to feel a headache coming on. Convincing Patel might not be difficult, but to persuade the governor. The deeds of the governor named Gu Hang had also reached Henry's ears. He was independent and unconventional, and after landing, he didn't take over the power from the alliance government but instead went to the rural wilderness to undertake construction work. Could construction save the entire Rage Owl Star? Henry didn't believe it. Even if the abandoned cave society had undergone drastic changes under the rule of Mr. Gu in a very short time. But just this kind of change was far from enough to alter the ecology of the entire Rage Owl Star. 2 years down the line, Mr. Gu, the governor, would probably be dealt with by the Empire's tax authorities, just like his predecessors, right? But before that happened, he was the governor, the nominal supreme ruler of this planet. What capital did a small merchant like himself have to hoodwink an imperial governor? Seeing Henry's dilemma and hesitation, Patel didn't know what kind of intense thoughts were turning in this old friend's mind. He just grinned, soothingly saying, Mr. Gu is a good man. As long as you serve him with sincerity, you will surely receive a generous reward. When Patel said this, he appeared very sincere. But somehow, Henry vaguely felt like there was another meaning behind his words. If you're not sincere enough, you're doomed. It must be an illusion. Where would Patel find such deep thoughts? Henry took a deep breath and said firmly, I'm off to see the governor now. The great governor, Gu Hang, was at that moment studying a corpse. It vaguely resembled a biological creature, with limbs and a semi-upright posture, somewhat like a headless ape with disproportionate limbs covered in boils, its chest cavity grossly swollen. It was fast, incredibly ferocious, and its limbs bore sharp claws. After hunting, it would tear its prey to pieces and then use the boils on its body to corrode and dissolve the fragments before absorbing them into itself. This creature, referred to by the locals as boil monsters, was a common menace in the wasteland. He was napping in his house when he suddenly heard noises outside. Then Zhang Zhao reported to him that a dozen boil monsters had appeared at the expansion site on the perimeter of the camp, attacking the workers. Even though the soldiers guarding the camp arrived quickly and annihilated this group of monsters, 3 workers had still met their deaths. Death and injury were, of course, very unfortunate events. But this was the wasteland. Gu Hang did not focus on what had happened, the unchangeable past. Looking at the monster's corpse before him, he asked a soul-searching question. Can this thing be eaten? Yan Fangshu didn't understand what Mr. Gu was thinking, but he was shocked nonetheless. Mr. Gu was somewhat displeased by Yan's shock and he emphasized, in the wasteland, food is of utmost importance. Every day, as soon as I open my eyes, I have to think about how to feed the several thousand people in 3 camps. Living off existing stores just won't cut it. We need to find a way to tap into every possible source of food. I think these creatures hold potential. It's said there are plenty of them in the wasteland, and other creatures like zombified dogs. If they're all edible. Please wait, Mr. Gu. Yan Fangshu said helplessly, these monsters carry a large amount of highly corrosive boils on them. How could they look edible? How do you know if you don't try? Gu Hang remained persistent. Of course, I don't mean to let our people eat it directly. I've heard that on most planets in the Nest capital, there is a technology capable of breaking down all organic material to produce food. They call it corpse starch? In any case, it's starch blocks. I wonder if Rage Owl Star has this technology? Anyway, we surely have it on Quintet. We still need to get our hands on it by any means necessary. Yan Fangshu became even more helpless. Big brother, I've eaten those starch blocks too. Essentially, those are a type of food chemical product that can take recycled organic waste, including old textiles and wood scraps, industrial organic waste, and even plant fibers and animal limbs, and break them down into smaller molecules to refine and process into synthetic starch blocks. While it's true that some Nest capital planets, particularly those with scarce resources and high population densities, do recycle the dead and even fecal matter, leading to their being humorously and darkly referred to as corpse starch, you shouldn't say it out loud. After all, the primary components of synthetic starch are still normal. The minor, trace elements. Let's just stay friends and not talk about them. Gu Hang said he was considering using those abscessed creatures as a food source, and he wasn't just talking nonsense to disgust people. He truly thought that way. If there were a choice, of course, normal food would be better than anything else. But in this wasteland, with production conditions like this, the number of people that could be sustained was limited, so wasn't one obligated to find every possible solution? Being well fed was more important than eating well. This technology, of course, could potentially be drawn from the technology panel. But the mechanism that, once a technology was highlighted, significantly dropped the probability of that technology being produced next made each technology quota precious. If there was a choice, Gu Hang would prefer not to acquire this technology from the technology panel. He'd rather achieve his goal by normal means. His gaze turned to the sky. A certain power on Rage Owl Star might possess similar technology. However, first, Gu Hang hadn't seen it around Revival City, implying that if this technology did exist, it was far away and difficult to obtain. Second, the synthetic starch technology was probably very valuable on a wasteland planet, and those powers wouldn't just hand it over. It was less effort to fleece the quintet than to go through the trouble of securing such technology. On a massive starship like the quintet, which housed a population of 100,000 and didn't always have the opportunity to land for supplies, especially during missions, they certainly had the technology to recycle almost any usable organic matter. Thinking this, he coughed lightly twice, feeling a bit embarrassed. I just asked her for 200 sets of equipment and 4 armored vehicles last time, and today I'm going right back to ask for new technology? Doesn't feel quite right. I won't ask today, I'll go ask her tomorrow. With this thought in mind, Gu Hang felt much more at ease. Gu Hang, in high spirits, hummed a tune and waited for Dennison Henry, the traitor from Rubbish Town. Dennison Henry finally met Governor Gu Hang. After an exhaustive body search, he was led to the entrance of the governor's house. It was just a large board house, and on the surface, it didn't differ fundamentally from the board houses inhabited by the servants nearby. It was neither specially decorated nor made from any particularly precious materials. The guard pushed open the door, and Henry walked in to find everything inside plain and unadorned. The room had no special decorations, just an ordinary long table. A man who appeared quite young sat at the far end of the table. That must be Governor Gu Hang. The governor himself seemed out of place in his surroundings. His clothing was exquisite despite the simplicity around him, yet this contrast became almost negligible due to the governor's indifferent attitude to his humble environment. Henry dared not observe further. He lowered his head, came to this side of the long table, and without daring to sit down, he placed one hand on his chest and then bowed deeply. Maintaining the bow, he said humbly, "My name is Dennison Henry, from Rubbish Town. I am here to offer my sincerest greetings to Your Excellency the Governor. Your speech upon landing on this planet was thunderous, making me profoundly understand that you came to this dying world with grand ambitions and compassionate sentiments, to save us, your subjects. As a resident of Rage Owl Star, I hold your nobility in the highest esteem. A rainbow fart, firmly delivered. As he spoke, Henry also took out an exquisitely packaged box. Upon learning that I had the honor of meeting your excellency, I was overjoyed and resolved to prepare a gift for you, to express my deep admiration. Sadly, due to the haste, I only have this modest offer. I hope your excellency the governor will not take offense. He continued to maintain the bow, holding the gift box above his head with both hands. The guard beside stepped up, took the gift from his hands, and then brought it before Gu Hang. Gu Hang didn't even glance at the gift box, his gaze remained fixed on Denison Henry, with an interested smile playing on his lips. Rise, or you might just break your waist if you keep this up. Henry straightened up as instructed. Sit down, let's have a good talk. Only then did Henry dare to sit down. Tapping the table with his hand, Gu Hang said, Denison Henry, I am aware of your purpose in coming. Henry cautiously replied, I hope your excellency the governor would grant me the opportunity to serve you. Gu Hang chuckled and said, you have a way with words, and I am satisfied with your attitude. I know that what you say may not necessarily reflect your true intentions, but I don't mind that. I can entrust the business to you, but I have two conditions. First, I will supply you with goods, and you will also bring me what I need, in full quality and quantity, without any shortfall. The first part of Gu Hang's statement, the implied may not necessarily be sincere, made Henry somewhat nervous. However, the latter part immediately made his heart blossom with joy. Securing the agency rights was his primary objective in meeting the governor. As for the other condition, Henry saw it as no different than being given a freebie. It couldn't really be considered a demand, more like another generous gift from the governor. He would of course pay for the goods, and that payment, as it seemed now, he could recoup by helping the governor acquire the things the governor needed. How could that possibly be a bad thing? Without hesitation, he nodded, no problem. I am willing to serve your excellency. Gu Hang waved his hand and added, I have a second condition. You need to expand your influence in Rubbish Town as much as possible, to become an agent, even a major one. Hearing this second condition, Henry calmed down a bit. Striving to become one of the agents of Rubbish Town was his aim. Logically speaking, since the governor had offered this as a condition, it shouldn't conflict with his goals, and he ought to be pleased. However, he didn't consider himself a fool and could read between the lines of the underlying implications of the request. Supported by the governor, he would become an important agent in Rubbish Town, but then what? Who would have the final say, himself, or the governor as his behind-the-scenes boss? But he quickly cast aside these hesitations and conflicts. Wondering about such things was absurd. When a big opportunity is presented, shouldn't he seize it? So what if he became a puppet? Countless people yearn for such a position and can't attain it. And it might not even be a puppet situation. Seriously serving the governor could bring its own powers, couldn't it? With the governor managing myriad affairs daily, wouldn't he have final say over the small matters of Rubbish Town when presiding over it? He would just need to achieve the governor's goals and follow his steps, which is as it should be. Moreover, putting it a bit more rudely, who knows if the governor will still be the governor in 2 years? With that thought, he caught the quasi-smiling expression on Gu Hang's face and dared not continue the line of thinking. He felt as if his thoughts were being read. Denison Henry was very surprised at the start of his meeting with the governor. He had obtained what he wanted without much sacrifice. Of course, that doesn't mean there was no cost involved. Having taken the goods, he had to pay for them using alliance currency. The governor provided a series of lists, asking him to buy this and that. He glanced through them. Some items were difficult to procure, such as wanting Revival City's best textile and sewing machines, importing raw textile materials, desiring thermoelectric generator sets, the thermoelectric material itself, wanting to build cement and brick factories. Moreover, the governor seemed to have a good grasp of the market. The list he provided was almost equal in value to the goods he was permitted to take this time. By his own estimation, the profit margin was severely compressed. If he wanted to earn more money, he would have to try his best to sell the alloy plastic steel and armored vests at a higher price, and find cheap yet effective supplies for the governor. Difficult as it may be, Henry was still filled with motivation. Wasn't this the time to showcase his capabilities? If everything were easy, would the governor need to bother finding someone like him to take on this task? However, as the conversation moved to the latter half, he gradually lost his joy. Primarily because a crucial issue was raised. Denison Henry wanted to secure exclusive sales rights for the alloy plastic steel industry. It was a protection of his own interests. He needed this to ensure the market channels he carved out wouldn't be snatched away by newcomers. Eliminating competitors to monopolize the market naturally meant more profit. But Gu Hang wouldn't allow it. He argued with reason, saying things like this would allow me to serve the governor better and this will help me expand my influence in Rubbish Town, and assist you with more matters in the future. However, none of these arguments could persuade Gu Hang. Gu Hang simply responded with 2 sentences, blocking any counter-arguments. I can grant you the powers you desire, but I won't give them to you for nothing. You haven't done anything yet, so why should you demand so much from me? Prove your loyalty through your actions. With the conversation reaching this point, what more could Henry say? He nodded emphatically, I will prove myself to you, Governor. Also, do one more thing for me. Please give your command. My camp needs more labor. Revival City has so many refugees living on the outskirts, bring them here. No problem, I will definitely bring you healthy and reliable refugees at a very affordable price. Gu Hang shook his head, clearly unsatisfied. What is this talk of money? Those refugees, not recognized by Revival City as official residents, but I recognize them. Every human on Rage Owl Star is a subject of the Empire, my subject. I want you to convey my benevolence to them, my policies, my declarations, and have them migrate here. If they face difficulties, you should offer them the necessary help, and if needed, I will personally intervene. Do you understand what I mean? Henry was taken aback. How could he not understand? Of course, he understood. Freeloading, right? You just don't want to spend money but still want the people brought over? Henry put on a very ashamed expression. Yes, that's right, I was shallow. However, according to the governor, it didn't seem like there was no benefit involved. Although Revival City was large, the number of jobs and people it could support was limited. Outside the city, there were plenty of refugees who couldn't survive. It wasn't impossible through propaganda to inspire these people to migrate voluntarily. But, Your Excellency the Governor, please forgive me. If we proceed this way, we won't be able to ensure the number or the quality of the migrants. Most of the desperate migrants are the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled. Those who are strong and in their prime can still find a job to support themselves. Gu Hang waved his hand dismissively, saying, That's your job, to convey my will to the public and to show your loyalty. Don't disappoint me. Damn, he really wants a free ride. Denison Henry could only respond helplessly, Yes, I understand what needs to be done. After sending away the merchant brimming with ambition, ready to embark on a significant endeavor while also meeting his own reasonable and unreasonable demands, Gu Hang immediately busied himself with another matter. He had his attendant, Zhang Zhao, send another communication to Revival City. As for the issue of Wuhan, the Alliance councilman being a cult member, Gu Hang needed Revival City to give him an explanation. Of course, the nature of the explanation was not important. What Gu Hang needed was an excuse to take action. This excuse was something he had to work hard to find originally. Now, there was one ready-made. An adherent of a heretic cult had emerged within the ruling structure of the Alliance Council. When Wuhan resisted, employing storm sorcery which Gu Hang identified as definitely not his own spiritual power but originating from a certain source, Gu Hang almost burst into laughter. After capturing Wuhan, the necessary interrogations and the intelligence he had to obtain were almost in his hands. The man was indeed a follower of the cult, there was no mistake about that. Although he was not a devout believer, he did believe in the teachings of the primal Albeast sect and was willing to use his status as a councilman to provide convenience for cultist activities and to contribute money and resources. He wasn't a core member, he was just a wealthier believer. He also received certain things in return, such as being blessed by the gods and mastering storm sorcery. He could have cultists do some dirty work that he could not handle directly himself. Indeed, the very reason he sought to trouble the governor this time was to request the primordial wrath owl sect's intervention, but they rejected him due to their busy schedule and inability to arrange manpower on short notice. With these confessions, and with Wohan still alive, Gu Hang had the perfect opportunity to attack. Upon connecting with Revival City, the person Gu Hang faced was still the chairman of the Alliance Council, Milian Hodgson. "Good day to you, Governor," Hodgson began with a greeting. Gu Hang offered no pleasantries in return, his tone severe. "Mr. Hodgson, I am extremely disappointed in your work." Upon hearing the governor's words, Hodgson felt a nerve in his head throb with pain. The governor is at it again. "I gave you the massive supplies you wanted, I sold the people you asked me to betray, what more do you want now?" Hodgson replied wearily, "Please instruct me, Governor. An alliance councilman corrupted by a heretic cult? What kind of job have you been doing as chair of the council? Is the alliance's council still loyal to the empire? Has Revival City now become the nest of the primal Owlbeast sect?" Gu Hang launched a series of accusations, hitting Hodgson hard and fast. Hodgson was completely caught off guard by Gu Hang's revelation of such news, the accusation leaving him utterly dumbfounded. He had no prior knowledge that Wohan was a cult member. Hodgson indeed did not know that one of their Alliance Council members, Wohan, was a cult member. He had no prior knowledge of this information. Now that Gu Hang had exposed this, he was completely dumbfounded. When he had slightly regained his composure, his first reaction was to suspect, was the accusation against Wohan of being a cultist fabricated by Mr. Gu himself as an excuse to cause trouble for Revival City. This matter is of great significance. Do you, Governor, truly have concrete evidence to prove this? The evidence is irrefutable. The people who attacked the transport team were directed by Wohan. I have wiped out the bandits on his manor and captured him. I personally saw this scoundrel use storm sorcery. Right now, you seem to know nothing about it, President of the Council Hodgson. I'm very disappointed. With an Alliance Council member corrupted, and you, as President, having no knowledge of it, is this negligence, or has the Alliance Council been condoning the spread of the cult in Revival City all along? Hodgson immediately denied it, absolutely not. We have been intensifying our efforts to crack down on the cult. How could we possibly condone its spread? I will investigate this matter. Before Hodgson could finish, he was interrupted by Gu Hang. Investigate? How much longer will we have to wait for you to slowly go about your investigation? Revival City will become what? With even council members being corrupted, how can I believe you'll uncover anything? Hodgson was under immense pressure from Gu Hang. This totally unexpected news caught him off guard. He had no contingency plans in place, and at this moment he could only insist, "We will definitely take effective measures to deal with the problem. We will carry out background checks on all council members and also strengthen the investigation into the cult in the entire city." Gu Hang said, "I'm giving you this chance. But I also want to remind you that our city is facing a severe threat. I need you to resolve this problem quickly and thoroughly. If I don't see a more proactive attitude from you, then I will personally take action, and you will be held accountable." Hodgson could only strive to assure, "We will do everything necessary to ensure the safety of the city. I assure you, we will give you an explanation. You had better keep your word." After hanging up the phone, Hodgson's brows were tightly furrowed. He did not wish to always be at a disadvantage in communications with Mr. Gu. Yet, what could he do? The first time, he demanded supplies by wielding his authority, with a not inconsiderable amount, yet just within the limit that Revival City was capable of paying, forcing them to reluctantly agree. Nobody wanted to entirely offend the governor over such a matter, risking a fallout with him. The second time concerned Wohan's unauthorized attack on the transport team, an action he undertook alone. Hodgson sold him out without any psychological pressure. In both instances, the governor hinted at using his authority, even suggesting orbital bombardment from the heavens to exert maximum pressure and make threats, his goal being to obtain something. Once the conversation reached this point, not wanting a confrontation, Hodgson had little choice but to concede. This third time, though the governor had neither made too many threats nor demanded anything, he used the sternest tone thus far, directly accusing the Alliance Council of either negligence or treason. The accusation could not be more pointed. Yet Hodgson could not refute it. The governor now held the high ground. The primal Owlbeast sect, the common enemy of the many forces on the wasteland, who do not worship the divine emperor but instead follow that primordial owl beast, skillful in storm sorcery, they have indeed caused many devastating disasters that annihilated settlements. How could an Alliance councilman be a member of this cult? How can this be explained? It can't be explained at all. Mr. Gu was justifiably angry. He thought he was just dealing with a greedy grain merchant, and if that guy wanted to go against Mr. Gu, then let him stick his neck out and be the target, he deserved to die. But it turned out this person was actually a member of the cult, which completely took Hodgson by surprise. He also realized the seriousness of the situation. After hesitating, Hodgson turned to his grandson Lambert and asked, "Mr. Goose said that Wohan is a member of the cult, do you think it's possible?" "Maybe it's true, maybe it's not," Lambert Hodgson, having listened to the entire conversation between his grandfather and Mr. Gu, cautiously offered his considered answer, but that's not the key issue now. Since Mr. Gu is acting on this trump card, it means he must possess some evidence. Even if that evidence isn't real, Mr. Gu would have forged it well enough. We're truly on the defensive now. In response to Lambert's speculation, Hodgson sighed and continued to ask, "What do you think Mr. Gu will do next?" Lambert pondered, he might use this as an excuse to further intervene in the politics of Revival City, to strip us of our power under the guise of striking at the cult, and eventually take control of the entire Revival City. "From what you say, it sounds like you're quite unhappy with this?" Lambert was taken aback. "Grandfather?" He didn't understand why his grandfather would ask this. Mr. Gu, the planetary ruler appointed by the Empire, is also the head of the Alliance government. If Mr. Gu takes complete control over Revival City, isn't that justifiable and proper? Lambert frowned deeply and spoke with difficulty, "You're saying. But." Hodgson brought up another matter, "I remember, you once said your dream is to save the world?" "Yes, the nonsensical babble of my reckless youth. So I ask you now, is that dream still buried in your heart?" Lambert didn't want to answer. "Grandfather, why are you bringing this up? I've told you, only the governor can save this world. I don't know if Mr. Gu is the one, so I've always hesitated, just like the previous governors have all failed. But I recently realized something, how many more governors can we wait for? I don't understand. Do you mean, you want to?" "No, it's not that stage yet, I just feel that this governor is a bit different from the previous ones," said Hodgson. "As for now, I think you've got the emphasis wrong. Please enlighten me. The focus now isn't what the governor will do next but what we must do. What we need to do is simple, ascertain how widespread the primal Owlbeast sect has become in Revival City, and what their aim truly is. That's the most important thing, a matter of life and death. What's the point of all these power struggles? It would be ridiculously tragic to defeat Mr. Gu only to have the cultists destroy the city afterward." "I understand." The news of cult proliferation sent everyone in Revival City into a frenzy. However, the instigator of the crisis, His Excellency the Governor, seemed to have no sense of urgency at the moment. Early the next morning, he began to address the food supply issue of his territory and once again made contact with the quintet above. Colonel Yelisia still showed him no kindness in her expression. Gu Hang was indifferent to this, even understanding. Had he been in her shoes, having his wool sheared by others haphazardly day after day, his reaction would have been more intense than Yelisia's. "Considering how empathetic I'm being, Why don't you just hand over the synthetic starch technology to me? Of course, Gu Hang knew he couldn't just ask for it for nothing. He had to offer something in return. Colonel Yelija, I brought you another piece of good news. Upon hearing this, Yelija remembered the loss of her 3,000 slaves, 300 mech servants, a pile of weapons and equipment, and the 4 Strider verses. Her heart ached. As for the previous gift of a Marine Corps captain? Was there such a thing? She didn't recall. Yelija said with a stern face, Your Excellency's good news always comes at a high price. How could that be? I am sharing our achievements with the best of partners. If you have something serious to say, then get on with it. About the issue of heretic cultists brewing on Rage Owl Star, I've already made some progress. I've captured a cult member, who happens to be a high-ranking official in the planet's government. On hearing this, Yelija became grave. Has it deteriorated to such an extent? Tell me where the enemies are, and I will eliminate them. No, it's not time for that yet. I'll soon track down the exact whereabouts of these cultists, and by then, I may need you to send your elite Marine Corps, even the power of the shipborne church, to assist me in cleansing these heretics. It's possible, but it would be best if you could create an opportunity for me to conduct orbital bombardment directly. I'll try my best. Yelija had no reason not to agree to this. Orbital bombardment was the most convenient. If ground troops were needed, that was fine too. She didn't mind, as long as it meant earning merits. Moreover, deploying the Marine Corps was different from the previous situation where people were said to be lent but were essentially given away. The people lent to Gu Hang were working for him on a long-term basis. With regards to missions, to fight or not, and how to fight, the entire command system was still under the starship's control, with Gu Hang at best providing a target and some advisory suggestions. It was not a conceptually similar situation. Yelija's expression became somewhat calmer, and her heart relaxed a bit. Her investment in the governor seemed to be finally showing some sign of return. Eradicating the heretic cult entrenched in the capital city of the planetary government somewhat counted as a noteworthy achievement. Although it wasn't a major victory, the prospect of a return on investment invited anticipation, and there were still 2 years left. Yelija, in a better mood, asked a question she would later somewhat regret. Very well, is there anything else? Yes, I need synthetic starch technology, Gu Hang said. Yelija's face stiffened. I originally thought you were just here to deliver a message, but it turns out you're here to ask for things, huh? I am only responsible for striking down the enemies of the Empire, Yelija said. Supporting construction is not my job. But this is for the purpose of striking down the enemies of the Empire. Gu Hang argued. What is at the core of the growth of cults? It's when people see no hope. When they can't even have enough to eat, they are easily tempted by cults. Synthetic starch technology could help us solve this problem. Yelija felt that Gu Hang made sense, but could saving people with this method be considered a naval victory? As she pondered, Gu Hang's voice came again. Colonel Yelija, please understand, it is necessary to wipe out our enemies with thunderous might. But if the situation deteriorates to an uncontrollable state, where salvation can only be achieved through utter destruction, that may not necessarily be a good thing. A city corrupted by a cult then destroyed, or, the heretic cultists spread to a terrible extent, but are completely annihilated under the command of the Madam Colonel, with hundreds of thousands of citizens of the Empire saved. Please compare, which of the two scenarios is better? The destroyer, or the savior? The former seems a bit cooler, but within the Empire, at least in the Tianma star sector, the latter holds more value. Moreover, the identity of a savior aligns more with Yelija's current mission. She came to orbit Rage Owl Star for 2 years not to fight and destroy enemies but to assist the governor in reviving the planets. At this point, Yelija had to admit that Gu Hang's argument had moved her once again. She began to calculate what it would take to provide Gu Hang with the synthetic starch technology. Was the price too high? The conclusion was, not particularly. Starships of course have synthetic starch technology. During the long interstellar journeys, When resupply is scarce, the ability to recycle nearly any organic material into edible starch blocks is an essential auxiliary technology. However, as important as it is, the synthetic starch machines aren't used frequently. In peacetime, starships can get supplies fairly smoothly, and no one really wants to eat starch blocks. Currently, the food reserves on the quintet are quite abundant, enough to last for several years. And besides, there's more than one synthetic starch machine on the starship. Handing over one shouldn't be a big problem. Of course, what Gu Hang wants is the technology, not just the machine. But that's not too troublesome either. Send down a logistician from the starship with one machine, some spare parts, and that should meet Gu Hang's demands. In theory, this should be enough for Gu Hang to produce his own synthetic starch manufacturing machines, provided he has a certain industrial base. If he does not, there's not much Elijah could do. I'm not your mother, can I possibly feed you milk directly? I agree, she said. Having given her consent, a transport with technicians and equipment arrived on the ground and, when it returned, Gu Hang loaded it with a fair amount of goods. According to him, these were gifts for Colonel Elijah from Rage Owl Star, the specialty of the place. But in fact, they were just a small portion of the food and textile supplies brought from Revival City, allocated to be sent skyward. It wasn't meaningless, though. It would improve the crew's diet on the starship and provide some supplies. It was, in any case, a way to show that the governor did not take without giving in return. As for the difference in the value of the two, it's the thought that counts. After watching the transport fly off into the distance, Gu Hang plunged back into his grand plans for expanding production. In Gu Hang's plan, he intended for the abandoned cave society to serve as the heavy industrial production center of his territories. It was well located, being closer to future raw material and energy sources in Rubbish Town and already possessed some mineral resource output. The production line for alloy steel was there, and once the merchant named Dennis and Henry brought back the heat-generating limestone power unit, Gu Hang planned to set up a power plant in the abandoned cave society. However, with the heavy industry and energy industry of the abandoned cave society developing, a workforce of merely 800 would certainly not suffice. Gu Hang had been continuously sending workers from the governor's camp, who were originally expanding the camp and building an airport, to the abandoned cave society to meet the labor needs of the alloy factory there. But this labor pool had its limits, and the governor's camp needed people as well. Production required people, expansion of the army required people, and right now, Gu Hang's demand for labor was very high. It was inevitable to absorb population from outside, which was precisely why he had made a special request to Dennis and Henry to find ways to promote and bring in people. Of course, those refugees recruited from outside Revival City might not necessarily be qualified industrial workers. Let alone the refugees, even the people from the abandoned cave society and the former slaves brought down from the starship were not really qualified. Illiteracy was a significant issue. Illiterates could perhaps toil, but it would be hard for them to grow into skilled technicians. However, this was a solvable problem. Gu Hang had already requested the creation of night school classes in the abandoned cave society, including his own direct camp, starting with literacy work before moving on to some basic skills training, experience summary, and sharing. Inside the abandoned cave society, there were indeed many who were willing to learn and eager to advance. These people did not need much worrying over. As long as they were given the opportunity, they would be keen to strive upwards. But not everyone had such a drive to improve themselves. Now that they could live above ground, security concerns were no longer an issue. They could eat their fill, have clothes to keep warm, and they heard that soon there would be electricity and heating. Such treatment was enough to make them quite content. Freed from the motivation to improve. Gu Hang was certainly not pleased with this. If no one strives to work hard, how am I to expand production and rebuild the world? To address this, Gu Hang introduced a strategy, a work point distribution system. Work resolved into work points, which determine material and welfare allocation. If you wanted to eat well, live well, and dress well, even allowing your closest kin to also lead a good life, then you needed to work diligently. Moreover, several technical job categories were introduced at the worker level. Becoming a skilled technician through assessments meant earning more work points than an ordinary worker. The requirement to become a skilled technician was to study diligently. Also, although attending school did not grant work points, it did provide a free evening meal, which spared one from spending their allocation and saving money in the process. With tangible upward motivation and a real increase in food allocation, night schools launched in the abandoned cave society and governor's camp were widely welcomed. On the other hand, finding teachers was not easy. For now, they could only use a few literate individuals among the servants brought down from the quintet starship to act as teachers. As for so-called professional technical training, it mostly comprised some experience and tips formed by a handful of sharp-minded workers during their labor, which were summarized and disseminated. With an inadequate teaching force, expecting to educate exceptional students was unrealistic. Gu Hang understood this point. Given the circumstances, all he could do was to make the best of the situation. As for the work points mentioned earlier, Gu Hang did initially consider whether to introduce a currency. In the wasteland, the circulation of goods was extremely chaotic. Currency existed, the Alliance had issued the revival currency, and several major forces had also issued their own. However, these currency systems were not only disorganized, but the exchange between them was also cumbersome, and some remote settlements might not even recognize certain currencies. The most popular method of trade on the wasteland still involved the very primitive barter trade. The scale of Gu Hang's power was still too small to issue his own currency without exerting great effort to promote it, and using others' currencies could easily overwhelm the internal system with their volume. Thus, he simply decided not to implement a currency and instead created an work point system for internal use only, to serve as a motivational tool. Earn work points by participating in production. Consume work points to obtain housing and rations. This became a simple prototype of a currency under a planned economy. Gu Hang did not plan to stick with a planned economy forever, but it would certainly constitute a major component. Concentrating efforts to accomplish big projects was, in Gu Hang's view, a very successful experience during development stages. If the goal of the abandoned cave society was to develop towards an industrial hub, the role Gu Hang envisioned for the governor's camp was as a transport hub and a center for light industry. Transportation requires no further explanation, with its core task being the connection with the great treasure trove in the sky, the quintet. When Gu Hang chose the location for the camp, he picked a flat terrain with no natural defenses, primarily for this purpose. The textile machinery and related technologies that Gu Hang requested Dennis and Henry to purchase were part of the light industry that Gu Hang had planned. Apart from textiles, there was also the food industry. The synthetic starch manufacturing machines brought down from the quintet had already begun operating under the guidance of technicians who came down with the ship. Additionally, a new synthetic starch production line was being constructed, mainly relying on various parts that had also been brought down from the starship. The alloy factory at the abandoned cave society had also received orders to manufacture qualified components as per the technicians' requirements. For parts with high demands on processes and materials, Gu Hang would produce them using black boxes of finished alloy plastic steel. Of course, there were still some core components that the current industrial capabilities under his power couldn't produce. The technician who had come down from the starship was, at the governor's request, trying to figure out a way to master this technology. There was a good chance of success. The industrial base at the governor's camp started from scratch but had developed quickly, mainly thanks to some incredibly powerful materials and technology. Even if the alloy plastic steel produced by the abandoned cave society was not satisfactory, the premium alloy plastic steel produced directly from the finished black boxes was of outstanding quality. However, the scale of the synthetic starch production line could not be further expanded until the technology had been mastered. Even so, the current production capacity was more than enough. As long as there were sufficient raw materials and the production line was running at full capacity, there would be more than enough food to ensure that everyone under Gu Hang's command was well fed. In fact, there was significant excess capacity to stockpile food, or even sell it for export. All these various plans of Guhang were waiting for Dennison Henry to bring back the first batch of goods and people before they could truly get underway. The merchant from Rubbish Town did not keep him waiting too long and soon returned. The inflow of people and resources was devoured by the power under Guhang's command. With the two major industrial centers, along with the Manton River Valley Manor already gradually restoring agricultural production, the overall productive power of the governor's power began to embark on a rapidly developing fast track. Osenia surveyed her surroundings, her vision filled with a vast construction site. The land of the esteemed Planetary Governor, proclaimed by that kind-hearted person as the land of salvation, seemed quite different from what she had imagined. After the end of last winter, a massive surge of mutated monsters erupted in Osenia's homeland, an area called the Southern Provinces by the people of Revival City. It was a huge disaster that completely destroyed many settlements. Barely surviving the wave of mutant creatures did not mean the end of the disaster. Unable to sow seeds in spring, having endured another winter, and due to fighting against the alien creatures, various factors caused a significant loss of food reserves. Hunger and shortages of supplies plagued the southern provinces. What do people do when they can't survive? They become monsters. Osenia and her younger brother originally lived a comfortable life. The soil in the southern provinces was more fertile and suffered less from the low-energy storms, so many of the local settlements could live off agriculture. In fact, the southern provinces were an important food-producing area, with hundreds of thousands from both the inner and outer parts of Revival City relying mainly on grain imports from the south. Osenia's father was the owner of a plantation. Before everything collapsed, their plantation had a population of tens of thousands. During productive times, they not only fed everyone but also had ample surplus to sell in exchange for industrial goods. Understandably, Osenia's standard of living was akin to that of a little princess, far exceeding that of the vast majority on this wasteland. But all of that fell apart at the turn of spring and summer. Outside, a great number of raiders besieged the plantation. Then, a riot broke out within its bounds. With their guards' protection, her family tried to break out and flee from the plantation at the last moment. Many who didn't take part in the riot attempted to escape alongside them. But amid the chaos of war, she was separated from her father. Concealing their identities, smudging ash on their faces, cutting off their hair, she took her brother and followed the stream of refugees, finding herself aimlessly in Revival City. Along the way, she suffered through many hardships. For a morsel of food, she was willing to do anything, no matter how small the job, as long as it procured some sustenance. Even more desperate measures included begging, fighting tooth and nail, stealing, and deceiving. Before the collapse, she was educated to be a proper lady. She had never imagined herself in such a state. But she persevered. Throughout these past months, she was so hungry she felt dizzy. Her just over 10-year-old brother was malnourished. Yet at least, they were both still alive. However, she often found herself lost in confusion. If one has never experienced goodness, perhaps they can fall endlessly in darkness. But just months ago, she was a little princess, the apple of her father's eye, worried daily about authenticating and restoring expensive pre-war art, helping manage the estate, and overseeing accounts. Now, she hesitated over what to eat the next day. More critically, there was no end in sight to such a life, no hope, no glimmer of light. She felt she could hardly hold on any longer. More than once she had thought that living in such a terrible world, perhaps death would be more of a relief? But every time she looked into her brother's eyes, she shoved that thought away, clenched her teeth, and continued the grueling struggle. Oddly enough, she hadn't been very close to her brother, 7 years her junior, in the past. She even often found the mischievous little devil quite annoying. However, over these past few months, she would rather die than abandon her brother. Once, when her brother was kidnapped, she bit the kidnapper like a madwoman, taking a beating that left her bleeding without loosening her grip. She didn't know why, but she knew that if anyone dared to harm her only remaining family, she would fight them with everything she had. but she deeply understood they were on the brink of not being able to survive any longer. The great chaos in the southern provinces had a huge impact. The shortage of food imports caused food prices in Revival City to keep rising. Her part-time jobs were becoming increasingly insufficient to feed herself and her younger brother. Recently, an even worse piece of news had spread. The largest grain merchant in Revival City had disappeared. Shortly thereafter, the city's food prices became even more volatile. It was at this time that a traveling merchant opened a free porridge shop outside Revival City, in the slums. Anyone could receive a warm serving of porridge in the shop, provided they listened to the entire declaration made by Mr. Gu Hang, the Planetary Governor, on his first day on the wasteland. She had fought someone to secure a spot for her and her brother there. The so-called governor's declaration was a long one, and she was thinking about skipping some parts to get to the meal quicker. She couldn't remember much about what the governor's declaration actually said. Only one phrase remained clear in her mind: the governor would ensure that everyone who submitted to him would have a good life. The next day, the porridge shop was still open, and she came back. But this time, she was told that those who had eaten once were not allowed a second serving, unless they were willing to follow the caravan to the governor's camp and become subjects of the governor. She didn't hesitate and pressed her handprint on the paper. After waiting for a few days, she headed to the camp with her brother when the caravan set off. Although driven by desperation to follow the caravan to the governor's camp, wasn't there also a desire to change their circumstances and seek some light and hope? She thought she would see a city that was quite well developed, but instead, she saw vast areas of dust. There were many rudimentary cement buildings already erected, but even more were under construction. However, looking at the large-scale construction across the camp, there should at least not be a lack of work opportunities. But could her small frame handle construction work? Osenia, who was full of confusion and uncertainty about the future, held her brother's hand and went to the registration area as arranged by the caravan. When it was her turn, the registrar asked for some basic information. Name, age, skills, desired occupation. She answered truthfully according to her actual situation. "Huh?" The person registering her suddenly exclaimed, "You're literate?" "Ah. Yes. That's great." The registrar was overjoyed. "Head over to that table and fill out another form. Congratulations, you will receive a good treatment." Osenia went over bewildered. There were hardly any people at that table. After she filled out a form, she was assigned 2 tasks. During the day, she would work as a clerk in the soon-to-be-established textile factory, arranging and implementing production plans, keeping track of the output, and managing the production process. The second task was to teach literacy classes at the evening school. The work content reassured her quite a bit. This was something she was truly adept at. Back at the estate, she would assist her father with some management tasks. While then it was agricultural production management, now she would be a clerk at a textile factory that was still closer to her skill set than manual labor. Especially when she heard about the treatment, she became even more excited. According to the work point system, she could earn more than enough supplies every day to support herself and her brother, with some to spare. Although everything was incomparable to her days as a little princess in the past, this was the only ray of light she had seen during her months of hardship. Denison Henry discovered that every time he visited the governor's camp, he would see something new and surprising. This time, having completed a business deal and coming to meet the governor again, he was accompanying Gu Hang, inspecting the newly established synthetic starch production line. He saw workers mixing the decomposed corpses of exotic monsters, scrap wood materials discarded after construction, and leaves and branches collected from the nearby woods, and feeding them into a machine. The other end of the machine output rectangular blocks of starch after crushing, decomposing, and restructuring the materials. Each block weighed a standard 50 grams, and a few pieces could keep an adult from starving to death. Even though the raw materials used in production seemed somewhat strange, Henry still realized the enormous value of this technology. Toxic monster carcasses, wooden waste, weeds with very low nutritional value, old clothes, torn fabrics. These things of little worth could be transformed into precious food in the wasteland after processing by this machine. So what if the ingredients were disgusting? When people were starving to death, who cared about that? This was bona fide food, carbohydrates, high in calories. Wasn't this much better than foraging for wild vegetables, grass, bugs, and mixing them with a bit of grain to cook up a bowl of watery porridge? Henry pinched his nose and personally tried eating a block. The taste, it could be said, was virtually tasteless, like eating plaster, at most with a hint of sweetness from partially saliva-digested starch, and a bit of saltiness. But again, these issues were not problems in the wasteland. Not to mention the life-threatening environment of the wasteland, even in the Imperial Star Realm Army and the Imperial Navy, when supplies were not so smooth, a significant proportion of food rations were met through corpse starch. So who was nobler than whom? It was a terrifying technology. Henry was so amazed that his eyes bulged as he said, "Incredible, I." Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Hang raised his hand to interrupt him. "No talking, I just brought you to have a look." "Ah." Henry's face turned slightly red with embarrassment. But he quickly understood that this part of the business, especially the production line and technology, was something he could not obtain from the governor. In a sense, this technology had the potential to change the whole world, and it was immensely significant. He could only feel regret and even more determined to cling closely to the governor's coattails. After visiting the newly established synthetic starch production line, Gu Hang took Henry to his office. Henry, who had just completed a business deal, had quite a few things to report to Gu Hang. Sitting in front of the governor, Henry was somewhat reserved. "This time I've successfully accomplished my mission, and the alloy plastic steel has caused a sensation among the material merchants in Revival City. This material, which used to be available only in small quantities from Blackbird Heavy Industries and was tightly controlled by them, now has an additional channel, and those merchants are very happy, and our goods sold very well. The items you wanted, I have mostly exchanged for you. The generators powered by thermoelectric stones should be enough for establishing a small-scale power plant. Moreover, I have mobilized connections in Rubbish Town to allocate a batch of thermoelectric stones. The looms are also adequate to open a production line. The Gruel Shop's cum propaganda stations we set up recruited over 2,000 vagrants. However, Revival City has been somewhat turbulent lately, affecting our prices. The Alliance Council has gone mad with a citywide hunt for heretic cultists. Many people got caught up in it, leaving everyone on edge. Rumor has it that a counselor responsible for food was discovered to be in collusion with the cult. It's said that you, Governor, even lost your temper?" Henry paused, stealing a glance at Gu Hang. Seeing no response to that question, he understood, the silence was as good as an affirmation, right? Maybe the person was even taken care of by the governor himself. He continued, "This matter has caused a great commotion, the whole Revival City is in chaos. And now that the counselor is finished, the food trade market he controlled has also become disordered, and the entire market is unstable. If not for this, we could have sold our alloy steel at an even higher price. But still, things aren't too bad now, are they? Revival City is the largest market nearby, not only capable of consuming various raw materials but, more importantly, it acts as a trade nexus connecting multiple forces and regions. I have also reached long-term agreements with many agents. They can take on a considerable production volume, so there is no worry about sales. Additionally, those bulletproof vests we sold are an even bigger hit in Rubbish Town. They can even withstand a shot from green Skin Orcs. Now our goods are completely popular in Rubbish Town. The activity of those green skinned beasts has been expanding recently. Scavengers and adventurers are clashing with them more frequently, and arms and bulletproof equipment are now the hottest selling items. This is an opportunity, Governor. I don't ask for exclusive rights to everything, but if you would grant me the exclusive sales rights for the armored vests, it would greatly help me secure the position of agent in Rubbish Town. Then, I could serve you even better." After reporting a multitude of information, mainly to take credit, Denison Henry couldn't help but bring up the matter of the exclusive rights he coveted. In his eyes, Governor, you want me to prove my loyalty, but I've done enough this time, didn't I? The materials and equipment you wanted, I racked my brains to get them for you. The population you wanted to attract, I paid from my own pocket to bring them over. Isn't that enough to prove my loyalty? You're not willing to give me exclusive rights to the entire alloy steel production line, so granting exclusive rights just for the bulletproof vests isn't too much to ask, is it? Henry, oh Henry. Gu Hang murmured his name. Should I say you are smart, or foolish? I don't understand. You are so clever, you show me that you have accomplished things, made contributions. You also express loyalty and say you will do more, do better in the future, hoping to obtain exclusive rights from me. You worry that if you create a market for materials and bulletproof armor, more merchants will come to me to do the same business, preventing you from making exclusive profits. Having said this, and though it was meant to be a compliment, Denison Henry just felt awkward. What Gu Hang said was indeed exactly what he was thinking. It wasn't hard to guess. But who just lays it out so directly? Where do you expect me to put my face? He didn't speak, while Gu Hang continued, but you are so foolish, failing to see the essence of the matter. The production capacity of alloy steel isn't abundant, and expanding scale also takes time. For now and the foreseeable future, you can absorb all the goods. What is there to worry about? Are you worried that if you don't work wholeheartedly for me later, I will find a better collaborator? Are you worried that I will restrict your ability to manipulate the goods prices, limiting how much money you can make in the future? Are you afraid that you won't keep me reliant on you, the one behind the governor in power? Henry, oh Henry, tell me, are these your concerns? Denison Henry dropped to his knees with a thud before Gu Hang. Cold sweat had permeated his forehead. The governor's 3 questions peeled away his psychological defenses layer by layer until they were completely stripped away. He had not thought this way. At least, he didn't dare to consciously think this way. But upon introspection, even by the instinct of a businessman, hadn't he subconsciously done just that? He was a merchant, and he was in the business to make money. The governor, however, was not a merchant and always wanted him to do this and that. The additional conditions attached to the business inevitably impacted his profits. He truly didn't want other merchants competing with him for this business, even if in the future he couldn't handle the full production capacity himself. As for going one step further, he indeed hadn't thought about it, but if he were the only one with exclusive authorization, and if in the future he managed to secure the agent qualification of Rubbish Town, powerful and influential under his command, and continued to grow stronger through exclusive rights, the governor, looking to expand trade routes and further development, would gradually become more reliant on him. He would become a key official for the governor. His every word and deed would have a significant impact on the governor's strategies, his voice becoming increasingly influential. These unthinkable yet inevitably contemplated scenarios were crushed to smithereens by the governor's interrogation at this moment. He kowtowed deeply. Governor, I absolutely did not dare. Maintaining his kowtowing posture, he couldn't see Gu Hang's expression, only hearing the governor's indifferent tone after a moment. Really? You're so clever, thinking about such deep matters, yet you can't even imagine this? I didn't dare to think. Henry no longer dared to play any tricks. Today, he had truly been dealt a clear lesson. You're right, Governor, I am indeed a fool, unable to see the true nature of things. I should have realized that as long as I work diligently for you, I don't need to worry about those elusive matters. Thanks to your guidance, I've completely understood. Please give me another chance. After speaking, he lifted his head, looked at the governor sincerely, and then once again kowtowed deeply and heavily. Seeing Denison Henry's submissive demeanor, Gu Hang finally let a slight smile cross his lips, and his tone softened. Since you can be a bit smarter and think deeper, that's good. Get up now, no need to kneel anymore, I'll take you to see a new batch of goods. Didn't you say that weapons and equipment are the best commodities in Rubbish Town? I think the standard weaponry widely equipped by the Imperial Star Realm Army would be very attractive to those adventurers. Denison Henry suddenly lifted his head. his eyes brimming with surprise. After being slapped across the face, this date stuffed into his mouth was unexpectedly sweet. The standard equipment of the Imperial Star Realm Army. If he could get a batch to Rubbish Town, wouldn't they sell like crazy? From the start, Gu Hang hadn't intended to chastise Denison Henry. Objectively speaking, the job the guy had done this time was not bad. Everything Gu Hang wanted was there. The thousands of workers had greatly supplemented his labor needs for the upcoming expansion of production capacity. But the guy was persistent about exclusive authorization, which had annoyed the governor. So, Gu Hang did not hold back. At the same time, he clarified something further. What exactly was Denison Henry's position? Maybe the guy saw himself as a collaborator. As a merchant, it was only natural to want profit from a partnership, to make money for oneself. But of course, Gu Hang didn't share that attitude. What he actually wanted to say was, "I'm not scamming you or bluffing you. I'm offering you a chance to rise to the heavens in one step. Do you want to keep being a merchant, or become my subordinate, a high-ranking official in the future planetary government? A regular merchant, even if one has made some money by relying on His Excellency the Governor, how could that compare with the status of a real senior official?" Of course, this was an extremely risky matter. Whether the governor could truly consolidate power in the future and develop his domain were decisions Henry had to make, risking his own capital investment. But Gu Hang was full of confidence in himself and generously offered the opportunity to Henry. At least for now, Henry seemed willing to seize the opportunity. That was good. What he said aloud wasn't the important part. After this statement, Gu Hang would carefully observe how Henry would perform in the future. As for providing Imperial Star Realm Army standard equipment to Denison Henry for sale, that was something Gu Hang had planned to do anyway. Giving him a date to eat just came in handy. The G9 gun family production line wasn't available yet, but it would be soon enough. In fact, they were already using the black box manufacturer for small-scale production. Afterwards, a complete production line replicated from the mother machine would increase the heavy industry capabilities of the abandoned cave society with another line of armaments. With the production capacity for alloy plastic steel material being sufficient, the production capacity of the G9 gun family would quickly catch up. Before long, they would be able to fully re-equip the 2 infantry battalions currently under Gu Hang's command. The phased-out G7 gun family would need a destination. Selling them to Rubbish Town was a good idea, as Gu Hang's territory was rapidly developing and his demand for raw materials was significant. Of course, he wasn't planning to sell them all. He would set aside a small portion, mix them with the local mixed-brand weapons confiscated from mercenaries in the battle at the Manton River Valley Manor, and make a bundled sale, which should fetch a reasonably good price. The rest, Gu Hang planned to temporarily use them for the expansion of his forces. He still intended to add to his military. Currently, a portion of the newly recruited refugees, after simple registration and organization, would be assigned to the abandoned cave society. Some would join the alloy plastic steel industry line, while others would participate in the construction of the hot ash stone power plant. Although Gu Hang still had enough energy crystal blocks, using these valuable high-energy batteries for industrial production was too extravagant. If there were cheap power plant construction capabilities, then saving the energy crystal blocks would be better. Apart from dispatching people to the abandoned cave society to fill the manpower gaps in heavy industry, the rest would set up a textile factory here at the governor's camp. Human resources were still scarce, and yet, under such circumstances, Gu Hang was still intent on expanding his military. In this wasteland world, he did not feel secure. Frankly, everything he was doing was still like dancing on a tightrope. The quintet above was mighty indeed, but it didn't belong to him. He was the governor, the ruler, but his directly affiliated loyal forces were still too weak. If powers nearby, like Rubbish Town or Revival City, were driven to desperation by him one day and launched an all-out strike, aside from having the quintet strike back in revenge and obliterate a force from the planet's surface, Gu Hang would have no choice but to await death. And that's not even considering those low probability events that were not yet in sight, just the present situation alone posed a threat to his sense of security. The threat of the mutant aliens. Gu Hang couldn't help but accelerate the expansion of military forces due to an imminent matter, not to mention his personal anxiety over the weakness of his own direct lineage and his paranoia about being persecuted. Previously, there had been an attack by pustule monsters within the governor's camp. Subsequently, Yan Fangshu led an investigation into the source of the monster attacks and discovered they were coming from a forest to the west. Afterward, while Yan Fangshu took his soldiers for training, they used it as both a training exercise and an opportunity to exterminate these monsters. They had no idea until they went there and were shocked by what they found. They encountered many monsters in that forest, not just pustule monsters. And they even discovered numerous monster breeding nests. Gu Hang himself went to check it out. The infested forest where the corrupted nests were densely packed had trees with bark already riddled with holes corroded by the secretions of alien creatures, emitting a strong stench of decay. The breeding nest he saw was hidden in a damp and dark area of the forest, its entrance concealed by dense vines and thorns. Upon burning away those vines and thorns, one could enter the nest. Parasitized trees surrounded the nest, creating a breeding ground that was dark and damp inside, filled with a strong alien odor lingering in the air. In the corners of the nest, numerous alien creature eggs clung to the moist ground, with embryos of mutant monsters wriggling inside their semi-transparent shells. The eggs were covered in a thick layer of mucus, from which droplets occasionally fell, turning into pools of foul-smelling green pus. Cracks in the eggshells emitted eerie glimmers of light, casting sinister shadows on the walls of the nest. At that time, Gu Hang ordered the destruction of the nest, burning it with fire and blowing it up from the inside. However, that was just one small nesting site, and there was no telling how many more might be in the forest. According to their subsequent assessment, if left unaddressed, a wave of mutant monsters would sweep towards Gu Hang's camp, including the abandoned cave society, in a few months. By then, the cost to quell this wave would be unpredictable. Fortunately, the situation was discovered relatively early, and there was still time. Gu Hang needed to expand his army to ensure the safety of the camp. According to his plan, once the troops were reorganized, apart from the necessary guard forces, the other units would take turns clearing the monster nests in that forest. The main goal, of course, was to nip the problem in the bud as much as possible. Besides that, there was also the immediate benefit to be gained, which Gu Hang valued highly. That benefit was the earned rewards points. When Yan Fangshu led his troops to destroy the first alien breeding nest, Gu Hang's interface showed the battle settlement. No losses, 2 earned rewards points gained. Afterward, he learned that there was a significant number of breeding nests within that forest. His eyes lit up at the news. You can call it a threat, and you would be correct. But in Gu Hang's eyes, it was also like a huge gold mine. He had gone to great lengths to develop his territory, bring in population, deal with light industry, heavy industry, construction industry, got his hands on everything, and had barely managed to double his monthly fixed income from the previous 12 to 25. He was planning to persevere further and increase that number a bit more when he would receive his rewards at the end of the month, but he had stumbled upon such a gold mine. Destroying 1 breeding nest for 2 earned rewards points meant that burning down 10 would equal a month's gains. Why should I bother with farming? Oh, farming is still necessary, these two matters don't conflict. However, precisely because there was something to gain, he paid it a bit more attention. The 1st Automachinery Battalion had barely moved, with forces split to guard Valley Manor, the governor's camp, and the abandoned cave society. The 2nd Infantry Battalion, on the other hand, was mostly thrown into the strange monster forest. This name was newly coined by Gu Hang. The battalion was left under the command of Captain Yan Fangshu, who was responsible for sweeping through the forest. Over the past few days, 7 nests had already been burned. Captain Yan commanded the operations with caution. He would rather progress slowly and carefully to avoid losses as much as possible. Conversely, Purbov, the former commander of the 2nd Infantry Battalion, was not too satisfied with this. In his opinion, during this time frame, let alone burning 7 nests, he wished he could burn 70. How could he live up to the governor's trust without achieving the battle results as quickly and as much as possible? Gu Hang was very satisfied with Perboff's high combat enthusiasm. Then, he chose to support Yan Fangshu's command strategy. The situation wasn't so dire that it required filling gaps with human lives. Gu Hang had no need to order his soldiers to die unnecessarily. The eradication of monsters within the strange monster forest could still proceed methodically, eliminate the monsters, destroy the breeding nests, and take it slowly. There were still several months ahead. Even with Yan Fangshu's cautious strategy, the problem should be resolvable. Of course, as a leader, Gu Hang needed to be even more cautious. Destroying those 7 monster nests brought Gu Hang a total of 11 divine grace points. He planned to recruit another infantry battalion from among the refugees and slave laborers. With the black box manufacturer, he could quickly produce enough weapons and ammunition to equip them. By spending divine grace points, he could also quickly train these newly recruited soldiers into qualified warriors. In Gu Hang's care, the rate of soldier production was exceedingly fast. The governor's will was quickly implemented. A recruitment office appeared in both the abandoned cave society and the governor's camp. Residents of both places eagerly enlisted. Of course, their reasons for enthusiasm were not the same. The most eager were the residents of the abandoned cave society. They had enjoyed a period of good days and fully cherished this time. They were willing to take up arms to defend the hard-earned results. Next in willingness were the refugees who had just been allocated. They didn't have any particular thoughts, purely attracted by the governor's generous treatment for recruiting soldiers. Guaranteed food, 2 sets of military uniforms, weapons and equipment. These were enough to attract those refugees who had nothing. Moreover, Gu Hang would also issue work points to them, which could be used at the distribution station to purchase whatever they wanted. After 2 days of explanations, they clearly understood that work points were valuable. Following Gu Hang's instructions, of the 300 soldiers in the 3rd Infantry Battalion, 150 were selected from the refugees, 100 from the starship slave laborers, and 50 from the abandoned cave society. The composition of the personnel was complex, but Gu Hang himself hoped that the military, this great melting pot, could amalgamate soldiers of different backgrounds as much as possible. The more effective melting pot, however, was the soldier tag system. With a short duration of training, Gu Hang would have a qualified infantry battalion. With 3 to 4 days of training and about 6 days of equipment production, this infantry battalion would be formed. While busy preparing the troops and planning a strike in the alien woodland, Gu Hang also didn't forget another matter. How is the investigation of the cult situation in Revival City progressing? The cult crisis sparked by Senator Wohan reverberated throughout Revival City. Through the accounts of those refugees and the words of Dennison Henry, Gu Hang had learned that the authorities of Revival City were already in complete disarray. He was quite satisfied with this situation. The turmoil created an opportunity to set the stage for his future intervention in the political landscape of Revival City. So, even though he knew that the Alliance Council was in a state of panic, Gu Hang had no intention of backing down. On the contrary, he was planning to fan the flames even higher. He connected with Hodgson. "Hodgson, why haven't you taken the initiative to contact me during this period? Where is the explanation I demanded?" Hodgson's voice was filled with fatigue. "Your Excellency, we have taken a series of actions and initially achieved some results. I had planned to report to you after gathering more information. However, since you need an answer now, I can report our current findings." "I'm listening." Hodgson began his report. Clearly, he was prepared for the possibility that Gu Hang might seek him out earlier than expected. His speech flowed smoothly, detailing the actions taken by the Alliance government in Revival City during this time. Gu Hang listened patiently until Hodgson finished. Hodgson was a bit surprised. He had been ready to be interrupted at any moment during his account, but the governor had not done so. However, he did not feel relieved. This might signify that the governor harbored even greater fury in his heart. As Hodgson's anxiety began to mount, Gu Hang's voice rose slowly. "Oh, is that all? What remarkable achievements indeed. Several cult-affiliated suspects have been arrested, some cult materials have been uncovered. But what then? There is no clarity on the extent of the cult's infiltration in Revival City, nor any understanding of the detestable heretics' plans. Those cult materials, even someone like me who has been on Rage Owl Star for less than 2 months is already vaguely aware of. The few small fries caught haven't disclosed any useful information. I can't even be sure if these individuals are scapegoats put forward by someone else. Don't you think that the Alliance government should put forth more effort for the safety and security of Revival City?" As expected, the inevitable had still come. Faced with the governor's questioning, Hodgson slowly began, "You are right, the Alliance government does indeed need to exert more effort. Our following sweeps will intensify. However, as for results, we do have one piece of intelligence that hasn't been confirmed." "Oh? We have reason to believe you may be the target of a cult attack. It seems they're aware that Wuhan was dealt with by you, and they may even know that the current crackdown in Revival City, which targets them, was personally ordered by you. They might be planning a retaliatory strike against you." Gu Hang's expression had turned utterly cold. "Unconfirmed intelligence mentions they want to attack me. How exactly is this intelligence unconfirmed?" "In an intercepted communication, your camp's location was mentioned, as well as an approximate number of armed forces you might have. Although the intelligence doesn't specify what will be done, our analysts believe your current situation is somewhat dangerous. I strongly advise you to return to Revival City as soon as possible, where the Alliance's military can pledge their undying allegiance in ensuring your safety." After Hodgson finished speaking, Gu Hang fell silent. This was truly a formidable warning. In an instant, Gu Hang considered many things. He finally spoke slowly, "Speaker Hodgson, you've truly given me a major surprise." Hodgson sighed. The tone of Gu Hang's voice let him know that his earlier concerns were justified. This matter, not easy to discuss, could easily be misunderstood, and he had no way to clarify. He said, "I maintain my suggestion, Your Excellency, please return to Revival City as soon as possible, where your safety can be assured. I will take care of security. As for the cult, I hope that the next time I communicate with you, you'll have more to show for it." As for Hodgson's proposal to have him return to Revival City, he couldn't even be bothered to reply with half a word. After hanging up the communication, Gu Hang did not look pleased. A warning of an attack targeted at him. This matter had too many and too deep implications behind it. Was it true, or was it false? Regardless of the answer, it was no longer good for Gu Hang to pressure the old speaker. In terms of results, they had won. Wasn't the safety of the governor a big deal? Yet, upon learning this piece of information, Gu Hang found himself in a dilemma. How should he respond to this security threat? Focus on his own safety, and thereafter be cautious in everything? That would obviously take up his attention, and he might not have as much energy to trouble Revival City afterward, to the extent that even the fast track of his powers development that he had just embarked on could be affected as a result. But he couldn't just ignore it. What if it turned out to be true? Yet, if he were to take action, what could he do? The method of attack was completely unknown. Was it an assassin hidden among the refugees he had taken in? A bomb? A raid by a squad? An army? Even if nothing happened, Gu Hang couldn't go after Hodgson. After all, according to that old fellow's words, the intelligence was unverified, and he did not say that it was forced out by Gu Hang insisting on results. Even if nothing happened in the end, it would not have much to do with the Alliance government. Telling the Lord Governor to be cautious about his safety was never going to be wrong, right? Hodgson's warning cast a shadow over Gu Hang's heart. He could even consider the issue from an even darker perspective. Was this a warning from Hodgson or the Alliance Council not to manipulate the governor's authority too much, hinting that just as he had the power to sever ties and perish together, they had it as well? Even if the information was fake, the authorities in Revival City had the means to turn it into reality. Considering this possibility, Gu Hang's expression grew even grimmer. However, the bad news today kept on coming one after another. Only a short while after ending the call with Hodgson, his aide Zhang Zhao rushed in, looking somewhat panicked. "Lord Governor, we've received a distress signal from Captain Yan Fangshu. They're trapped in the monster forest, under siege by a large number of beasts." Gu Hang did not respond immediately. After a while, Zhang Zhao swallowed hard, finding it difficult to speak again. "Governor?" It wasn't until then that Gu Hang let out a long sigh. "I'm aware. Gather our troops, prepare to rescue Yan Fangshu." "Yes." Watching Zhang Zhao rushing off again, Gu Hang sighed once more. This warning, it's been realized quite timely. In fact, up to now, Gu Hang still couldn't be sure whether Yan Fangshu's entrapment was part of Hodgson's warning. If it was, then the capabilities of the primordial Wrath Owl sect were rather significant. Not only did they wield the storm sorcery bestowed by the evil god they worshipped, but they could even control those mutant monsters to some extent? But to say it wasn't would be too much of a coincidence. He had also wondered, could this possibly be a case of luring the tiger away from the mountain? Surrounding Yan Fangshu, drawing away the main forces from the camp to rescue him, and then attacking the camp? But soon, Gu Hang discarded the idea. Not very likely. If his enemies were simply those mutant monsters, it seemed those creatures didn't have the intellect for it. If his enemies were the cult, or even worse, certain individuals within the alliance government, then destroying Gu Hang's camp wouldn't be of much value to them. After all, whether Gu Hang was causing trouble for the cult members or the alliance government, his main reliance was always his power as the governor. As long as he was alive, what did it matter if his camp was destroyed? Those people's troubles would not lessen one bit. Of course, it wasn't entirely impossible. If the rescue troops sent by Gu Hang weren't led by him personally, then the enemies might take the opportunity to kill him by attacking the camp. And if he personally led the rescue team, he would have to be prepared to face an ambush. No matter how one looked at it, the situation was complicated. But Gu Hang was not one to dwell on issues. Since the challenge had arrived, he would meet it head on. Within Revival City, Hodgson sat in his wheelchair, gazing at the entire city through the large glass window of his office. Truthfully, Revival City wasn't particularly large, nor did it have many tall buildings. The planning of the buildings and roads within the city was orderly, a sound foundation laid by the first governor when establishing the alliance. However, after so many years, although the inner city still looked decent, the outer city clinging to the perimeter of the city walls, and considerably larger, was chaotic. Hundreds of thousands, nearly 1 million people, depending on the city for their existence, yet unable to live within the city walls, formed vast slums. There, lacking planning and order, everything was a mess. Sewage ran openly, supplies were scarce, and living conditions were harsh. These issues hung over the area, an undesirable sight not fitting for a capital city of an alliance planet. Many alliance councilmen and inner city residents disliked those displaced persons. They believed these people brought chaos, and considered the slums a breeding ground for filth. But the smarter ones clearly understood that Revival City in fact could not do without those people. The displaced living in the outer city consumed the worst and least food, with hardly any clothes to cover their bodies and their dwellings haphazardly constructed. The inner city did not pay them for any public services or welfare benefits, yet they labored in the most grueling jobs, receiving only a dismal amount of compensation, just enough to keep them alive. Without them, how could the inner city residents live comfortably? How could those councilmen earn wealth far exceeding their contributions? Therefore, these smart individuals occasionally displayed their compassion generously. They offered more work, distributing charity to the displaced, as if they were truly saving them. But they had no intention whatsoever of seeking welfare for those who barely counted as residents. Letting nearly 1 million displaced live a better life? That was simply unthinkable. Inner city residents were still dissatisfied with their own lives not being good enough, so how could they spare the energy to care for the outer cities displaced? Their only kindness was allowing fewer to die. The even smarter ones might see the crisis lurking in the lowly, broken houses beyond the city walls. Under those submissive and numb expressions, was there not also rage? Indeed, the fire had burnt numerous times before. But the sparks were too feeble. The sporadic resistance was either crushed under the immense inertia of the deformed system or scattered in the face of armed police. In summary, these sparks had not yet become the inferno that could consume everything. But that day would inevitably come. What was needed was a fuse, what was missing was a firebearer. Hodgson was acutely aware that he belonged to the smarter ones. He could see all of this, but his wisdom ended there. He could not find a solution, nor did he have the ability to unite and consolidate everyone. He couldn't even control the Alliance Council. There were those in the council who secretly supported the cult, unbeknownst to him. There were those who dared to attack the goods bound for the governor, which he could not stop. The endless obstacles when mobilizing military police to investigate the cult, combined with endless debates and queries in the council, left him exhausted. More than once, he felt that he had truly grown old. But he dared not step back. The investigation into the cult was originally an order from the governor, meant to stir Revival City's political scene. However, as he delved deeper, he began to sense that something was amiss. The fuse he had feared, the firebearer, seemed to have already emerged. Grandfather. Lambert Hodgson pushed open the doors to the office. Hodgson did not turn around, merely asking, "Is there a result?" "We have still not located the whereabouts of the supplies. Councilwoman Marlene has denied the supplies passed through her hands. 2 agents responsible for this line have vanished. In the outer city, we've found many rage owl statues, supposedly originating from a relief station. A group of police attempted a search there but sparked a minor riot among the vagrants, returning empty-handed. When we deployed more forces, the place had already been torched." Hodgson sighed deeply. "This time, we are in serious trouble." Lambert agreed with his grandfather's assessment, and for that reason, felt somewhat helpless. He asked, "We thought it was just the governor giving us problems, but as we kept investigating, it really sent chills down one's spine. Those cult followers are planning a big event in Revival City, but we still don't have any clear intelligence. What do we do next? The governor could very well be attacked. Shouldn't we offer support? Who should we send? I can't even be sure that the ones we dispatch won't turn out to be the same ones attacking His Excellency the Governor. The governor himself might think the same and wouldn't trust us easily." "Then we must make our stance clear," Lambert insisted. "I'll go, leading a squad of absolutely trustworthy men." "Do you understand what this means?" "I do. It means we'll face the governor's suspicion and be considered by those council members as completely siding with the governor, getting squeezed from both sides." Despite speaking of grave consequences, Lambert's tone grew firmer as he went on. "But I've come to understand what you meant when you said only the governor can save this world last time. We can't be sure if this governor is the right one, but at least right now, he seems a bit different from his predecessors. He's chosen a path the previous governors dared not take. He has the support of a starship that previous governors lacked. I want to try. If he isn't the governor we're hoping for, I'll do everything in my power to help him become one. We don't have much time to wait for more governors. The whole planet is yearning for revival, the sooner the better. I would rather contribute now instead of continuing to wait in silence. Being a catalyst for the times is far more meaningful than waiting for the times to change before frantically jumping on board." The young man spoke of his grand ideals in front of his elder, who just quietly watched him. After a long while, Hodgson let out a long breath. "I'm quite old now, living to this age in this wasteland. I have lived enough and can't make bolder decisions. You've always been better than your father. If that's what you want to do, then go ahead and do it." As the young man bid farewell to his elders, within the confines of Revival City, Perboff, the primal high priest of the primordial Wrath Owl sect, was performing his daily mandatory ritual. In a brightly lit hall, stood the divine statue of a god that resembled a bear with the wings of an eagle. Carved from white marble like stone, The furious visage of the rage owl god threatened to engulf any onlooker in its wrath. Those who stood before it felt as if a storm was hurtling toward them, and the faint of heart could be shattered by its winds. Primal High Priest Perboff sat steadily before the statue of the primordial rage owl god. He was receiving the baptism of the storm, while also hearkening to the fury of the divine spirit. At that moment, a cleric wearing a grey hood silently appeared behind the high priest. Keeping his distance, he did not feel the wind, but he knew well the consequences of standing before the stormy effigy. And the high priest had been standing there for a long time. The cleric's eyes were filled with fear and devoutness as he reported in a low voice, "High priest, our actions within Revival City have encountered some resistance. The governor who is not in the city has put too much pressure on the alliance government. They have increased their scrutiny of us substantially. Many supplies can no longer be transported openly using official channels, and our proselytizing among the outer city's vagrant population has been forced underground." The high priest turned around, his gaze deep, as if peering into the soul of the cleric. Though his lips did not move, his voice, like a gentle breeze, arose at the cleric's ear. "The power of the storm is boundless, and we shall overcome all obstacles to fulfill our divine mission. Any hindrance will ultimately be destroyed by the storm, even if it is that governor." The cleric was wholeheartedly convinced. "You are right. The howling wind divine envoy sent a message earlier. The enemy has taken the bait. We should soon receive good news. Once the governor is dead, all of Revival City will be thrown into chaos. They cannot endure the fallout of the governor's unnatural death. They will be too afraid of the starships above, and no one will have the capacity to care about what we are doing." The high priest sighed. "Time flies, and humanity still wallows in ignorance. Only the storm can lead them out of the darkness. Our mission is to spread God's glory to every corner of the world." The cleric respectfully responded, "As you say, High Priest. We will spare no effort and not disappoint the expectations of the storm." The high priest prayed in silence once more, then lamented, "May the storm guide our path, that we might be a beacon to those wandering in the dark. Go now, my child, and be blessed by the Lord." The cleric bowed reverently, then slipped away quietly, leaving the high priest alone before the statue of the rage owl god. Yan Fangshu was becoming acutely aware that something was amiss. He led the newly formed 3rd Infantry Battalion, freshly equipped, on a cleansing mission through the alien woodland. 4 hours earlier, his troops had purified a monster nest. They had slain dozens of the creatures lurking around the den, and the tasks that followed were no different from before. Although the size of this hatchery was larger than any they had encountered before, it still hadn't exceeded their imagination. After destroying the nest, they prepared to depart for the next location. Then, the surrounding woodlands erupted with the sound of dense gunfire. Yan Fangshu's command style had always prioritized stability. Even though he had already destroyed many hatching nests before, upon encountering this one, he still didn't relax his vigilance in the slightest. He didn't miss a single perimeter alert that should have been set, and when it came to destroying the hatching nest, he also didn't neglect to establish a temporary defensive position. In short, his approach highlighted methodical combat, leaving no flaws whatsoever. He knew that old fellow Perboff had been grumbling behind his back about his slow efficiency, wishing to get the 2nd Battalion to do the job, allowing the newly formed 3rd Battalion to stay at home. But obviously, the Governor-General trusted him, a bona fide imperial captain, far more than the crash-trained Perboff. And he didn't let the Governor-General's trust down. Since the operation began, the team he led had suffered very few casualties. Especially today, his caution paid off. The soldiers on perimeter alert discovered a very large group of monsters approaching. They opened fire first, delaying the monsters' advance, and also bought time for Yan Fangshu here. The alert soldiers fought as they retreated, and by the time they returned, Yan Fangshu had already directed his troops to construct a triangular defensive position. Each of the 3 infantry companies took a position, with parts extending outward to create angles, ensuring that their fire could provide mutual cover and support for one another. To be able to achieve all this in the more than 10 minutes bought by the perimeter alert soldiers was due in part to Yan Fangshu's skilled command and prior preparation, with his troops strictly adhering to discipline, without any let-up. On the other hand, it was also because the overall military proficiencies of the entire 3rd Battalion were fully up to the mark. Even though they hadn't been in a tough fight yet, the soldiers were visibly tense. But their morale remained high, and they carried out their orders meticulously, meeting the standard norms of the Imperial Star Realm Army. Every time he saw this, Yan Fangshu couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Such troops weren't too common even on the Quintet starship. Most of the slave servant army or mechanized soldiers' servants didn't reach this level. Only a few land battle regiments were capable, and as for the land assault team he brought down, they were indeed more elite, but there were only about 1,000 soldiers of this caliber on the entire starship. The soldiers smoothly constructed the defensive position, which considerably eased Yan Fangshu's tense mood from the sudden attack. When those enemies appeared in front of them, the soldiers began to fire fiercely. Under the crossfire, the monsters fell in swathes. They quickly repelled the monster horde's assault. The disgusting, differently shaped pus monsters lay dead everywhere. The dark green pus that oozed from their bodies was exceptionally foul-smelling. Disgusting as it was, the threat was indeed not much of one. Enemies that can only rely on biting, short-range pus spray corrosion, and can die from being shot, stood no chance under the barrage of firepower. But before they could relax a little longer, the enemy's second wave of attacks arrived. It was still a large number of pus spewers, human-shaped, beast-shaped, and indescribable things covered in swellings, rushing out from the woods, screaming towards the position. And among this second wave of attack, there were some that possessed long-range attack capabilities. Pus spewers. These monsters looked similar to the ordinary pus monsters, except they had a nozzle, either in the chest or on the top of the head. They would stop at a distance of around 50 meters, accumulate for a brief moment, and then spray out a large volume of yellow-green pus from the nozzle. These monsters capable of spraying highly corrosive pus posed a significant threat to the position. The appearance of the pus spewer posed a rather tricky problem for Yan Fangshu. The pus that spewed from these monsters would land on the defensive position and create a pool of pus, corroding the ground with a hissing noise. No one could stand on that ground anymore. If one was unlucky enough to get sprayed, the spattered pus that hit individual armor was okay, since it wouldn't eat through. However, if it landed on an arm or leg, it would quickly penetrate the clothing and cause extensive corrosive burns, rapidly incapacitating the soldier. The unluckiest were those who got a full body spray and died screaming. What kind of biochemical artillery was this? If they let these monsters spray at will, chances were they might be wiped out altogether. Fortunately, there were not many pus spewers to begin with, and secondly, their spraying distance was very short at only 50 meters, not nearly as far-reaching as real artillery. Within a 50-meter range, even if there were lots of other pus monsters covering them, they were still easily hit. After witnessing the threat brought by the pus spewers, the soldiers would prioritize their fire on these monsters. The 3rd Battalion, though a newly formed unit, was the first to be equipped with G9 gun family weapons produced by the camp. The firearms, powerful and stable, were the soldiers' best companions. Especially the G9 machine gun version, with greater power, faster rate of fire, larger magazine capacity, and more sustained firepower. Against these monsters, they were like lawnmowers. Bullets were poured out like water, and the monsters standing in front of the pus spewers were mowed down in swathes, their bodies even shot to pieces. Then the bullets would shred the pus spewers as well. At a certain cost, they repelled the monster attack once more. The surroundings of the forest became eerily quiet. After 2 rounds of assaults, the monsters had left behind at least 1,000 corpses. Before this, Yan Fangshu had never discovered such a large-scale congregation of monsters in this dense forest. The event was unusual in itself, but what happened next gave him a strong sense of a sinister plot. It seemed that the monsters also realized that maintaining their previous fierce offensive was pointless and merely led to needless casualties. They stopped their large-scale attacks, but didn't leave altogether. The soldiers, including Yan Fangshu, could see shadows moving about deep within the forest from their current position. The monsters hadn't departed. Instead, they were hiding behind the trees in the forest, and even from a distance, one could feel their malicious intent. The soldiers, Yan Fangshu among them, tried firing into the depths of the dense forest. The effect was poor. The area they occupied was originally a monster's hatching nest. To clear the nest, they cut down and burned many trees that were parasitized by the hatching eggs, resulting in a small clearing. When the monsters attacked, they had to approach within 100 meters of the soldiers' defensive positions, a distance with no cover. However, beyond 100 meters out in the forest, the power of the bullets diminished significantly. These soldiers, indeed, had become qualified warriors after brief training. But even qualified warriors aren't always sharpshooters. At a 100-meter distance, with the enemy hidden in the dimly lit forest and largely obscured by trees, hitting them was indeed very tricky. Yan Fangshu, with his superb military skills and the powerful performance of his electromagnetic rifle, could ensure a hit with every shot, immediately taking out any target he saw. But after firing 2 shots and killing 2 suspected pus spewers, he stopped shooting. He didn't just stop firing himself, he also ordered his men to cease fire. He had now realized a problem: the enemy numbers were too large, and they might run out of bullets without being able to kill all of the monsters. Ammunition was limited. Originally thinking that they were just entering the forest to carry out the task of destroying the hatching nest, not going to war, they hadn't brought too much ammo reserve. Plus, even if they were actually going to war, the ammunition reserves would still need to be delivered by the logistics team. In field combat, how much could they carry on them? Despite being cautious, when Yan Fangshu led his team out on a mission, he had commandeered a buffalo flatbed wagon, pulling a cart full of food and ammunition supplies. But even that is not unlimited. Holding out would only result in exhaustion of ammunition and supplies. He led an attempt to break through, but it ended in failure. Once the troops entered the dense forest, their firepower advantage was significantly reduced, and the threats they faced increased. Not only were the bioweapon soldiers harder to eliminate and more likely to cause casualties among the warriors, but even the ordinary pus spewers became more threatening. After all, there was no telling which tree would suddenly produce such a monster. And a bigger problem was that no one knew how many monsters were hiding in the dense woods around them. If they insisted on breaking through, the casualties would be significant. After an initial attempt and realizing the difficulty, Yan Fangshu ordered the troops to retreat before actual casualties occurred. They continued to hold their ground and sought reinforcements from headquarters. Soon, he received a reassuring reply. "Hold your position, hang in there, the governor will lead the 2nd Infantry Battalion and the land assault team to rescue you." Receiving such a response indeed brought relief. The governor would not abandon them. But as more time passed, Yan Fangshu's sense of unease gradually magnified. He sensed intelligence in the behavior of these monsters. The first 2 attacks were quite mindless, akin to the style of these monsters. They would blindly charge upon encountering other species, displaying a complete disregard for death. But now, utilizing the terrain of the dense forest to encircle them without attacking was by no means a decision a mindless creature would make. Either intelligence had emerged among these monsters, or someone was manipulating their actions. Yan Fangshu was more inclined to believe the latter. So why would these monsters choose to surround without attacking? To starve them out? Clearly implausible. Then their goal? Did they anticipate reinforcements? Was this an ambush, a conspiracy to attack the rescue forces? Were they after the governor? A series of thoughts flooded his mind, throwing Yan Fangshu's thoughts into chaos. The path of the rescue would mostly pass through dense forest terrain. If the governor's forces were attacked by a large group of monsters while marching, the outcome would be unthinkable. He immediately activated the communication device again. This time, he successfully contacted Gu Hang and reported his suspicions to the governor. But after hearing his report, Gu Hang simply said, Don't worry, I have a plan. Take your time. Gu Hang indeed had his own plans. Having suspected that the situation was unusual and that the route to rescue Yan Fangshu would likely not be a calm one, he certainly wasn't about to walk into the enemy's trap unprepared. At present, he was fairly certain that the people targeting him were from the primordial Wrath Owl sect. This cult had been pressured by his actions in Revival City and now, unable to solve the problem, they had begun to try and deal with the person presenting the problem. That is, himself, the governor. They also possessed the initial ability to manipulate mutant monsters, which was somewhat unexpected. However, he judged that the cult members' ability to mobilize forces should not be too strong. If they had that capability and wanted his life, then there would be no need for the current complications, they would have simply amassed their forces and launched a direct assault on his camp. The fact that they didn't do so was obviously because they couldn't. They had to choose a dense forest environment for the battlefield in order to leverage the advantages of the monsters they could control, thus having a better chance at victory. With this understanding, Gu Hang was not about to rashly lead the 2nd Infantry Battalion into the woods. 4 armored vehicles led the way, with a large group of foot soldiers following behind, the whole team advancing on the edge of the woodland. Gu Hang led his troops, searching for a route that was closer to the besieged Yan Fangshu and had sparser trees. Even if they had to walk a bit slower, it didn't matter. After all, Yan Fangshu had said that there wasn't any immediate danger where he was. So Gu Hang was content to take it slow. Actually, rescuing Yan Fangshu wasn't really Gu Hang's main objective for coming out this time. His actions were not urgent. Despite appearing to be on a rescue mission, he was actually just trying to lure the enemy out. At the edge of the woods, before even entering, his troops suffered a small-scale attack. A bunch of pustule monsters rushed out, but were cleanly wiped out by a round of firepower from the soldiers. That seemed more like a probe, or a display of insufficient control over a large number of monsters. Unfortunately, it did not lure out the enemy's main force. So after some thought, Gu Hang waved his arm grandly and led the troops into the dense forest. To continue the lure. After officially entering the woodland, Gu Hang's team moved even slower. They always maintained a tight formation, relying on the 4 walkers and refusing to let their guard down. If the trees became too dense, they preferred to temporarily stop, burn, or cut down the trees to ensure clear visibility. When fishing, using oneself as bait, one mustn't actually get bitten. The governor's army with its unruffled, unhurried demeanor was truly exasperating. Purbov was getting a bit anxious. His 2nd Battalion had not outdone Yan Fangshu recently and had missed out on the opportunity to clear the woodland of mutant monsters, which was somewhat frustrating. Stuck in the camp, they could only vent their energy by drilling the soldiers. Upon suddenly receiving orders from the governor to gather his troops, he and his subordinates instantly perked up. Especially when they heard that their mission was to rescue the 3rd Battalion led by Yan Fangshu, who was surrounded by a large number of mutant monsters in the woods. He was even more eager to jump into action. An old-timer, huh? A bona fide Imperial Navy officer, huh? Still, isn't it me, this country bumpkin, who has to come save you? He truly wished he could lead his team through the entire woodland right away, confront Yan Fangshu and, in front of that guy's face, loudly mock him. However, he was still able to contain his yearning for battle. Upon departure, the governor had roughly outlined the objectives of the operation. Rescue was secondary, the primary goal was to anticipate and draw out any ambushers they might encounter en route. When he heard the news, he was utterly enraged. Someone dared to target the governor? That truly made them irreconcilable enemies. In Purbov's heart, plotting against the governor was even more detestable than plotting against himself. Some time ago he had returned to the abandoned cave society. Even though he hadn't been gone long, there had already been earth-shattering changes. Eating well and having warm clothes were the basics. Everyone had moved into houses on the surface and no longer needed to crowd in dank, sunless burrows. The residential houses were only temporary prefab structures for the time being, but plans were already in motion to build new brick and cement factories. A plot of land had also been allocated for the construction of a row of detached small buildings. Purbov had seen the architectural designs, they were beautiful. Back when he was working in the caves, he could only dream of living in such a home. Eventually, housing would be allocated based on work points. Given the work points Purbov earned as a soldier and those earned by his wife in the factory, they would definitely be among the first to move in once the planned houses were built. Life was getting better and better, and Purbov deeply understood that at this moment, he was not just fighting for the governor, but also for the defense of his hard-earned, ever-improving life. All of this was brought about by the governor. Whoever dared threaten the governor, whoever dared to disrupt their pursuit of a better life, would be his sworn enemy. It was for this reason that he could fully restrain his desire to fight. He executed the governor's cautious orders without compromise, keeping all his rage inside, waiting for the moment to release it. This rage, when it burst forth, would surely burn fiercely. And this moment to unleash didn't make Purbov wait too long. The enemy was here. They could hear the distinctive roar of pus monsters growing clearer from all around the dense forest. These roars were unique. These brainless, mouthless creatures would emit an intimidating sound to prey, a shrill and unpleasant noise produced by high-frequency vibrations of swellings all over their bodies. Upon hearing the noise, there was no need for the governor to say anything. Purbov immediately relayed orders to each platoon. They stopped their trailblazing work on the spot and swiftly shifted to defensive positions. A short while later, the grotesque figures of those monsters could be faintly seen through the woodland. Yet the soldiers, upholding strict combat discipline, did not open fire immediately. Only the designated sharpshooters within each platoon, armed with precision rifles and superior shooting skills, attempted long-range kills. For the moment, gunfire was sparse, but with almost every shot, a creature in the forest fell. After another short while, the monsters came even closer to the edge of the woodland, even closer to the small clearing that the soldiers had made. It was at this time that the officers at all levels gave the order to fire. In an instant, bullets, artillery fire, and the machine guns of the combat vehicles blanketed the entire surrounding area. Under the storm of metal, many of the creatures were felled before they could break out of the dense woods. Those that did were met with a closer embrace of death, gunned down by bullets. The prepared human soldiers held their ground, impregnable as a fortress. The battle intensified in an instant. Mortars began to flex their muscles, with a few shells being blocked by trees, but the shrapnel from the explosions still posed a threat. More unobstructed shells plunged into the midst of the monsters charging through the woods at a distance of about 100 meters, clearing out an entire swath of enemies with a single hit. Overall, due to the forest environment, the range and power of the mortars were greatly reduced. But after all, these were mortars, and their lethality couldn't be ignored. The machine guns were even more fearsome killers. If the enemy hid in the dense forest, it would be different. They would have cover, poor visibility, and it wouldn't be easy to hit them from afar. But as soon as those monsters charged out, or even just to the edge of the forest where the tree's obstruction lessened, the machine gun's power would rapidly increase. And once they really broke out of the forest cover, the bullets fired from the machine guns would whip through like a steel lash, leaving no survivors in their wake. Beyond that, regular rifles were only needed to spot check and fill the gaps. A multi-layered and three-dimensional firepower network ensured that those monsters couldn't pose a real threat to the troops led by Gu Hang. Bioweapon gunners, swift-action zombie dogs, none of them were effective. What's there to fear from the pus spewer's range of 50 meters? The sharpshooters in the platoon focused on such high-value targets. Even leaving aside these shooters from the T5 level forces, the soldiers from the land assault team were truly elite. The electromagnetic rifles in their hands performed better and packed a bigger punch. With their attention, it was extremely difficult for the pus spewers to get within 50 meters and spew their corrosive pus into the formation of human soldiers. As for the zombie dogs, it's even less worth mentioning. Sure, their targets were relatively small, fast, and agile. However, under the dense firepower network, these little creatures were often taken out incidentally. Often a round of undirected heavy machine gun fire would riddle a few bullets into a zombie dog, exploding the pus-filled canine-like creature. If they actually broke through to close range, it really wasn't a big deal. Vicious as the little things were, their estimated weight of about 30 kilograms limited the threat they could pose. Soldiers' firearms were all equipped with alloy bayonets without exception. Thrust at a lunging dog and it would be pierced cleanly. Thrown to the ground, stepped on its head, pull out the bayonet, then fire a couple of shots, and it would go completely quiet. And in the midst of battle, the most terrifying presence was the 4 Strider versus. This kind of combat vehicle, which could also play a role in interstellar warfare, was simply beyond what these monsters could handle. A very few pus spewers managed to launch their biocannon projectiles, with 2 hitting the Strider versus, yet causing no effect whatsoever. The corrosive effect of this pus seemed terrifying to organic matter. Soldiers' uniforms provided poor resistance to the pus, and on contact with flesh, it was excruciating. But the armored vests alone worn by the soldiers could block the corrosion. Not to mention the Strider V, its outer armor was solidly made of alloy and plastic steel, and additionally covered with a layer of cermet, a more advanced material than alloy and plastic steel. Conversely, the twin-barreled 40mm autocannons mounted on the Strider's weapons platform were lethal upon contact. The terrifying rate of fire and overwhelming power meant that hiding in the forest was futile. A few more shots, and it would destroy not just the trees but also the monsters hiding behind them. In some ways, it truly resembled a long-range lumberjack machine. Facing such intense firepower, the attacking monster swarm suffered far more damage than when it attacked Yan Fangshu's team from a distance. In comparison, Gu Hang's team was at a somewhat greater terrain disadvantage than Yan Fangshu's side. After all, the clearing they were in had just been carved out as a result of their march. They were the ones being attacked, not the initiators of the battle, and did not have the choice of the battleground. However, aside from that one point, Gu Hang's team held advantages over Yan Fangshu's in every aspect. Their firepower was more abundant, their soldiers more exceptional, although both were T5 level teams. Gu Hang was accompanied by more than 20 warriors of the land assault team. On this battlefield, they could all serve as sharpshooters, with utterly reliable shooting accuracy within dozens of meters. This also meant that the alien monsters died even faster. But they did not retreat. They kept surging out of the woodlands as if they were infinite. These mindless creatures of course didn't know fear. Their lives were worthless, merely cannon fodder. However, even cannon fodder had value. If the puppet masters behind these monsters were hoping to exchange their deaths for the ammunition in Gu Hang's hands, they were sorely mistaken. Having known beforehand what kind of enemy he would face, he had prepared accordingly before setting off. The G9 production line hadn't had time to expand yet, just meeting the equipment needs of the 3rd Infantry Battalion with the stocked black box manufacturing machine, and ammunition production wasn't on the schedule yet. But at least the ammunition stocked from the starship was still considered sufficient. And now, Gu Hang had brought out a large part of the reserve in one breath. Multiple bullish flat cars carrying ammunition reserves were right in the center of the position. With such ample quantities, not to mention fighting one battle, even if the intensity increased further, it would be enough to sustain them through several more. Gu Hang observed the entire battlefield with a cold gaze. He was currently in the middle of the position, with a Strider V serving as his command vehicle. The range of his sight was very narrow, but this did not affect his control over the entire situation. Psychic vision was activated, and he had a clear understanding of the overall situation on the battlefield. Initially, he was prepared to step in if particularly threatening monsters appeared, such as a group of pus spewers entering within firing range and lobbing biocanisters into their formation. He would act first to solve the problem. But now, it seemed there was no need for him to intervene. The soldiers were doing a stellar job, making his contingency plans unnecessary. Gu Hang was quite satisfied with this. Since there were no significant issues with the overall battlefield, Gu Hang could now focus his efforts on the possibility of cultists making an appearance. He didn't believe that the cultists' tactics were limited to merely driving these mindless monsters. Such acts had no chance of posing a threat to him. They surely had other means at their disposal. The mindless monsters have drawn the vast majority of my soldiers' firepower. Now it's your turn, come out quickly. The monsters have already drawn the majority of the governor's soldiers' firepower. What are we waiting for? In the dense forest not far away, 3 people dressed in gray-white robes stood on the branches, looking towards the distant battlefield. Around them, a light breeze swirled, obscuring their view and making it hard to spot them from afar. Even Gu Hang's spiritual vision failed to detect their presence. These 3 were none other than the apostles of the primordial Wrath Owl sect. The leader was exceptionally tall. His presence on the branch seemed somewhat out of place. But upon closer inspection, one would realize that he was not merely standing, he was only touching the branches with the tips of one foot. A pale white vortex of wind beneath his feet cradled his body. It was more like floating. His real name was known to very few. But his code name within the sect was infamous. He was one of the 12 executive divine envoys, the Howling Wind Divine Envoy. Although they were not involved in specific affairs, they had powerful combat capabilities. Within the primordial Wrath Owl sect, each of the 12 executive divine envoys had received the true blessing of the primal fury owl, granting them the ability to use the formidable storm god skill. Their exalted status within the sect was second only to the 4 high priests. However, at this moment, the Howling Wind Divine Envoy was hesitating. Upon hearing the query from the subordinate clergy behind him, he responded, "Now is not a good opportunity. The impact caused by that pus-filled monster is far smaller than we estimated. The guard soldiers around that governor have not been thrown into disorder at all." The clergy who spoke earlier spoke up again, "But, Your Excellency, Divine Envoy, are we really going to give up this opportunity?" This question plunged the Howling Wind Divine Envoy into silence. The man waited for a moment before speaking again, unable to restrain himself. "This mission was personally given by High Priest Sikao. It is crucial for our God's great endeavor in Revival City." The Howling Wind Divine Envoy still didn't speak. The third person beside them spoke up, "Do not disturb the Divine Envoy's contemplation." The former's face stiffened as he added, "I apologize, I did not mean to question anything, I am just a bit anxious. The controller we obtained from the life school is already in an overloaded state. To maintain control over this scale of numbers, we can hold on for less than 10 minutes. "Quiet," the third clergy from earlier interrupted once more, "No need to elaborate, we are all aware, let the Divine Envoy make the decision." Finally, the man closed his mouth. A few minutes later, the tallest Howling Wind Divine Envoy standing at the forefront heaved a sigh. "Let's take action, today is the day we sacrifice ourselves to the storm." The other 2 felt a chill in their hearts upon hearing this. By the Divine Envoy's implications. Sacrifice? Could it be a one-way journey? Has it come to this extent? But now there was no time for them to ponder further. The Howling Wind Divine Envoy leapt from the branch first. The wind that initially suspended him above the branch turned tumultuous in an instant, taking on the shape of a storm giant eagle, emitting a clear cry, carrying the Divine Envoy as it soared forward. The other 2 clergy hurried to follow. They too called forth their storm eagles and, riding them, quickly caught up. The 3 of them formed a triangular formation and swiftly flew toward the human soldiers' position not far away. Not long after they started their move, the governor's soldiers had already spotted them. It was hard not to notice, 3 storm giant eagles in total, 1 large and 2 small, each carrying a person. They were too conspicuous. Bullets immediately covered the 3 of them. However, they were of little effect. Moving targets, especially those flying at high speeds, are not easy to hit. The training package provided by the system made all the soldiers qualified within a few days, but that didn't mean every qualified soldier was a marksman who never missed. Most people couldn't guarantee accuracy when shooting at distant and fast-moving objects. Even with machine gun fire, chasing after the targets, the results were very poor. Of course, With bullets flying everywhere and the number of shots increasing, there would eventually be hits. But with the fierce attacks of those pustule monsters on the ground, most of the firepower was needed to suppress these enemies. There were only a few who could redirect their guns to shoot at the 3 unidentified flying objects above. Originally in short supply, and with questionable accuracy, the number of bullets that actually hit was even fewer. It was only the specially trained sharpshooters and the Marines who could guarantee a certain hit rate. But soldiers with such abilities were far too few. Moreover, even if stray bullets or those from sharpshooters did hit, they were not very useful. Even Wohan, who had only gained storm sorcery because he had paid enough money, could use a wind shield to block a few seconds of concentrated fire from electromagnetic rifles. Not to mention a divine envoy and 2 official priests. Underneath the wings of the storm giant eagles, the power of the wind swirled around the 3, and the few bullets that did hit had no effect at all, they were simply deflected. Howling Wind Divine Envoy led the 2 priests, riding the storm giant eagles, to the airspace above the governor's troop position. They began to circle. Then, the winds picked up. A white storm enveloped the area below. Wind, by all accounts, is colorless, just the movement of air. But the gusts called forth by their hands carried a white mist. The mist that came with the wind was not cold nor damp, but rather had a cutting sensation. Putting aside the slight pain of the wind against the skin, many soldiers were even blown about haphazardly. Afterward, as the mist thickened with the wind within minutes, it started to affect visibility. Direct casualties were limited for the moment. Many people had minor cuts from the wind imbued with supernatural energy, but these cuts were certainly far from fatal. If these 3 cult divine envoys and divine envoy had concentrated the storm in a much smaller area, those minor cuts could actually be lethal, like death by 1,000 cuts. But not now. Compared to just killing a small portion of the main troops, the storm sorcery they released was more about disrupting the human soldiers' ability to continue fighting below, allowing the pustule monsters on the outskirts to breach their defense line. That was more efficient. The storm sorcery they circled and cast above the position indeed affected the soldiers' firepower output. Blown about, struggling to even stand steady, feeling sharp pain when the wind struck exposed skin such as the face. These factors prevented the soldiers from shooting accurately. And the white fog that came with the wind, continually swirling, impacted visibility as well. As the soldiers' firepower weakened, a large number of monsters closed in. Purbov felt a chill in his heart. He understood all too well what would happen if these monsters actually broke through the fire blockade and reached their faces. The pus spewers, previously thought to be very dangerous among the enemy, were actually nothing at all. The most terrifying were those ordinary pus monsters. It was mainly their numbers, there were simply too many of them. Once engaged in close combat, the soldiers, even though they were equipped with bayonets, naturally couldn't fire their weapons at close quarters. And when more and more, almost endless, monsters rushed in, how could his men possibly outfight the enemy with just their bayonets? Even if a soldier could kill 3 or 5 pus monsters in close combat, it would be useless. The enemy would use their overwhelming numbers to completely drown them. In fact, signs of this were already showing. Twice as many zombie dogs as before had already taken the lead and rushed into the soldiers' formation after the fire support weakened. This was the first step in shaking the entire defensive line. The zombie dogs that rushed in had to be dealt with up close by the soldiers, and if they took even a little more time to handle these zombie dogs, it would further weaken the firepower, and more zombie dogs might rush in subsequently. The situation would quickly enter into a vicious cycle and collapse rapidly. Purbov could see this trend. But he felt somewhat powerless. He had already shouted himself hoarse, demanding his soldiers hold on and maintain fire. But it was difficult. His warriors were not cowards, but pain, strong winds, and white fog were objective difficulties that could not simply be overcome. Especially the white fog, which severely compromised the soldiers' visibility. Even those who could stay at their combat posts could only fire blindly into the surrounding fog. Only at a much closer range could they see some vague silhouettes. The decline in shooting accuracy greatly reduced the effectiveness of the firepower grid. What he could truly do effectively at the moment was to ensure the more critical fire support units maintained their assault. The mortars, unified under the command of the battalion headquarters, could not stop, and Purbov also demanded the mortar operators drop their shells closer to their positions. Previously, the shells were mostly targeted at the edge of the woods, as the first wave of killing and interception. Not placing them too close was due to fear of friendly fire, as well as because the enemy's formation would become sparse due to casualties on the charge, which would reduce the lethality of the shells. But now he couldn't care about that. Additionally, the machine gunners positioned at various points were also trying their best to hold their positions. Their situation was slightly better, with the temporary fortifications made of wood and sandbags at the fire points providing some protection from the wind. The machine gunners endured the pain, lying on the ground with their fingers wrapped around the trigger, not caring if the barrel would overheat and fail, wildly pouring bullets into the mist. At the same time, the fire from the 4 Traitors never ceased. It was because the mortars, machine guns, and autocannons, these 3 major fire points, had not been silenced, that the entire defensive line still had a certain level of fire support. If this were not the case, the defensive line would have already collapsed. However, Purbov knew that with just his command, this was all he could do. The fragile balance could only slow down the process of the defensive line collapsing and could not return to the previous level of keeping all the monsters completely outside the range of fire. In frustration, he looked up through the fog and saw the vague figures of 3 storm eagles, 1 large and 2 smaller ones, flitting through the sky. He knew that there lay the root of the problem. But for those 3 creatures in the sky, Purbov truly had no solution. He had already ordered all the sharpshooters in the company to shoot at the sky, but to little effect. He himself had also drawn his sidearm, firing shots up into the sky, but that seemed more like a venting of frustration, utterly useless. He had tried his hardest, but what followed seemed to signify that his efforts were about to be destroyed. The current stability of the defensive position was due to the mortar positions and the machine gun fire points still being active, a factor clearly seen by the storm apostles flying above. They didn't trouble the Strider V, their storm sorcery lacked the means to penetrate the armor and injure the drivers inside. And to damage the armored vehicles themselves. Forget it. By comparison, the machine gunners and mortarmen were easier to deal with. The sky unleashed wind bullets. A will-sized wind bullet, tearing through the white fog from midair, descended rapidly and exploded upon a machine gun position with a thunderous blast. It was as if the sudden explosive pressure of the bullet sent people flying. The high-pressure dispersed wind blades cut bodies to ribbons, truly like shrapnel. The machine gunner and the 2 soldiers beside him, when they hit the ground, were already lifeless. The removal of a machine gun fire point had a significant impact. The area it covered was immediately breached by several zombie dogs, followed by pus spewers. The pressure suddenly increased. Seeing 2 more wind bullets descending from the sky, Purbov was panic-stricken. Instinctively, he moved towards the landing point of the wind bullets, trying to block them with his body. But just then, a rather familiar voice rang in his mind. "Don't worry, lead your team with your heart." "Governor?" Purbov recognized the voice, but when he looked around, he saw nothing. It was only then that he came to the belated realization that the voice had sounded directly in his mind. A light bulb went off in his head, and he recalled that battle beside the valley, those people with peculiar deaths. The governor possessed some mystical power known as spiritual energy, not powerless at all. If it was the governor, there would be no problem at all. Purbov had such deep trust in the governor in his heart. And indeed, Guhang did not let him down. The 2 wind bullets that he was desperate to block with his body dissipated into nothingness before they even touched the ground. Immediately after, the 3 storm giant eagles flying in the sky also vanished. 3 figures fell from the sky. In an instant, the situation had greatly changed. All of this was, of course, due to the intervention of Gu Hang. At this moment, he had already disembarked from the Strider V. The transmission of spiritual energy through the armor of the Strider V to cast spells outside would attenuate to a certain extent. To ensure success, he left the Strider V and went outside. Spiritual energy cutting is indeed a handy spell. Gu Hang did not use this spell directly on those three cultists. The soul strength of those three was quite high, distinctly visible in his spiritual vision. Even if he had exerted his full strength, it was not certain that he could sever their heads or kill their souls. The target Gu Hang chose to strike was the spiritual energy link they used to control the storm eagles. Destroying the flight sorcery and causing the three to fall, then annihilating them physically, was a more convenient method. And beside him, 11 soldiers of the land assault team darted out, each targeting one of the falling figures. These assault team members, while sprinting at high speed and firing their guns, were uncannily accurate, their metal spikes precisely targeting the free-falling figures in mid-air. This was a standard far beyond their comrades. The reason why these 11 Special Forces soldiers were able to perform at such a high level was that they had transcended the T4 level of warriors and reached the T3 tier. Before heading out on the mission, dubbed a rescue but in reality a fishing expedition, Gu Hang had emptied his savings. Originally, the grace he received from the battle at Manton River Valley Manor was spent on extracting technology and during the training of the 3rd Regiment. However, a few days ago, when Yan Fangshu led a team to burn the alien breeding nests in the wilderness, Gu Hang would receive 1 to 2 points of grace for every nest they destroyed, depending on the scale of the breeding nest. After 7 breeding nests were burnt down, Gu Hang had gained 11 points of grace. And he invested this grace into 11 soldiers of the land assault team. The elite assault team soldiers, descending from the starship, were starkly different from regular soldiers. They wore dark brown, one-piece combat suits with masks, skillfully equipped, with no inch of skin exposed during combat. The seemingly lightweight combat suits, once fitted with ceramic steel plates, were even more useful than armored vests. These were the elites of the Imperial Naval Marine Corps, considered special forces. The training level of these forces was already ranked at T4 by the system. To elevate their training to T3 level would cost 1 point of grace per soldier. 1 point of grace was enough to train 100 ordinary people into a whole company of warriors, equivalent to the level of the Imperial Regular Army. But when it came to training T3 level soldiers, it was only enough for one individual's advancement. To further train them to T2 level would require 10 points of grace per person, which was enough for Gu Hang himself to level up on the hero panel. Nevertheless, despite the high cost, the value was extraordinary. At that time, he took the 11 Marine soldiers aside and conducted some secretive, special training maneuvers. The maneuvers were made up by him, but when declared, he claimed they were blessings from the Emperor, derived from a special training method he possessed. Ordinary people would find it hard to believe in such things, but not when it came to Governor Gu Hang. These Marine soldiers had seen with their own eyes how those country bumpkins transformed into competent soldiers in an incredibly short period of time. How could they not believe? The land assault team soldiers were ecstatic. All 11 individuals, meticulous and devout, completed the motions as instructed by the governor. Then, in an incredibly short period of time, they truly felt revolutionizing changes within their bodies. They became stronger, even to a somewhat superhuman extent. They could run faster, had greater strength, more resilient to impacts, and even small caliber bullets might not penetrate their foreheads. Their strength had nearly tripled, and rocks they couldn't lift before now seemed somewhat light. Their neural responses also became quicker, with birds in flight appearing to them as slow-moving paper planes. Their military skills improved massively in a short period of time, with each transitioning from a tolerable marksman into a sharpshooter. They also felt they had mastered highly efficient close combat techniques. Paired with their combat knives, they were capable of taking down 5 or 6 past selves in close combat. Profoundly feeling the changes within themselves, they felt as if they were in a dream. Why was this happening? It was too unscientific. But it was indeed reality. They could only attribute it to the Emperor's grace, the governor's magic. And they were one of the trump cards Gu Hang had prepared for this operation. At this moment, these soldiers, enhanced to T3 level, were also making good on the role Gu Hang had expected of them. 11 Eagle electromagnetic rifles were firing at the falling evil god priest. They didn't need verbal communication, with every 3 soldiers taking on one target. The metal spikes followed like lock-on tracking, rarely missing their mark even though they themselves were running, and their target was still in free fall. Meanwhile, Gu Hang was up to no good. The opponent was strong, so Gu Hang wouldn't frivolously expend his limited spiritual energy. Just like he cut off 3 evil god priests' control over the Storm Eagle moments ago, he could do something with minimal effort at some critical junctures. And this time, the mischief he was causing was disrupting and severing the 3 priests' control over the storm shield. Although the Navy Marine Corps soldiers had been enhanced to T3 level, it was the soldiers who had been upgraded, not their rifles. The Eagle electromagnetic rifles in their hands remained unchanged. The metallic spikes hit those 3 individuals, all blocked by the storm shield. To break through the storm shield with just the force of bullets was difficult. One would need to stand still and be shot for quite a while. But it still had some effect, reducing the intensity of the storm shield and forcing the evil god priest to mobilize spiritual energy to maintain the shield's intensity. This gave Gu Hang an opportunity. All he needed was a light touch, not even needing to put in much effort to completely dismantle the storm shield, just destabilizing it was enough. A storm shield that suddenly weakened and even showed gaps and flaws was quite fatal to the falling divine envoys. The least skilled among them suffered particularly dreadful. In mid-air, at least 5 or 6 metal spikes penetrated his body. With the overwhelming power of the electromagnetic rifle, the human body couldn't withstand it. That guy was destroyed mid-air, and by the time he hit the ground, there was no discernible human shape left, just shattered remains. But the other 2 were in better shape. In Gu Hang's view, he could see that the strongest of the pair was barely affected. After his storm shield encountered problems, he quickly compensated, preventing himself from being hit. The other reacted similarly, but there was a clear gap between his level and the strongest one. He ended up getting hit twice, breaking an arm and a leg. The 2 divine envoys who were still alive after hitting the ground each had their actions. The strongest one, almost unharmed, suddenly sprouted a pair of white storm wings from his back. The wings resembled turbines, and as he suddenly jetted backward, he reached extreme speeds in the blink of an eye. He ignored the land assault team soldiers rushing over and instead directly targeted Gu Hang, who was in the back. The Howling Wind Divine Envoy hadn't forgotten his mission. His most important target on this trip was to kill the Planetary Governor. He had planned to use the storm, use the white fog, to disorient the soldiers' position, letting those pustule beasts charge in, and eliminate all of the soldiers, leaving only the governor hiding in the armored vehicle to be dealt with later. But to his surprise, the governor had left the protection of the armored vehicle on his own. However, that Governor Gu Hang surprisingly possessed psychic powers and was even using very advanced techniques, which greatly shocked him. This caused a significant flaw in his plan. The governor's actions not only halted their destruction of the human soldier's position but even put him and his 2 subordinates into dangerous territory. But he still had a chance. As long as he could kill the governor on the spot. The whirlwind carried the vortex-formed wings, providing Howling Wind Divine Envoy with explosive speed. He charged straight for Gu Hang. As long as he killed Gu Hang, his mission would still be considered complete. The soldiers, who appeared to be very elite, seemed to have sensed his intentions. Half of them set out to suppress the other living Divine Envoy, while the remaining soldiers attempted to block him. Bullets flew towards him, but the storm shield remained faithful to its duty and could not be easily breached. 2 soldiers who were relatively close stood in his way, pulling out daggers in an attempt to engage him in combat. The reaction speed and agility of those soldiers surprised the Howling Wind Divine Envoy. He was moving at ultra-high speeds, with the storm turbine wings bursting so quickly that ordinary people could not possibly react in time, much less intercept him. But those soldiers could do so. and their willpower was beyond imagination. Getting near to him meant bearing the force of the storm. High-pressure wind blades cut through their combat suits, and even slashed dense wounds on their bodies. Yet, they remained resolute and unshaken. More crucially, the daggers in their hands, when they slashed down, could indeed pierce through his surrounding wind. This was definitely non-human strength. If he hadn't reacted extremely fast and detonated a wind bomb between himself and that soldier, sending him flying, he would have been stabbed. But he could only repel one. The other soldier fiercely thrust the knife into his body. If it weren't for the power of the wind helping him to deflect the blade at the critical moment, it wouldn't be his abdomen, but his heart that got pierced. But the current situation was still critical. The soldier very quickly released the knife-holding hand, ignoring the blood, picked up an electromagnetic rifle, and prepared to give the divine envoy a close-range volley. If hit by that, howling wind divine envoy feared he would fall on the spot. His storm shield had been punctured by that recent stab, and he didn't have full confidence to completely block the eagle's shooting. In the nick of time, howling wind divine envoy became fierce. He spread his arms, didn't retreat but advanced, embracing the soldier to prevent the special forces elite from firing his bullets directly. His physical strength was no match for his opponents, and he would be released eventually, but the storm sorcery was spectacular at that moment. Wind blades instantly spun around him, showing no mercy as they poured into the soldier's body. The ceramic plate armor wouldn't be easily destroyed, but it wasn't full body coverage. The combat suit was cut open under the high-pressure wind blades, followed by the flesh. Blood spurted wildly, blown about by the wind. In an instant, a fully grown person was chopped down to nothing, leaving behind a gun, bulletproof plates, helmet, fragments of personal items, bones. The blood-soaked howling wind divine envoy dared not linger for a moment. In his moment of desperation, he had unleashed all his might, achieving such a terrifying effect. However, he had first-hand experience of the strength of these elite soldiers, unlike ordinary soldiers, and the knife stuck in his belly was proof of this. If he hesitated for a moment longer, soldiers would immediately rush at him. If he could create some distance, relying on the bullet-deflecting storm shield, he might be confident in killing all the soldiers. But firstly, there was Gu Hang, who could manipulate delicate psychic spells to interfere. Secondly, he could not create distance now, and the storm shield's defenses against close combat blades were not as effective as against bullets. Moreover, his bodily strength and combat skills, which were not much stronger than those of an average person, put him at too much of a disadvantage against those elite soldiers. He clenched his teeth and forced himself to muster strength again. The storm turbine wings formed by sorcery on his back let out an intense roar, as he once again burst from his position with a limit speed. And this time, finally no one stood in his way. With an extremely fast speed, he rushed toward Gu Hang. Flying close to the ground, the already thin mist was completely dispersed. He was like an arrow in flight. The next moment, he slammed into Gu Hang with great force, sending him flying through the air. The wild wind completely enveloped Gu Hang. Howling wind divine envoy was even more brutal to Gu Hang than to the soldier he had just slashed to pieces. He once again overloaded the power of storm sorcery, heedless of the severe backlash that might ensue, determined to ensure Gu Hang's death. Gu Hang slammed hard into the ground. Then, he stood up. Howling wind divine envoy's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly unable to understand why this was happening. The force he had exerted should have been enough to completely shred Gu Hang's body, so why did the governor appear to be completely unharmed? Clenching his teeth, he tried to unleash his power once more, but this time the winds did not heed his call. Instead, he felt an intense pain in his lungs, as if the wind was cutting through his chest cavity. Unable to bear it, his body convulsed, and opening his mouth, he vomited blood profusely, mixed with pieces of his lungs. As the pain subsided slightly, he raised his head and saw the assault vehicle beside him, its cannon already aimed at him. Fire! In an instant, several large-caliber cannon shells shattered his already fragile storm shield, and then destroyed his body as well. Gu Hang still felt a bit scared afterward. After the enemy appeared, he had sensed that one among the three was particularly strong. While dealing with these three, he proportionately allocated his strength. The other two presented no surprises. One was dead before he hit the ground, and the other was nearly dead, with severed hands and feet still trying to resist. Now, he was held down by a group of special forces and stabbed to death in a frenzied assault. But the strongest one was still beyond expectation. He had already made his move. When that man flew towards him and was intercepted by the elite Marines, had it not been for Gu Hang taking the opportunity to strike him from the shadows, he would not have been so easily stabbed in the stomach. But unexpectedly, even though the guy had clearly pushed his sorcery to the limit and had a knife embedded in his abdomen, he was still able to unleash a tremendous amount of power. He not only used the storm to dismember a Marine elite in a horrific manner but also continued to burst forth towards him, blowing him away, and a violent storm swept around him. Under normal circumstances, he should have been dead, like the dismembered Marine elite. At the crucial moment, it was his talent spiritual energy shield, which he had gained when he last upgraded his personal level to LV2, that made the difference. This thing didn't need activation, it triggered passively and came into effect as soon as he took a hit. It indeed saved Gu Hang's life. As he was sent flying, Gu Hang could feel the violent winds surrounding him, constantly clashing and grinding against his spiritual energy. The power of the storm was so fierce that in almost an instant, Gu Hang's spiritual energy was almost depleted. Fortunately, the force of the storm came fast and left just as quickly, representing the total power of the opponent's burst. Once withstood, it was gone. However, after surviving that wave of attack, Gu Hang's spiritual energy was almost completely drained. But he was not alone. The assault vehicle helped him take the final step. Looking at the enemy that had been blown to smithereens, certain never to rise again, Gu Hang sighed in relief. Luckily, I had a bit more skill. The Howling Wind Divine Envoy was dead, left without any human shape to speak of. The priest that had been blown up by the metal spikes also had no recognizable shape left, just a pile of broken remains. The last one looked slightly better in death, but only slightly. He was struck in mid-air, breaking an arm and a leg, and even as he fell to the ground trying to resist, he was faced with the onslaught of elite ground warriors, who broke through his storm shield and then stabbed him to death with a flurry of knives. After the death of the three priests wielding storm divine power, the winds quickly subsided, and the fog dissipated just as fast. In that short period, the soldiers indeed fell into chaos, their firepower network was affected, and many monsters breached their defenses, with over a dozen pus spewers entering range and causing casualties among the soldiers with their spray of pus. However, overall, the chaos caused serious damage but was not fatal. Once the winds and fog cleared, the soldiers regained control of the battlefield. Despite the casualties, they killed all the monsters that had breached their position, and the pus spewers, which had only fired 1 or 2 volleys of bioshell, were eliminated by machine guns and the cannons of armored infantry vehicles. Even though the 3 storm priests had perished, the battle did not end immediately. The monsters, to some extent, did follow the storm priests' command, but after the priests' deaths, the uncontrolled creatures were still tremendously dangerous, maintaining their ferocious state as they constantly surged out of the woods, attempting to attack any living being they could see. But despite their ongoing frenzy and reduced firepower within the position due to earlier casualties, they still couldn't break through. The gap in firepower was something these primitive monsters couldn't contend with. It's said that during a large-scale, mature other tide, even more advanced monsters would appear, not just limited to the inferior pus monsters and spewers. But at least Gu Hang and his men didn't encounter any this time. The nests within the woods were still in the phase of accumulating power. Perhaps given a few months to slowly hatch and consume one another, they could grow into a batch of higher-level monsters, and the situation would become troublesome. But now, the primordial Wrath Owl sect, in an attempt to kill Gu Hang, prematurely accelerated the maturation of most of the nests in the woods, resulting in what seemed like a large-scale attack but was in reality not fraught with many high-level monsters, therefore the threat level was relatively average. In fact, to some extent, the primordial wrath owl sex actions even helped Gu Hang. A large number of nests were matured ahead of time, and a vast number of monsters were gathered here, which could be dealt with all at once. This reduced a significant workload for the troops under Gu Hang's command in their subsequent task of clearing the entire other species woods. As the battle continued, it was evident that the number and density of monsters charging from the thick forest were significantly decreasing. Clearly, they were not truly endless. After being massively culled, there were not many left. Eventually, with Yan Fangshu's forces arriving on the scene, the battle essentially entered its final stage. When he learned that the governor might be ambushed, he couldn't stay put waiting for rescue. He took the initiative to lead his troops out, breaking through slowly and methodically. According to his plan, it was not necessary to break through successfully. Even if they could draw some attention to help the governor, that would be good enough. As it turned out, as they moved on, he soon noticed a sudden decrease in the number of monsters he encountered, as if they had all run off elsewhere. He speculated that this was because the battle on the governor's side had already begun, and he could even hear the roar of gunfire. So, they sped up and reached the battlefield, meeting up with the governor. But by that time, the battle was already drawing to a close. He could only lead the 3rd Battalion to join the fight and help clear the remaining monsters. Soon, there was not a single active monster left in front of the soldiers. Purbov stepped on a pus monster that had lost its lower half, relying on its hands to crawl on the ground, and he watched as it vainly stretched out its arms to grab him. After pondering for a moment, he lifted his pistol and fired at the monster's head, silencing it for good. Hearing the footsteps behind him, he turned to see a weary-looking Yan Fangshu approaching. His gaze naturally fell on the other's shoulder, where the corrosive-ridden fabric revealed reddening, wounded skin underneath. He grinned and said, "Yo, Captain, you look quite a mess." Yan Fangshu rolled his eyes irritably, walked up and punched him in the chest. "You're not looking any better, limping as you walk. Isn't that to come and save you?" Having reached this point, Yan Fangshu couldn't deny it anymore, and his complexion turned a bit dark. Purbov, on the other hand, comforted him. "It's not your fault, this bunch of trash, rubbish, conscience-fed to dogs traitors, they just wanted to use you to ambush the governor. It's not on you. Our mission is to be the sword and shield of the governor. Today, both of us didn't do a very good job at that, but from now on, I'll put in even more effort. What about you?" Yan Fangshu looked at the officer who had risen through the ranks of the abandoned cave society with some surprise. Why had this guy suddenly voiced such sentiments? He wasn't aware that the storm priest had just charged at Gu Hang, directly threatening the governor's life, nor could he imagine how deeply this scene had impacted Purbov, the captain. Unaware of these things, Mr. Captain could only scratch his head and nod, agreeing to it. After saying goodbye to Purbov, Yan Fangshu went to find Gu Hang. The governor was inside an armored personnel carrier. One of his old subordinates stopped him. "The governor is resting. I have something I need to report." The Marine seemed torn but still barred his way. "But, Captain, the governor is resting. It's better not to disturb him." Yan Fangshu was again surprised. This was not one of the soldiers recruited by Gu Hang on Rage Owl Star, but one of the Marines he had brought down from the starship, a direct subordinate. Historically, they had been closer. Even to speak a bit disrespectfully, in private, they had not refrained from complaining about various matters regarding the governor. The soldiers were loyal to the governor, but it seemed more out of duty and role. But now, he truly saw respect for the governor in his old subordinate's eyes. A question mark slowly rose in his mind. What had just happened? It wasn't that he found the deep respect and loyalty his subordinates had for the governor problematic. On the contrary, it was as it should be. But that didn't stop him from being curious about what had caused these changes. He decided not to wake Gu Hang, but instead pulled his old subordinate aside to ask in detail what had exactly happened in the recent battle. After learning about the situation, Yan Fangshu also fell silent. The governor had been approached and attacked by the heretic cultists but escaped unharmed, only a bit tired. The governor's psychic spells had once again proved powerful. His own old subordinates had undergone earth-shattering changes after the governor's rapid special training. All this information was like a fantasy to Yan Fangshu's ears. Why was there no harm done? Why did those cultists fall from the sky while flying so properly? All this could only be attributed to the marvel of spiritual energy. The news that the governor was a spiritual master, Yan Fangshu could more or less accept. After all, it was not his first day knowing the governor was a psychic, it was just that his feats seemed more miraculous now. Yan Fangshu tried to convince himself it was no big deal. But could his old marine elites become even stronger? And in such a short period of time? Just like how the governor trained those ordinary people? Yan Fangshu found it hard to accept and believe. He joked, "So, you lad, are you even more skilled than me now? Wanna have a go?" In the past, no Marine would dare to accept the challenge. Captain Yan Fangshu was famously tough, and sparring with him meant seeking discomfort. But now, things had changed. The soldier, brimming with eagerness, said, "Sure, let's do it." Gu Hang sat in an armored infantry vehicle, his face pale as he closed his eyes to recuperate. He was aware of the noise outside, but he was too lazy to bother with it. The battle had just ended, and it had drained him significantly. The main issue was that he had been directly charged. Spiritual protection had blocked nearly all the damage, but it had also depleted all of his spiritual energy. In fact, this was a very dangerous situation. According to the education on psychic spells he had received from his memories, completely depleting one's spirituality could lead to uncontrollable consequences: death, madness, mental abnormalities, personality disintegration. All of these were possibilities. After the battle ended, Gu Hang rested while checking the state of his spirituality, which fortunately, allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. The severe conditions hadn't appeared, his current symptoms were just some fatigue and a slight headache. Generally speaking, they would improve after some rest. But he still took away some lessons from this experience. This time, it was slightly risky, to the point that he had put himself in danger. But upon careful reflection, Gu Hang didn't think there was anything particularly wrong with his actions. It was true that he was a governor, but it wasn't to the extent that he would avoid risk altogether. His enterprise was still in its early stages, and there were times when he had to fight. This time, there was no second psychic in his entire domain. If he hadn't taken action himself, today's situation wouldn't have been resolved. He couldn't just stand by and let Yan Fangshu and his 3rd Infantry Battalion be trapped and perish in the woods. But the outcome was definitely good. The methods of the primordial Wrath Owl sect in nurturing and controlling so many monsters certainly weren't easy, otherwise, they wouldn't still be rats in the sewers. Having used such tactics and lost 3 formidable priests here, the sect must have suffered significant losses. Even before that, they must have been in a lot of pain already. If it weren't for him urging Revival City to intensify the crackdown on the cult, forcing them into desperate action and attempting to assassinate him at a great cost, they would not have done so. Well, that's good. If you didn't finish me off this time, wait until I get to Revival City and uncover everything you're hiding. After resting for a good while, he felt his condition had recovered a lot. It was only then that he truly had the energy to properly tally his gains. This time, the victory was substantial, though the losses were also the greatest compared to previous battles. But the results were equally significant. Having a slight upper hand, 86 points of grace obtained. Losses 103, exterminated 6,597, captured 0. 2nd Infantry Battalion, losses 77, exterminated 4,447. 3rd Infantry Battalion, losses 24, exterminated 1,613. Navy Marine Corps, losses 2, exterminated 537. Just looking at the casualty ratio, it was impressive, but Gu Hang wasn't the least bit happy about it. All that had been exterminated were brainless monsters. If they acted according to Yan Fangshu's strategy, they could almost no loss cleanse each of these monsters' lairs one by one over the next few months, rather than facing them all at once after they had been rallied. Not to mention facing 3 storm priests at the same time. In total, 103 soldiers were lost, with the 2nd Battalion already exceeding a 25% casualty rate. Most of these casualties happened amidst the raging winds and dense fog. Among them, 2 recently promoted Tier 3 members of the Marine Corps had been killed by the most formidable priest, meaning the invested 2 points of grace were gone. The 2 regular infantry battalions, especially the 2nd, needed a substantial number of replacement troops. Gu Hang's total population under his control amounted to just under 6,000. Excluding the mech servant battalion, he had already supported 2 infantry battalions totaling 600 men, with a mobilization rate exceeding 10%. In fact, given the composition of the population, this was already a significant pressure, not to mention Gu Hang needed manpower for various rapidly expanding production lines outside the military. The excessively high mobilization rate was already affecting production efficiency. Especially for the young and able-bodied workers, the shortfall at the abandoned cave society was significant, becoming a limiting factor in development. The army's casualties would require a further 100 men to be drawn from the labor pool, which was going to be a strain. Gu Hang could already foresee Patel, who was in charge of heavy industry at the abandoned cave society, tearing his hair out. The guy wouldn't put any obstacles in the way of the young men joining the military for the governor. In his heart, that was an honor, a defense of their labor achievements. But after the decrease in manpower, how to maintain or even expand production was certainly going to be a headache for him. As for other costs, the textile factory had been set up, and uniforms could be produced in-house, with the relevant design plans already passed on. Alloy and plastic steel production lines could turn out armored vests, firearms could either be salvaged from battlefield remnants or newly produced. Even if it was just for soldier training, 100 soldiers would only cost 1 point in grace. All of these were not an issue. The problem was still the population. They still needed to bleed others dry. The quintet in the sky was no longer easy to exploit, and going after the lower-end population was also not very meaningful. Gu Hang had other plans for the female captain. On the quintet, there were plenty of talents he coveted. To annihilate the primordial Wrath Owl sect, or at least give them a severe blow, he would need to borrow the female captain's power and also consider it as a form of repayment to Yalesia, but that could be discussed later. What remained were Revival City and Rubbish Town. Most of those in Rubbish Town were adventurers dreaming of striking it rich, and it wasn't ruled out that some who had been through trials and tribulations now wanted to live the life of an honest person. No, to settle down as an honest person, but it couldn't be forced. Revival City was a huge source. Gu Hang did not disdain the refugees who could no longer survive outside the city walls. Tens of thousands of people were unrealistic to take in all at once, but he now had ample job positions and abundant food to support many. Having thought through the losses, it was now time to consider the gains. 86 points of grace, the largest sum Gu Hang had accrued thus far. It was even more than all the previous ones added together. This gave Gu Hang a sense of having struck it rich. The heavy shadow of the soldiers' massive casualties and losses was much dispelled by this joy. Of the 86 points of grace, it was estimated that over 30 were contributed by those 3 priests, with the strongest one alone providing over 20 points. That high priest, just in terms of spiritual energy strength, was even greater than Gu Hang. However, when it came to the application of spiritual energy, Gu Hang had the nuanced soul severing inherited from an ancient family and spiritual protection provided by the system, which were much stronger than the high priest who could only use the native evil god's power to perform storm sorcery. In other words, Gu Hang's victory was due in part to his powerful spells and numerical advantage. In terms of sheer strength of spirituality, Gu Hang at LV2 still couldn't match the opponent. Eliminating such a formidable enemy and receiving extra grace seemed only fair. As for the remaining 50 points, they were the spoils of war from the soldiers wiping out over 6,000 different monstrous creatures. Clearly, the lives of these creatures were cheap. But the sheer number was impressive, and after more than 6,000 fell, they had brought a fair amount of grace to Gu Hang. It was just a pity that the victory rating only reached a slight advantage, so the grace coefficient gained post-battle was not high enough, otherwise, there might have been room for more. Next came the issue of how to spend this windfall of grace. Feeling elated, he summoned the panel and then saw one old item flashing and a new item appeared. The flashing one was the hero panel. The new appearance was a function named event. The movement within the hero interface was something Gu Hang had anticipated beforehand. After such a brutal battle had ended, he should be able to level up, right? Indeed, upon checking, he was the only one in the hero panel who met the criteria to level up. But the cost of upgrading made him furrow his brows. 50 points. The price to advance to level 2 was simply too expensive. However, after this ordeal, his desire for personal strength had grown considerably. Leveling up would not only provide him with greater safety but also, a powerful wielder of spiritual energy could have a tremendous influence on battles below a certain scale. Even though it was pricey, he was ready to grit his teeth and upgrade himself. But there was no rush. There were some other changes inside the hero panel. He saw that there were 2 more characters eligible to be activated as heroes. One was Perboff. This mine foreman from the abandoned cave society, following this battle, seemed to have been recognized by the system as a person of talent, capable of being activated as a hero. And the other one was named Osinya Quinco. Who is this person? Gu Hang was completely baffled. Did he have such a person under his command? Oh, it seemed that he did. Gu Hang remembered reading the list of literates among the refugees who had recently moved from Revival City, and it seemed that this name had appeared there. What had this person done to make the system believe she had the capability? Gu Hang's curiosity was piqued. It wasn't that he wanted to promote her to a hero right away, but if the system had identified her potential, then even if she wasn't upgraded, she could be pulled out and entrusted with an important task. Gu Hang felt like he had discovered another way to use the hero function. He could find capable people without upgrading them. Satisfied, Gu Hang closed the hero panel and opened the newly appeared event panel. An unknown event is occurring, and you can steer the event in a direction related to you. Initiating this event will cost 50 grace points. Event countdown to the end, 1 day and 06 hours. Is that it? They want to swindle 50 grace points from me without any information? Without a second thought, Gu Hang closed the event function. Then, after pondering for a bit, he reopened it. He just couldn't contain his curiosity. The allure of the unknown was just too strong. Generally, the quality of the system's product strongly correlates with the number of grace points spent. The more you pay, the better the stuff you get. Except for those 2 draws of the technology card, where I had a 40% chance but missed twice in a row, it seems it hasn't duped me yet. Hiss? But wouldn't drawing an unknown event card also likely be a scam? What if there's some hidden probability? In just this short while, Gu Hang's mind wavered, and many thoughts surfaced. He wasn't usually one to agonize over decisions, but what could he do? Too poor. All problems are problems of poverty. If Gu Hang had enough favor, wouldn't he have immediately activated this event to see what it was all about? But if he activated the unknown event, the remaining 36 favor would not be enough to upgrade. After thoughtful deliberation, Gu Hang decided to trust the system once more. Although it was a gamble, he still upheld the belief that system products are worth their value and made his choice. Of course, another important reason was that he had a fallback plan. In a couple of days, a month would go by. By then, the fixed monthly income would come in. With the development trend of the forces under Gu Hang's command, it should be possible to earn 30 or 40 points by then. Adding them up, it should be enough for him to upgrade to LV3. By comparison, the unknown event might be a bit more precious. After all, it had a countdown, and once time expired, the event would disappear. Limited time lottery, got to win something, right? With that mindset, Gu Hang made his final decision. The 50 points of favor were gone in a snap, and what replaced them was the new information that appeared before his eyes. Event activated, Phoenix on the brink of death. A starfighter battle group that is on the verge of annihilation ended its century-long penance expedition and is approaching Rage Owl Star, which seems to have what they're seeking: redemption and hope. Please make your decisions cautiously. Your actions will determine the next phase of this event. Event branch, unknown. Seeing new event prompts that mentioned a starfighter battle group nearing Rage Owl Star, Gu Hang nearly couldn't control his facial expression. If a starfighter battle group was offering help, what was there to worry about? Any difficulties on Rage Owl Star would not be able to halt an entire battle group's progress. The term starfighter symbolized glory, greatness, and death within the Empire. They are the death angels of the Emperor. It is said that thousands of years ago, the Divine Emperor used himself as the template to create many different genetic seeds. He selected the finest people, implanted them with these genetic seeds, and formed the initial starfighters. Each of them was extraordinary, possessing bodies that were countless times stronger than ordinary people, wearing specially made power armor connected to their nerves. Their solo combat power was extremely formidable. Fighting against 100 was just standard procedure for them. Often, just a few starfighters in a squad could slice through tens of thousands of soldiers, behead generals, and that was just their routine duty. They were true killing machines, and the Death Angels lived up to their name. During the founding era, the various starfighter legions were the sharpest swords in the hands of the Emperor, and they made indispensable contributions to creating the Empire's boundless territories. Later, about 10,000 years ago, after the Emperor ascended to divinity, all starfighter legions were divided into smaller battle groups. According to the Holy Scriptures, the size limit for the starfighter battle groups was set at 1,000 members. Typically, a battle group would have a home planet. The home planet of a battle group did not need to pay taxes to the Empire, all its manpower and resources were at the battle group's disposal. A battle group could establish a mortal auxiliary army and a battle group fleet, possessing immense autonomy. They would respond to the highest calls to arms from the Empire and engage in the most terrifying of battles. Aside from that, their actions were often whimsical and enjoyed high freedom. In Gu Hang's understanding, it was like a combination of warlords and feudal lords. Such a battle group was coming to Rage Owl Star? Gu Hang quickly became calm again. It's that same old phrase, system products are worth their value. 50 points of favor likely couldn't even exchange for a single starfighter, let alone a battle group. It couldn't be that good of a deal. He also noted the information provided in the event interface. This was a dying battle group. That's good. If it were a thriving battle group, he wouldn't have any say. The status of a battle group commander might even be higher than that of a star sector leader. Gu Hang realized that this event could be a blessing or a curse. He truly had to be as cautious as the system prompt suggested, or the consequences would be dire. But overall, this also meant opportunity. If a starfighter could provide him with help, he would have an ab. In a void of the universe infinitely distant in physical space, a fiery red spaceship was sailing. It was scarred, it was not huge, and it carried a battle group on the brink of death. The Phoenix battle group had ended their long redemption expedition and now their glory had been restored. The Tribunal of the Eastern Star Domain, representing the Central Empire, personally announced this to the world. But what of it? We have won the victory of the 100-year redemption expedition and achieved the victory we most desired, yet we are about to be annihilated. Salus Madens, the leader of the Phoenix battle group, would always think sorrowfully. He was the 64th leader of the Phoenix battle group. This battle group, with its countless glorious histories, was very likely to come to an end in his hands. What was life like for the battle group before the redemption expedition? Back then, the Phoenix battle group was glorious and powerful. They guarded their mother star, received the worship of countless mortals, selected the most excellent youths from among them, subjected them to gene seed modifications, and turned them into one of their own. All the manpower and material resources of the entire planet were at their disposal. Besides being responsible for the defense of their mother star, they would also answer the call of the Emperor, heading to all corners of the universe, participating in one glorious and great war after another. They either crushed each of the Emperor's enemies to dust or defended one world after another on the brink of destruction. He and his brothers were called the Emperor's Angels. This glory, accumulated over thousands of years, came to a sudden halt 100 years ago. Matins bore no resentment. In the Crepe Myrtle catastrophe, the Phoenix battle group found themselves on the wrong side. By the grace of the Divine Emperor, they were not purged as traitors, but they were still guilty, and the tribunal sentenced them to a 100-year redemption expedition. The so-called redemption expedition meant sending the convicted battle groups on the most difficult and casualty-heavy assault missions without support, supplies, or reinforcements. Once assigned, the mission could not be refused and must be carried out with all effort until death. The vast majority of battle groups sentenced to a redemption expedition could not even last until the end of their punishment. But the Phoenix, true to their name, were indomitable. They miraculously endured the redemption expedition. They fought in one brutal war after another for 100 years. During these days, they were still fighting for the Empire, but without any honor to speak of. Their battles were for redemption, for a death sentence. During the century-long expedition, the leader of the battle group changed hands 6 times, and it finally fell to Matins, a man who considered himself of little talent. A few months ago, in the final battle of the redemption expedition, the previous leader launched a suicide charge with the last of the battle group's elite. They won, but the cost was that no one survived except for Matins and 6 others who had been left behind. He would always remember the look in his mentor's eyes when he passed on the medal symbolizing the leader of the battle group before the charge. It was a look filled with expectation, with hope. The future of the battle group weighed heavily on his chest. He was determined to rebuild his battle group, yet he didn't know how. Their homeworld had long been assigned to another battle group. The fleet had all been destroyed, leaving only the Burned Feather, a small spacecraft that could not even be considered an escort ship. Power armor, the armory, the gene seed vault, all had been lost with the crash of the flagship. Perhaps no battle group has ever been in a more miserable state than they were. They could only drift aimlessly in the cosmos like headless flies. Indeed, there were many forces that wished to help them. However, Matins could see through the malicious intentions of those people. They only wanted the 7 remaining members of the Phoenix battle group to serve as their high-level enforcers. There was no glory, let alone any hope to speak of. Matins thought of the chance to rebuild the warband, the opportunity to continue fighting with honor. Unfortunately, those who tried to help them fell silent when these topics came up. Recently, their spaceship had passed through a spirit network tunnel, aimlessly arriving at the Tianma star sector. It was just like many other star sectors they had drifted through over the past few months, nothing special. However, it was then that the warband's priest approached him, claiming that during prayer, he had received a revelation. The hope for the Phoenix battle group's rebirth was right here. Hope rose in Matins' heart, like a drowning person clutching at a straw. Rationally, he knew he shouldn't believe it. What was so special about the Tianma star sector? An obscure star sector with neither special resources nor a glorious history, nor had any other warband ever been stationed there. How could the hope for the warband's rebirth lie here? Yet emotionally, he almost instantly believed it. It was only a matter of months, trivial compared to the modified, elongated lifespans of interstellar warriors, but he felt he had already endured an endless ordeal. This emptiness was even more painful than the punitive expedition. Given the chance, he was eager to seize it. The warband's priest, also his most trusted battle brother, had been holed up in the prayer room for 2 days without any sign of activity. Matins' anxiety gradually intensified. But now, at this moment, the anxiety found its outcome. He heard heavy footsteps, turned his head, and saw someone clad in the distinctive black power armor of a priest, with a helmet shaped like a skull, and large shoulder pads painted in the warband's fiery red colors and the phoenix design, symbolizing their identity. It was Rizzo, the eldest of the surviving 7, who had fought with the warband for 400 years. He was supposed to have joined the final battle to the death, but the former warband leader had forcefully held him back. The warband needed his experience to assist Mattins. Priest Rizzo, you finally emerged. Was your prayer fruitful? Yes, warband leader. Rizzo's voice was tired but also held a hint of anticipation. I have received a more precise revelation. The Phoenix's chance of rebirth lies right here. The priest's finger came to rest on the star map. There was Rage Owl Star. Mattins looked bewildered, scouring his memory and coming up with nothing special about this world. He couldn't help asking, "Are you sure there's no mistake?" "I'm certain," Rizzo confidently replied. The Divine Emperor's revelation states that the chance for the Phoenix battle group's rebirth is there, at the hands of that world's governor. Mattins paced back and forth, then finally made a decision. All right, change course. To Rage Owl Star, we go. The revelation received by Priest Rizzo was the only opportunity in the past few months that Mattins had been looking forward to. Although he had never heard of the world of Rage Owl Star having any particular significance, since it was a revelation by the Divine Emperor, surely it meant a powerful governor, who might be willing to help the warband in its reconstruction. After activating the event The Phoenix Shall Die, Gu Hang had 36 grace points left. Not few, but not enough. For a moment, he was itching to use these grace points for drawing cards. A 40% chance of winning, could he really not get it after 3 draws? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But in the end, he chose not to do it. He still wanted to level up. He would wait for the monthly fixed income to be dispersed, and along with these 36 points, it would be enough. If he spent the grace points now, he wouldn't be able to level up in a few days. Finally, he suppressed the urge to draw cards. After Gu Hang had sorted out the various system functions, he had also rested quite well. Although his head still hurt a bit, it was much better compared to when the battle had just ended. This also reassured Gu Hang quite a bit. It seemed that the previous depletion of his spirituality was not severe and didn't affect his foundation. Leaving the combat vehicle, the work of cleaning up the battlefield continued. The soldiers had collected a large number of monster corpses, or the remnants shattered in the battle. There was too much to transport in one go, so the leftovers were piled up to be transported later. These were all raw materials for the synthetic starch production line. In other places, corpse starch might be a dark term, but for Gu Hang, it seemed literal. Despite the fact that people starving in the wastelands might not care about this, as long as they face no illness or not too severe an illness from eating it, anything was better than hunger. But Gu Hang still strived to keep this information concealed. It wasn't entirely secret, but he definitely wouldn't promote it actively. After all, it wasn't something glorious. While the troops were busy, Yan Fangshu came to find him again. Seeing the captain with a slightly crooked nose and a bruise above his left eye, Gu Hang was taken aback for a moment. How did you get injured like this? That doesn't seem to be the kind of injury a pus monster could cause, right? It's nothing much. Oh. Realizing something as he looked at the captain's embarrassed face, Gu Hang suddenly understood and remembered something he had almost forgotten. Were you beaten up by your former subordinates? Yan Fangshu immediately became anxious. What beating up? How could you say it was a beating? I just accidentally lost 1 or 2 moves. It's not a beating. Ha ha ha. Gu Hang laughed. Right, not a beating, just a small beating. Yan Fangshu fell silent. He didn't want to talk to the governor anymore, but couldn't help feeling eager. He hesitated and nonetheless couldn't resist saying, "That, Governor, regarding that intensive training, He was somewhat embarrassed to fully express his request. Having been beaten by his former subordinates, and then having to ask the governor for special intensive training felt somewhat embarrassing to him. Gu Hang patted Yan Fangshu on the shoulder and said, "How could I refuse such a small request? Not now though. You have greater potential, and you deserve more rigorous, more valuable training." Yan Fangshu's eyes lit up. "Thank you, Governor." Don't be haste to thank me, but let me be clear, with gains come sacrifices, nothing in this world comes without a price. If you want to receive my grace, you should serve me with even greater sincerity. Yan Fangshu understood Gu Hang's meaning. But he dared not agree. He was a member of the Imperial Navy, his future still lay in the stars and the vast ocean. Should he transfer allegiance to a planetary governor and join the Planetary Defense Force? There is a disparity here. The Imperial military system is roughly divided into three parts: the Imperial Navy, the Imperial Star Realm Army, and the Planetary Defense Force, PDF. The first two are direct Imperial forces with relatively higher status, theoretically taking commands directly from Central Empire and receiving supplies from it. As for the PDF, it's just a planetary-level defense force, established and led by the planet's governor. The Empire does not take care of the training, equipping, or supplying of the PDF, but sometimes it would draft the PDF into the Star Realm Army, or when Imperial taxes evaporate. Often in intense interstellar wars, the PDF would also be used as cannon fodder by the Empire's main forces. Would those Navy big shots even deign to glance at the Star Realm Army's grunts, let alone a mere PDF? Compared to a captain in the Imperial Navy, who would be stupid enough to choose the former? But what if it were a general from the Planetary Defense Force compared to a Navy captain? Well, that's not so easy to say. A captain from the Navy Marine Corps, like Yan Fangshu, at his peak, only commanded a special Marine company, with just over 100 men. Now, he has even fewer, only 30. But if he became a general, he might be able to become a pivotal figure on this planet. But could he really become a general? Relying on the governor would mean betting everything on this one person being able to win. Yan Fangshu was a bit hesitant to wager. He wasn't a barefooted man, unlike the native residents on Rage Owl Star. Watching Yan Fangshu, who was caught in a dilemma, Gu Hang did not press him. He smiled and patted Yan's shoulder, saying, "Don't rush, there's still time. You don't have to make a decision now. No matter what, you are my subordinate right now, you follow my orders. As for the future, I believe when it comes, you will make your decision." Yan Fangshu breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Gu Hang with gratitude. Thankfully, the governor didn't force him to make a choice right there and then. He was afraid of choosing wrongly. "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. What do you need to see me for?" "Actually, there is an important issue. A contingent from Revival City has approached our location. They seem to bear no hostility, and the person leading them claims to be the grandson of Lambert Hodgson from the Alliance Council, coming to ensure the governor's safety." Gu Hang wore a strange expression, his tone somewhere between sarcasm or sigh. "A force from the Alliance Council. Whether they come with ill intentions or indeed to protect me, their arrival is a bit too late. What should we do now? Drive them away?" "No," Gu Hang waved his hand dismissively, "the affair has concluded. I'm curious to see what they really want. Take the 3rd Battalion up there, disarm them all, and then bring them here. The battlefield needs more people for cleanup, and I also want to meet this grandson of the council chairman to see what news he brings me." "Yes." Yan Fangshu went to work. He didn't keep Gu Hang waiting long, and soon he brought the people. About 500 soldiers, empty-handed and honestly started cleaning up the battlefield, moving monster corpses alongside Gu Hang's own warriors. Also, a young man dressed in military attire was brought before Gu Hang. Lambert Hodgson, Gu Hang read his name. The young Lambert saluted Gu Hang and greeted loudly, "Good day, Excellency the Governor." "Why have you come?" "I have come to protect the governor." "Does your grandfather know you're here?" "I'm here on the orders of the chairman of the council." "Then your timing is rather fortuitous. My battle has ended, and the enemy has been eliminated. You should have arrived earlier, no matter what you intended to do." Lambert said, "I apologize, Governor, for our tardiness. I understand your suspicions. But please believe that we indeed came to protect you. My men and I will unconditionally obey any of your orders, without complaint or regret." Gu Hang smiled. Gu Hang revealed a smile. He stepped forward and gave Lambert a big hug. "I'm willing to trust you, welcome aboard, young comrade." Lambert's expression was sincere, but Gu Hang didn't completely trust him either. After all, the guy brought a group of people with him, surrendered his weapons when asked, and worked when told. What was there to worry about? Gu Hang didn't expect much from them, nor would he use them for important tasks. Just let them clean up the battlefield, carry loads. Who couldn't do that? Using them was simple. As for trust, that wasn't something to be shown through words. With more time and more shared experiences, he would eventually show his true colors. Moreover, this guy brought Gu Hang an even bigger surprise. Following him, apart from 500 armed soldiers, there were also more than 2,000 refugees. According to Lambert, these were the people he had recruited from outside the city when he set out. The reason he did so was that he had heard of a merchant named Denison Henry who had recruited refugees for the governor. Figuring there was a significant labor shortage here, he did the same upon departure. Not only that, he also arranged for people to carry out long-term resettlement propaganda outside Revival City, promoting that the governor's place offered good jobs, treatment, and enough food and clothing to live on. Wow, the young man was on the right track. Gu Hang was overjoyed in his heart. Because of this, he even felt embarrassed to chastise Hodgson when he was on the phone with him. But, in fact, there wasn't much to criticize. The attack shouldn't have had anything to do with them, at least currently there was no evidence to prove this. It was the cultists who took action, and the powerful storm sorcery made it very clear. Moreover, before the attack, it was Hodgson who had given him the warning in advance. Now, Hodgson also said that they had made further progress in their crackdown on the cult. They had captured 2 mid-level missionaries of the primordial Wrath Owl sect, and had learned that this cult organization was indeed secretly stepping up its actions in Revival City and that there might be a plan underway. If followed up, there should be more to be gained. In addition to the cult issue that Gu Hang used to leverage against the alliance government, Hodgson's performance in other aspects also satisfied Gu Hang. Sending a grandson over, whether to serve him or to be a hostage, was in itself a statement on the attitude. Practically, he also made his stance very clear. The 500 soldiers and 2,000 refugees might not mean much. Hodgson had already implicitly promised that he would act in accordance with Gu Hang's instructions within Revival City and cooperate with the governor. But Hodgson also said that he needed the governor to understand his difficulties. He was the Speaker of the Council, but not an autocrat. Directly providing resources, promoting a law, replacing a councilman, or moving the military on a large scale. All these ultimately required discussion by the entire council and the formation of a resolution. Gu Hang didn't press the issue any further. There was no point in pressing. Currently, Hodgson could be considered on his side, at least that's what his attitude suggested. Pressuring him was meaningless. On the contrary, Gu Hang needed Hodgson's help to push the other councilmen. This time, Gu Hang had a long talk with Hodgson. They discussed what Gu Hang needed Hodgson to do, what support to provide, how to progressively advance Gu Hang's will, and under what conditions Gu Hang would consider moving back to Revival City. They even briefly touched on some of the policies and reforms he would implement as head of the alliance, how to ensure the planet could pay taxes in 2 years while still guaranteeing its development. The conversation wasn't deep, and most topics were just touched upon. After all, Gu Hang didn't fully trust this council speaker who had expressed his willingness to side with him. But the fact that they could discuss such issues so extensively meant that Gu Hang, to some extent, had accepted the council speaker. For now, Gu Hang did not plan to visit Revival City anytime soon. The cult issue had not been resolved, and his safety in Revival City was not guaranteed. Power was not yet fully centralized, and without this concentration of power, he would not be as effective. His own power reserves were also not yet sufficient, and without them, he would not be able to exert full authority once in Revival City. But that time won't be too far away. Revival City, Inner City District, a private club. 3 individuals, famous throughout the entire alliance, were gathered here. These 3 were alliance councilmen, and each owned significant industries within Revival City. However, their expressions were very grim. Bradford spoke, "The recording, everyone has listened to it. Don't be silent, let's discuss our thoughts." He was a business tycoon in Revival City. While he didn't own many industrial businesses, he had strong commercial channels to the east, south, west, and north. Many products from Revival City had to go through his channels to be sold. Things that Revival City did not produce needed to be purchased through his channels. In Revival City, a place centered around commercial hubs, his status was evident. After Bradford had spoken, the old man sitting beside him shook his head and said, "I just can't understand why Hodgson would do this. Is he not afraid of the same situation that the second Governor General faced?" This man was Norris. His family were industrial magnates in Revival City. Their enterprises included food, chemical, and textile factories, among other important categories, and they were also involved in the medical industry. He was an important ally of Wuhan, and the collapse of Wuhan's industries after his death had also significantly impacted him. When he mentioned the situation of the second Governor General, the other two's expressions became even darker. They all simultaneously recalled that dreadful era. 12 years ago, the second Governor General arrived at Rage Owl Star aboard an escort ship. At that time, the alliance was very powerful. Although its structure was somewhat loose, it was suited to the reality of Rage Owl Star, where the major powers, if not absolutely obedient, would at least respond to the requests of the alliance government. This was the solid foundation built by the first Governor General. However, this foundation nearly collapsed within a mere 6 years. Upon taking office and seizing the reins of the Governor Generalship, he did not follow the previous Governor General's approach of recuperation and development above all. He believed that it was due to the mercy and weakness of the previous generation that tax revenues were insufficient. The natives of Rage Owl Star were disloyal and needed to be punished with the harshest attitudes to make them pay their taxes. He held this position for 6 years, in the first 2 of which he managed to collect enough imperial taxes through plundering and coercion. However, his tyranny also sparked unrest that swept across the entire world. Rebellions flared up everywhere, some powers withdrew from the alliance, some paid lip service while defying in secret, some resisted violently, and some were destroyed. The population of the entire planet suffered a huge loss in those 6 years. This loss included a large number of people who were handed over as imperial taxes and many who died due to the unrest or starved or froze to death due to the shortage of supplies. The 17 years of recuperation by the first Governor General on Rage Owl Star were almost destroyed in an instant. And the second Governor General, naturally unable to sustain the third tax collection, died at the hands of the Imperial Taxation Department. Those 6 years were a time that no person on Rage Owl Star ever wanted to live through again. Whether poor or rich. The last of the 3 stood up. He was burly and still wore camouflage military uniform even when meeting with friends. He was Mundok, a general of the Alliance. Inside Revival City, those constantly ready 10,000 soldiers, those more than 20 aircraft, those 70 tanks, in theory, were all under his command. Everything must get back on track. Hodgson's mistakes must be corrected. Impeachment in the council? I remember the next council meeting is in 4 days, but we might not be successful. Hodgson has been operating for many years and has quite a few supporters. It would take us a long time to coordinate. No, Mundok rejected the idea, that's too slow, we need a faster way. The other 2 were stunned. They saw Mundok's somewhat ferocious expression. The situation in Revival City was tricky, and Gu Hang could guess a bit, but he couldn't know too explicitly. He also didn't have the inclination to bother with it. He was still squeezing every bit of progress out of the entire territory. The replenishment work of the 2nd and 3rd battalions continued, and Gu Hang planned to conscript another infantry battalion. The new migrants were an important source of soldiers. When he had a choice, Gu Hang always strived to avoid having soldiers from the same source within a single unit. But now, all the other groups under his command had been mobilized several times already, making it hard to draw more hands. Therefore, Gu Hang simply took the 300 newly conscripted soldiers, spent 3 points of grace for their initial training, then drew some veterans from the 2nd and 3rd battalions and mixed them into the 4th battalion. By now, the total population under Gu Hang's command had reached 8,000, with 1,100 soldiers. The manpower gap was still large. However, the preparations made by Hodgson and his grandson were gradually beginning to have an effect. Apart from the over 2,000 migrants who arrived with Lambert, everyday migrants kept coming in trickles, drawn by the propaganda about the governor's camp, bringing their families along for the migration. This allowed Gu Hang's forces to grow by a few dozen to a couple hundred people every day. Though it was not quite quenching the thirst, having a steady supply of water was a good thing. One by one, smelting furnaces were being produced by the black box mother machine and sent to the abandoned cave society. Carts of calcined lime, metal scrap, and metal ores were transported from Rubbish Town and delivered into the smelting factories. The alloy steel fabricated at the abandoned cave society was partly sent to Revival City to be sold through Dennis and Henry's channels, partly remained at the abandoned cave society to be fashioned into armored vests, prioritized for the governor's newly conscripted soldiers, but also partly sold in Rubbish Town. Another part of the alloy steel entered the newly established G9 gun family workshops, being processed into various parts before being assembled again. The G9 gun family had gradually begun mass production within Gu Hang's territory, no longer relying solely on production from the mother machine as before. The population of the abandoned cave society had even surpassed that of the governor's camp. Heavy industry was like a black hole for population. It seemed as if no matter how many people were thrown into it, it could consume them all. Here at the governor's camp, however, the development of light industry was not as rapid. The textile factory and the synthetic starch factory had started operations. But the latter did not have enough machines, and the technicians who had come down from the starship had not yet cracked the way to manufacture the synthetic starch machines based on the current industrial foundation. Currently, only 2 production lines were operating. The former, in theory, should have been able to absorb a lot of people, but according to the plan, the heavy industry of the abandoned cave society had a higher priority when it came to recruiting workers, which meant that the textile factory here could only recruit female workers. Even many of the female workers had gone to the abandoned cave society. Meanwhile, there was also a high demand for construction workers in both places. Factories needed expansion, residences needed enlarging, and besides these, structures like shops, distribution centers, canteens, schools, and administrative bodies all required construction. And the corresponding facilities needed more people to fill them. Population, and still population. The unemployment rate within Gu Hang's forces was nearly zero. This also meant that every citizen who arrived at the governor's camp was warmly welcomed. The heads of factories, production lines, and departments were scrambling to recruit people. Men went to the factories, women to the textile mills, children were taken care of collectively. With educational institutions, even the elderly who could still walk were always given some work to free up another labor force. At a time when the forces under him were running as if wound up by a spring, Gu Hang also welcomed the settlement of his second month after arriving at Rage Owl Star. Current grace points, 88. Monthly fixed income, 56. Governor's temporary camp, 17/Terra month. Abandoned cave society, 39/Terra month. The fixed monthly income was distributed. Previously, he had 36 points of grace left. After replenishing troops for the 2nd and 3rd camps and establishing the 4th camp, a total of 400 new soldiers needed training, which cost 4 points of grace. With the 56 points issued this month, the total was now 88. Here in the monthly income figure, the development speed was quantitatively compared. About half a month ago, this number was just over 20, and now it had more than doubled. This was already the limit under the current population size. To increase it further, a significant rise in population was necessary while still maintaining an extremely low unemployment rate and a relatively high production efficiency. With this in mind, Gu Hang looked at the hundreds of thousands of impoverished people outside Revival City and felt it was a sheer waste of resources. With this scale of population, what a terrifying figure it could be if everyone was utilized to their full potential. To let them suffer outside the city from unemployment, hunger, and cold was an immense loss. However, coming back to the development of his own power, Gu Hang felt that his thinking had expanded after meeting a certain individual. That person was named Osenia. It was after the battle in the alien woodland that he noticed her appear on the hero interface, a person who could be awakened as a hero. Initially, Gu Hang thought that this girl, who did not seem like a warrior at all, might possess some spiritual energy talent and could awaken as a spiritual energy wielder after being activated in the hero interface. Spiritual energy talent was 1 in a million among the human population. But after all, he had 8,000 people under his command. Wouldn't it be reasonable for one to emerge? But after meeting her in person, Gu Hang was initially a bit disappointed. The girl did not have the spiritual energy talent he had imagined. As a spiritual energy master himself, he was able to make that judgment. But after in-depth interaction, and even getting to know what the girl had done after joining the textile factory and becoming a management member, Gu Hang realized he might have picked up a treasure no less valuable than a spiritual energy wielder. To put it plainly, there wasn't anything too extraordinary. Osenia hadn't improved any processes, she simply reorganized the entire factory's work system according to her own ideas and trained a few deputies to implement and execute the system with her. Accounting records, work plans, incentive policies, result assessments, execution efficiency. When all these things were put into practice, one after another, the management efficiency of the textile factory was tangibly improved. The inevitable chaos and rudimentary practices during the rapid development of his territory were effectively mitigated. This made Gu Hang realize that maybe the limit hadn't been reached. Even without an increase in population or equipment, the establishment and continuous reform of administrative management systems could still enhance productivity. The relationship between the economic base and the superstructure? Gu Hang pondered wildly in his head. To be honest, these jobs, these systems and policies, if Gu Hang were to do them himself, of course, wouldn't be bad. But he was the governor, the ruler, with all matters of military, politics, and finance to consider. Getting bogged down in the details of every little thing was unrealistic. It might still be manageable now, but in the future, as his power grew even larger, it would become increasingly impossible for him to do so. He needed an efficient administrative system, bureaucrats, civil servants, these roles were essential. And this girl seemed like a good choice. Her potential had even been recognized by the system. With that, Gu Hang didn't have many other hesitations. System, activate this girl for me. Osenia felt somewhat dizzy as she left the governor's residence, really just a big house. At first, when she learned that His Excellency the Governor wanted to see her, she was quite nervous. She was naturally poised and graceful, and after several months of hardship, she had added a wildcat's tenacity, willing to fight and desperate to survive. Yet she still felt nervous, at a loss. The ordeals of those months were deeply etched in her heart, so much so that upon arriving at the governor's camp and settling into a stable life where she no longer needed to worry about tomorrow's food or safety, she cherished it immensely. She worked hard at her job, entering the textile factory and, because she could read the most, she became a manager. She did her utmost to put forth and implement her ideas and experiences, as well as the knowledge from books she had read before the war. She felt she was doing quite well, but admittedly, in some areas, if not heretical, at least she was different from other factories and units. Could it be that His Excellency was angry about this? With a heart full of trepidation, she met with the governor. This was her first time seeing the governor up close. She had expected him to be a dignified man, but to her surprise, he was quite young, not much older than herself. He had a handsome face, wore a golden, gorgeous, crisp military uniform, but his smile was quite amiable. The governor first inquired about her living situation and her past experiences, to which she answered one by one. As the conversation progressed, Her mood eased slightly. They then discussed her work at the textile factory and her thoughts, and while listening, he would occasionally pose more in-depth questions and suggestions. Osenia found her exchange with the governor very pleasant. She discovered the governor was a great listener and posed appropriate questions. At the same time, she also found the governor's insights profound, providing her with much inspiration. It was a great harvest. And after their conversation concluded, something completely unexpected happened. His Excellency mentioned establishing a new department, named Production Department, aimed at overseeing all the factories, setting production plans, and optimizing systems. And she was to be appointed as the acting head of the production department. Osenia was stunned. Her first doubt was whether her ears were broken and she had misunderstood. After confirming it was correct, she began to wonder if there was something wrong with. Oh, such thoughts were disrespectful. But that was more or less the gist of her concerns. How could she, a little white rabbit who knew nothing, suddenly take on such an important job? Gu Hang did not give her the power to refuse. Nor would she refuse. She felt flustered and panicked, at a loss. If this had happened a few months earlier when she truly was a young lady, she might have chosen to flee out of fear of not being able to handle it. But now, after months of hardship, she understood that every opportunity had to be fought for, had to be grasped. His Excellency had given her the opportunity, and she was fully aware of what the position, this job, meant. She had no idea what she was doing, but it did not prevent her from trying to convince herself that she had to try to do it. She had to change her own destiny. She couldn't waste the chance given by the governor. She had to be worthy of his trust. Only then could she take her fate into her own hands. And besides, it wasn't as if she really lacked the ability to do it. The past her probably wouldn't have been up to it. But now, after her talk with the governor, as she walked out, her mind kept churning. His words seemed to have turned into some strange, massive, and useful knowledge. Many things that previously stumped her, that she didn't know how to handle, now seemed to click, and she was able to find suitable methods to deal with them. Many areas that she thought were well handled before now seemed to have better solutions to improve the outcomes. She had sensed this during her conversation with the governor. He wasn't quite sure why that was the case and casually expressed his wonder. Then he saw the governor reveal what seemed to her a rather strange smile. Under normal circumstances, perhaps this is the Emperor's revelation. "This is your revelation," she complimented thus. Gu Hang burst into laughter at the time and waved his hand dismissively. Please don't say that. I can't shoulder such a responsibility." Hero activated, Osenia, N. Level, LV1. Physique 4, Spirituality 5, Command 7, Politics 9. Trait: excellent civil servant, skilled in statistics, arrangement, and planning of political and economic affairs. Placing her in a suitable position can enhance administrative efficiency. Politics +1. Looking at the N, Gu Hang had an awkward expression. Above the N, shouldn't there be R, SR, SSR too? Turns out this wasn't some farming system, nor was it a war system, but a gacha system, right? And it even includes elements of character development. So far, 3 features with a random element had appeared in his system. Gu Hang complained inwardly. However, being able to activate Osenia was quite good. It was even more valuable than activating Yan Fangshu. Within the current scope of Gu Hang's influence, there was a shortage of population, but an even greater shortage of talent. On the military side, it might be slightly better. After all, the army badge system could provide a training bonus for the entire troop, and there was Yan Fangshu, the bona fide captain of the Imperial Navy. Even without activating him as a hero, he still had exceptional military command skills. Put simply, he was serviceable. On the other hand, for administrative work, Gu Hang really didn't have any suitable candidates under his command. Until now, he had only been able to use his little attendant Zhang Zhao and Patel to manage the entire camp's affairs. This was a lot of pressure for both of them. Zhang Zhao did a passable job, without any major mistakes, but that was also because Gu Hang did not have many expectations for him. If there were any further demands, it would likely be too much for Zhang Zhao to bear. Additionally, Patel, the former leader of the abandoned cave society, was currently in charge of their heavy industry conglomerate. He was learning while doing the job, and his past experience was far from sufficient to deal with the various emerging issues during the rapid development of the abandoned cave society's heavy industry. He was working hard, but it was also tough, and even with such efforts, it was very difficult to elevate his own skills to the necessary level. Now that he had Osinia on his team, Gu Hang could be a little more at ease with the administrative work. As for promoting someone to such an important position so quickly, which might seem like rushing things and, in the future, possibly leaving no room for promotion. That was possible, but Gu Hang didn't have the luxury to worry about that now. First solve the immediate problems, the right way to use people, later, will do. In the process of activating Osinia as a hero, Gu Hang also discovered a hidden mechanism within the system. It seemed that the individuals who could be turned into heroes were not fixed. Osinia had not been at his camp from the very first day, but it was only after she exhibited exceptional abilities that the system detected her potential and determined that she could be activated. Then, as people like Patel and Zhang Zhao gained more work experience and improved their insights, was it possible that their potential could rise and they could become candidates eligible for activation? Even Osinia, who was initially designated as the lowest in rarity, could there be a chance for her potential to increase in the future? Gu Hang felt it was very likely. The real world was not a game, people change. Those with outstanding talents might fall short, and those with less talent might one day have a sudden epiphany. All of this was unpredictable. After spending 10 points of favor on Osinia, Gu Hang still had 78 points in hand. Without a doubt, he spent 50 points directly on himself. Level up. Level up successful, physical attribute +1, spiritual attribute +1. Please choose one new talent from among physical, spiritual, command, leadership, and unique directions. Gu Hang, as usual, tried clicking on unique, but nothing came of it. With no other choice, Gu Hang could only take the path laid out before him. What to choose, he had already made up his mind, it was still the spiritual path. Telekinesis control, you can now use spiritual energy to directly manipulate physical objects. Spiritual +1. This spiritual talent was quite plain and unadorned. Gu Hang remembered that many psychic casters had their psychic talents manifest in this way, which was quite conventional. But conventional didn't mean weak. On the contrary, it was a very powerful talent, especially when a psychic caster's own spiritual strength was sufficiently substantial. It was indeed a bit of a pity not to have drawn an even more awesome and powerful psychic talent, but the result itself was not bad. Subsequently, his overall attributes became as follows. Hero, Gu Hang, Faction Leader, LV3, insufficient experience to level up. Physical, 9, Spiritual, 17. Traits, Psychic Caster, Governor of Rage Owl Star. Talents, Protective Spiritual Energy, Telekinesis Control. A special note on attributes, Gu Hang had now figured out that the average level for a healthy average person was around 5. Take Osinia as an example, she was somewhat frail, had normal spiritual energy similar to an average person, had decent command ability fit for leadership, found military command challenging but could manage logistics without much trouble. Her highest attribute was political, making her more suitable as a high-quality civil servant. Gu Hang's own traits, however, did not display command and political points. It seemed the system was reluctant to quantify his abilities in these two aspects. On the other hand, his physical and spiritual abilities, being objective, would each increase by 1 point with every level he gained. Every point represented approximately a 1.5 times growth. Now, his physical attributes, from strength to resilience to neural response speed. A range of abilities, together, were approximately 5 times that of an ordinary person. And his spiritual attribute had reached 129 times that of a normal person. If before, His total spiritual strength could only be considered that of an excellent psychic caster, now it could be regarded as powerful. Who isn't a master of spiritual energy now? Gu Hang was quite satisfied with this. If he were to go back to the battle in the alien forest a few days ago, it would become incredibly easy. When those three cultists rode out of the woods on their storm birds, he could have crushed the trio midair, without having to wait for them to get within a certain range as he did before, or rely on the elite land troops that had been enhanced to assist him. In fact, he had almost figured it out by now. Things like spiritual talent were just icing on the cake. What truly made a decisive difference was the spiritual attribute itself. This factor determined the overall strength of spiritual energy. As long as it was high enough, even the most rudimentary methods of use could be decisive at critical moments. A single stroke of strength defeats 10 sessions of training, that's the idea. Having completed his self-improvement, Gu Hang still had 28 points of grace left to spend. After some thought, he couldn't resist and spent them on drawing a technology card. This time, with a 40% chance, he struck gold on the first try. Gu Hang let out a long sigh of relief. If he had missed twice in a row, he would have called the police. He couldn't wait to see what the newly drawn technology was. Basic technology, whetstone hybrid engine. The most frequently used engine within the limitless boundaries of the Empire world. It can adaptably utilize a variety of power sources including diverse types of biofuels, fossil fuels, and batteries. Configurable and scalable, while not advanced or powerful, it's remarkably versatile and is seen in countless Empire worlds. Gu Hang was ecstatic. Technology cards always bring out the good stuff. Given the current ragged state of the forces under his command, it seems that anything drawn would be impressive. But regardless, the whetstone engine still had an irreplaceable role. As the system description says, this thing is not exactly cutting edge. At least compared to those mighty engines that utilize matter reactors, energy crystals, or supercompressed energy sources, it falls far short. But if Gu Hang were given one of those high-end engines, he wouldn't be able to use it. He had no access to adequate, quality nuclear fuels, couldn't mass-produce energy crystals, let alone supercompressed or spiritualized energy sources. And even if he had these advanced energy sources, they would be of little use. These more powerful sources of energy are used in power armors, Titan mechas, mobile fortresses, and various starships. Gu Hang couldn't build any of that. The low-end properties of the whetstone engine were just right. Its most outstanding feature was its indifference to the type of fuel used. Hook it up to a battery, and it works. Fill it with diesel, gasoline, or kerosene, and it works. Toss in some biomass fuel, throw in some firewood or crops, which after pyrolysis or gasification produce liquid or gaseous fuel, and it still works. Moreover, its range of application is very wide. It can be configured to be small, rudimentary, and durable, like a tricycle, or a bit larger and more powerful for making tanks, or even larger, set up as a power group to drive cargo ships, or made lighter and of higher quality, with better fuels, to serve as an aviation engine. It's incredibly suitable. With it, the construction machinery and vehicle manufacturing industries under Gu Hang's command have found their solution. He had been thinking that, as the territory developed and transportation demand grew, the brute oxen strength he had extorted from Revival City and subsequently commandeered during material transportation was becoming increasingly insufficient, and he was considering where to get some more oxen. Now, he need not worry about that anymore. Who still uses outdated animal power? At most, it would be used in some rough terrain where vehicles couldn't run, to make some use of the remaining heat. Having an engine doesn't mean you have a car or construction machinery. Chassis, moving parts, suspension systems, transmission systems, body design, control systems. To build a good car, many things are needed beyond just the engine. However, the issue of quality can be solved later. Having an appropriate power source marks the beginning of everything. To put it bluntly, if you take alloy steel to make a frame, a transmission rod, some wheels, and create a running tricycle, then pull a flatbed cart behind it, it's already a big step forward from relying on human or animal power. Now that we have the engine, if we could also pull out some vehicle or construction machinery design, the heavy industry of Guhang's territory could take a big step forward. Before that, Guhang planned to first find someone to design a simple, functional vehicle to improve transportation efficiency, and incidentally, to explore some export possibilities. If the production volume is sufficient and the performance adequate, creating a small three-wheeled truck to equip his troops would result in a motorized infantry battalion. Guhang arrived at his secret base, where a basement was dug, walls erected, and the loyal and reliable mech servant soldiers, having received strict orders, guarded the place, allowing no one to enter. Of course, Mr. Gu could enter at will. Here, the 2 previously extracted technologies and 4 black box manufacturing machines were present. In addition, a lot of space was reserved. On one hand, to accommodate the feeding and production of the existing 4 machines, on the other hand, to facilitate the placement of more machines in the future. He configured the new 2 machines that had been set up. This secret factory also employed workers. Due to the high security level, they lived in the factory with strict orders not to let information leak, were not allowed to go out without special circumstances, and were monitored when they did go out. They poured the raw materials into the production black box for engines, and quickly, under Guhang's initial setup, 2 engines, 1 large and 1 small, that met his requirements were produced. These 2 engines would be sent to the Research Institute, where the technician from the quintet would study them. After all, there was no clear path to conquering the production line for synthetic starch. It was difficult to craft. The industrial and scientific research foundations under Guhang were shabby, and even the more basic technologies on the scale of the imperial civilization were hard to achieve. This also indirectly proved how valuable the technological capabilities within Guhang's system were. Frankly speaking, if Guhang wanted to meet the imperial taxation every 2 years, it would be crucial how well he could utilize the technological offerings from the tech panel. If Guhang managed to transform Rage Owlstar into a mini casting world, then the lowest tier of imperial tax would no longer be a concern. Back to the present. He first used the black box to make 2 completed engines. Once the Research Institute had a specific application plan, they could produce more. There was also no rush to start the production line black box. Similarly, it would begin operating at full capacity to produce engines once the application plan was in place. All these didn't need to be rushed. The person Guhang had high hopes for, who was to ponder how to overcome the challenges of synthetic starch technology and come up with an application plan for the whetstone engine, was now using a mechanical hand to scratch his head, contemplating his secret factory. Wu Jiarong was just too curious. She came from a casting world and was a technical officer who might have been promoted to mechanics. But the infighting within the sect of mechanics was much more severe than outsiders could imagine. She lost the fight, not only failing to get promoted but also losing all her possessions and knowledge to others, along with her personal freedom, and was traded as imperial tax. But after that, she couldn't say her luck turned, but at least things didn't get worse. She was at least a technical officer and not a slave worker, and when the Tianma fleet needed more personnel, she was thrown onto the quintet, where she remained for 10 years. She had already resigned herself to that fate. Having left the casting world and the system of the sect of mechanics, she was unlikely to have any room for advancement anymore. Even aboard the quintet, she was not the only technical specialist. Several tech priests were present, but it was difficult for her to be taken on as a student and have the chance to be taken off the starship and develop further in the future. Over time, she even began to think that her current life wasn't so bad after all. It wasn't too busy, there was no need for cutthroat competition, just do her own job well, maintain her portion of the starship's structure, especially the logistical system. She still had a group of slave laborers and junior specialists under her to manage and allocate. As for herself, she also had some free time when she was off work to research things she was interested in and tinker with little gadgets, which was quite entertaining. Life didn't seem too bad at all. Just when she had almost accepted her fate, an order from Colonel Yelisia transferred her, along with a few junior specialists and the production line and spare parts for synthetic starch, to the surface. The good days were over. That's what she thought. Wu Jiarong found that it seemed she could never entertain the thought of resigning to her fate. The moment she did, fate would immediately slap her in the face, press her down further, and see if she still accepted it. 10 years ago, she hadn't won the fight, she admitted defeat, and planned to think about promotion next time. She was thoroughly defeated, became untouchable in the empire, and could never return to it. Now, she no longer struggled, thinking that spending the rest of her days on the starship was quite good, even considering marrying a man and having a child while her body modifications hadn't extended to her belly yet, only to be assigned to the surface of Rage Owl Star. After all, there's always a lower bottom. But what could she do about it? She could only endure and work hard without complaint. However, after arriving on the surface, she discovered things didn't seem as bad as she had imagined. She knew that Mr. Gu, the governor, could almost be said to have started developing this place from scratch. The industrial and research foundations were virtually nil. But beyond that, everything else seemed to be a benefit. She had no worries about food and clothing, and even ate better than on the starship, although she followed the governor's orders to research how to realize synthetic starch technology under limited conditions. She herself didn't have to eat synthetic starch. According to the work point system devised by the governor, her work points were quite high, and the allocation quota and quality were not bad either. In the daytime, she could bask in the sun, and at night she could enjoy the breeze, none of which the starship had. And more importantly, she had found a long-lost goal. This thing, seemingly abstract, but when it comes down to reality, it's just one point: knowing the significance of her own work. Seeing the hungry looks of the refugees from Revival City, she honestly didn't have much sympathy for them, but her research could help them get food, and that couldn't be considered a bad thing. Eventually, she would see people's happy faces, receive praise from the governor, and know that her work was truly making a difference. Unlike on the starship, day after day, year after year, without seeing a clear work achievement. Those cannons, those machines, maintaining them daily or every so often seemed to make no real difference. Besides, the task of synthetic starch given by the governor was quite interesting in itself. It was challenging, yet it seemed to be within her capabilities. She was motivated to do her job well. And apart from motivation and goals, she had rediscovered another thing that had been missing for a long, long time. Curiosity. She was very curious about what the governor's secret factory was all about. Was the power under Governor Guhang truly a technological wasteland? Yes, but not entirely. In most places, the conditions were so primitive and backward that they were unspeakable. Yet, Wu Jiarong was able to see the finest alloy steel materials here. These were not the ones produced by the so-called abandoned cave society's alloy factories, but rather special supply alloys that the governor had specifically transported for her. Others were not aware, noticing only that these two types of materials seemed more attractive and probably better to use, but beyond that, they couldn't articulate the specific differences. But she understood clearly that this kind of alloy steel could be considered special materials. Not to mention a dilapidated place like Rage Owl Star, even many areas with strong industrial foundations were unable to produce this type of special alloy steel. Even in the casting world where she used to stay, the production of this material was very low, and it was often a great challenge to apply for or purchase it for research or production work. She did not believe that this was locally produced in Rage Owl Star. There had to be some secrets unknown to others inside. She had inquired about it, but didn't dare make too much of a fuss. Initially, she thought the governor might have hoarded a batch of high-performance materials when he arrived at the planet, and they just hadn't been used up yet. But later, when the G9 rifle began to appear, she knew things couldn't be as simple as she had imagined. And now, the governor had sent her 2 whetstone engines of different specifications. These engines, while not particularly high in technological content at the level of the entire Star Sea, were not advanced products. However, Like the special alloy steel, what was most valuable was the craftsmanship they contained. Grindstone engines could be made anywhere, but to make them this well was something Wu Jiarong had never seen before. It was as if someone had dedicated their entire life to study how to properly make an engine that could only power a tricycle. It was absurdly outstanding. A bold idea formed in her mind. She tossed and turned, unable to sleep, feeling at one moment that she was just wildly speculating, but at another thinking that maybe it was true, as no other explanation seemed to fit. How could a governor without any real power on a barren planet possibly have something like a black box manufacturing machine? If you said that Mr. Gu's family from the Tianma star sector, the powerful Gu family, had treasured one, that might be slightly possible, just slightly. Could it be that his family had brought it for him? It still didn't seem realistic. Wu Jiarong still couldn't understand it, but she didn't dare to think further. It could be deadly. Indeed, she had already started to regret why she inquired about the secret factory in the first place. What should she do next? This restless state of mind continued into the next day, making her somewhat uneasy while at work. Then, she heard a piece of news that made her even more unsettled. What? The governor is coming? Yes. One of her apprentices, a junior commissioner, didn't quite understand why his mentor seemed so troubled by the news. What's so abnormal about that? Seeing the apprentice's confusion, but having no desire to explain, Wu Jiarong said nothing. What could she say? That your mentor suspects she stumbled upon the governor's secret and now fears he might silence her? She could only hurry to prepare. Truth be told, the new assignment given by the governor for her to come up with 2 schemes to utilize the large and small whetstone engines was not difficult. With her expertise and the provision of excellent materials, designing 2 operational vehicles was quite easy. However, time was short and recently she had been restless, so she hadn't been able to work on it properly. The governor was coming soon, and she had no other choice. She couldn't just say she hadn't done anything lately. She gripped at straws, hoping that even if she couldn't present a design plan immediately, at least when Mr. Gu asked later, she would have some thoughts and a few sketches to show. As it turned out, her advanced preparation was indeed valuable. When Governor Gu Hang arrived, she could talk quite freely, and she could present small parts she had just crafted by hand with tools, along with the design diagrams, discussing her ideas. At first, she was somewhat stuttering because the thing she hastily brought out felt a bit rough to her, only just runnable at best. But as she saw Governor Gu Hang continually nodding, she gradually relaxed. I still have standards, after all. Mr. Gu's requirements aren't that high. With her mood lightened, she was able to more effortlessly exhibit her technical prowess to the governor. This one aspect was her only source of pride since arriving on Rage Owl Star. In the past, whether in the forging world or on a starship with technical priests, her technical level was nothing to mention. Only on the surface of Rage Owl Star was she truly unique. As she watched Governor Gu Hang continuously nodding and listening intently, Wu Jiarong's mood improved even more. She even began to feel that leaving the starship for the surface might not be such a bad thing. Here, nobody could overshadow her. She was the most trusted technical staff by the governor. Of course, that was because nobody could compete with her. But wasn't that a good thing? Why join the chaos with other technical giants when she could reign supreme and lead? Just as she entertained such thoughts, Gu Hang spoke again. Specialist Wu, I have another question. Please, Mr. Gu, any doubts you have, I can certainly help you with, Wu Jiarong confidently offered. Why are you so curious about the secret factory? Wu Jiarong felt as if plunging into an ice cave. Her only thought now, one really shouldn't resign oneself to fate. Every time she resigned herself, it never ended well. The last thing she wanted to face still happened. At that moment, she couldn't even remember the various excuses she had agonized over when anticipating interrogation. Seeing Wu Jiarong flustered and at a loss for words, Gu Hang revealed a gentle smile instead. Specialist Wu, don't be so nervous. You have some speculations, right? Just speak your mind. Hearing Gu Hang ask in such a manner, Wu Jiarong seemed to deflate. Yes. The black box manufacturer is in your secret factory, isn't it? Indeed, it is, Gu Hang admitted with a smile. Wu Jiarong received the answer to the question she was so curious about, confirming her speculation. But under the current circumstances, she didn't feel happy at all. Wu Jiarong sighed deeply. I wish you hadn't told me that. You could have just told a simple lie, and I would have believed it. But there was no need, right? Gu Hang said as he stood up and looked out of the window. Look at this place. Just 2 months ago, it was still a wasteland. And now, it already looks like a town. The abandoned cave society farther away, you've seen it too, is thriving even more. Perhaps to many people, this doesn't seem like something a governor should be doing, but I am convinced that I am on the right path. Here, I want to create a seed that will eventually take root and sprout throughout the entire Rage Owl Star. The future I envision is a Rage Owl Star with production power as strong as the Forging Worlds, with a living environment like the Garden Worlds. At this point, Gu Hang turned his gaze back to Wu Jiarong. Do you believe in it? Do you believe it? Wu Jiarong did not. A productivity on par with Forge World? Possible. Living standards comparable to Garden World? Such examples were not unheard of. But to possess both? That was a joke. Garden Worlds boasted beautiful environments, ample resource supplies, and superior quality of life. They usually served as administrative planets or trade hubs. Forge Worlds, on the other hand, often did not enjoy pleasant environments. The entire world would resemble a massive factory, where countless people had to toil and contribute not just sweat but blood and flesh. Could these two things be simply merged? Among the myriad stars within the Empire's domains, how many such examples could be found? Could even the imperial capital Holy Terra achieve what Mr. Gu described? She did not know. Propaganda would say yes, but without having been there to see it with her own eyes, she dared not believe it readily. If she couldn't trust Holy Terra to be as Mr. Gu had said, much less could she believe it of this desolate backwater wasteland planet. Rationally, she felt that Mr. Gu was just talking nonsense, pie in the sky. The pie was big and round, yet so far-fetched and illusory it was almost laughable. Yet, emotionally, she could sense Mr. Gu's grand ambition. Ambition, of course, couldn't put food on the table. She once had aspirations to become a mechanic, or even go further to advance to a mechanical priest, but in the end, wasn't she merely used to pay the Empire's taxes? However, she felt she could believe in Mr. Gu's ambition. Believing he was ambitious was one thing, believing that the ambition could be realized was another. But just believing in Mr. Gu's ambition, she could roughly paint a picture in her mind that her Mr. Gu wouldn't just tinker along, only thinking about scraping by, aggressively levying taxes, and skimming off the Empire's taxes every 2 years while enjoying the rest of the time. Working under such a Mr. Gu seemed, maybe, and probably, to be a good opportunity she never had before. 10 years ago, on a Forge World, she considered herself exceptionally talented and gifted. But back then, she only aspired to become a mechanic, aboard a starship with a dead end. Her only thought was to find a decent man to marry, have children, and then coast along. Maybe retire when old and frail, but more likely, she might be destroyed along with Quintet in some battle, turning into just another piece of space debris. Following a Mr. Gu and becoming his most crucial technical staff, her future achievements might not just be a mere mechanic or mechanical priest. Perhaps, she could have the chance to become a mechanical bishop, or even. She dared not think further. Ascending to a sage was too difficult. Wasn't such idle fantasy just as empty as Mr. Gu's dreams of turning Rage Owl Star into a combination of Forge World and Garden World? All of this was still far off, yet not so distant. Indeed, Mr. Gu was currently impoverished and commanded a population barely breaking 10,000. And even his administrative powers couldn't reach the entire planet. But on the other hand, if Mr. Gu wielded great power now, would he even notice someone like her, a small technical officer? Surely it would be easy to attract a host of higher-level experts. It was precisely now, in the early stages, that there was an opportunity to gift coal in snowy weather, to grow as Mr. Gu's power expanded. Besides, Mr. Gu still had the black box manufacturer. The value of this device was immeasurably precious. Legend has it that they come from the distant Golden Age, a time before the Empire was even established, almost impossible to verify. It is said that, at that time, humankind was the master of the entire universe, and every human being had dignity, enjoyed the finest life, and could pursue any profession according to their interests, or choose not to work at all without any consequence. The black box manufacturer was a product of that era, designed to ensure that humans could easily and quickly acquire products in any environment. Interstellar colonizers, with only a black box, could swiftly establish suitable homes on a new desolate planet. It was also with the help of black boxes that humans in the Golden Age managed to spread their footprints across the entire universe and maintain a fairly consistent level of technology in every world. And now, the Empire's technology is starkly different from that of the Golden Age. Scientific research depends on archaeology, this is no joke. A study that might take a forging world 100 years to crack could be solved overnight with just a hint from some ancient ruins discovered one day. In fact, many of the various technologies now widely used in the Empire have been restored through archaeology, yet they are not even 1% as advanced as those from the Golden Age. The precious Titan giant armor might have just been the kind of vehicle a lumberjack drove back in the Golden Era. And the likes of the black box manufacturer are, well, the utmost priority in archaeological, scientific research. This device can directly produce finished goods and also has extremely high research value. Although the three types of black boxes that seem to have appeared in Mr. Gu's hands only produce items that are already commonplace within the Empire, having no value in themselves. After all, which decent world can't produce rifles, alloy steel, or grindstone engines now? However, it is the black box itself that is tremendously valuable. The output isn't that important, but the technology from the Golden Age that is encapsulated within the black box itself is enough to drive the mechanical church mad. Gu Hang was listening carefully as Wu Jiarong briefed him on the situation. Some things he knew from rummaging through his memories, others he did not. These messages were important, but perhaps not so crucial. According to Wu Jiarong, he had virtually dismissed the idea of selling black box manufacturers. It's not that he couldn't sell them at all, after all, it would take effort for others to forcibly take them. Buying them could also be seen as a more efficient approach. However, Gu Hang would not sell them. It was too dangerous. Compared to the sect of mechanics, whose power is immense across the entire empire, he, a mere governor, was insignificant. What's more dangerous was that if he sold a few units, wouldn't the mechanical church keep an eye on him? Desire to acquire more? Or eager to find out how exactly he obtained the precious black boxes? As for why this wasn't such an important matter, it's because Rage Owl Star was too remote, too inconspicuous. It was difficult for anything that happened here to reach the ears of the sect of mechanics. For now, Rage Owl Star's interstellar communication was solely with Quintet. If the news wasn't leaked to the skies, it's as if it never happened. Moreover, Gu Hang wouldn't ignore the essentials and chase the trivial, not using the black boxes when he had them. He had been cautious before, but inevitably, some things would slip through the cracks as long as they were put to use. In the future, he would be even more careful. At the same time, he also needed someone to lend him a hand. Gu Hang's gaze turned towards Wu Jiarong, filled with expectation. Today, one thing that delighted Gu Hang in his exchange with Wu Jiarong was the attitude of this female technician. Although she didn't answer his previous question about whether she believed or not, she expressed her stance through her subsequent explanation. And in the end, the meaning became even clearer. If Mr. Gu trusts me, I can work in the secret factory. That will be your research and development center, where all your future technological outputs will have a plausible explanation. Wu Jiarong's attitude was modest. Gu Hang looked at her, full of smiles. Very good, I am very satisfied with your suggestion. I hope you can fulfill all that you have promised, and I, in turn, assure you to get what you desire. Wu Jiarong felt a jolt in her heart but soon calmed down again. She was confident that Mr. Gu had understood the implication of her words. Working in Mr. Gu's secret factory would indeed allow her, in the future, to attribute all exceptional outputs to herself. On top of the regular secrecy mechanisms, by creating an illusion of a talented technical master working for Mr. Gu, it would be a good rationale for the outputs of the secret factory, or rather the future Wu Jiarong Research Institute. Thus, if outsiders wanted to uncover this secret, they would first have to break through the confidentiality measures and methods, and then they would see her. Only after dealing with her would they be able to discover the secrets of the black box. The level of security was greatly increased. But at the same time, she could gain even more. She would become Mr. Gu's most important technical advisor. Even if more outstanding technical experts were to arrive in the future, she wouldn't have to worry about being replaced. Even if she did nothing, a continuous stream of technical knowledge would be attributed to her, and various technological achievements would be credited to her mind, especially as Mr. Gu's territory developed and more and better new technologies emerged. She might truly become a sage while lying down and doing nothing. Moreover, being able to closely study the black box technology from the Golden Age was something the pastor could not even imagine. With her former status, she could never have had access to such top-level research materials. She knew she wasn't capable of dismantling the black box and comprehending what was inside. The sect of mechanics, with so many top sages, hadn't figured it out, so she, a mere technical staffer, was even less likely to understand it. But what if she could gain even a little bit of insight or inspiration? Just a tiny bit of the essence might be equivalent to the results of her long period of technical study in the past. She was determined. The arrangements were made swiftly. After Gu Hang left, Wu Jiarong immediately took her team, under the escort of Mr. Gu's loyal mechanical soldiers, to settle in the secret factory. The place was renamed a research institute, although, unfortunately, it did not carry the name Wu Jiarong Research Institute as she had hoped, but was nameless. But she didn't mind. She already saw a bright future, and this directly maxed out her motivation to work. She quickly came up with the application scheme for Mr. Gu's demanded whetstone engine. It was not the rushed, rough-hewn creation made to appease Mr. Gu that day, but a proper, earnestly crafted one. Still not advanced, something too advanced was beyond her capability. But Mr. Gu's requirement was not for advancement but for sufficient reliability and relatively low mass production difficulty. In these aspects, she had already achieved the ultimate. She believed that, among her peers at the technician level, no one could do better than her. After all, she had almost been promoted to a mechanic, had her promotion not been thwarted due to a failed struggle. She had always felt that her true skills had already reached the level of a mechanic. What she presented was not merely a set of design plans, but also included two prototypes. One was a 3-wheeled cart with a cargo bed capable of carrying 3 people, including space on the side of the small bed to mount a machine gun. A military tricycle had just emerged. The larger engine was used to build a truck tractor. It was also compatible with multiple types, such as cargo beds and flatbeds, that could be hitched to the back of the tractor. It could be used for transporting goods or as a troop carrier truck. Having seen the final products and even personally test driving them, Mr. Gu was very satisfied with Wu Jiarong's work. He designated model names for the 2 vehicles. The tricycle was named Scout XL 100. The truck tractor was called Iron Bull RN 100. These 2 types of vehicles would definitely undergo further iterations in the future. Wu Jiarong had already completed the plans for mass production of these vehicles, and subsequent related work would be handed over to the abandoned cave society. The alloy and plastic steel processing plant would undertake the production of some parts and components. A new vehicle factory would be built, with the production line set up under the guidance of Wu Jiarong's processes, to start trial mass production. The engine plant was in no hurry, as the mother machine's black box could directly construct production lines for 2 different specifications of grindstone engines. There was no need to rush now, as they were not immediately needed. If the engines were produced too quickly and there were not enough vehicles to equip, the excess engines would just gather dust. Afterward, Wu Jiarong continued to ramble on to Mr. Gu about many other things she planned to do. Refining the black box, improving technological proficiency without disassembly, perfecting theory, researching the various products of the black box. These were her own cultivation and not worth going into detail about. Additionally, she would also make the research institute worthy of its name. Going forward, she planned to work on developing propellants and projectiles. This should be easy to manage, as the G9 gun family production line obviously included cartridge manufacturing processes, and propellant was a key component among them. However, the production line created by the black box was purely for the G9 gun family and not quite suitable for artillery. But since the production process was already there, it was only appropriate for Wu Jiarong, with her capabilities, to appropriate the propellant production segment for dedicated production. Combined with the production of warheads and explosive charges, they would soon be able to produce their own artillery shells, so Mr. Gu needn't worry about running out of mortar shells in the future, turning his mortars into empty racks. And it wasn't just mortar shells. Manufacturing rocket shells was also possible. With the capability to produce shells, artillery had to be scheduled next. Unlike mortars, according to Wu Jiarong's design, she planned to create real, large-caliber artillery pieces. Artillery is the god of war. She envisioned a 155mm howitzer, with a process still tailored to local conditions, focusing on ruggedness, durability, high reliability, and simple manufacturing. Of course, this might affect precision, but that was a minor issue. This was in line with the sage's philosophy of solving for existence first, then for quality. In addition, man-portable rocket launchers and rapid-fire rocket nests would also be scheduled. In time, paired with the Iron Bull truck, perhaps with some improved models, there would be rocket nest launch vehicles, towed artillery, and even self-propelled artillery among such heavy armaments. Wu Jiarong was a treasure. She could make Gu Hang's black box technology explainable. Actually, the black box technologies he had extracted were also low-end goods. It wasn't inconceivable for a technical officer or even a mechanic to come up with such things. Furthermore, she could bring more technological products to Gu Hang's command, besides the black box technologies. Climbing the technological tree couldn't rely solely on black technology from the system. Of course, the so-called technological tree wasn't just military technology. Further development of civilian industrial factory technology was also necessary. Wu Jiarong wasn't capable of remodeling the production lines of alloy plastic steel made by the black box technology that was already very mature. However, technologies such as the thermocline electric generator sets, textile machines in textile factories, cement plants, brick factories, many of which were imported from other places on Rage Owl Star, still had a lot of room for improvement in her eyes. However, Wu Jiarong wasn't omnipotent. If all these research and development tasks were scheduled, her workload for a long time to come would be fully packed. This female technician also felt quite regretful, as if she couldn't wait to help the governor complete the technological upgrade of the entire camp in a very short time. This made Gu Hang sigh in his heart. Indeed, to bring out their value, humans' initiative was the most important. Merely relying on duties or enslavement resulted in weak production efficiency and capacity. Once people truly wanted to do something, viewing it as a way to realize their own value and goals, they tended to unleash tremendous energy. This energy was the core that changed the world. And after Wu Jiarong's allegiance and her genuinely positive attitude, new changes appeared on Gu Hang's system panel. While checking the hero interface, he found Wu Jiarong's name among the activatable heroes. This was within his expectations. After figuring out that the hero feature would present new activation options as people grew, and after talking with Wu Jiarong and observing her subsequent performances, Gu Hang was able to guess that this person definitely had potential. In fact, she herself was a talented person. 10 years ago, when she was younger, she was already able to challenge the position of a mechanic. At just over 20 years old, a female technician without any background reaching that stage was impossible without hard work and talent. If things had gone smoothly, her becoming a main pastor in her lifetime would have been wildly optimistic, but becoming a technical priest or even an engine spirit priest wouldn't be a problem. It's just that her life hadn't gone smoothly, which meant she couldn't develop to such an extreme and wasted 10 years on the quintet. Now, she had found a different path with Gu Hang, gaining further opportunities, though unorthodox, they were enough to invigorate her to strive for upward movement. It was normal for such a person to be recognized by the system as having potential. Gu Hang carelessly allocated the remaining 10 points of grace to Wu Jiarong. Activated Hero, Wu Jiarong, N. Level, LV2. Physique 6, Spirituality 8, Command 5, Politics 3, Technology 11. Trait. Once a technical genius, she was once a technical genius, but time has worn down her talent. She may continue to sink, or she could rise again and recover her lost spirituality. Technology +1. The just activated Wu Jiarong was at LV2. Presumably, this was because her past accumulation as a technical officer made her recognized by the system as a hero of level 2. As for the activation cost, it was still a fixed 10 points. It was unknown if activating higher level individuals as heroes would require more grace points. One difference was that, compared to Osenia, Wu Jiarong had an additional type of attribute point, technology. As the name suggested, it should represent her level of technical expertise. This guy has a political score of just 3, which is a big cut below normal. No wonder he couldn't make it in a place full of infighting like the sect of mechanics, and it's no surprise that he was so devoid of guile when he directly inquired about the secret factory's information, without knowing how to conceal his anxiety. But it doesn't matter, Gu Hang didn't turn her into a hero to have her deal with political work. As long as her technical score is sufficient and she can develop and improve more technologies for him, that's all that counts. After activating Wu Jiarong, Gu Hang now has only 8 grace points left. Looking at Yan Fangshu and Perboff who still await activation in the hero interface. Next time for sure. With part of the workload from the research side lifted from his mind, Gu Hang's attention shifted back to the construction of the camp's productive forces. And he found that Osenia was doing quite well. In a camp with a population nearing 10,000, with dozens to hundreds of people being added daily, manpower lacking everywhere, and all affairs needing attention, she was still able to arrange matters quite efficiently. Very good indeed. Pointing to that girl as a hero, letting her shoulder a greater burden, he certainly hadn't made the wrong choice. Zhang Jiao didn't seem to have much ambition. Now with Osenia's help, Gu Hang specifically observed the lad and found that rather than be upset about Osenia sharing power, he seemed happier with a reduced workload. Gu Hang didn't know whether to be relieved that no signs of infighting had emerged among his subordinates, or to lament that his lackey couldn't be propped up against a wall. But all in all, Gu Hang was quite satisfied. With Osenia's help, he could set aside many concerns, freeing up time to do other things instead of spending so much of it on political affairs as he had before. The energy he saved, he could further invest in his next strategy, which was Revival City. With the help of Alliance Chairman Hodgson, Gu Hang felt that the plan he had previously devised to control the whole of Revival City could accelerate a bit. But as he was amending his plans, he received a communication request from Yelizia Fu Fana. The female captain conveyed to him a message that somewhat surprised him. Gu Hang, do you know the Phoenix Battle Group? Upon hearing this question, Gu Hang's first reaction was that the event he had previously activated had already begun. How long had it been? The battle group had arrived so quickly. As for Yelizia's question, Gu Hang thought he should answer cautiously. Saying he knew or didn't know, both seemed not quite right. So he counter-asked, Colonel Yelizia, do you know what's going on with the Phoenix Battle Group? Yelizia didn't indulge in roundabout speculations. After a moment of contemplation and showing hesitation, she still gave Gu Hang a word of caution. Their situation is complicated. Ye Lixia spoke in vague terms, but the gist was conveyed. 100 years ago, they were sentenced to a penitent expedition. They were supposed to be extinct, not survive. Now they have held on, and some people will have headaches because of that. I won't give you any advice, just treat it with caution. She paused, then continued, they request to land on the planet's surface and want to see you. I shouldn't obstruct them, but if you need me, I can try. After weighing his options, Gu Hang still said, no need, let them come. Every starfighter battle group is a formidable force. If fully staffed, not only do they have 1,000 of the topmost warriors, but they also have a fleet and hundreds of thousands, even millions of well-equipped mortal auxiliary army. The Empire establishes such battle groups to garrison certain critical worlds and, when necessary, dispatches them to key battlefields within the Star Sea to serve a decisive role. After having cleared their name, the Phoenix battle group should have been supported by the Empire to rebuild. Having one more such battle group might safeguard the stability of one or several star sectors. But the Empire did not do so. Gu Hang could not concern himself with the higher-level games now, but as Ye Lixia had warned, the Phoenix battle group was definitely in trouble. What Ye Lixia meant by saying she could stop them if Gu Hang needed was that intercepting a starfighter battle group, even a remnant one, was not something she was keen to do due to the extensive trouble it could cause. However, if Gu Hang was willing to carry the pot and make the request as the Planetary Governor, she could take the risk to help him out. To go to such lengths was already very good. Gu Hang knew she meant well, including her help and her warnings. It seemed that the female starship captain had unconsciously started to treat Gu Hang as an ally. This was a very good sign. However, Gu Hang still declined Ye Lixia's kind offer. Why intercept these interstellar warriors? For the time being, Gu Hang had no intention of giving up this active event chain. He was too tempted by the remnant battle group. Even if the Phoenix battle group was now weakened, it was still a battle group. If he could secure their allegiance, sweeping through Rage Owl Star would become unobstructed. Starships are awesome, but even the mightiest starships can only bombard from above. Ye Lixia wouldn't send ground troops. Even for a real ground war, her few land forces were not up to much. Orbital bombardment is a strategic deterrent akin to nuclear weapons, not used unless absolutely necessary. And if it's just for intimidation. Hasn't Gu Hang been doing just that over the past month? Otherwise, the Revival City government would not have been so obedient, supplying whatever was asked for, and rushing to explain themselves over the cult investigation when told, even with Hodgson, the head of the Alliance Council, coming over. How can the title of governor alone be enough? Previous governors had titles too, and weren't they still doomed when the time came? Insubordination is a low-level tactic. Deceiving superiors, covert noncompliance, receiving orders but not executing them, hiding the actual information. Without his own forces, eventually, he might be duped and might still feel everything was under control. Feeling all merry as the native leaders seem quite submissive and diligent in their duties. The collection of the Empire's taxes is also progressing well, and before the tax officer's arrival, it seems that the quota is met in the warehouse. After a few inspections with no issues, suddenly, on the eve of tax delivery, surprise, the amount is short. Gu Hang doesn't want this to happen, and deterrence alone is not enough. On the ground, he needs actual force, subordinates who will definitely obey him, and reliable military power. This ensures he cannot be fooled, and those who do not follow orders will be forcefully suppressed, and such suppression cannot be the devastating kind like orbital bombardment. Rage Owl Star is already in bad shape. If he was to bomb Revival City with ship cannons, then taxes really couldn't be paid. And the Phoenix represents such conventional force. With the help of the starfighters, Gu Hang could ensure that when judgments are made, the culprits would be dealt with without resorting to orbital bombardment that destroys an entire city just to kill a few individuals. Yet, when he actually saw the Phoenix battle group, he was still taken aback. Several hours later, he stood at the landing field, watching as something descended from the sky. That was the burned feather, a ship. Well, one couldn't call it a starship, it was merely a vessel. It was too small. When he had just learned that the battle group intended to land their ship directly on the planet's surface, Gu Hang was shocked, fearing there would be nowhere to put it. In his mind, even an escort ship would have a crew in the thousands and would be a massive presence on the ground. But now, seeing it, that's it? It was only slightly bigger than the transport ships used for communication with the ground from the quintet. No, are remnants supposed to be so depleted that not even a single starship remains? The Starfighter battle group? Is this it? Could it be an advance force? As the hatch opened, Gu Hang first saw a figure far stronger and taller than a normal person, clad in power armor with a bright red body and white edges, holding a bomb gun, walking out from the spaceship's hatch. His heavy footsteps exuded an extremely authoritative air with each step. His power armor was not shiny or immaculate, showing fine signs of wear and tear in many places. But this served to symbolize even more that he was a battle-hardened veteran soldier, fighting to the death numerous humans, monsters, aliens, and traitors. Under that bright red helmet, cold eyes stared at Gu Hang. Gu Hang felt a bone-chilling coldness. Was this called killing intent? He wasn't afraid, on the contrary, Gu Hang felt somewhat excited. Seeing a starfighter in person for the first time, Gu Hang thought they truly lived up to their name, indeed the formidable warriors whose fame spread widely throughout the universe. He watched as one starfighter after another walked out from the hatch, his satisfaction growing. Then, the satisfaction in his heart came to an abrupt halt. Only 7 people came out, with emptiness behind them. Only 7? No, what kind of battle group is 7 people? They can't even form a tactical squad. He knew it was a dying battle group, but to be reduced to this state, wasn't that a bit too close to death? Gu Hang was somewhat disappointed. Matins was somewhat disappointed. He walked out last in the line, seeing the governor who had come to welcome him. He knew that was Gu Hang, the man he was here to meet, the bright light that Priest Rizzo had foreseen could possibly save the battle group. On his way here, he had imagined Rage Owl Star to be a rich planet, or a developed forging world. That the governor here held considerable power and would be friendly to the battle group, willing to help them rebuild. But things didn't seem to be as he had expected. The governor in front of him, didn't he seem too ordinary? He was neither tall nor strong, and aside from being fairly good-looking, he just looked like an average mortal. Of course, Matins could sense spiritual energy reactions from this governor, not weak ones at that, but that was only relative to an average mortal. That level of spiritual energy was not threatening to him or any of his battle brothers. Their power armors were equipped with some anti-spiritual energy effects, and their bodies, modified by gene seeds, as well as their robust mental will, were not something an ordinary spiritual energy wielder could shake. Saying he could kill Gu Hang as if squashing a chick might be an exaggeration, but like a strong man strangling a wild dog should be quite accurate. Of course, comparing an ordinary mortal to the Death Angel is too harsh. The strength of a planetary governor does not lie in his person. But look at this planet? Look at what's in front of him. Matins didn't even know whether to describe it as a small town or a camp. This is the ruling core of the governor? The first meeting between Gu Hang and Commander Matins was hard to categorize as good or bad. On one hand, both were disappointed in their hearts. Yet to call it bad didn't quite fit either, since they simultaneously put aside their disappointment and exchanged words rather smoothly. The governor always wore a smile, making one feel at ease like basking in the spring sun. Commander Matins and his starfighters maintained their cold and austere expressions, but that was simply their style, they'd always been that way. Gu Hang was able to compose himself because he had come to terms with his feelings. The Phoenix battle group was more wrecked than he had imagined, which indeed disappointed him. However, even if there were only 7 of them, each was an incredibly strong man. He even wondered whether his own forces, now numbering over 1,000 soldiers, combined with him as a spiritual energy user, could face these 7 head-on in battle? The chances seemed slim. So what was there to say? These 7 starfighters still represented a decisive force. Moreover, if this battle group had been less decimated, if they had about 100 men, 1 or 2 great starships, and a crowd of mortal auxiliary army, what would there be for him to do? He'd probably be put to use by the Phoenix Battalion leader, lucky to even serve as a logistics manager. Instead, the opportunity seemed greater now. In comparison, Gu Hang was more curious about the attitude of this self-proclaimed Phoenix Battalion leader, Maddens. Their conversation could be put nicely as mutual understanding or, less flatteringly, as rambling about nothing in particular. They touched on many topics, but none of them substantial. So why did the battalion leader, despite keeping a stern face, still engage patiently in this trivial chatter? Even when Gu Hang delved into their past experiences, he could sense that Commander Maddens was resistant from within, seemingly unwilling to answer such questions. However, just when Gu Hang thought his inquiries were perhaps too bold, Commander Maddens followed his lead, sharing some of their experiences and battles over the years. That was quite peculiar. The Emperor's Death Angels were not usually talkative, not that they couldn't converse, but they often saw themselves as distinct from so-called mortals. They always saw themselves as descendants of the Emperor, inheritors of his genetic legacy, his angels, who, though born of humankind, were transcendent. Among them, some were kind to mortals, others cruel, and yet others indifferent, but regardless of their attitude, even if benevolent, it was a condescending benevolence, the grace of angels upon mortals. In a normal situation, if Gu Hang broached a topic the battalion leader found displeasing, it wouldn't be surprising for the leader to bristle with rage, or at least frown, refuse to respond, or change the subject. Reluctantly giving an answer seemed to signal a particular stance from the battalion leader. Why was that? I am seeking your help, could it be? You are also seeking mine? And what are you seeking? Gu Hang recalled the wording of the event description. A starfighter battle group on the brink of extinction, having finished a century of penitential expedition, is approaching Rage Owl Star, which seems to hold the redemption and hope they are seeking. On the brink of extinction, seeking redemption and hope. Oh, you want to rebuild your battle group, and you need my help, is that right? But why me? From the way things look around here, poverty-stricken as we are, how could I possibly seem capable of helping you rebuild a battle group? Is it because of the system's functions? Has the system made you believe that I can help you? The key is, the system hasn't told me how to help. Gu Hang kept a smiling, sincere, yet dignified demeanor in his exchange with Commander Maddens while internally he was panicking quite a bit. However, as they talked, Gu Hang gradually let go of these thoughts and became enchanted with the stories that Maddens recounted. Maddens' storytelling was not systematic. He merely narrated snippets of missions they had carried out during the redemption expedition. But, on the Star Sea battlefield, amidst relentless artillery fire, undertaking boarding actions and seizing ships, plunging deep into enemy territory, alone, to destroy heavy weaponry positions, penetrating enemy-filled nest capitals to eliminate the heretics and traitors lurking within, facing massive alien beasts, cleaving off their heads. Those exploits sounded too legendary to be true. Gu Hang let out a long sigh and said, Commander Maddens, your experiences are deeply moving. Regardless of what others may think, I believe you have already atoned for whatever sins you may have committed, no matter how grave. The Emperor certainly won't blame you any longer. You are great heroes and shouldn't wander aimlessly through the Star Sea. Pausing, Gu Hang continued, although the conditions here aren't the best, if you don't mind, I am willing to offer the Phoenix Battalion a place to stay. You are welcome to rest and resupply here anytime. I know it may sound presumptuous, but if you wish, Rage Owl Star is also ready to become your second home. My doors are always open to you. With that, Gu Hang had turned around, facing the battalion leader, who was much taller than himself. In their gaze, he appeared candid, sincere, and enthusiastic. But Maddens hesitated. As an angel of the Divine Emperor, he avoided the gaze of a mere mortal. I appreciate the governor's generous offer, but I need to consider it further, he said. Within the camp, Gu Hang had already arranged for a house to be cleared out temporarily for the Phoenix Battalion to stay in. They were too tall, resembling 7 small giants. The houses built for normal human needs seemed somewhat cramped for them. But that was the best they could do with the available accommodations. Fortunately, they didn't have many demands regarding their living conditions. Though in a safe environment, in theory, not one of the 7 warriors took off their armor. At most, they just removed their helmets. They were seated together, when a bald, square-faced warrior with 3 golden service nails on his forehead spoke in a muffled voice, "Phoenix Battalion Leader Maddens, I don't understand why you were so polite to that mortal earlier. Brother Schneider, we all fight for the Divine Emperor, we are all his subjects, and we should not be overly proud. We must show the basic respect due to a planetary governor," Maddens replied. "But I don't see it that way. Battalion leader, do you still believe that mortal is our salvation? A mortal, a governor of a shattered world, who can't even control his own planet, what can he possibly do to help us rebuild the entire battalion? We are just wasting time here." Schneider's attitude was far from respectful. He touched the service nail on his forehead, a symbol of his pride. A golden service nail signified 100 years of service to the battalion. 3 nails meant he was a veteran of 300 years. He always believed himself more suited for the position of battalion leader than the younger Maddens. Yet, when the position became vacant, he had passed over the responsibility to Maddens. He almost wished he had died in battle with the previous leader, rather than live under Maddens's command, although, in truth, he found the present uncertainty even more undesirable. He knew that the Phoenix Battalion currently had no room for power struggles, they needed unity. Even though he did not completely recognize Maddens as the battalion leader, he would obey commands unconditionally, as it was his duty as a warrior. But while matters were still under discussion and no orders had been given, he was not going to mince words. He would ask bluntly and openly what was in his mind. And he believed this doubt was not his alone, it lingered in the minds of his brothers in arms as well. Facing the questioning of his battle brothers, Commander Maddens let out a long sigh. The face of this leader, always meant to be steadfast, nevertheless showed signs of weariness and bewilderment. "We have no choice," he said. His words brought down everyone's spirits. Bald Schneider spoke up, "We've come this far, seen the situation here, and now we should realize, we've come to the wrong place. We shouldn't waste precious time here, we should return to the Star Sea and search for new hope." Another warrior joined the conversation, "How do we search? Keep wandering? Until the burned feathers fuel is completely depleted? We can't even find a single planet willing to supply us normally. Are we to become like those pirate traders, and start plundering?" Schneider was taken aback, also recalling the hardships of the past few months. But he quickly retorted, "So what's the use of staying here? That mortal is willing to help us supply, but he doesn't even have a bullet for a bomb gun." The Phoenixes rarely quarreled like this, understanding that they were each other's last brothers, last family. Yet, the bleak future still made it impossible to always maintain a positive mindset. It wasn't a time for battle, although the current situation was arguably more crucial than a fierce fight, but at such times, they needed the right direction even more. Commander Maddens didn't stop the brothers from arguing. He knew that part of the reason for this situation was his insufficient authority, but even he himself felt lost at the moment, unsure whether to accept Governor Gu Hang's invitation. How could he then talk about ending the argument? In the end, the one who stood up was the oldest in terms of service in the combat team and also the most special. Priest Rizzo. The priest's power armor was painted differently from the other 6 battle brothers, not entirely red but primarily black, with only a bright red phoenix pattern on the shoulders. The priest, with his helmet removed, had a slightly aged face, half his beard and hair already graying. Star warriors live incredibly long lives, so much so that none had heard of a death angel dying of old age. But that doesn't mean star warriors don't age. Time is the sharpest blade, always able to cut deep marks on the face, on the body. The priest spoke, "Stop this pointless argument." After he spoke, the battle brothers indeed fell silent. The identity of a priest, and the oldest of the combat team, gave his words even more weight than those of the commander himself. But after stopping the argument, Rizzo didn't say much more. He just looked at Commander Maddens and said, "Commander, you need to take responsibility for the entire combat team. You should make this decision." Commander Maddens hesitated. He understood that Priest Rizzo's intervention was in support of him. Just now, under such controversial circumstances, his inability to make a decision, even to stop the argument from continuing, had worn away at his credibility as a commander. But understanding all this did not mean he really knew what to do next. His gaze returned to Priest Rizzo as he inquired, "You said you received a revelation that Governor Gu Hang embodies the hope for rebuilding our battle group. But how exactly can he help us rebuild the battle group?" Rizzo shook his head and replied, "You should not ask me that question, for the revelation did not provide me with an answer. But the one who has received the revelation is in this town, so why not ask him yourself?" Mattens let out a deep sigh and said, "All right, I'll go now." As they watched the commander leave the building, the bald Schneider spoke up, "Our commander is too indecisive. Perhaps it's because the responsibility he bears is so great that he must be continuously cautious." Even so, that shouldn't be the case. Schneider still seems somewhat dissatisfied. "I'm not saying we have to leave here, but at the very least we need a firm goal, and then decisive action. We cannot waver here. Those months drifting in the Star Sea were also terrible. I hate this kind of uncertainty. A warrior should not be like this." Facing the question posed by the returning Commander Maddens, Gu Hang was somewhat at a loss for words. "How can I help you rebuild the battle group? You're asking me? Where the hell would I know from? If I say I can't do anything about it, won't you suddenly get angry and pull out a bomb gun and shoot me?" Inside, I'm panicking like crazy, but my face remains calm and composed. He said, "Commander Maddens, you've caught me off guard with this question. I don't know where to begin." Hearing Gu Hang say this, Mattens also felt somewhat disappointed. It's no wonder, right? Even if he didn't know how to rebuild the battle group, what answer could he expect from a mortal? But at this moment, Gu Sing continued, "But, Commander Maddens, please forgive my bluntness, but your current confusion is somewhat unwarranted. Rebuilding a battle group is a grand, arduous plan. When you think about how to achieve it all at once and want a definitive answer, of course you'll feel at a loss, clueless, and the hope slim. These issues will turn into thousands of troubles, standing in your way. Why not break this immense plan down into several achievable small targets and work towards them step by step on solid ground?" Mattens would not sigh in front of Gu Hang, but only said, "I understand these principles, but..." Gu Hang shook his head, gesturing with his hands to prevent Mattens from continuing, trying to take control of the conversation. "Since you've come to ask me, why not listen to my thoughts? Commander Mattens, in your view, what exactly is needed to rebuild the battle group?" Mattens' thoughts were redirected as he considered Gu Hang's ideas for a moment and then responded, "I need sufficient manpower and material resources to build the foundational forces of the battle group, including logistics and a large number of mortal auxiliary army." "Very good," Gu Hang said with a smile. "That seems like a more specific issue, so let me attempt to answer it. The manpower and material resources you need can be provided by Rage Owl Star in the future. Our planetary defense army can act as an auxiliary army for the battle group, and the entire planet can contribute a great deal of manpower and material resources for logistical support. Everything from maintenance of powered armor to replenishing war supplies can be done." Mattens was puzzled. "Even if I believe you, as far as I know, although you are the planetary governor, you still do not have control over this planet, and the manpower and material resources you can mobilize are limited. The production capacity of the entire planet is also very doubtful, and you can't even produce a single bomb." Ha ha ha. Gu Hang, faced with skepticism, did not feel embarrassed, but instead laughed out loud. "Yes, Commander Mattens, you are correct. But I have a plan. In the future, I will make Rage Owl Star into a forging world, able to supply everything the battle group needs. I won't ask if you believe in my plan, belief is irrelevant. I only ask you, Are you and your battle group willing to fight for the rebirth of the battle group? Would the battle group be willing to fight for its rebirth? This question didn't even require Mattins to think. It was a matter of course. But was he so easily swayed by Gu Hang in a few words? We will certainly fight for the revival of the battle group, even if it costs us our lives. However, I must make sure that our fight is truly for the renewal of the battle group, and not for the power of a few, Mattins said. The two are the same, Gu Hang said. I will be honest with you on this matter. My actions, of course, will not all be for the Phoenix battle group. I was ordered to come to this wasteland planet to develop and strengthen it. But isn't our goal the same? I believe there are three major elements for the Phoenix to rebuild. First, manpower and material resources, requiring a large number of auxiliary armies and sufficient logistical support. Second, you need a battle group fleet. Third, 7 angels hardly count as a battle group, you need to regain vitality and recruit enough brothers to fight. The third point, I cannot help you with. But for the first and second points, as long as Rage Owl Star grows according to my plan, it will become your solid backing, solving the problems of mortal auxiliary armies, fleets, and logistics supplies. I want to develop and strengthen my world, while you need a world that has grown strong to rebuild your battle group. Phoenix fights for the future of Rage Owl Star, and Rage Owl Star fights for the revival of the Phoenix. We are naturally meant to work together. The leader of the battle group was indeed not cut out for politics, but interstellar warriors often don't need to think too much. Many of them have always been straightforward. Why then shouldn't I choose a world that is already developed? Gu Hang showed a smile. If you had a choice, you wouldn't have come to Rage Owl Star. Mattins had to admit, Mr. Gu was right. The Phoenix battle group had been wandering for months, passing through many worlds, big and small. If they had had a choice, they would have settled down long ago. Their goal had always been to rebuild the battle group, but no one really wanted to help them do it. To take a few interstellar warriors as allies or thugs was certainly good. To rebuild the battle group? Forget it. Maintaining a proper battle group almost required an entire planet's effort. A large number of troops, a lot of logistical manpower, and starships were incredibly expensive commodities. Not to mention, the particularity of the interstellar warriors meant they were a group of highly independent, exceptionally positioned super warriors within the Empire. The Emperor's Death Angels were not only a description of them but also a title for their special status. After all the hard work of rebuilding the battle group, do you think they will serve you, or will the battle group call the shots over the governor? In the eyes of most interstellar warriors, the planet governor was nothing more than a mortal who provided them with supplies and managed the planet, at best, a steward. To think about commanding interstellar warriors this way and that? Dream on. Most governors, or the generals who built worlds, didn't want to spend all their efforts only to end up with a supreme governor over their own heads. Most of the people Mattins had encountered on his journey were like this. He didn't think much himself, but he could see through the thoughts of others. Those insincere smiles, those chest-thumping promises, in his view, they were all false. They dangled the carrot of rebuilding to keep them working themselves to death, and once they were of no value, they'd kick them away. But a dying battle group would find it hard to resist a powerful governor. Yet upon arriving at Rage Owl Star, though he was disappointed with the backwardness of the entire world, in some ways it might also be a good thing. His battle group was already in tatters, with only 7 warriors remaining. But Rage Owl Star was also a broken world. Mr. Gu, the governor, really needed them. With their assistance, His Excellency the Governor would be better able to control the entire planet. And as the governor's power grew, their side would benefit and grow stronger as well. They didn't have to worry about Gu Hang deceiving them or acting against them. Given the dire straits Mr. Gu was currently in, even as debilitated as the Phoenix was, with just 7 people they had the ability to fight back and make a full retreat if necessary. They also didn't have to worry about the governor reneging later on, because under the phased fulfillment of their duty to support the battle group, the group would draw nutrients and grow stronger. As long as the battle group could grow in strength alongside the governor's increasing power, by the future, Even if the two sides were to fall out after the governor had strengthened his forces, the battle group would likely have enough strength already. By then, if they were to go their separate ways, they would have enough power to return to the Star Sea and start anew as a starship-based battle group. What was so difficult about that? Even in the worst-case scenario, they could ensure to kill. Oh, wrong, we're a loyal battle group, we don't do such things. Looking at Madden's face, which seemed to betray no thoughts at all, Gu Hang smiled amiably and sincerely, seemingly completely unconcerned about what Maddens really thought. Maddens began to speak. Perhaps we really should grow together, you reviving your world, me reviving my battle group. But how can you ensure that you can do it, that your world can truly develop as you plan? You see, my situation might be similar to yours. You are on the brink of extinction, and if I can't achieve something in 2 years, I too will die. But our difference lies in that I am full of confidence in my future, while you harbor uncertainty, you don't know how to succeed, and I do. So, you who are lost, would do well to tie your fate to mine. It won't be long, just 2 years, and we shall see the outcome. Mattens was already swayed by Gu Hang's words. Why shouldn't the directionless phoenix hitch a ride on a train that knows the way? It's merely 2 years, after all, which for the long-lived interstellar warriors, isn't too much time. They had endured a 100-year penance expedition, spending 2 years on Rage Owl Star. Watching time pass by, wasn't a big deal. If Mr. Gu truly failed, then 2 years later, when the officials from the Empire's administrative department decided to execute the governor, he could personally send Mr. Gu on his way. Mattens was leaning towards agreeing to cooperate with Mr. Gu. He had intended to go back and discuss with his brothers-in-arms before giving a final answer. But at this moment, he remembered Priest Rizzo's words. You are the battle group leader. You must shoulder the responsibilities of the battle group. And so, Mattens changed his mind. He stood up, towering over Mr. Gu, who was much smaller in stature. Although his own body completely covered that of the governor, forcing him to crane his neck to see his face, with an overwhelming sense of oppression, the governor's expression didn't change in the slightest. In the end, Mattens extended his gigantic palm towards Gu Hang. I hope our cooperation will be blessed by the Divine Emperor. The smile on Gu Hang's face grew even more brilliant. He reached out his hand and clasped it together with that of Mattens, disproportionately large. For the Emperor. Gu Hang deceived Mattens. It wasn't much, just a little bit. Painting a pie in the sky couldn't be considered deception, if the starfighters were willing to help him, and Rage Owl Star did indeed develop as he'd planned. Then he wouldn't mind supporting a battle group. He had never intended for Phoenix to be entirely, utterly at his service. The difference was too significant. Within the imperial system, a planetary governor and a starfighter battle group commander were completely separate entities. There was no subordination to speak of. However, when it came to status, the latter held much greater esteem than the former. If it were the heyday of the Phoenix battle group, they would dominate their home planet, where the planetary governor would merely act as a mortal housekeeper, handling the menial tasks the starfighters couldn't be bothered with. His influence would be incredibly strong within the span of a star sector, with every governor respectfully welcoming the commander's arrival and praying for their neighbors' aid should their world face threats. Throughout the entire star realm, even across countless light years of distance, the reputation of the Phoenix would be widely known. Once a large-scale war broke out, and if only one battle group were involved, the battle group commander would often become the supreme military commander. The Imperial Navy and the Imperial Star Realm Army might not be nominally under the battle group, but they would fully respect the commander's wishes, and even follow their commands, unless, of course, there was some highly reputed general present, which could change the situation. Although the Phoenix was no longer what it had been 100 years ago, its organizational structure remained, and the commander's identity persisted, so there was no way Gu Hang could make a battle group completely obey him. Not even the head of a star sector could achieve that. But forming an alliance, a mutual benefit, that was enough. You live in my house, drive my car, eat the food I provide, use the supplies I acquire for you, and I've even promised to rebuild your battle group. In such circumstances, it's not too much to ask you to fire a couple of shots to help me out in times of trouble, right? As long as this covenant was maintained, Gu Hang didn't mind, after some time, fulfilling his promise to help them rebuild their battle group. Whether it was providing manpower, resources, or finding ways to build or purchase starships for them. As for where Gu Hang deceived them, it was what he mentioned earlier, the third point about replenishing enough starfighters. Gu Hang actually had a way. How does one become a starfighter? It is a very difficult task. A genetic seed is needed. Once chosen, the candidate would undergo intense genetic modification. After enduring 1 or 2 years of transformation, allowing the genetic seed to completely and meticulously alter their entire body, they would become a new recruit. Then, after lengthy training, when the battle group believed the new recruit met their standards, they would be granted powered armor, thus truly becoming a starfighter. It may sound easy, but in reality, the process is extremely tough. After the genetic seed is implanted, enduring the intense modifications is immensely challenging. Candidates who aspire to become starfighters are selected from billions of people for their robust physique and resolute will, but even so, most cannot withstand it. Whether their body gives out, or their will falters, failure to endure either would lead to genetic collapse and death. They made it through, and then came the new recruit training phase. Fortunately, this part was merely harsh, typically not resulting in too high a mortality rate. In this entire process, the two most important things were high-quality soldier sources and genetic seeds. Soldier sources were relatively easy to come by, as most battle groups had an entire planet as their recruitment world, their so-called mother planet. They could select soldiers from a planet's population, choosing the best of the best, generally without worry. Even starship-based battle groups could try recruiting on some planets. Inducting on a planetary scale wasn't too practical, but hand-picking a few hundred people to take away for training was hardly ever opposed by any governor. Even in the sorry state that Phoenix Battle Group was in now, they could randomly go to a world, abduct a few promising seeds, and most planets wouldn't bother pursuing a group of starfighters over a few people. But even if they solved the soldier source issue, Phoenix Battle Group still couldn't solve the latter problem, that of the genetic seeds. How the Emperor once created the starfighter genetic seeds is no longer known. The technology from tens of thousands of years ago wasn't preserved. In this era, starfighters mainly relied on giving birth to their own kind. Each starfighter could produce 2 genetic seeds in their lifetime. The first seed would mature inside them after 5 years as a starfighter and could be extracted to develop new recruits. The second seed matured 10 years later but couldn't be extracted and was only obtainable after their death. Theoretically, starfighters could duplicate 1 to 2, 2 to 4, 4 to 8, growing exponentially. But in reality, that was impossible. Starfighters were always fighting in the most dangerous battles. It was very common to have bodies shattered beyond recovery or no time to collect the corpses, making the second seed difficult to retrieve. Only the first seed was a relatively stable source. Furthermore, each battle group was required to hand over 10% of their genetic seeds to the Empire within a certain time frame as a genetic tax. This was to check whether the battle group's genetic seeds were pure, uncontaminated, or had mutations. The collected genetic seeds also formed the seed bank used by the Empire to create new battle groups. On top of that, the surgery for implanting genetic seeds had a not insignificant failure rate. A failure meant the loss of both person and seed. With multiple factors stacking up, it was almost impossible for Phoenix Battle Group to go from 7 to 14 to 28. What was worse, the 7 living members of Phoenix were all veterans over 100 years old, and their 5-year seeds had long been harvested. To harvest again, they would have to die. Moreover, it seemed they no longer had a pharmacist specializing in genetic seed implantation surgery. They could only ask Priest Rizzo to do the job. He was capable, but certainly not as reliable as a professional battle group pharmacist. Less skill meant an even lower chance of the recipient successfully awakening. Gu Hang said he couldn't help Phoenix with this matter, and Maddens didn't doubt it at all, considering it just a fleeting topic of discussion. No starfighter would expect a mere mortal to be able to provide any help to Phoenix in this regard. But the truth was, Gu Hang did have the ability. In the event panel, the Phoenix on the Verge of Death event had taken on a new development. Phoenix on the Verge of Death, genetic seed, repeatable event, can be selected indefinitely. The Phoenix Battle Group has come to Rage Owl Star, reaching a preliminary cooperation agreement with you. A governor seeking to grasp and develop a world, and a battle group on the brink of death yet determined to rise again, make a good match. The most important thing for the resurrection of the battle group, the genetic seed, is nowhere to be found. If you had the capacity, how would you choose? Pay 100 points of grace to receive one genetic seed, Phoenix Battle Group. Looking at this system feature, feeling happy was secondary. The biggest feeling for Gu Hang was the cold sweat running down his back. 100 points of grace, for one seed. It's really expensive. And the seed that comes with 100 points of grace can't be equated with a starfighter. How much is a young, strong, determined, and highly gifted person worth? How much is it worth after they've undergone the implant surgery, survived the transformation, and trained the long and extremely harsh way of the starfighter? And how much is that specially designed power armor for starfighters, which can neurally connect with them, worth? Gu Hang still preferred using the grace point system to calculate value. He had now leveled up twice, to LV3, and his total approximate value was about 70 grace points. Activating at 10 points to level up to 2, and 50 points to level up to 3. But when it came to leveling up to 4, it would cost 200 grace points. He wasn't a match for any starfighter right now. He estimated that he would have to wait until level 4 to be on equal footing with an ordinary starfighter. For veterans like the Phoenix Battle Group, probably level 5 was required for him to stand a chance. And individuals like Maddens, Priest Rizzo, and a bald warrior he observed seemed stronger than the other 4 veterans. With that in mind, one could say that a starfighter's value was roughly around 300 grace points, and a veteran's value was about 800 points. If Gu Hang wanted to use the system to create a starfighter from scratch, he would probably have to exchange 100 points for a seed first and then perform the implant surgery. If it failed, 100 points would go down the drain, and only if they survived could they proceed to the next step. A rookie who made it would have the hardware but not the experience or skill. Gu Hang would have to spend at least 111 grace points to train them up to T1 level soldiers, and then figure out a way to acquire a set of power armor. With that, he would be close to having a standard tin can. Completing this entire process would cost at least over 200 grace points, and assuming the power armor is worth 100, it would indeed be close to the 300 points for a tin can he had estimated based on his own combat power. That's why Gu Hang sighed, this is really f-king expensive. I've been mixing for a few months now, and I don't even know if I've racked up 300 grace points in total. However, what stopped Gu Hang, and what gave him a chill when he looked at the repeatable branch event Phoenix on the brink of death where he could exchange for a genetic seed, was the grave danger he realized this feature entailed. If he exchanged for a seed and then presented it to Maddens saying, "This is my support for you," Maddens would absolutely not feel the slightest bit of gratitude. Instead, he would undoubtedly pull out a bomb gun, demand to know how he acquired the genetic seed, and then send him to the tribunal. There was no use arguing. This seed was even specifically marked as belonging to the Phoenix Battle Group. Each battle group's genetic seed would be slightly different. It might not be easy to tell for outsiders, but for them, it would be obvious at a glance. What could Gu Hang say then? He couldn't explain it at all. This was a feature he dared not use. But soon, a bold idea came to Gu Hang. Could I possibly take over their nests? When I'm better off, exchange for a bunch of genetic seeds, secretly find people, ensure their loyalty, brainwash them with spiritual energy, secretly implant the seeds, and covertly train them. I can also secretly purchase their armor from some forging worlds. When I've amassed enough power, a grand ambush, signal by smashing a cup, with 7 true Phoenix members surrounded by 70 fake ones trained by me, Gu Hang. After killing them off, the true Phoenix will belong to me, Mr. Gu. Population replacement plan? That's really not right. Gu Hang shook his head and put the thought aside. Sabotaging allies, am I, Mr. Gu, that kind of person? Moreover, it's easy to talk about it now, but it would be quite troublesome to actually do it. There are countless details to take care of. Let's talk about it later. After all, they can't afford such high-end units now. The governor's government of Rage Owl Star and the Phoenix Battle Group henceforth became informal allies. It was informal because they had not signed any specific agreements, nor put anything in writing. It was simply that the Phoenix Battle Group had agreed to accept task invitations from Mr. Gu whenever he encountered any trouble. They would then decide based on the situation whether to accept and execute the tasks as requested. Besides the governor's task invitation, their operations were essentially free, provided that they gave Mr. Gu a heads up out of respect for his sovereignty over the entire planet. Mr. Gu was likewise obliged to provide them with a base on the planet, supply them with provisions, and pay for the necessary aid for the battle group's rebuilding efforts within the boundaries of what he could afford. In fact, this assistance in rebuilding had already begun. First of all was ammunition supply. Wu Jiarong received a request from the governor. She had to initiate the production of bomb gun bullets. This was difficult. The industrial base of Rage Owl Star was completely inadequate for production. Diamond warheads, secondary propulsion, mass reaction fuses, and characteristics of secondary explosions. Being both armor penetrating and explosive, these items had high requirements for technology. It wasn't impossible to make them, but it would rely on Wu Jiarong to craft each bullet by hand. Her mechanically modified arms were capable of this work. Her few junior technicians could probably manage a workbench well enough to help. The output would be quite touching. And asking her, the technical leader of the governor's camp, to spend substantial time doing manual labor as a bullet crafter was obviously a waste of talent and would affect the development of Gu Hang's territory. But all in all, it was a method of supply. Subsequently, Wu Jiarong also moved some equipment from the Phoenix Battle Group's ship, Burn Feather, to research how to achieve mass production, at least to the point where her junior technicians could take over the task. Then there was the maintenance of powered armor. Currently, only Wu Jiarong was capable of it. As long as the damage wasn't too severe, small repairs and maintenance were within the capability of this technical officer. Typically, maintenance of the battle group's equipment was the responsibility of technical sergeants. The technical sergeants from Phoenix had been to the mechanical god cult's headquarters, Mars, for advanced training. They were more skilled than the average technical priest. But what more could be done? Under these conditions, they had to endure. Rebuilding wasn't an easy task, it relied on struggle and perseverance. Nevertheless, Mr. Gu's investment in the battle group's rebuilding efforts was recognized. An engineering team was formed explicitly. They would construct a fortress monastery some distance from the camp. Starfighters pride themselves as descendants of the Emperor and death angels of the Emperor. They always consider themselves the most steadfast believers in the Divine Emperor among the Empire. Although they are a military organization, they are also a religious organization. Many starfighter battle groups refer to their headquarters as fortress monasteries. The construction site that had already started attracted the warriors of Phoenix to visit. They couldn't help but recall their battle group's headquarters on their homeworld. Compared to what it once was, the current one was worlds apart. But at least, it was a good start, and the battle group was getting on the right path. On the next day, the 7 warriors of Phoenix left the housing previously arranged by the governor and moved directly next to the construction site of the monastery. They wanted to watch the monastery being built from the ground up. The arrival of the interstellar soldiers didn't have much impact on the governor's camp. Even the people on the wasteland had heard of the Emperor's angels. Before the planet was shattered, their stories were enduringly popular, showing up in texts and visual images. Now, in the post-war era, those things were gone, but stories themselves still existed. The older generation told the younger generation, who passed it on to the next, and so on. This made people under the governor curious when they saw the interstellar soldiers, and they couldn't help but look over repeatedly. But, as characteristic of wastelanders, they were sensitive and timid toward danger. They only dared to watch from afar, not daring to be too bold or direct with their gazes, to avoid angering these giants who could crush them with a mere slap. And the interstellar soldiers, honestly, were already incredibly used to this kind of attention. As for the impact on the camp's development, honestly, there was a bit. In Gu Hang's case, there had always been a significant labor shortage for production development. Now, setting aside other supply needs, they even had to allocate an engineering team to build houses for the interstellar soldiers. Key was the fact that these interstellar soldiers took the matter very seriously, living right next door and supervising directly, not daring to cut corners at all. Lots of produced alloy steel, cement, and bricks had to be transported over for their use. The materials provided were already the best, yet the soldiers were still not quite satisfied until they were assured that they truly were the highest quality items available from the governor's camp. However, overall, this impact remained within the range that Gu Hang could accept. It was like hiring 7 strong men, you just had to think of it as paying their wages. Beyond attracting attention, slightly slowing the development speed of the governor's camp, and using some labor and resources, their presence was otherwise quite low-key. Every day, aside from inspecting the construction site, they were praying and training, living like monks. Later, perhaps feeling a bit sheepish about having nothing to do all day, after all, they were supposed to assist in combat, they began entering the alien forest in groups to fight the mutant monsters. Definitely for the defense of the governor's enterprise, and not because they were bored after not seeing blood for a while. Only, the monsters in the forest couldn't satisfy the interstellar soldiers. Previously, although there weren't any high-level monsters in the alien forest, there were still a good number of them. However, after the primordial Wrath Owl Sex ambush plan against Gu Hang, when a catalyst was triggered that caused a large number of hatching nests to emerge prematurely and a vast number of monsters to be killed, the number of monsters in the alien forest had drastically reduced, even the nests were scarce. This made it difficult for the interstellar soldiers to get in some practice and find that feeling of slaughter they were craving. But soon, their opportunity to wield their weapons appeared. While the phoenixes had nothing to do, Gu Hang returned to the task of worrying about the camp's development. The total population of the camp had officially surpassed 10,000 these days. With production plans and population distribution, Osenia might not have arranged everything perfectly, but she at least had things well organized, leaving Gu Hang little room to step in directly. Having a political officer with a rating of 9, the camp of 10,000 was being managed quite well. After just a brief focus, not needing to worry much, he saw his camp's monthly income steadily increasing, reaching 61 points at present. He hoped that by next month's payday, it would break 100. Also, during this period, he had selected and conscripted over 100 soldiers from the new refugees, who alongside the 500 troops previously brought by Lambert from the Hodgson family, whose command and ownership had been completely transferred to the governor, formed 2 additional infantry battalions. That would be the 5th and 6th battalions. These 600 soldiers had also undergone training enhancements through Gu Hang's system function, which meant Gu Hang used 6 points of grace, but also meant that his forces now exceeded 1,700 people. Out of caution, Gu Hang made substantial changes to the officers of these 2 battalions and redeployed them. A significant number of soldiers were also reorganized with the previous 2nd, 3rd, and 4th battalions. The mixed forces had been disentangled as much as possible from their former command systems. After the reorganization, even if Lambert harbored ulterior motives, it wouldn't be of much use. It was unlikely he could incite the troops to defect in the middle of a fight. Of course, based on interactions over this period, Gu Hang tentatively believed that the 2 members of the Hodgson family, old and young, were truly cooperative. Still, even so, it was wise to guard against others. It was only right for Gu Hang to take precautionary measures. Lambert had no objections to this. He even had no qualms about losing military power and being assigned to assist young Osenia, which earned him praise from her for his diligent work. He understood that his identity could cause misunderstandings and precautions from the governor. But he had resolved to prove his loyalty through his attitude and everything he did over the upcoming lengthy period. Gu Hang was pleased with this. The young man was proving his worth. His grandfather was doing so as well. Population growth within the camp would have been difficult to achieve without help from Revival City. Moreover, most of the goods from the governor's camp, besides internal consumption, sold very well in Revival City on the foreign market. Purchasing food, minerals, and other consumer goods also went smoothly. During this time, Dennis and Henry even felt that business was too easy. But today, Lambert came to Gu Hang somewhat flustered, bearing some unsettling news. "I can't contact my grandfather." Gu Hang frowned. "Be more specific." "This morning, I made a routine check with Revival City, but couldn't get through. It's not that no one was picking up, but the line was completely dead. I realized something wasn't right, tried to connect to other wireless communication lines of our family, but the situation was similar. I also contacted some people who have a good relationship with our family. Nobody knew what had happened, but they told me that Revival City is under lockdown, preventing the poor from the outer city from entering." Gu Hang narrowed his eyes. "This is really bad news. It sounds like Mr. Hodgson might have run into trouble. I implore you to save him." Gu Hang patted Lambert on the shoulder and said, "I know you're anxious, but impatience will only make things worse right now. Calm down. You need to mobilize all your connections and hidden forces in Revival City as much as possible and figure out what exactly happened." After a pause, Gu Hang continued, "Besides, I'll make preparations. When necessary, I will enter the city." "You're going into Revival City?" "A governor must always return to his post," Gu Hang said. "Moreover, President of the Council Hodgson is now working for me. If he has been put in jeopardy because of this and is alive, I will do my best to save him. If the worst comes to pass, I will avenge him." "Thank you, Governor. Go on, attend to your matters." Watching Lambert leave, Gu Hang sat back down in his seat. Revenge was certainly something Gu Hang took seriously. Hodgson had been sitting pretty for many years without a solid foundation to become president of the council. He'd survived so many trials and tribulations without incident, but after he had made clear his support for Gu Hang, he suffered this misfortune. It wouldn't do if Gu Hang, as the governor, did nothing. And apart from that reason, Gu Hang had another stronger, more pressing reason for making his decision. Someone had declared war on him. Although the situation was still unclear, the fact that someone had dared to take action against him in Revival City after Hodgson had made his support clear was undoubtedly a declaration of war. Whether it was the heretic cultists who followed the primordial wrath owl or the conservative factions within the alliance government who had declared war on him, Gu Hang must respond. Actually, his current preparations were insufficient. In his previous plans, he himself would enter Revival City in about 2 to 3 months. By then, the economy and productive capacity of his territory would be able to support an army at least 3 times larger than the present one for a short period of military action. By that time, with the orbital cannon of the quintet as the biggest deterrent and his troops, which had undergone systematic training, as the conventional means, he would return to Revival City and take complete control of the city. With that, he would gain a population of nearly 1 million. The production potential provided by the technology panel would be greatly realized. Politically, he could genuinely exercise the governor's powers, use military force as a guarantee, and swiftly sweep all surrounding settlements into his production system. Now, it seemed his plan had to be accelerated. Since it was war, there was no such thing as being prepared. He couldn't expect others to wait until he was ready before they fought. But there was also good news. Gu Hang's strength hadn't fully accumulated, but now he had the support of interstellar warriors, an unexpected boost in his plans. The help provided by the 7 Phoenix veterans was probably more valuable than the military power Gu Hang could expand over the next 2 months. If it's war, then let it be war. Having the plan pushed forward might not be a bad thing after all. It's a real shame about old Hodgson. I hope he's alright. The troops under Gu Hang's direct command quickly assembled, leaving the mech servant battalion to hold down the fort while the remaining 5 battalions formed an infantry regiment, awaiting further orders. The mission request was sent to the Phoenix Battle Group, which responded positively. Gu Hang personally communicated with Yelesia for about half an hour. Yelesia stated that from now on, the entire starship would enter a state of combat readiness and that an orbital cannon strike could be launched at any target specified by the governor within 20 minutes if needed. Starting tomorrow, the starship would complete its combat readiness tasks, entering a wartime state, which meant that the response time for orbital cannon strikes could be reduced to within 10 minutes. At the same time, given that the combat target was likely to include heretic cultists, Gu Hang's combat mission would receive support from the National Church team aboard the starship. A Battle Nun squad would arrive on the surface 6 hours later. That was another delightful surprise. Only now did Gu Hang learn that there was actually a squad of Battle Nuns on the quintet. He had no idea about this during the trip to Rage Owl Star. Battle Nuns are a group steeped in legend. They are the only overt armed force of the imperial state religion. After the Theocratic Wars, the Church was no longer allowed to have any armed men. However, they fostered the sisterhood by exploiting this rule, establishing the Battle Nun regiments. These sisters, blessed by the National Church and with unwavering faith, were called the Emperor's Daughters. They might not be as formidable as the genetically modified interstellar warriors, but with the Emperor's blessing, they could attain extraordinary power. They also wore specially made power armors. Unlike the interstellar warriors, they could not connect directly to modified spinal cords for neural linking with the armor, but they could activate their armor with the power of sacred spells. And their blessed armor, though not as heavy as that of the interstellar warriors, was still a formidable weapon. Initially, Gu Hang found it odd that there was a squad of Battle Nuns permanently stationed on the quintet, but after searching his memory, he had an epiphany. The sisterhood had many branches. Apart from the main ones, there were also second-tier, third-tier suborders. They naturally needed places to station, usually alongside significant institutions of the National Church. On Corollia 3 of the Nest capital planet in the Tianma star sector, there stood a great cathedral of the imperial state religion, not only the most crucial division in this star sector but also a faith hub for several surrounding star sectors. And there, the St. Lys Nun Association was stationed. On a large starship like the quintet, a chapel was essential. Normally, priests and nuns needed to comfort the crew members' spirits on the battleship. In wartime, they would resist corruption from evil. In this context, if the star sector government had relatively close military cooperation with the National Church, then aside from the standard shipboard chapels, it was not impossible to additionally equip a Battle Nun squad. Like interstellar warriors, Battle Nuns were not exactly subordinates directly under the command of Yelesia, the captain. But, being on the same ship, it was normal for them to comply if requested. Moreover, it wasn't Yelesia who made the request this time. It was when the news of the cult on Rage Owl Star made its way to these Emperor's Daughters that they volunteered to join the battle. Zealous Battle Nuns would not tolerate the existence of heretic cultists. And with the help of these sisters, who might be weaker than interstellar warriors but not by much, Gu Hang's operation gained an even more powerful boost. Moreover, compared to the warriors, these Battle Nuns were more specialized anti-cult experts. If the shadow of the primordial Wrath Owl sect loomed in this affair, the Emperor's Daughters would give them a huge surprise. Under the circumstances of Gu Hang assembling all the help he could get, news from Revival City kept pouring in. Lambert became an intelligence officer. He had already activated his own contacts as well as his family's to obtain intelligence from Revival City by all possible means. Meanwhile, Dennison Henry, although he was in Rubbish Town when he received the message, had quite a number of partners in Revival City. He was also actively mobilizing his contacts to help collect information. The situation inside Revival City was becoming increasingly worrisome. The person who initiated martial law was General Mundok. As the supreme commander of Revival City's military power, this meant that the military might have already taken a stand against the governor. Old Hodgson was still without news to this day, his life and death unknown. But what was even more troubling was that various hints indicated that several key members of the Hodgson family were also missing, including Lambert's father. Rumors had it that the bodies of the Hodgson family's servants had been discovered. The Hodgson family manor was locked down by the authorities. Armed soldiers stood guard around it, and no one could get close. These were all extremely bad pieces of information. The inquiries sent to Revival City in the name of Governor Gu Hang, although replied to, were insincere. The authorities claimed that they too had discovered the disappearance of President of the Council Hodgson and suspected cult involvement. The martial law and the lockdown of the manor were deemed necessary steps in order to investigate the matter. They promised to inform the governor immediately if any findings were made. Gu Hang didn't believe any of it for a moment. If that was true, why hadn't the authorities in Revival City reported Hodgson's disappearance to him immediately? It was only when Lambert tried to contact his grandfather as usual that they found out. And even more absurd was the second message from Revival City officials, inviting the governor back to take charge of Revival City, but with the difficult stipulation of not being able to provide supplies and accommodations. They requested the governor not bring more than 100 followers. At this point, Gu Hang had confirmed that the situation in Revival City had completely spiraled out of control. To this second message, Gu Hang returned only 4 words. "I will go." "Will he come?" Industrial tycoon Norris cautiously asked, "Are you sure?" "If he said he will come, he definitely will," Bradford replied, "but our esteemed governor doesn't seem like someone who will surrender without a fight. He will come, but it's unlikely he'll bring only 100 people." Norris continued to probe, "The people we planted with him are reporting that recently, 7 individuals suspected to be interstellar warriors arrived at his camp. If that's true, what do we do?" "This." Bradford was stumped. His gaze involuntarily turned to Mundok beside him, laced with a hint of reproach. Norris was already very dissatisfied. "I said earlier, we should not rush things. If Mr. Gu really is capable of enlisting the aid of intergalactic warriors, what do we do now to resolve this situation?" Mundok sneered. "Now that things have come to this, what's the use of being afraid? Norris, have you lost your edge?" Norris argued. "What does this have to do with edge? Even if you're sharp, would you go head to head with an intergalactic warrior?" "Don't worry too much," Bradford interjected, trying to smooth things over. "This might not even be true. How could such legendary figures as the intergalactic warriors be summoned at someone's beck and call? It's very likely a ruse by the governor to blind us. We must not lose our composure." Despite his words, Bradford's expression betrayed an undeniable panic. "Most likely it's not true, but what if it is?" Mundok, witnessing the ambivalence of both men, displayed an even more pronounced look of disdain. However, he knew he still needed their support, so he had to instill some confidence in them. "First off, Bradford is right, this whole thing is probably not true, just a facade created by our governor. Secondly, even if it were true, what's there to fear? Reports from several sources say that there are a total of 7 intergalactic warriors. Just 7. We have an army of 10,000. We have 70 Challenger tanks. We have 100 artillery guns of various models. Are we supposed to fear 7 intergalactic warriors? Have you been reading too many pre-war stories and really believe these warriors are gods descended from the heavens? I've never believed such exaggerated fabrications. They're all just flesh and blood with a single head and 2 hands. Can they tear apart tanks with their bare hands? That's laughable." Pausing for a moment, Mundok continued, "The governor's forces amount to barely 1,000 men with hardly any heavy weaponry. Stop worrying about this all the time. Instead, you could spend the time helping me with some actual work." Reassured by Mundok's words brimming with confidence, Norris and Bradford felt somewhat more at ease. Upon further reflection, it really did make sense. Even if there really were intergalactic warriors, what could 7 people achieve? Could they really massacre 1,000, decimating the entire Revival City's forces? But at this moment, Norris, the cautious one, raised another issue. Have you considered the problem of the orbital strike? Mentioning this, Mundok fell silent for a moment. In comparison to the uncertain issue of intergalactic warriors, the real headache was the quintet hovering in the sky above. The starship was undoubtedly real, with its formidable presence floating in the sky, so noticeable that its lights could be observed with the naked eye on clear nights. The main cannon of the quintet might not be able to obliterate the entirety of Revival City in a single shot, but a few more rounds should do the job. Spending half a day or a full day meticulously bombarding a city-sized target would ensure no inch of ground was left untouched. Revival City had underground air raid shelters left from the war era. Hiding there might offer a chance to survive an orbital assault. But firstly, not many could take refuge in them, and secondly, even if people survived, what good would it do if the city was destroyed? Could General Mundok conjure up food and ammunition out of thin air to sustain his army? Could Norris, the industrial magnate, continue his manufacturing operations underground and keep production high? Could Bradford, the business tycoon, find anywhere to trade and amass his wealth? They were too attached. They usually looked down upon the several 100,000 refugees outside the city and even the ordinary citizens within the city walls. Yet these people were the true source of their wealth. The death of a few was trivial, but if the city were cleansed and the populace eradicated, it would spell the end for them too. And yet, the problem of the starship was insoluble. In the end, all Mundok could say was, Guhang wouldn't do that. If Revival City is destroyed, he'll surely die within 2 years. If Guhang knew Mundok's thoughts, he'd surely laugh, I just need to kill a few people, why would I bombard an entire city? Would he really order Yelisia to bombard Revival City? Yes, and no. Yes, meaning a small-scale, relatively precise military strike. No, meaning there would not be a destruction of Revival City until the very last moment. The population of the inner city plus the slums outside Revival City roughly approaches 1 million. And what is the population of the entire Rage Owl Star? 6 years ago, in the last year of the second governor's era, when the last tax payment was made to the empire, the number was 42 million plus. A planet with a population of 42 million, that was 0.5% of Rage Owl Star's population during its heyday before the war. 99.5% of the population was lost in that war and in the century of darkness and chaos that followed. And after the end of the rule of the second governor, with governors changing every 2 years for the past 6 years, has the situation on Rage Owl Star improved? Obviously not. Given the circumstances here, the population is probably still in decline. Compared to the population, the loss of productivity is probably even more severe. This has led to the situation where, although the population is already quite small for an entire planet, people are still cheap. This is because even this small number of people are barely sustained by the current output of Rage Owl Star. So now, the answer to this question is very clear. Why would Guhang absolutely not want to make a light decision to order the starships to bombard Revival City? Because here lies one of the very few densely populated areas of Rage Owl Star. Based on a population of 1 million, that's already 2.3% of the total population of the planet 6 years ago. And the actual proportion is only higher than this figure. By Guhang's estimate, the current total population of Rage Owl Star may already be less than 40 million, or even less. Moreover, despite the poor people outside Revival City being destitute, the city is still a jewel of Rage Owl Star. This city, which gathers 1 million people from both the inner and outer areas, benefits from the scale effect, with an increase in productivity that 100 settlements, each with a population of 10,000, could not match. Flattening Revival City and losing 2.3% or even more of the global population, along with more than 5% of global productivity, are already outcomes that Guhang is unwilling to accept. Not to mention, without Revival City as an existing hub of population, a massive potential for development would be lost. If the city could be peacefully taken and controlled, 1 million people combined with Gu Hang's technological system could unleash tremendous production capacity. Without Revival City, Gu Hang would have to wander the wastelands gathering people by the thousands or hundreds, searching for countless small, hidden, and highly guarded places like the abandoned cave society to collect the population. Peaceful control of Revival City is worth 1,000 abandoned cave societies to Gu Hang. This is the greatest reason why Gu Hang would not order the destruction of Revival City unless absolutely necessary. Life is the coin of the emperor, fits the situation precisely, yet there's a subsequent half to it, spend it wisely. If the emperor still holds true to this, Gu Hang, who theoretically may possess less than 40 million in total assets, has no reason to be so extravagant as to waste 1 million coins. When they say 6 hours, it means 6 hours. A transport vessel from the quintet arrived with a Battle Nun squad. Under the leadership of Sister Chang Ge Ruit, 11 nuns came to the surface. With their height stretching beyond 1 meter 80, once clad in combat armor, they appeared both taller and more substantial. Their creamy white armors adorned with green patterns made them seem holy and elegant, truly like a living group of lily ladies. As they emerged from the hatch, Gu Hang thought he saw another battle group walk out. Of course, it was just déjà vu. The difference between the two was quite significant. The red armor of the Phoenix made them look like battle-hardened warriors who had fought their way through rivers of blood. The tender green and creamy white of the saintly Lily's armor made them look like elegant ladies spreading the gospel. And their most significant difference lay in their size. The Battle Nuns, all towering over 1 meter 80 and already considered tall and strong among women, were even more massive with their powered armors compared to regular troops. However, compared to interstellar warriors, who averaged heights of 2 meters 30 or 2 meters 40 and whose frames were substantial even in width, there was no contest. Gu Hang collected his thoughts and advanced to meet them. Mrs. Georgette, welcome to your arrival. With your help, the traitors of Rage Owl Star and the heretic cultists will have nowhere to hide. Unlike the interstellar warriors who always maintained stern, deadpan expressions, the attitude of the Battle Nun leader was gentle and amiable. At least Mrs. Georgette was like this. The woman with short white hair extended her hand with a smile and shook hands with Gu Hang. Her voice was low, gentle, and very comforting. I am also very pleased to meet you, Governor. I hope that we can cooperate well in the coming times. Having said that, she turned her gaze to Commander Maddens, who stood not far behind Gu Hang. She nodded with a smile. Maddens nodded back in response. Gu Hang noticed this. These two have a story. Curiously, he asked, do you two know each other? Mrs. Georgette smiled and said, if Governor wishes to know, it might be better to ask Commander Maddens. If he does not wish to tell you, it would not be appropriate for me to say too much. Gu Hang turned his gaze back to Maddens. Maddens was silent for a while, and Gu Hang thought he wouldn't get an answer, but in the end, the serious interstellar warrior spoke up. We have fought side by side in the Organ Star region. Mrs. Georgette said, I have to thank you. Without you, the Order of the Blessed Lily might no longer exist. No, it is I who should thank you. You could have retreated, but you chose to stand with us. Mrs. Georgette's smile took on a hint of cleverness. That's not what you said at the time. Maddens, uncharacteristically, looked somewhat embarrassed. Ha ha ha. Mrs. Georgette laughed heartily as she stepped forward. Despite being much shorter than Maddens and both of them wearing power armor, it didn't stop the Sister Superior from giving the commander a big hug. Anyway, I am very happy to see you again, my comrade in arms. Congratulations on redeeming yourselves, and may the Divine Emperor bless your future. It was rather miraculous for two comrades who had long been separated to run into each other again in a place as minor as Rage Owl Star, and to have the opportunity to fight side by side once more. Their so-called Organ Star region was quite a distance from the Tianma Star sector. But they didn't have much time to reminisce. The time to depart had arrived. The reason for the delay was that Gu Hang was waiting for the arrival of the Battle Nuns. Although there were only 11 of them, they were still 11 exceptional warriors. Just 2 or 3 nuns working together could have a fair chance of defeating an ordinary interstellar warrior. Not to mention they had Sister Chang Ge Ruit. Gu Hang could vaguely sense through psionic perception that the Sister Superior's strength was probably not much weaker than Madden's. Admittedly, no further news had come from Revival City, and old Hodgson seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth, his fate unknown. But Gu Hang was not willing to wait any longer. The mech servant battalion stayed behind to guard the home, while the combined forces of over 1,500 warriors from the 2 to 6 battalions, the terrestrial troops, Phoenix Interstellar Warriors, and the Order of the Blessed Lily Battle Nuns, a whole team, escorted the governor as they embarked from the camp, heading towards Revival City. From the governor's camp, getting to Revival City by infantry speed would take almost an entire day. By evening, the team arrived outside Revival City. And Revival City had long since been informed of Gu Hang's approach. Gu Hang hadn't planned on remaining incognito, moving with quite a display, making it somewhat difficult to go unnoticed. There were too many ways for those in Revival City to have advance notice. If one only considers the inner city, Revival City isn't large, but taking into account the outer city and the haphazardly constructed dwellings of the poor, the area it covers isn't small at all. And when Gu Hang's team arrived at Revival City, they merely stopped at the outer city. An army stood in their way. It was Revival City's garrison. A multitude of soldiers occupied the slum area in front of the main gate. They were stationed inside houses, glaring outside with predatory eyes. Tanks were hidden among civilian residences, with most of their bulk blocked by the low buildings, their dark barrels protruding. They were blocking the governor's team from proceeding further. An officer, accompanied by a few attendants, approached the governor's team to request an audience with the governor. Gu Hang met with him. The Revival City officer saluted Gu Hang. "Good day, Your Excellency the Governor, I am from Revival. There's no need to report your name, I'm not interested in knowing. Tell me, why is my city blocking my entry? Why are you soldiers, who should be loyal to me, standing on the opposite side?" The officer, whose self-introduction had been cut off, swallowed his saliva. He felt incredibly tense. He looked to his left, seeing a red-armored giant, knowing that was a starship warrior. He looked to his right, a lady in white and green armor, that was a battle nun. His gaze then turned back to the middle, to his governor, the highest ruler of this planet. He thought, with what merit or bravery does he dare to speak in front of these legendary figures? But he still spoke up. "I am acting on orders from the Alliance Council, from the Marshal of Revival City's defenses, Major General Mundok, to request that you halt your advance. There is no issue with Your Excellency the Governor entering the city, but you are allowed no more than 100 guards, and that must not include a starship warrior or battle nun." Gu Hang reacted as if he heard a preposterous joke. "Mundok? Major General? He's making requests of me?" The officer seemed to realize himself how ridiculous his statement had been, and could only slightly lower his head in silence. "So," Gu Hang said, "I now inform you in my capacity as the governor of Rage Owl Star, regardless of whatever posts, whatever authority that Mundok you spoke of previously had, he no longer holds. He is no longer an alliance councilman, nor a military commander. Now, take this message back to your comrades in arms." Gu Hang had already given the officer a chance. But he hadn't seized it. It was evident that he was under tremendous psychological pressure, but he still resisted, saying, "I apologize, Your Excellency the Governor, but please comply with General Mundok's." He couldn't finish his sentence. He felt an incredible power clutching at his throat. Quickly, he fainted due to lack of blood flow to the brain. Releasing the power of his telekinetic control, he let the body fall to the ground. Gu Hang waved his hand and soldiers came forward to drag the man away. This officer was very courageous. But his courage was misplaced. At that moment, Commander Madden spoke up, "Governor, the situation is now very clear. That man who claims to be General Mundok, his actions amount to rebellion. What stands before us now are all rebels. So, Commander Maddens, What do you suggest we do? Kill all the rebels? Can the 7 Phoenix warriors accomplish that? Matins actually began to calculate carefully before replying, relying solely on the 7 of us to completely defeat an army of 10,000, equipped with heavy firepower and armor, would be difficult. I need the cooperation of the Sisters of St. Lily of Mercy along with the artillery fire from the quintet. At night, we could enter the target area, mark it for an orbital strike, and then let the starships commence the bombardment. We could move in to sweep the area afterward. With this plan, we should be able to complete the mission with a relatively small loss. Battle Nun Georgette, however, raised an objection. I'm sorry, Commander Matins, I would relish another opportunity to fight alongside the Phoenix again. But our mission on this descent to the planet's surface is not to quell a rebellion, but to deal with heretic cultists. I will not partake in a campaign against human rebels. Mr. Governor, I also ask for your understanding. Gu Hang was not disappointed. Instead, he displayed a calming smile. I understand, I certainly do. Commander Matins, your plan is sound. When I deem these enemies before us all need to be eliminated, I will adopt your plan. But for now, we don't need to complicate matters to such an extent. What do you plan to do, then? Rest for now. You might be unaffected by a whole day of marching, but my soldiers need rest to recover their combat strength. As for the specifics of the plan, I will inform you later. I also ask you, and Superior Georgette, to coordinate with me tomorrow. Matins gazed at Gu Hang for a moment before ultimately nodding in agreement. Georgette also expressed her stance. We will not slaughter human soldiers, but we will provide you, Mr. Governor, with the necessary protection. To have achieved this step is already very much appreciated. Within Revival City, Norris and Bradford waited anxiously for news from the outer city. Upon learning that Gu Hang had set out, and that he actually had space warriors with him, even Battle Nuns, these 2 Alliance councilmen who were merchants were quite panicked. Regret filled their hearts, and even when General Mundok decided to lead his troops to defend the outer city, they raised their objections. But their objections were weak and powerless, as always. They could only watch as Mundok positioned himself in front of the governor and then pray that conflict would not erupt. And indeed, it did not. Mr. Gu, the governor, had stopped right outside the outer city. This was indeed joyful news. Bradford spoke. It seems we overestimated how tough Gu Hang would be. Perhaps, his toughness was all just an act. Norris said with a chuckle, at least we can sleep peacefully tonight. We indeed need a hardliner like Mundok. He's done very well. Yes, Bradford said, the threat of war has greatly diminished. Now, the remaining issue is how to get that capricious governor to stop playing around building camps outside and quickly return to where he belongs. Yes, once he's back, everything will return to normal. Just like the previous 3 governors. Yes, we have countless ways to deal with him. There's no need for him to dream of saving the world. The Rage Owl Star doesn't need his salvation. All he has to do is to dutifully serve as governor, enjoy a couple of comfortable years, and then retire peacefully when it's time. On the second day, at dawn, the sun had not yet risen, and the sky was just beginning to brighten. Outside Revival City, many soldiers had been on duty throughout the night. At the very front, the officers in charge of the checkpoint were 2 lieutenant colonels. Last night, Landolph didn't come back, one of them said. I don't know whether he's dead or if the governor detained him. Did General Mundok get angry? Asked the other. No, the first lieutenant colonel replied. The general was actually quite pleased when he saw that the governor's troops really had stopped outside. Pleased? But Landolph is his own nephew. The former simply shrugged his shoulders, indicating that that was just the way things were. So cold-blooded, poor Landolph. While chatting idly, suddenly one of them stretched out his hand, pointing towards the faint morning fog on the outskirts. What is that? The other looked in the direction of the outstretched hand. It was not yet fully light, the visibility was obscured by morning fog, but he could still make out, vaguely, the figures of a few giants slowly approaching. The 2 exchanged a glance, one retreated and blew his whistle, alerting all the soldiers at the checkpoint to be vigilant, while the other took aim with his gun into the thick fog and asked, "Who goes there?" However, there was no response from within the fog. The figures approaching through the mist remained silent. Only after they drew somewhat closer could heavy footsteps be heard. The sound of footsteps was somewhat abrupt, there had been no sound before, as if they were ghosts, and now, after being spotted, the sound was so distinct, so heavy, it was as if a war drum had been struck in their hearts. He had already realized who was coming, but he didn't know what to do about it. Should he open fire? He didn't dare. First of all, he did not dare to take the responsibility for firing the first shot. Second, and more importantly, considering his current situation, standing in front of the checkpoint without any cover, if he dared to fire the first shot, he'd be dead the next second. But should he just do nothing? Amid his dilemma, he noticed that the soldiers stationed behind him had prepared themselves following the reminder of the colleague with whom he had just spoken. Dozens of guns were aimed in this direction, which reassured him considerably. He refocused his gaze towards the front and called out again. "Who goes there? Please respond." This time, there was still no answer. But as the footsteps drew closer, he could now faintly see the figures approaching. The fiery red-powered armor and the signature colossal stature undoubtedly marked their identity. The man they were escorting, though he had never seen him before, must surely be the governor. As they walked closer and closer, the obstructing officer grew more and more nervous, his hands sweating on his weapon. He couldn't help but issue a third warning. "Please halt, you are not permitted to pass." Still, there was no response, as if what approached were not living people, but a host of ghosts. After the third warning was issued, the figures were very close. He couldn't help but turn his head back, looking to his companion, as if seeking guidance on what to do next. To his dismay, he found that his companion was also looking back at him, eyes revealing the same question. According to the rules of the wasteland, when faced with such a situation, there would be no hesitation, one would just fire a salvo first. If the people were dead, they wouldn't pose a threat anymore. But here, regardless of political decorum, could the rifles in the soldiers' hands be of any use against these steel-bodied adversaries? What to do? No one knew what to do. Under hesitation, conflict, helplessness, enormous pressure, and intense nervousness, these checkpoint soldiers and officers simply allowed the Star Warriors and Battle Nuns, escorting the governor, to approach them. The moment for a final decision had come. The commanding officer, still not daring to give the order to fire, could not just let them pass either. At last, gritting his teeth and bravely stepping in front of the advancing crowd, he stretched out his palm to the leading Star Warrior, making a halting gesture while saying, "Halt! Ahead is forbid." There was a dull thud. His head caved in. The red-armored warrior at the front had no intention of stopping. When faced with an obstruction, he simply extended his hand as if swatting away a fly, his backhand striking the officer's face. The movement was too fast for the officer to react or dodge, and his head caved as if struck by a sledgehammer. The splattered blood stained the vivid red armor, hardly noticeable. His body slumped to the side, legs still twitching. Blood kept pouring from his misshapen head, quickly pooling into a large puddle. No one cared, no one paid attention. The death angel who struck the blow didn't even alter the rhythm of his pace. Those who followed didn't spare a glance to the side. Even the holy and merciful Battle Nuns were indifferent. The commanding officer was dead, but the soldiers still did not dare to shoot, not even when a Star Warrior kicked Landolf aside. Nor did anyone dare to block their path. Like this, they simply let the governor's procession pass. The way behind, for Gu Hang and his companions, was also clear. Although someone had died at the first checkpoint, the commotion wasn't great. There were neither gunshots nor cannon fire, and many soldiers behind were completely unaware of what had happened, with a considerable number still asleep, undisturbed. Under these circumstances, the 19 of them, including Gu Hang, strolled confidently down the street from the outer city to the inner city gate. The outer city's environment wasn't great, haphazardly constructed with no planning, narrow alleys typical of densely populated slums. However, the main avenues extending from the gates leading to the inner city remained spacious. The deliberately produced heaviness of the powered leg armor echoed far and wide. Many soldiers on duty, now awake, peeked out and saw them. The imposing star warriors and the striking battle nuns were an awe-inspiring sight, further accentuating the governor's distinguished aura under their protection. Were such figures something these lowly soldiers could contend with? No one dared think so. At the same time, they felt more at ease in their hearts. Before, General Mundok had firmly prohibited the governor from entering the city, even adopting a stance ready for a forceful confrontation. Thankfully, General Mundok had since changed his mind. Most of the soldiers in the rear were unaware of what had happened at the checkpoint. Seeing the governor's procession moving arrogantly on the main road, they assumed it was normal, that the general had allowed them passage. Otherwise, why wasn't anyone shooting at them? Why has no one stopped them? Located in the outer city, guarding the gate, and presiding over the military, Mundok had just been woken up when he received the news, and he already felt very anxious. Yesterday, after the arrival of the governor's troops, although his deployed nephew failed to return, the governor's forces had indeed stopped outside, honestly not moving an inch. This satisfied him. His tough stance seemed to have been effective. The next step was to consider how to negotiate with the governor. But who could have expected that early this morning, he would hear such shocking bad news? With the escort of 7-star realm warriors and 11 battle nuns, the governor strolled through his army and was now walking on the main road, heading towards the inner city. And throughout the process, the interactions between his army and the governor's guard were very peaceful. It was said that an officer who tried to block the way had his head crushed with a single punch. But besides that, not a single shot was fired, not a single cannon was shot. His soldiers just let the enemy walk right through. Why is that? Could it be that all my troops have mutinied? This was the source of Mundok's anxiety. Because it wasn't impossible. He was a general, a commander, but nominally he was a subordinate to the governor, who was the supreme commander. The ordinary soldiers didn't understand the twists and turns above them and wouldn't easily categorize the governor as an enemy. To some extent, if the soldiers really rebelled, what could he do? Mundok even couldn't help but look around, fearing that the next moment, before the governor's people arrived, his own soldiers would bind him, chanting something like lending General Mundok's head for use. But fortunately, that situation did not happen. His personal guard was still loyally guarding outside. The adjutant who came to report responded to his earlier question. Indeed, no one stopped them. I inquired about it, and it is said that you might have allowed the governor's troops to pass, so the soldiers did not dare to block or open fire. Not to mention others, even he himself thought so. Bullshit. Mundok bellowed. You never issued such an order, sir? Faced with this question, Mundok instead calmed down. He composed himself and quickly analyzed the current situation in his mind. The situation might not be as bad as he had initially thought. Right now, the soldiers were just confused, bewildered, and at a loss. They had not yet shown any intention of mutiny. The prestige Mundok had established within the troops was still intact. The soldiers would still consider him the highest commander of the forces. And more importantly, the propaganda that they had been doing within the alliance authorities, the troops, and the whole city, was still effective. The era of the brutal rule of the second governor had only ended 6 years ago, and the memories were still fresh in people's minds. No one wanted to return to those times. It was with the help of this public sentiment that they, over the past 6 years, had puppetized the governor on one hand, making sure his decrees could not leave his office, let alone affect the broader lands beyond Revival City. On the other hand, they had also silently shifted the blame for many of their own misdeeds onto the governor. In Rage Owl Star and Era City, despite some still cherishing the gubernatorial revival led by the first governor, people now held not too much affection for the governors sent by the imperial faction. Hatred was perhaps an overstatement, since the new one had not had enough time to commit bad deeds. But the lingering fear and resentment had not diminished in the slightest. After Gu Hang arrived, the fact that he ventured beyond the confines of Revival City to meddle in external affairs was beyond the expectations of the Alliance's upper echelons, but it was a development they were happy to see. If he wanted to play some construction game, then let him play by himself. No one believed he could survive the imperial tax 2 years from now by starting from scratch with external construction. Once the governor was executed 2 years later, the top brass of the alliance would simply scapegoat some members of the governor's government, have them finished off together, and then just wait for the arrival of the next governor, all to endure another 2-year cycle. Because of this, they had recently loosened their smear campaign against the new governor. Not to mention, amongst them had emerged a traitor like Hodgson. Unintentionally, the news of the new governor's thriving activities outside had spread among the poor outside Revival City. It was only recently that they realized the seriousness of the problem. Not only had they executed Hodgson, but they had also made it clear to the governor that they were ready for confrontation. Under these circumstances, they restarted a round of urgent propaganda, attempting to mold Gu Hang into a new second governor, claiming he would return to seize power and sentence half of Revival City's population as tribute for the imperial tax, and portraying how tragic it would be to be given as human tribute. But in truth, if the poor were taken as human tax, it might not be such a bad thing. Working as slaves on starships might be better than living as poor in Rage Owl Star. Of course, there was also the chance of being sent to the Star Realm Army as slaves, cannon fodder, or to the frontline logistical transport team. That could be slightly worse. Though they would have enough food, the average lifespan measured in hours was a downside. However, in their propaganda, they would neither mention having enough to eat nor discuss issues of glory and honor, only the short life expectancy. Their propaganda was somewhat effective. Previously, Gu Hang's construction projects outside had been vibrant and absorbed many refugees. Henry and Hodgson hadn't held back with their positive promotions, which greatly boosted his reputation. Now, as they began to speak ill of Gu Hang, the effect was somewhat limited. But at the very least, they had managed to dilute his previously good reputation, reigniting the fear of being ruled by a governor in the people's minds. Attitudes that had begun to lean a certain way became uncertain again. Reflecting on this, Mundok couldn't help but feel relieved. It had been a good move, otherwise, he might truly have faced the scenario where the soldiers might have defected en masse at the governor's call to arms. Having analyzed the situation, Mundok had a rough idea of what he needed to do. He needed to personally step up and, with his own authority, strengthen the soldiers' resolve, helping them understand the situation clearly and distinguish who was the enemy and who was the commander. Even at critical moments, he needed to further maintain his tough stance, inspiring his personal guard to decisively prevent Gu Hang from advancing, thus influencing the entire army. But at this thought, he hesitated again. Rationally speaking, there was no issue, but to confront Star Realm warriors personally? If the governor really acted recklessly, ordering a sudden assault, could a few hundred men from his personal guard hold them back? He feared that before the army could react, and the heavy artillery could be deployed, his own head would be rolling. Mundok found himself caught between a rock and a hard place. Mundok knew what the right course of action was, he just didn't dare to take it. There was no other reason, simply the fear of death. Hesitant and wavering, but as he floundered, Gu Hang's steps were so firm, and they were getting closer and closer. He knew this, and as time passed, he began to realize that he couldn't hesitate any longer. At this point, making a choice, even the wrong one, wouldn't be worse than doing nothing at all. He really didn't dare to face the governor's dignity and the threat of the Star Realm warriors in person. But he couldn't surrender to the governor either, that option was no longer available. He was also unwilling to give up the current situation and retreat back into the inner city, which would amount to a complete loss of face. A general who abandoned his troops would never again earn their loyalty, and then the governor might actually be able to take command of the troops by asserting his moral high ground. In the end, he came up with a compromise. Gu Hang finally met with resistance. To be honest, he was disappointed. The reaction was too slow. Even though, in the current scene, this was one of the many possibilities he had anticipated. The soldiers might be at a loss because of the governor's status, because of the suddenness, because they had never opened fire. This was also why Guhang chose to set out when the sun was about to rise and many were still asleep, and why he didn't let anyone shoot at the previous checkpoints. But now that it had happened, he still lamented his opponent's indecisiveness. If Guhang himself had been in the opponent's position, he would have already made a decisive order: pull up the heavy artillery, pull up the tanks, never mind accidental injuries or the consequences after firing, just blast the hell out of them first. That Mundok, didn't he realize that he wouldn't survive? He was still hedging his bets, unaware of what there was to be cautious about. Of course, if the enemy really did that, Guhang wasn't afraid either. Since he dared to come, he naturally had means to break the situation. Heavy artillery wouldn't kill the Star Realm warriors, wouldn't kill the Battle Nuns, and wouldn't kill him either. To be more precise, they couldn't hit him. But since that didn't happen, there was no need to discuss it further. And at the moment, Guhang cared even less about this slight impediment. About a company of soldiers, led by several officers, blocked the road ahead tightly. They had obviously arrived in a hurry, there was no time to set up a roadblock, so they just used their bodies to block the way, and hadn't even started shooting yet. But there was an officer at the front, with a megaphone, shouting, "Stop advancing. After 3 warnings we will open fire. The governor must come forward alone." Hearing the warning, Guhang could also see the soldiers blocking the way. Their guns had already been raised, hands on the triggers, ready to fire at any moment. 3 warnings? Guhang's lips curled into a cold smile. "Those up ahead are definitely rebels," Guhang said softly. The officer opposite was about to issue a second warning, but at that moment, a bomb burst his body apart. A large caliber bullet, made of diamond, completely destroyed most of the officer's torso. The bomb, with extreme penetrative power, continued unabated and killed another soldier before exploding among the crowd. The characteristics of a standard bomb include, besides a large caliber bullet with strong penetration, an internal explosive fuse and a micro-shaped charge. When it detonates, the combined power of the impact and shrapnel is even more ferocious than that of a typical hand grenade or rifle grenade. In the hands of the Star Realm warriors, the grenade gun is an overwhelmingly powerful weapon against ordinary armies. It can be used as a rapid-firing small-caliber grenade launcher against light infantry or as an armor-piercing shell against armored units. Piercing through the armor, the bomb then explodes inside the vehicle, killing the targets within. 7 Star Realm warriors opened fire simultaneously. The firepower of the grenade guns blanketed about 100 soldiers, acting as a human wall on the road, and almost instantly, completely obliterated them. Even if there were 2 tanks among those soldiers, that was equally meaningless. If they were the main battle tanks of the Star Realm army, like the Lion King tank, the grenade guns would indeed be less effective. However, the 2 tanks present were just local products manufactured by some military industries of Rage Owl Star, not the main battle tanks of the terrestrial forces in the Star Realm army. Although their armor looked thick, their design, technological content, and the materials themselves were not up to standard and couldn't withstand the diamond-constructed bullets of the bombs. The bomb pierced through the armor and exploded inside the tank. A hole in the tank might not seem too bad, but the people inside were certainly not able to survive. During this process, as some of the 100 or so soldiers started to react, they pulled their triggers and fired at the Star Realm warriors. But by the time they were almost wiped out, the number of bullets that made it their way probably didn't exceed 20, and most went astray. Those few that did hit couldn't even leave a scratch on the Star Realm warriors' powered armor. A Star Realm warrior at the forefront spoke up, "What gave these mortals the courage to think they could block us, without any cover, without any fortifications, and without dated equipment, daring to hold their position in a dense formation on an open road?" Guhang knew the speaker was Schneider. This bald-headed warrior, when not wearing a helmet, was a more elite fighter than the veterans. And Guhang could tell, this fellow was also at odds with the battle group commander, Maddens. But right now, Gu Hang didn't have the time to pay attention to these matters or to the words Schneider had just said. He had more important things to do. Spiritual energy surged, telekinesis amplifying the vibration of the air caused by his voice speaking, sending his words to the ears of many soldiers who had just witnessed the one-sided, devastating slaughter. I am the Governor General of the Empire, I am the ruler of the coalition, anyone who dares to obstruct me will be considered a traitor. I order all soldiers to obey commands, stand by on the spot, and await the outcome. I am the Governor General of the Empire. All soldiers, obey commands, stand by on the spot, and await the outcome. This sentence, as if forming waves in the air, echoed continuously. Meanwhile, the speed of Gu Hang and his companions suddenly increased. When the Star Realm warriors and the Battle Nuns moved at full speed, their velocity was comparable to that of armored vehicles, with an explosive power more intense than that of sprint champions and stamina stronger than marathon champions. And of course, Gu Hang wasn't going to chase them on foot. His telekinesis took effect again, an invisible force lifting his body, allowing him to half float, closely following the advanced soldiers, ensuring he remained within their protection. Although Gu Hang used the power of spiritual energy to convey the warning and command to every ally soldier in the vicinity, he was not about to leave fate in uncontrollable hands. The soldiers might very well ignore the warnings and commands, whether due to their loyalty to Mundok and the Alliance or a stress reaction, and open fire directly on Gu Hang and his team. Therefore, Gu Hang needed to be prepared to receive a blow. If the surrounding soldiers did make a move, the armor on the warriors and battle nuns in motion would serve as Gu Hang's best cover, impervious to ordinary firepower. Should any heavy artillery shells come flying, not to mention whether they could easily hit in a high-speed movement state, even if they did, Gu Hang had the ability to identify them in advance and use the power of spiritual energy to cause a slight deviation while they were mid-air, making them miss their target. At the same time, they would turn into a sharp dagger, piercing through the entire army and heading straight for Revival City's military command center, to capture General Mundok alive. He believed that under a high-speed charge, nothing could stop the 19 top warriors, along with his assistance as a spiritual energy user. At least the Revival City military didn't have the capability. However, despite Gu Hang's preparation for the worst, this bad situation did not occur at all. The surrounding soldiers still did not fire. Perhaps the words Gu Hang had sent with spiritual energy had indeed had an effect. The soldiers hesitated due to Mr. Gu's position and the pressure of becoming traitors to the Empire, daring not to make a move. Or perhaps, the sight of the Star Warriors annihilating an entire tank and infantry combined squad in just a few seconds was simply too terrifying. Admittedly, this was because Mundok's personal guard, completely misunderstanding the combat style of the Star Warriors, chose an extremely wrong deployment, leading to their group's annihilation. But the ordinary soldiers onlooking were probably just caught in shock and disbelief, and it would take a while before they could make sense of it. Besides, even after making sense of it, would it be any less frightening? The wreckage of over 100 bodies along with 2 tanks was the result of just 7 people in 2 seconds, it was literally to die for. And those battle nuns hadn't even made a move. Of course, these 2 factors might have worked together. The soldiers were indeed scared, and Mr. Gu's words gave them a reason to convince themselves. In any case, the soldiers did not act. And in the midst of their sprint, Gu Hang and his group continued inward. Their speed was even faster than the time it took for Mundok to receive the message. Those who could contact Mundok directly had just been killed, and some clever ones, wanting to go back to report, had to run faster than the Star Warriors and Battle Nuns. This led to the situation where, by the time Mundok learned that his personal guard sent to intercept had been wiped out, Gu Hang, leading his team, had almost reached his face. And Mundok's face had long turned deathly pale. The force he could count on for assured loyalty was his personal guard. This part of his troops, in a previous decision, had been divided into 3 parts. Apart from those sent to stop Mr. Gu and those still by his side, the rest had been ordered to rally more troops. Of course, He had considered what would happen if a conflict really broke out and Mr. Gu chose to take action, or rather, whether he should prepare to take action himself. He had thought he was prepared, but when he discovered that Gu Hang could pass through checkpoints without being stopped, he began to doubt this and dispatched a squad to try and directly command the larger force below. But it seemed too late. What to do? He felt that he had only pondered for a moment in his mind, still undecided whether to leave or stay or fight, when the sound of gunfire rang in his ears. The most loyal guards to him bravely returned fire against the 19 people charging straight at them. However, such resistance was utterly meaningless. Mundok's so-called command post was essentially a larger, relatively nicer-looking house selected within the outer city, which had been requisitioned. A portion of the surrounding buildings had been demolished, and the debris was used to hastily construct defenses. The guard soldiers were stationed around it, along with 4 Challenger tanks and a combat command vehicle. In the face of an attack, the post could hold out, if necessary, given the cleared surrounding buildings. He could also escape conveniently in the command vehicle. His guard troops had a suitable place to station themselves and had preemptively adopted a defensive posture. They weren't bunched up and had cover and foxholes for protection, so they couldn't be easily wiped out with a volley from a grenade rifle. Although there were many casualties from precise shots and small-scale explosions, at least they could still fight. At the same time, when these guards engaged in battle, a significant number of nearby Allied soldiers were also spurred into action. After all, General Mundok was right there, and a considerable portion of these Allied soldiers also started attacking instead of standing idly by. But even though the Space Warriors couldn't clear the defenders in one wave, they were not stopped either. Without needing cover, they charged forward. Bullets fired at their cerammetal armor were mostly ineffective, thrown grenades didn't reach them. There were few rocket launchers to speak of, and those with low accuracy that did hit were deflected by Gu Hang using spiritual energy. In fact, even without deflection, it might not have been a big problem. At worst, they would stagger a bit, feel a little uncomfortable from the shock, get some soot and smoke on their armor, but nothing too serious. Of course, the Battle Nun might be more affected. The Saintly Lily's white-green armor was beautiful but definitely not as sturdy as that of the Space Warriors. So, Gu Hang paid a bit more attention to the firepower aimed at the Battle Nun. Sister Chang Ge Ruit also noticed this and nodded slightly to Gu Hang before throwing herself even more vigorously into the fight. She charged to the forefront, accelerated and broke through the line, swiftly nearing a tank that was trying to turn its cannon to fire. She brandished a long-handled battle halberd in her hands, and with a single swing, the golden blade sliced the tank's cannon clean off. After that, she leapt high, penetrating the tank from the top with her halberd. The soldiers inside only saw a golden light shining down upon them before they witnessed their commander and driver skewered together like candied haw. The men were terrified. And this was just a glimpse of what was happening on the battlefield. The firepower of ordinary soldiers could not at all stop the advance of the superhuman warriors. And the grenade rifles in the hands of the Space Warriors and the Battle Nun could easily eliminate any enemy that stood in their way. They didn't quickly kill all the soldiers, but there was no need for that. In just a moment, they had already broken through the soldiers' defensive line. Gu Hang could even see Mundok. The Revival City General was right in front of his eyes, just having hurriedly boarded a command vehicle, seemingly intending to flee. But thinking of fleeing only now, how could he possibly escape? By this time, Mundok was destined not to escape. The one who made the move was still Sister Chang Ge Ruit. She knew that for Gu Hang, capturing this rebel leader alive would be of greater value, even though the guy's ultimate fate would still be an inevitable death. After cutting through a tank, Sister Chang didn't stop but instead sped up. She leapt high into the air, and the battle pack on her back suddenly burst into a deep green flame, propelling her body to accelerate fiercely in mid-air. The command vehicle that had just started moving didn't have time to pick up speed before Sister Chang was upon it. In mid-air, she fired with one hand, and the infantrymen accompanying the command vehicle were each picked off with precision. By the time she landed, there were no enemies left around her. With a swirl of her glaive, a pair of the command vehicle's rear wheels were sliced in half, another slash, and the door was cut open, revealing Mundok's startled face. At this time, the rebel leader still showed some bravery. Trembling, he raised the pistol he had prepared earlier and pulled the trigger at Sister Chang. But how could a regular self-defense pistol shake Sister Chang in her reactive power armor? He managed to fire only once before the bullet ricocheted off the armor. Right after that, he was grasped by the collar with one hand by Sister Chang and dragged down from the vehicle. The general, like a dead dog, lay on the ground and was dragged by Georgette towards Gu Hang. He kept struggling, but it was meaningless. Sister Chang's hand was like steel, not loosening in the slightest. The surrounding bodyguards, who were still alive, could only watch helplessly. The general, who used to be so high and mighty, was now being dragged on the ground. Some wanted to save him, but they didn't know what to do. Should they shoot bullets that were utterly ineffective, or should they bombard with heavy firepower and risk killing the general in the process? And even more terrifying were these male and female warriors themselves. They had also faced these extraordinarily elite super soldiers of the Empire head-on, and their only impression was, could such an enemy even be considered human? Immune to blades and guns, impervious to bombardment. Yet, on the other side, a casual shot meant that if the ranks were dense enough, groups of them would be taken out. The Death Angels, as if leisurely strolling through their own backyard, captured their general from within their protection. They did not fail to fight desperately, but all they could do was to die. This kind of battle, destined to be lost with no chance of victory, they could no longer continue to fight. Seeing the general captured, they even felt a sense of relief. Since they had already lost, could they stop fighting now? This thought filled their minds, and the fingers of the soldiers pulling the triggers were no longer so resolute. The Star Warriors, too, lowered their firepower. Soldiers who had stopped firing and just hid, they couldn't be bothered with them any longer, focusing their grenades only on those who still resisted stubbornly. The Phoenix, a battle group so impoverished, valued their grenades much more than the lives of these local rebel natives. At this moment, Georgette had already brought Mundok in front of Gu Hang. Now, General Mundok, who was always tough and dressed in battle uniform, had completely lost his usual image and demeanor. Being dragged along the ground all the way, due to Sister Chang's excessive roughness, he spent half the time with half of his face on the ground. By the time he reached Gu Hang, the dragged half of his face was a bloody, unrecognizable mess, and his bloodied, dusty clothes were tattered, making him look extremely pathetic. He was thrown in front of Gu Hang, struggling to stand, but he was in too much pain to get up. Not that he needed to get up by himself. An invisible force lifted his body, raising him up. He was able to face Gu Hang directly. He opened his mouth with difficulty, trying to say something, but couldn't utter a word. Similarly, an invisible force blocked his throat, making even breathing difficult, let alone speaking. Of course, this was Gu Hang's doing. Whether the man in front of him wanted to stay tough to the end or beg for mercy, Gu Hang no longer planned to listen. Now, whatever Mundok's attitude was, it no longer had any significance. For Gu Hang, capturing this guy alive meant he was only good for one thing. The security issue, it's up to you now, said Gu Hang, his voice ringing in the ears of the Star Soldiers and Battle Nuns. Georgette nodded with a smile. Actually, that comment was primarily intended for her. Next, Gu Hang would be exposed to the gun barrels of all enemies. He wasn't worried about the ordinary soldiers, nor even the bombardment of artillery fire. He could handle all that. Only, he was concerned there might be heretic cultists from the primordial Wrath Owl sect hidden within the army. It was possible. If they made a move, combined with the bullets and artillery fire from some controlled soldiers, they indeed could pose a threat to him. Death was unlikely. At worst, he would just sneak into the protection of the Star Soldiers and Battle Nuns if the situation turned dire. Was there anyone on Rage Owl Star capable of breaking through the protection of these 19 people and killing him? Impossible, absolutely impossible. However, That would be somewhat embarrassing and detrimental to Gu Hang's efforts to establish his authority. What he needed from Sister Chang Ge Ruit was to ensure he wouldn't end up in that awkward position as much as possible. This had been discussed in advance, and the sister had agreed very promptly. Or, in other words, if it were merely about helping the governor crush the rebellion, the Sisters of the Merciful Lily were somewhat lacking in enthusiasm. Their core objective in coming to the planet's surface was to combat the heretic cultists. And this job of guarding against the possible emergence of heretic cultists suited them perfectly. Gu Hang shifted his gaze away and then returned his attention to Mundok. It was time to make use of this alliance general. Under the dominion of telekinesis, Gu Hang's body began to rise, taking Mundok with him. Gu Hang's golden governor uniform moved without wind, as he looked stern and solemn, overlooking the entire battlefield. Mundok's figure was slightly lower, his limbs and throat bound by spiritual energy, leaving him unable to move or speak. Only Gu Hang's voice, carried by the power of spiritual energy, echoed at the scene. All soldiers, lay down your weapons. I am Gu Hang, I am the representative of the empire to whom you have sworn your service, I am the vicar of the divine emperor who rules this land. I am the master of Rage Owl Star, I am your governor. And this man, whom you call general, has betrayed the empire, betrayed the divine emperor, betrayed me. At this, the star soldiers and battle nuns showed subtle changes in their expressions. Betraying the governor indeed meant betraying the empire, and to betray the empire was to betray the divine emperor, wasn't it? He was absolutely correct, yet the way His Excellency the governor equated himself with the empire and the divine emperor. Something felt a bit off, didn't it? But they didn't say anything. Gu Hang didn't care what these devout believers of the divine emperor thought, and he continued. I hereby declare, in the name of the emperor, to strip General Mundok of his title and sentence him as a traitor to the empire. Soldiers, regardless of any orders you have received before, they are now entirely terminated. In the name of the governor, I command all of you to lay down your weapons. Your past actions will no longer be pursued, but from this moment on, those who still refuse to obey orders will be similarly regarded as traitors. Amidst his words, Gu Hang raised a pistol and aimed it at Mundok's forehead, executing him with a single shot. Killing Mundok in his current state was as easy for Gu Hang as snuffing out a chick. His spiritual energy could lift Mundok's entire body into the air. The same force could easily break Mundok's neck without any problem. Gu Hang did not do so. Instead, he chose to shoot Mundok, and the reason for an execution by gunfire was the sense of formality. Gu Hang wanted to use this symbolically significant method of execution by firing squad to tell all the soldiers that their former commander was a criminal, a traitor to the empire. And they should, at this moment, completely disassociate themselves from the traitor and accept the leadership of the governor. He also did not plan to immediately put to use all of these 10,000 soldiers of Revival City. But at the very least, these men definitely could not become an obstacle to his next actions. If a great purge was inevitable, it would start first within the army. The surrounding soldiers almost all saw what happened in the sky and heard the governor's declaration. The general, a traitor? This news was somewhat difficult to accept all at once. It wasn't as if the soldiers would really consider Mundok a traitor and Gu Hang their commander just because Gu Hang said so. After all, they were not very familiar with Gu Hang before this, whereas Mundok had been their leader for many years. Many among them were officers promoted by General Mundok. However, Mundok was now dead. He died right before their eyes, executed as a convicted criminal. The object of their loyalty had been lost. Many were left in a state of confusion. What was to come next? To avenge the general? This. For some who were deeply indebted to Mundok, this was indeed an option. In fact, some had already tried to do so. An officer attempted to continue rallying his soldiers to launch an attack. But this was not particularly effective. The most crucial point was that they had no way of denying Gu Hang's status as a ruler. He was the genuine governor, and he had executed the general, leaving the surviving soldiers with almost no reason to continue fighting. Merely incited by officers, the efforts were not so potent. Only a few who were muddled in their minds would draw their weapons and attempt an attack. Facing these attacks, Gu Hang remained unmoved in the air. This was not the time to back down. He had to stand here, repeatedly broadcast the declaration he had just made to the soldiers, and imprint his identity deeply into the soldiers' minds. As for those who were stubbornly deluded, their attacks were within the range that Gu Hang could handle. His telekinetic control was enough for him to catch the bullets aimed at him from a certain distance, and deflect them away from hitting the target. And even if there were a few bullets that he could not capture in time, he still had spiritual energy as a last resort to protect himself. If faced with a barrage from 10,000 people, no doubt, Gu Hang would have to flee instantly, but that situation did not occur, and the ones who attacked him were only a minority in the end. This small number of hardliners was soon suppressed powerfully. The Star Warriors would take action. The bomb guns in Phoenix's hands were always precise in eliminating the rebels. However, the cultist Gu Hang was worried about posed no threat to him. His previous speculation had been correct. Within the Revival City army, there surely were sorcerers from the primordial Wrath Owl sect hiding. After he took to the sky, these sorcerers quietly emerged and targeted him. Within the range of Gu Hang's psionic perception, he had already detected the traces of these heretic cultists. Aside from planning to attack Gu Hang with their spiritual energy, they were also trying to incite the soldiers around them to continue their assault on Gu Hang. Yet, trusting in the Battle Nuns, Gu Hang did not move. And the sisters, led by Superior Georgette, indeed did not betray Gu Hang's trust. In the previous action, the Sancta Liliums, who had seemed somewhat slack, now became proactive. 11 of them, without the need for communication, neatly paired up into teams of 2, with Georgette acting alone. In total, 6 groups rushed into the crowd of soldiers. Shouting in the name of the Emperor, they rooted out the cultists who had revealed themselves and were ready to attempt using forbidden magic to attack Gu Hang. They were true experts in combating heretics, the nemesis of all that is heretical, cultist, and spiritually powered. A faint glow arose from the Sancta Liliums. The Divine Emperor's blessing had arrived. Within a certain range, all hostile spiritual energy and malevolent methods were directly hindered. Of course, this obstruction was not absolute. If the target was too powerful, the evil magic that should be cast would still work. After all, their anti-psionic strength came from the divine magic they wielded, from the blessings of the Emperor. Essentially, when any hostile spell took effect, their divine power would immediately counteract it. However, at least the sorcerers present could not break through the suppression of the Battle Nuns' anti-psionic power. With their magic and psychic abilities ineffective, those cultists mixed among the soldiers had no ability to fight back and were easily eradicated. Seeing the Battle Nuns kill their comrades nearby, some soldiers began to resist. Whether their counterattack was instinctual or they were truly bewitched by the cultists, the Sancta Lilium showed no mercy and eliminated all resistance. The cultists infiltrated among them looked no different in appearance and attire from ordinary soldiers. The soldiers did not know that these were cultists, with some thinking they were being slaughtered. To prevent the spread of such a misunderstanding and avoid the already tense situation sliding into total chaos, Gu Hang used his spiritual energy to amplify his voice and again spoke next to the ears of all the soldiers. Lay down your weapons. Cease resistance. Cultists intending to destroy Revival City are plotting action, and the Battle Nuns are purging the heretics. Lay down your weapons. You will not be implicated. Anyone continuing to hold weapons will be regarded as traitors. Lay down your weapons. Do not become traitors. In confusion, a considerable number of soldiers finally stopped resisting. And at this moment, Yan Fangshu's infantry brigade also appeared on the scene. They cautiously approached the Alliance Legion's defensive line, also shouting along with the governor to lay down weapons and stop resisting. The disarmed soldiers stayed in place peacefully. Those few still holding weapons, whether they resisted or not, were all executed. As a human loudspeaker in the air, plus casting a persuasion to surrender aura over the entire Alliance army, Star Warriors and Battle Nuns inside rooting out stubborn traitors, confiscating ordinary soldiers' weapons. Yan Fangshu leading the infantry brigade began disarming from the outside. The main battle thus ended. Most Alliance soldiers, after witnessing the execution of General Mundok by firing squad, the governor's personal orders to surrender, and facing the overwhelming Star Warriors and Battle Nuns, chose to surrender. They did not want to fight any longer. Unable to win and unclear about the meaning behind continuing the fight, why keep fighting? The overall situation had been decided. Gu Hang also breathed a sigh of relief. He had reason to be happy. His prepared ultimate measure had not been used. His actions today involved some risk, but not a large one. Under the dual protection of the Star Warriors and the Battle Nuns, and being a rather powerful spiritual energy practitioner himself, he was not too likely to run into trouble. Moreover, his authority as the governor acted as a deterrent, rendering the Alliance soldiers indecisive, fearing to damage valuable equipment, and unable to commit fully to battle, adding another layer of protection. It was with these advantages that he dared to come and behead Mundok, and subsequently subdue the entire army. And the greatest risk was simply the failure of the operation. At this moment, the goals he had set had been achieved. Of course, he had also considered the possibility that this venture could spiral into complete chaos. In that case, he might have to face being trapped in the midst of an army 10,000 strong with only 19 people. But on one hand, he was confident that in such a scenario, he still could manage a full-force breakout. On the other hand, he had the ultimate measure to completely resolve the problem. In space orbit, the quintet was already on full combat readiness, the starship's colossal cannon ready to rain orbital strikes down on the ground at a moment's notice. If the situation completely spiraled out of control, Gu Hang would leave a mark and break out with all his might. The team led by Yan Fangshu would also provide cover outside and build defensive lines to blockade the Alliance Legion outside Revival City. After he had broken out, the starship's cannons would commence orbital bombardment, striking the Alliance Legion stationed in the outskirts of the city with relatively precise, smaller-scale attacks. An orbital strike wasn't completely unbeatable, if those under bombardment had dug deep enough air raid shelters and tunnels, complemented with strong bunkers specifically designed to withstand orbital strikes, then the destructive power of the bombardment could be greatly reduced, minimizing damage. But clearly, the Alliance Legion had not prepared for this, and hastily digging in was impossible. Once the orbital bombardment had ended, Gu Hang could then lead his forces to sweep the battlefield and achieve the goal of destroying the Alliance Legion just the same. But that was a last resort, a final measure. Orbital bombardment couldn't be completely precise, and it was inevitable that some of the shells might fall on Revival City's inner city, or non-combat areas of the outer city, causing severe collateral damage. The fear of orbital bombardment would spread through Revival City. This panic could potentially assist Gu Hang in his subsequent actions, but it might also intensify the resistance of the city's residents. If it came to that, the troubles ahead would be numerous. But if it did reach that extent, Gu Hang would not be merciful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such contingency plans. But of course, it was better not to resort to such measures if possible. The current outcome was much better than paving the way with orbital cannon fire. The Alliance Legion was now his. These 10,000 fully armed legionnaires, to completely control and turn them into reliable subordinates, that would certainly not be enough. Even just disarming them and taking them into custody had already taken quite an effort. After executing Mundok, disarming and settling these soldiers had taken up almost an entire day. Mainly because among these soldiers, although most had accepted their fate, there was still a small minority who refused to surrender their weapons, resulting in conflicts with the infantry brigade led by Yan Fangshu, with incidents of bloodshed occurring. At the same time, a considerable number, while they didn't dare openly resist, took the opportunity to flee with their weapons. Gu Hang's direct troops, totaling just about 1,500 soldiers from 5 battalions, were somewhat stretched thin. Although they did their best to prevent such events, a significant number of Alliance soldiers still managed to escape with weapons. These fellows would likely become troublesome in the future. If they hid in the slums of the outer city, they could become future security risks. If they fled outside the city, they might become bandits. Troublesome as it was, this was just a minor irritation, not a major issue. Excluding those who died and those who fled, about 7,000 soldiers ended up being taken into custody. Next, Gu Hang did not rush into the city. The situation in the city, the problem with Hodgson, were no longer the main issues. After the army had been disarmed, the city had become prey easily seized, unable to move, just waiting for Gu Hang to harvest it. Actually, what Gu Hang was facing now was far from the full military potential of Revival City. This operation couldn't even be considered a war. If Gu Hang were to name it himself, it should be called a special military operation. Gu Hang's keen judgment had discerned that although Hodgson's disappearance meant that the Alliance authorities had declared war on him, in this war, his enemies were not the entirety of Revival City. On the contrary, that city should be his, the people in it and the army defending it should not be his enemies, but rather his subjects. Clearly understanding who the real enemy was, and who should be persuaded to join him, was the core reason why Gu Hang was able to achieve such significant results at such a small cost. It was only by understanding this that he could achieve maximum effect with minimal effort and avoid foolishly treating the entire city as the enemy, which would have resulted in a Pyrrhic victory. With the question of strategy resolved, what remained was how to execute it. With star warriors, battle nuns, starship colossal cannons, and his governor's status, the means to solve the problems were not a big issue. After dealing with the Alliance army, Gu Hang sent people to split his forces in 5 directions. 4 infantry battalions, each took charge and closed off one of the 4 gates to the inner city. Those in the inner city who had protected themselves behind high walls now found, to their astonishment, that the walls had become their prisons, and the 4 exits were no longer passable. Thus, the elites of the inner city, and the 100,000 residents living there, were locked inside, isolated from the 800,000 or 900,000 people outside. Another battalion was guarding the 7,000 disarmed, captured Alliance soldiers. Gu Hang was there as well. These 7,000 were critical. Gu Hang didn't delude himself into thinking he could turn them into his subordinates immediately, but in the future, they would become an important component of Gu Hang's military force. He could not afford to ignore these 7,000. Even though he had the system's training capabilities, good sources of troops were still important. But before he could incorporate this army, Gu Hang still had a lot of work to do.
If you like our video, please consider subscribe to our channel and like the video. This will motivate us to create more videos. Please give your feedback in the comments. I'll try to reach out and answer every comment.